The saintess of others either insults or betrays the protagonist. Yet my saintly maiden openly sees the bride in front of a multitude. Moreover, I boldly proclaim that should you utter a single word, I shall obliterate your entire lineage, for I am the foremost among the illustrious ranks of the celestial elite. Yet, they were relentlessly pursued by the formidable alliances of the prominent families. Ultimately, it resulted in the tragic demise of both beloved family members. Yet, fortunately, I have returned once more to the day of my grand wedding in this new life. At this very moment within the sacred realm of Tianhua, Lin Yaoyao, who had been leisurely cultivating, suddenly awakened. After gathering her thoughts, she was astonished to discover that she had indeed been reborn. At this moment, the expression on her exquisite and delicate face was remarkably complex. To her astonishment, she had been reborn after entering the river of time. She wondered how Muge was faring. Upon this thought, her eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Could it be that he has also been reborn? A box, thus, she could no longer contain her eagerness and swiftly exited the secret chamber, yearning to journey towards the Yu dynasty. However, just as she was about to depart from the sacred place, a thought suddenly crossed her mind at this moment. He should still be unmarried, should he not? At this moment, Lin Yaoyao's mind conjured the memories of the conversations I had shared with her. She recalls that after our marriage, I seemed to fare poorly within the Yin family. Since it has come to this, she must intervene before their marriage takes place. If the Yin family possesses any discernment and heeds advice, it would be best for everyone to part amicably. Unappreciative of their situation, it would suffice to eliminate them outright. Lin Yaoyao's sole concern is that she fears I have not truly been reborn. In that case, I would have to elucidate the entire sequence of events, which would undoubtedly be quite troublesome. Regarding the dowry, let us proceed to retrieve it. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yaoyao hastened towards the grand hall in search of her father. When she saw her father idly relaxing, she swiftly approached Lin Yuan and playfully asked, "Father, do you desire son-in-law? Allow me to procure one for you." Lin Yuan's pupils dilated upon hearing those words, as if he had received some astonishing news. He was aware of Lin Yaoyao's spirited personality, which was often quite wild, yet he never anticipated that Lin Yaoyao's current path would be so audacious. He doubted whether he had misheard. Thus, he inquired once more, "Yaoyao, what did you say?" "I did not catch it clearly." Lin Yaoyao playfully shook his arm and cooed, "Where is the dowry you prepared for me? Hurry and give it to me. I'm going to elope." Lin Yuan confirmed that Lin Yaoyao was indeed speaking of eloping. He was utterly certain that he had not misheard. "Yaoyao, what nonsense are you uttering? As a girl, how could you dare to elope? Have you lost your mind? If you have taken a liking to someone, first speak to your father. Allow me to assist you in proposing. What kind of behavior is this akin to snatching a bride? You must understand that you are the revered maiden of our Tianhua sacred land. Your every word and deed embodies the essence of Tianhua sacred land." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yaoyao immediately felt displeased. "I refuse to relent. I am determined to seize the opportunity for marriage. If I delay any longer, it will be too late. Father, rest assured, it will not cause significant repercussions. I am capable of handling this. If absolutely necessary, you may strip me of my position as the Holy Maiden. In doing so, it shall not affect the Tianhua sacred land." Lin Yuan observed Lin Yaoyao's anxious demeanor with great perplexity. Hasn't Lin Yaoyao been diligently cultivating in the sacred grounds during this period? Or could she have encountered the opposite sex? Although Lin Yaoyao is usually carefree, she still considers her identity as the saintess. However, now I am unexpectedly being urged to abandon my position as the saintess to compete for marriage. Is this not madness? He resolutely declined, stating, "Absolutely not. Do you think the position of the saintess is one that can be relinquished at will? Though I am the sect leader, everything must adhere to the rules of the sacred land. Let this matter be laid to rest." Ellen Yo-Yo let out a soft huff and said, "Then I shall seek out my grandfather to tell him that you have wronged me and prevented me from marrying." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan's expression immediately shifted. If his father intervened, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand. However, he could not allow Lin Yaoyao to act recklessly. "First, enlighten me on the situation. Is this relationship truly unavoidable? Have you taken a fancy to a disciple from a sacred ground?" Lin Yaoyao spoke. "He is neither a person of the sacred land nor the chosen one. Lin Yuan retorted. Lin Yuan, a scion of a prestigious family. Not quite. Lin Yaoyao shook her head. He is merely a member of a small family, and at present, he possesses no cultivation. Upon mentioning this, Lin Yaoyao added, please provide me with another rebirth pill. Lin Yuan felt a headache upon hearing this. Although he did not impose any restrictions on Lin Yaoyao's choice of partner, he could not help but wonder what kind of person she had chosen. Lacking both background and cultivation, what was it about him that had captivated Yaoyao? What is even more outrageous is that they audaciously demand a rebirth pill. One must recognize that this is a divine elixir. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, even within the sacred grounds of Tianhua, where it is said that only one can be refined in a century. Lin Yuan gazed solemnly at Lin Yaoyao. Surely, you have not fallen victim to some malevolent hex? Upon uttering these words, he activated his spiritual awareness and commenced a thorough examination of Lin Yaoyao. Nevertheless, he found no signs of any anomaly afflicting her. The only discernible difference was that Lin Yaoyao's primordial spirit appeared more solidified than before. After a thorough investigation revealed no anomalies, Lin Yuan remarked, there has been no possession, indeed. Lin Yaoyao urged, Father, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Please hurry and give it to me. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Do you still doubt my discernment? Though he currently possesses no cultivation, I firmly believe that in the future, he will become a being that even the celestial sacred land must revere. I implore you to trust me during this period of explanation. Father's casual remark prompted Lin Yaoyao to roll her eyes in silence. Is there truly someone in this world whom even the sacred land of Tianhua must look up to? However, observing Lin Yaoyao's eager demeanor, he couldn't help but feel curious about what kind of person could enchant this breezy little cotton-padded jacket to such an extent. He casually took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin Yaoyao, intending to accompany her on a journey to discover the true nature of that person's powers, while also discerning whether he had been deceived. If the other party deceives Yaoyao, then there is no longer a need for their existence. Very well, you may go, Lin Yaoyao inquired. What about the rebirth pill? Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly and retrieved a jade bottle from his storage space. Here, take it. Lin Yaoyao joyfully accepted the elixir and dashed out with exuberance. The father gazed at the swiftly retreating figure of Lin Yaoyao. Then, with a sudden movement, he vanished into the void, pursuing her. On the day of the wedding, the Yin residence was filled to capacity with representatives from the foremost powers of the Dayu dynasty, and even a considerable number of royal family members were present. The guests in the audience began to murmur in response to the spectacle before them. The Yin family certainly holds considerable prestige. Even the third prince has graced the wedding with his presence. The Yin family is intent on showcasing their extensive connections. The Jiang family is indeed pitiable. Had the great general not vanished, they would not have had to endure the indignity of becoming a son-in-law. Time and fate intertwine. The Jiang family is no longer the illustrious clan it once was. It is indeed rare for the Yin family to still honor their original agreement. With the support of the Yin family, the descendants of the Jiang family should encounter no difficulties. The person beside them, filled with jealousy, remarked, isn't this pastoral song merely a product of a fortunate lineage? Otherwise, how could a celestial beauty like Yin Yu ever marry him? It is akin to a splendid flower being placed upon a pile of dung. I simply cannot accept this. These discussions swiftly captured the attention of a strikingly handsome young man. Upon hearing these remarks, a shadow flickered in the corner of his eye, and discontent brewed within him. What does it matter that you have wed Yuer? She's already mine. Once I acquire the celestial techniques of your clan, your pastoral song shall meet its demise. Approximately 1 hour has passed. The MC announced loudly, the auspicious moment has arrived. Please welcome the newlyweds to enter. As the host's voice faded, the venue fell into an instant hush, with all eyes turning toward the entrance. I gracefully entered through the grand doorway, adorned in a resplendent red ceremonial attire. At the moment I appeared, the ethereal Lin Yaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. I never anticipated that the pastoral song of youth would be so strikingly handsome. However, upon seeing the festive attire adorning my form, she pouted and declared, this garment of joy is meant for my soul, where I shall tear it asunder shortly. In the void, Lin Yuan continuously scrutinized me. After a moment of observation, he discerned that there was nothing remarkable about this individual. The only noteworthy aspect appeared to be his face. Yet my daughter is not a lovesick fool. How is it that she has been enchanted in such a manner? Although I possess a countenance of remarkable quality, in the realm of cultivation, physical appearance holds the least significance. In the realm of immortal cultivation, there exists no individual deemed unattractive. The esteemed scions of various sacred lands and illustrious families possess strikingly exceptional appearances. Thus, this singular quality is entirely insufficient to captivate my daughter's interest. My presence has indeed sparked discussions among the guests. It is said that the shepherd possesses an alluring beauty, and I had not anticipated such a revelation. Regrettably, possessing merely an exquisite exterior ultimately proves futile. What purpose does a handsome visage serve? True strength is the paramount principle. In the presence of cultivators, the distinction between mortals and mere ants is negligible. Even if he were to encounter me, he would still need to maintain a courteous demeanor. What a pity for Yuan Huang. She represents the younger generation of nightwalkers, having attained the pinnacle of the transcendence realm at the tender age of 20. It won't be long before she is able to condense her essence into a pill. Such an extraordinary talent being wed to a worthless individual is truly a lamentable fate. The individuals nearby nodded in agreement, having heard that she had joined the Li Hui sect and was taken as a disciple by an esteemed elder. This marks a remarkable ascent to greatness. The others, upon hearing these words, cast envious glances in my direction, utterly perplexed as to why I, of all people, had the fortune to indulge in such exquisite delights. At this moment, someone spoke up. It is said that the Yin family did not regret the marriage annulment for the sake of the Jiang family's heavenly order martial arts. I wonder. Before this person could finish speaking, they were interrupted. This is the Yin family. One should be cautious with their words to avoid attracting trouble. As the crowd continued their discussions, a woman clad in a vibrant red ceremonial attire gracefully emerged from the Yin family courtyard. Her expression was indifferent and composed, as if she were immersed in a tranquil space, isolated from the cacophony of the world. The vibrant hues of her attire stood in stark contrast to her serene demeanor. When her gaze fell upon me, the malice in her eyes was utterly undeniable. The guests present were momentarily taken aback, pondering the underlying implications. Her malevolent gaze was utterly unmasked, revealing an audacious disregard for the feelings of others. Such blatant cruelty was truly intolerable. Mu Gu, being the eldest son of the esteemed General Jiang Yu, deserves more respect. It was once thought that his union with Jiang Yu would herald a stroke of fortune. However, it now appears that his forthcoming days may be fraught with challenges. Jiang Yu stepped before the guests and raised her hand to gesture for silence. After a brief moment, he spoke to me. Before the marriage, I would like to articulate the family rules of the Yin household, hoping that you will abide by these customs after you become a member of our family. Upon hearing these words, my gaze momentarily hardened, for I was reminded of a similar scene from a past life. The memories of those humiliating regulations flooded back, prompting me to repeatedly urge myself to remain composed. Because I currently possess no strength, should I meddle in matters at the wedding, both Mu Wei and I are likely to meet our demise here. It is imperative that I restore my power before I can regain my dignity. To speak recklessly now would jeopardize any future prospects. Most importantly, my parents are still awaiting my rescue in the Nine Abyss. Thus, I must swallow my pride. Yin Yu observed my silence and could not help but inwardly scoff incessantly. As a mere mortal, upon marrying into the Yin family, you must pay your respects to me daily, and you are forbidden to enter my chamber without my summons. Second, you are not permitted to interject while any member of the Yin family is speaking. Article 3. One must not leave the courtyard without my permission. Fourth rule. Each sentence is limited to 10 characters. Exceeding by 1 character results in 10 slaps. Article 5. Upon marrying into the Yin family, you shall adopt the surname Yin and be known as Yin Gu thereafter. In the void, the forest spirit, Lin Yao Yao, heard these conditions. Glancing once more at me below, she was taken aback to realize that her own man had endured such a humiliating ordeal. At this very moment, one yearns to descend and tear this woman apart, cherishing the pastoral song as a treasure. Yet there are those who shamelessly defile their beloved. At this moment, my expression remained composed, yet I paused for a moment upon hearing the fifth rule. It seemed that such a regulation did not exist in my previous life. How did it suddenly come to be? Could it be the butterfly effect resulting from my own rebirth? Yet, I have done nothing at all. Everything seems to unfold according to the narrative of my previous life. Why then do variations arise? The previous grievances could be endured, yet upon the emergence of this fifth issue, I have resolved to no longer tolerate it. Do they truly believe themselves to be molded from mere clay? The mind races, contemplating the art of refusal. In hand lies an amulet, a talisman bequeathed by my father. Shattering this royal pendant would unleash a strike of extraordinary might. If it were to be employed, one could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape with Mu Wei. However, the repercussions would be dire. Once invoked, the great Yu dynasty would offer no refuge for them. The coveted soul-cleansing king would likely remain unattainable. Despite the gravity of the consequences, after much contemplation, I resolved to take the plunge. I quietly placed my hand on my waist, intending to shatter the jade pendant immediately after Jiang Yu concluded her words. Article 6. Before she could finish her words, a chilling voice resonated through the void. What great arrogance your Yin family possesses. At that moment, Lin Yaoyao could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to voice her opinion. As these words were uttered, the guests in attendance simultaneously directed their gazes towards the sky. She stood quietly in the void, resembling an exquisite painting. Initially, the guests believed Jiang Yu's appearance was remarkable, but in comparison to her, it was as if the firefly were juxtaposed against the radiant moon, rendering any comparison utterly inconceivable. Jiang Yu watched as she was about to reprimand the hall, questioning where the wildness originated. However, before the words could be fully articulated, Lin Yaoyao struck with a swift palm, sending the speaker flying. The sharp sound resonated throughout the entirety of the wedding venue. The entire assembly of guests was bewildered. Who is this woman, and from whence does she hail? It is essential to recognize that this is the Yin family. After all, does she not value her life? However, when Lin Yaoyao spoke, the venue erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Did I invite you to converse with me? Do you even have the right? Mu Ge is my man. On what grounds do you impose these rules? Are you not fond of setting regulations? You even insist that each utterance must not exceed 10 words. If you possess the audacity, repeat those rules in my presence. From this moment forth, utter a single word, and I shall annihilate your entire clan, the Yin family. I shall bring ruin to the great Yu dynasty. You may attempt to discern whether I possess the capability to fulfill this threat. Upon finishing her words, Lin Yaoyao immediately unleashed her cultivation. The moment her formidable power was revealed, all the guests present bowed their heads in reverence, with some of the less skilled ones even prostrating themselves on the ground. In the void, Lin Yuan heard his daughter's words, his lips twitching incessantly. Although they possessed the power to annihilate the Yu dynasty, he truly dared not take such a course of action. It is truly outrageous, and it easily attracts public censure. While covertly extinguishing the royal lineage may be permissible, such brazen declarations are rather excessive. This is the first time I have witnessed my daughter in such a fit of rage. She is usually spirited, yet holds a profound reverence for life, never resorting to violence lightly. Yet now, she speaks of annihilating entire clans and nations. Is this truly my beloved daughter? How has her temperament become akin to that of those who tread the path of darkness? Beside me, I beheld the emergence of Lin Yaoyao, and within my heart, tumultuous waves surged. How could Lin Yaoyao possibly be here? Could it be that she too has been reborn? At this moment, my mind races with thoughts, contemplating whether to acknowledge our connection. After a brief reflection, I ultimately suppressed the impulse to reveal my identity. In a previous life, I caused immense suffering to Lin Yaoyao. In this life, perhaps it is best to let it go. The Heavenly Hua sacred ground was annihilated due to my actions. She consequently succumbed to the path of darkness, and the two became desperate lovers, perpetually pursued, ultimately cast into the river of time. Lin Yaoyao is the saintess. As long as she distances herself, the Heavenly Hua sacred land will encounter no further troubles, allowing her to live the remainder of her life in tranquility. Beside her, Jiang Yu covered her already swollen right cheek, suppressing her anger. She feared that the words spoken by the woman were indeed true. Upon witnessing his beloved woman being so brutally assaulted, Song Chun was consumed by a surge of fury, prompting him to leap forth and confront the situation with fervent indignation. Fellow cultivator, your actions are utterly excessive. This is indeed the site of the Yin family's wedding. To behave in such a manner is to show a blatant disregard for the Yin family. Do you believe that your elevated cultivation allows you to act with impunity? Do you truly think that there are no laws to uphold in this world? Lin Yao turned her gaze in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing Song Chun, she was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a maniacal smile. Taste, taste, taste. Excellent. She was far too familiar with this individual. In her previous life, it was due to him that she and I narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Furthermore, he inflicted upon me an irreparable wound. Now, he had the audacity to present himself willingly. She had even less reason to show him mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck with a single palm, reducing Song Chen's corporeal form to a mist of blood, even extracting his very soul, which transformed into a dark vapor and was cast into the realm of the heroic spirits. This sudden scene startled the guests profoundly. The young man had merely uttered a few words before meeting his untimely demise. The woman seems to harbor an excessive propensity for violence. Yin Yu let out a piercing scream upon witnessing the scene. Song Chun, you wicked enchantress, return my beloved to me. Lin Yao let out a cold snort, uttering 11 words. The Diyu dynasty deserves to be obliterated. She directly took out a trump card and hurled it into the sky. In an instant, dozens of figures materialized in the void. Lin Yao directly ordered Yi to annihilate the Diyu dynasty. A figure at the forefront nodded. At your command, saintess. Seeing this, I was quite alarmed and hurriedly shouted, stop. Lin Yao gazed over in confusion. What is happening? I hastily bowed and expressed my gratitude, saying, thank you, celestial being, for your assistance. However, the Diyu dynasty cannot be extinguished. I humbly request that you show leniency and withdraw. I am aware that Lin Yao possesses the capability to obliterate the Diyu Empire, yet I cannot permit her to act upon it. The ensuing complications are far too intricate. The Diyu Empire has its own formidable backing, a fact unbeknownst to Lin Yao, but one that I am acutely aware of. Once the directive is executed, the sacred land of Tianhua will inevitably be drawn into the fray, leading once more down the path of the past. Lin Yao wore a look of astonishment. Lin Yao wore an expression of bewilderment. What did you call me? Fairy. Upon hearing this response, Lin Yao fell silent, her mind swirling with doubt. Could it be that Muggy had not been reborn? This posed quite a dilemma, requiring her to reacquaint herself with him, which was rather troublesome. In the void, Lin Yuan observed my intervention in halting Lin Yao, and he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Even if I had not intervened, as the sovereign of the Heavenly Hua sacred land, he would have undoubtedly stopped those assailants himself. Lin Yao annihilated an entire family. He may feign ignorance, yet the obliteration of a dynasty casts a shadow too vast to escape the stain of infamy. Lin Yao refrained from further dwelling on the matter of titles and instead inquired, are you certain of your immortality? I nodded earnestly. The fairy cannot be extinguished. Very well, I shall heed your words. Upon hearing Lin Yao's response, the guests below silently breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally come to attend a wedding, nearly facing death in this place, and almost bringing about the downfall of the great Yu dynasty. Where could they possibly seek justice for such a situation? They would not doubt whether Lin Yao could achieve this. Her own cultivation level was sufficient to challenge the Diyu Empire. Not to mention the mysterious experts she had summoned. If they were all released, the Diyu Empire would likely face annihilation. Lin Yao turned her gaze towards Yin Yu. Lin Yao directed her gaze towards Yin Huang. Lin Yao cast her sunlight upon Yin Yu. And what of her? Upon hearing the question, I fell silent for a moment. I did not wish to entangle Lin Yao in matters concerning myself. Once their lives became too intertwined, the bonds of the future would become exceedingly profound. In this lifetime, I shall no longer allow Lin Yao to repeat the same mistakes. He understands that his path is not acknowledged by the world. Having disrupted the interests of too many, he is destined to bear the mark of a demonic cultivator, ultimately leading to betrayal and abandonment by all. Unless he has ascended to the pinnacle of this world, he shall never draw too close to Lin Yaoyao again, even choosing to distance himself from some friends from his previous life. Fairy, as for my wedding, I shall manage it on my own. I kindly ask you to refrain from further interference." Upon hearing those words, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Lin Yaoyao's delicate visage. Could it be that the shepherd truly did not recognize her? Why did she feel such an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity? I anticipated that after uttering these words, Lin Yaoyao would either be dissuaded or depart immediately. However, he underestimated Lin Yaoyao's untamed spirit. Lin Yaoyao remained silent, raising her hand to incapacitate Yin Yu's cultivation with a single strike. Upon completing her action, she smiled and inquired, "Is this method acceptable?" Upon hearing these words, I fell silent once more. It dawned on me that Lin Yaoyao had also been reborn. In her past life, she was fiercely rebellious, and after succumbing to darkness, she became even more unrestrained. Previously, I had subdued her through sheer strength, but now, devoid of such power, it would be impossible to maintain the same approach as before. The fairy, having spoken her mind, intended to adopt a strategy of retreat as a means of advance, and thus turned gracefully to depart. Lin Yaoyao observed me turning away, and after a brief moment, she anticipated that I would continue to persuade her earnestly. To her surprise, however, I simply walked away. In her previous life, she frequently opposed me, her intention being to elicit some coaxing from him. Only by countering his views could she provoke him into speaking a few more words. Now he has taken her away. Lin Yaoyao is at a loss. Where has the issue arisen? Upon witnessing my guest's departure through the door, she finally regained her senses. I had no intention of concerning myself with the matters at hand. She redirected her gaze towards Jiang Yu, her voice dripping with coldness. "Muge is my man. In this world, only I am worthy of him. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Then, I issued a warning to all the guests. "Those who seek trouble may find it with me. Whoever dares to harm Muge shall meet their demise. For those who are unconvinced, come to the sacred land of Tianhua and confront me. I am known as Lin Yaoyao." Upon hearing Lin Yaoyao's words, the members of the Yin family fell into a collective silence. Perhaps Lin Yaoyao had never heard of it, but the name of the Tianhua sacred land was certainly familiar to them. There are a total of 8 continents in this world, each divided into numerous factions. Among them, the most renowned is the One Academy and 3 Saints, with the Celestial Hua sacred land being one of these esteemed saints. Upon hearing that name, the members of the Yin family were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression that rendered them incapable of resistance. Had Lin Yaoyao revealed her identity upon her arrival, they would have readily surrendered her. Other guests, including the 3rd prince of the Yu dynasty, initially harbored some ulterior motives. However, upon hearing the name of the Heavenly Hua sacred land, they instantly became subdued. Just now, she proclaimed her intention to annihilate the entire Yu dynasty. This is no mere jest. She genuinely possesses the capability to do so. How could the inhabitants of the celestial sacred land appear in our dynasty? Could it be that Lin Yaoyao has come for the sake of the pastoral song? It is unclear. The people of the Holy Land are too distant from us, only to be observed from afar. The enchanting maiden just claimed that the pastoral song is her beloved. If this holds true, would it not signify that the pastoral song has soared to great heights? Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd unveiled expressions of admiration. What merit does this pastoral ballad possess? How could such breathtaking beauty be so readily bestowed upon him? Someone exclaimed, "Lin Yaoyao. That name seems familiar. Isn't she the saintess of the Heavenly Hua sacred land? My heavens, could it truly be her?" Everyone was utterly astonished upon hearing this. I had initially presumed that this woman was merely a disciple of the Heavenly Hua sacred land, yet to my astonishment, she is actually the Holy Maiden. This is simply too outrageous, is it not? Upon hearing this news, the 3rd prince departed immediately, intending to relay the information to the emperor. Should this woman indeed be the saintess, the royal family must take appropriate action. In a secluded mountain valley, within a hidden cave, a youthful figure materialized within a golden-hued magic circle. This individual was none other than Song Chun, who had just been slain by Lin Yaoyao from the Yin family. As he emerged from the golden magic circle, his expression was exceedingly grim. Damn it, to think that my hard-earned doppelganger has been slain. I vow to avenge this grievance, or I shall not consider myself human. He usually relies on his doppelganger to take action in his stead. Now that the doppelganger is gone, he dares not venture out for the time being. A venerable voice resonates in my mind. Shunner, your heart of the Tao is in turmoil. You possess supreme cultivation methods. Your future achievements shall not be insignificant. Devote yourself diligently to your practice. Song Chun, in a fit of indignation, explained, Master, I cannot bear this injustice. Having met such a fate without reason, I am filled with resentment. The elder spoke slowly. This woman's identity is not simple. With your current strength, you cannot contend with her. To seek revenge, you must first enhance your abilities. First, concentrate on manifesting your new avatar. Once your new avatar has materialized, I shall reveal to you the method to access the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Within that secret realm lie treasures left behind by my master. Acquiring those treasures will significantly enhance your strength. Upon hearing these words, Song Chen's inner fury subsided somewhat. After nodding in agreement, he began to procure numerous rare materials to forge a new avatar. On the other side, I have already departed from the confines of the Yin family. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yaoyao followed suit. However, I chose to disregard her, for I am well acquainted with Lin Yaoyao. This woman, once engaged, will undoubtedly ascend the ladder of manipulation. At present, I dare not reveal my true self. Should she discover that I too have been reborn, it is likely to cause even more turmoil. In the future, it may prove increasingly challenging to extricate myself from her grasp. Although I hold a deep affection for Lin Yaoyao, it would not be an exaggeration to call her my beloved. However, I must not be so selfish as to allow her to repeat the same mistakes. She is blessed with the celestial sanctuary, a circle of beloved siblings, and her dear parents. I vividly recall the moment she learned of the annihilation of the heavenly Huasheng land, the agony etched upon her face. It took her a century to emerge from that torment, and I wish to spare her from enduring such suffering again. How did I perform just now? Am I handsome? Am I proving myself to be quite capable? Lin Yaoyao murmurs incessantly along the way. Lin Yaoyao continues to chatter on and on. Yet, I persistently ignored her, making my way home in solitude. After a moment, Lin Yaoyao, in a huff, grasped my arm. Muge, stand still. I paused for a moment, withdrawing my arm directly from her grasp. Fairy, please exercise restraint. I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. However, upon our first encounter, it is prudent to maintain a respectful distance between the genders. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart, and I assure you, I will repay it in due time. Very well, let's speak of another time. Lin Yaoyao swiftly wrapped her arms around my waist, guiding me homeward. This sudden action utterly startled me. What are you doing? Lin Yaoyao shrugged her shoulders, furrowed her brows, and drew in her body slightly. Wasn't this what you had mentioned? We can discuss it later. Allow me to escort you home first. Wasn't it you who often teased me about this in the past? Now I no longer fear. After all, this is not my first encounter. Do not be alarmed. It is just the perfect opportunity for me to test the vigor of your youth. After listening, I felt utterly disheartened. In my past life, I certainly did not refrain from teasing her, often sharing risky jokes. However, I never anticipated that she would remember them all. The mind races, contemplating ways to escape. She is indeed a person unafraid to undertake any endeavor. Should we truly engage in profound conversation, we may tread the same path as in a past life, which contradicts my original intentions. I implore you, fair maiden, to exercise restraint. The propriety between men and women forbids such familiarity, for we are not yet well acquainted. As soon as the words left my lips, she violently stripped me of my garments. In the next moment, she pinned me beneath her with unwavering force. Lacking any form of cultivation, I found myself utterly powerless to resist her advances. No witties. You will adapt soon enough. My name is Lin Yaoyao, and I am your companion on this journey. In due course, you shall find comfort in this new reality. She was too lethargic to dawdle. Initially, she intended to gradually rekindle their past romance. Yet her impatient nature revealed that she simply could not endure the wait. The pastoral song was originally the man she had chosen. Why must she pursue him once more? In her past life, she had chased him for so long. Now, she can no longer endure. In the void, Lin Yuan beheld the sight of his daughter, filled with indignation. When had his beloved daughter become so unruly? Just as he was about to intervene, upon hearing my voice, "Wait a moment. Fairy, please remain calm. Everything is governed by fate. Even if you acquire my presence, you shall not possess my heart." Upon hearing these words, her restless little hands came to a halt. "Then tell me, how do we proceed?" I leaned against the bedside, my face tinged with grievance, and said, "Fairy, please have mercy on me. A fruit that is forcibly plucked is never sweet." She let out a soft hum. "Is it sweet? First twist it 7 times, then we'll talk. Why should you care about me?" At this moment, I am experiencing a throbbing headache. This woman is exceedingly fierce, and once entangled, there is no escape. Could it be that we should lay our cards on the table? Perhaps revealing the truth might alleviate the tension. After all, she used to be quite obedient, despite her rebellious nature. In significant matters, she would heed my counsel. However, after much contemplation, I have resolved to persist in my pursuit. "Dear Fairy, please hold on for a moment. I have a suggestion. Matters of the heart are often dictated by fate, and I wish for the heavens to determine our destiny." Upon uttering these words, she came to a halt. "Let us seek an oracle for matters of love. Should we draw the most auspicious lot, I would gladly embrace you, granting us the opportunity to truly understand one another. After all, we have only just met, and you delve into such profound conversations right away. I find it quite overwhelming. If it is indeed a bad omen, then it signifies that our fates are not intertwined. I hope the fairy cherishes herself, and we part amicably." After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. "Very well," she replied. "I shall take you to seek an oracle." With that, she departed the room. After she left, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The suggestion of drawing lots was merely a tactic to buy some time. I am aware that I cannot escape the current situation. Seeking an oracle is of no avail. If one draws a misfortune, she will undoubtedly cling to it. Without any cultivation, it is nearly impossible to contend with her. One can only prolong the time to seek an opportunity to inform her father, to have her brought back. Until then, once the means for cultivation are attained, there will be ample ways to evade her. Upon making this decision, a hint of reluctance flickered in my gaze. Indeed, I hold a deep affection for her. She is the sole woman I acknowledge. Yet, I cannot bring harm to her. I must conceal the love that dwells within my heart. I murmured to myself, "Grant me 10 years. As long as I find a way, I shall approach you openly and without shame. At that time, no one will be able to obstruct us." The great Yu dynasty. Within the imperial study of the palace, Emperor Yu listened intently to the report from the third prince, his brow furrowed. This matter regarding Yin must be addressed with utmost seriousness. "Father, this matter is unequivocally certain. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. The young woman from the Xing family has already attained the Xuanhe realm at such a tender age. Aside from the 7 sacred lands and the prodigies of certain hidden families, no one else can achieve this." Yu Yin remarked, "Before seeking you out, I had already asked a friend to inquire about the situation at the Heavenly Hua sacred land. Indeed, there is a saintess named Lin Yaoyao." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Yu let out a sigh of relief. "That is good," he remarked. "With the protection of the holy maiden from the Heavenly Hua sacred land, the Mu family should be safe." Upon hearing these words, Yu Yan's face revealed a look of confusion. What could his father mean by this? In his understanding, the Mu family should have been forsaken by the royal family. Why, then, would his father express such sentiments? Emperor Yu, observing his son's perplexity, offered a wry smile and remarked, "Surely, you do not believe that I have forsaken the Mu clan, allowing them to languish in their own fate? I humbly beseech your majesty for enlightenment." Yu Yan responded with a bow. Emperor Yu shook his head helplessly. "It is quite natural for you to harbor such thoughts. Your elder brother and second brother likely share the same sentiments. The Wujia is indeed the great general of the nation, a pillar of strength for the realm, and the sole individual who stands by my side. How could I possibly abandon them? Even if the shepherd and the shepherdess lack cultivation, I shall safeguard them. However, do you understand why I refrain from intervening?" The Emperor Yu inquired. Yu Yan shook his head in a gesture of confusion. "Because I dare not speak. Once I open my mouth to protect the shepherd's family, the hard-won stability may once again be disrupted." Emperor Yu let out a sigh. "Father, Even you do not dare to offend them. Could it be that the forces targeting the Mu family are those from the 72 dynasties? Yuan asked in astonishment. Is the name of our current chancellor, Wenqing? The emperor you spoke this name slowly. Yuan's face was etched with disbelief. Minister Wen, how can this be possible? Why would he target the Mu family? In his heart, the prime minister has always been a figure of great respect, contributing significantly to the nation and its people. His reputation among the populace is exceedingly high. Yet, he cannot fathom why this pillar of the state would act against the Mu family. This matter is far-reaching. You must simply remember not to grow too close to Wenqing. Once you ascend to the position of crown prince, you will comprehend the intricate relationships at play. Wenqing is by no means as straightforward as you might imagine. Emperor Yu sighed. Since you do not trust Prime Minister Wen, why then do you bestow upon him such generous rewards? Yu Yin inquired. Shouldn't you strip him of his powers? Emperor Yu smiled wryly. I am unable to move, nor do I dare to stir. All I can do is to keep him steady, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Should I confront him now, I would find myself cursed, much like your grandfather, and subsequently cast down. Yu Yin fell silent. Although he was not particularly astute, he grasped the intentions of his father, the emperor. He never anticipated that the demise of his grandfather, the emperor, was indeed connected to Prime Minister Wen. According to the words of the emperor, the imperial authority has been usurped by Prime Minister Wen. He had never perceived any anomalies before. Upon noticing his son's silence, Emperor Yu shifted the topic of conversation. You are of the same age as Mu Ge. During your childhood, you also had some interactions with him. It would be prudent to gauge his sentiments. If the saintess shares a good rapport with Mu Ge, fostering a closer relationship with him in the future could prove advantageous for you. Yu Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. This revelation awakened him. If Mu Ge shares a good relationship with Lin Yaoyao, it would serve as a considerable advantage for him. With the support of the Heavenly Hua sacred ground, he would need not fear the threats posed by Minister Wen. Farewell to Empress Yu. He then returned to his residence to prepare gifts for his visit. On the other side, after donning a fresh set of garments, I followed Lin Yaoyao to the temple. Within the temple, seekers of divination come and go, creating a serene yet bustling tableau. With hands clasped in reverence, they fervently pray and silently chant sacred verses. With a heart devoted to Buddha, I take out the fortune-telling cylinder, awaiting the moment of revelation. This solemn atmosphere is imbued with a profound sense of spirituality. However, in Lin Yaoyao's eyes, a glimmer of disdain flickered. Not a single one of these old bald donkeys was worth anything. In her previous life, it was this very group of old bald donkeys that targeted her the most. Were it not for her desire to seek a fortune, she would have had no intention of entering this wretched place at all. Upon approaching a statue of Buddha, a young man strides forward, wordlessly produces a piece of incense paper, ignites it, and tosses it into the flame tray. What are you doing? I inquired. The humble offering of respect is explained as follows. Esteemed benefactor, this is a blessing offered for you. The paper money that has been burned consists of talismans that have been specially consecrated by the officiant. This is an essential ritual prior to seeking divine guidance. Lin Yaoyao nodded gently, preparing to grasp the fortune-telling box and shake the divination sticks. Then the young man spoke again. Dear lady, everything hinges on fate. One must possess genuine sincerity before seeking a divination. She was momentarily taken aback, pondering the sincerity at the core. Pathway. The temple requires offerings of incense. One incense burner costs 1 low-grade spirit stone. I have just helped you burn 14 talismans, each of which also necessitates 1 low-grade spirit stone. In total, that amounts to 50 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and indignation. While she was not particularly stingy about spirit stones, the audacity of this blatant robbery was intolerable. It seemed the temple no longer wished to retain her patronage. As Lin Yaoyao was about to speak, I swiftly produced a small pouch and presented it before the merchant. Here are precisely 50 inferior spirit stones. Please take them. Lin Yaoyao glared at me in indignation, exclaiming, Why did you give them the spirit stones? This is clearly an act of robbery. Have you forgotten how they treated you in the past? Upon hearing these words, I experienced selective amnesia. I am well aware of how these ancient, bald individuals treat me, and I know the extent of their hypocrisy. However, I do not wish for Lin Yaoyao to demolish this temple over a mere 50 inferior spirit stones. Due to the immense significance of this temple, all temples across the continent are intricately linked to the sacred site of Dharma Affinity, one of the three saints. Once she has shattered this temple, subsequent issues will be challenging to resolve. Moreover, my visit this time is merely for reconnaissance. I intend to return once my abilities have been restored. Fairy, please remain calm. This is the temple's rule. Since we have arrived, let us find peace. Let us request an oracle. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yaoyao, though infuriated, nonetheless picked up the fortune stick box and began to shake it. Yet, as she swayed, she abruptly came to a halt, turning her head to gaze intently at me, and inquired, "What sort of fortune would you like me to draw for you?" I was momentarily taken aback by the question, a flicker of confusion crossing my gaze, yet I swiftly regained my composure. Everything shall unfold as it is destined. Lin Yaoyao had captured my heart in an instant, filling me with an unexpected joy. This expression is all too familiar to her. In my past life, whenever she posed a sudden question, I would invariably display a similar countenance. Though I masked it quite well, she could still perceive it. She swiftly affirmed her conjecture. Since I too have been reborn, why not acknowledge her? I suddenly have no desire to smoke. I inquired with a sense of perplexity, why not partake in the experience now that one has arrived? She let out a light laugh. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Have you heard these words before? This statement rendered me silent for a moment. In my previous life, whenever I encountered dire straits, I often uttered these words to comfort her. Little did I expect that in this rebirth, our roles would so unexpectedly reverse. Let us depart. I shall consider this as a fortuitous omen. She tugged at my arm and led me away from the temple, laughing as she said, "You must trade 50 inferior spirit stones in ping. I can provide them for you." I sighed. Does the previous agreement still hold? She did not respond directly, but instead took my hand and said, "Let's go home first. I have something wonderful for you." Before she could finish her sentence, she led me away. Upon returning home, she presented me with an exquisite jade box, smiling as she urged, "Open it and take a look." Upon beholding this jade box, my pupils narrowed slightly. I am familiar with this object. The sacred elixir of rebirth not only has the power to reconstruct meridians, but also accelerates the pace of cultivation. Most importantly, it is a miraculous remedy for healing, a treasure that countless individuals yearn for. As long as one draws breath, any injury, aside from those of the spirit, can be swiftly healed. Had this artifact not existed in my past life, I cannot fathom how many times I would have perished. This is indeed the cornerstone of the sacred land of Tianhua. To my astonishment, she has actually produced this item, though I am profoundly shocked within. I feign an expression of confusion and inquire, "Fairy, what is this?" Her smile radiated warmth. "A single candy, delightfully sweet. Do give it a taste." Though she suspected I might be reborn, she had no intention of revealing my secret. Instead, she chose to await my own confession. Having come to terms with my rebirth, she has adopted a more tranquil mindset, no longer in a state of haste. This man has already become hers. So indulge me for a while, for it would also allow you to witness my growth. I was momentarily at a loss for words. This kindness weighs heavily upon me. Moreover, I truly cannot refuse, for this is something I desperately need at this moment. Still, in its nascent stage, consuming this elixir will enable one to commence the process of rejuvenation directly, without the need to seek alternatives. The most crucial aspect is that the reformed meridians through this transformation will establish a profoundly solid foundation for me, with no justification to refuse or the possibility of refusal. Before me lies a pill emanating a subtle green luminescence, its surface adorned with exquisite patterns. These intricate designs are the legendary alchemical inscriptions, present only on pills of superior quality. Now, I can only feign ignorance, pretending not to recognize this object. Given my current status, I am utterly incapable of engaging with such an exquisite elixir. Observing my bewilderment, she picked up the reconstitution pill and commanded, "Open your mouth." I paused in astonishment, opening my mouth in earnest. She chuckled softly as she placed the elixir into my mouth, inquiring, "Is it sweet?" I nodded gently. After ingesting the dan, I began to experience a transformation within myself, sensing a gentle flow of ethereal energy coursing through my meridians. Moments later, all the meridians in his body were unblocked, and he began to rapidly reshape himself. To prevent the loss of this vital energy, he settled into a meditative position, gently closed his eyes, and commenced the practice of the unique technique he had devised in his previous life. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yaoyao contemplated, "The Yuan Huang scripture? Indeed, you have been reborn." Chapter 10. The third prince's visit. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu found himself still devoid of any leads. If all else failed, he would have to approach the Yin family. After all, Yin Yu was still alive and should possess some secrets regarding Songchen. As long as he could uncover the key, entry would be assured. Whether Yin Yu would divulge the information was not a concern for Jiang Yu. In the past, without any cultivation, he might have found it challenging to deal with Yin Yu. However, now he could simply seize her and extract the memories he needed. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Jiang Wei arrived once more at Jiang Yu's door. "Brother, the third prince has come to visit. Shall I let him in?" Jiang Yu paused at this revelation. The third prince sought him out? His mind raced with questions. Apart from a few childhood encounters, they had lost contact as they matured. What could the third prince possibly want? Despite his uncertainty, he instructed Jiang Wei to admit the royal visitor. After all, the third prince was a member of the royal family, and it would be prudent to meet him. If he could secure a recommendation for the upcoming ranking competition, it would save Jiang Yu considerable effort. In the guest room, Lin Yaoyao sensed the commotion and joined Jiang Yu in the living room. The moment the third prince beheld both Lin Yaoyao and Jiang Yu's entrance, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated their closeness, and Jiang Yu showed no inclination to conceal their association by bringing her along. The third prince's mind raced with various thoughts. He quickly rose and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the holy maiden." Lin Yaoyao cast a glance at the third prince and nodded calmly, treating it as a form of acknowledgement. The third prince, recognizing the significance of her status as the holy maiden of the three sacred lands, refrained from speaking further. Even his father would be cautious in her presence, let alone him, a mere prince. "Brother Jiang, I apologize for the abrupt visit and any disturbance it may have caused," the third prince began, producing an exquisite gift box from his storage ring and presenting it to Jiang Yu. "This is a longevity pill. I hope you will accept it graciously." Jiang Yu stared at the longevity pill for a moment. This item was quite valuable, although it held limited utility for cultivators. However, for commoners and nobles, it was a rare treasure capable of extending one's lifespan by a century. In the outside world, it would fetch a price starting at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and even then, its availability was scarce. The third prince truly knew how to present gifts, recognizing Jiang Yu's lack of cultivation and selecting this thoughtful offering. Clearly, the purpose of the third prince's visit was not trivial. Jiang Yu smiled and replied, "Your Highness, one should not accept favors without merit. It is already an honor for you to visit our Jiang residence, and to bestow such a generous gift is beyond our expectations." Lin Yaoyao, observing the polite exchange, rolled her eyes silently. In his past life, Jiang Yu had eliminated numerous princes of various dynasties. Now, witnessing a prince who was not even from the 72 dynasties treating him with such courtesy was somewhat disconcerting. It was evident that Jiang Yu had undergone significant changes since his rebirth. Nonetheless, seeing him in this light reassured Lin Yaoyao. In this life, they should not face the same threats. Even if danger arose, they would be better equipped to handle it. After some idle chatter, Jiang Yu discerned that the third prince's visit was indeed merely a social call aimed at strengthening ties. They reminisced about their childhood. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to inquire, "Your Highness, I have heard that the ranking competition is imminent. Has the list of participants been finalized?" The third prince paused, puzzled by Jiang Yu's curiosity. Did he wish to participate in the competition despite lacking cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, the third prince nodded. "The official list has been confirmed. We shall depart for the competition next month." Jiang Yu sighed. "I had hoped to participate as well, but alas, I missed the registration deadline. It is truly regrettable that I cannot represent the nation." The third prince's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Brother Jiang, you wish to join the competition?" But Yu He did not finish his thought, But the implication was clear. What could Jiang Yu accomplish without any cultivation? Jiang Yu understood the third prince's unspoken words and decided to reveal his cultivation level. Thanks to the Holy Maiden's blessings, I have been able to cultivate for quite some time. I simply chose not to disclose this information. The third prince was taken aback by the aura emanating from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's cultivation was merely a step away from the condensing Dan realm. He believed it would not be long before Jiang Yu achieved that breakthrough. Once he did, he would be a formidable contender in the upcoming ranking competition. The third prince marveled at Jiang Yu's ability to conceal his true strength. However, considering the Holy Maiden's assistance, this revelation was not entirely implausible. The Sacred Land's resources were profound, and they could easily resolve any issues Jiang Yu faced. The third prince then stated, "I will inform my father of this matter. After all, Brother Jiang is the eldest son of General Jiang. If you wish to bring honor to the nation, how could I neglect your aspirations? Leave this matter to me. Simply await my notification." Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy at the news. He had not anticipated that the registration issue would be resolved so easily. Based on the third prince's tone, it seemed he would be allowed direct entry to the competition venue. "I appreciate your assistance." The third prince waved dismissively. "This is a minor issue. I hope Brother Jiang can showcase the old general's prowess and secure an excellent ranking, bringing glory to the Yu dynasty." Jiang Yu nodded. "I will do my utmost." Once the third prince departed, Lin Yaoyao spoke up. "Why do you wish to participate in this competition?" Jiang Yu explained, "I seek entry into the Longyuan secret realm, where the Wadi Yanqi is located. It can significantly accelerate my cultivation." Lin Yaoyao paused. "If you wish to enter the Longyuan secret realm, just inform me, and I will assist you. There is no need to participate in the competition." Jiang Yu shook his head. "The Holy Maiden has already aided me sufficiently. This is something I must strive for on my own." Lin Yaoyao's expression soured at his response. "What do you mean by yours and mine? Your affairs are my affairs. This matter can be resolved with a single sentence. Why complicate things unnecessarily? Do you not want my help?" Chapter 11. Take care, saintess. Jiang Yu shook his head. "How could I dare to disdain the saintess? If I were to request her assistance, what would others think of me? After all, my father once participated in the ranking competition. I merely wish to rely on my own abilities to inherit his legacy." Lin Yaoyao looked at Jiang Yu, hesitating to speak, and ultimately sighed, choosing not to say more. This was clearly an excuse. She could not fathom what Jiang Yu was concerned about, nor why he resisted her help. Was he fearful of repeating the path of his past life? Yet now, they had both been reborn. With some caution, they could surely avoid such pitfalls. Although she was aware that Jiang Yu was destined to traverse a different path, pursued by various families and sacred places, did they not still have time to plan? Lin Yaoyao gazed earnestly at Jiang Yu. "You are not alone. You still have me. Do not bear the burden alone. If you find me bothersome, I shall take my leave." Her words were essentially forthright. It was now up to Jiang Yu whether he would be candid. Should he choose to be honest, she would take him back to the Holy Land, allowing her father to provide resources for his development, hastening his recovery of cultivation. Given Jiang Yu's innate talent, he would be able to reclaim his stature within a few years. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yu's mind raced. That Lin Yaoyao could utter such sentiments likely indicated she was aware of his rebirth. Yet he remained unwilling to acknowledge it. In his previous life, when he encountered Lin Yaoyao, he was utterly alone, free to act as he pleased. But now he had parents, a younger brother, and the Jiang family. He could not abandon them. If he were to acknowledge Lin Yaoyao, he would inevitably follow her back to the Tianhua Holy Land. With his talents, once he joined the Holy Land, he would soon establish a formidable reputation and acquire abundant resources. However, he would also easily attract unwanted attention, and most importantly, he would be marked by the Tianhua Holy Land. If he were to clash with others in the future, the Holy Land would also suffer. He did not wish to leave Lin Yaoyao homeless again. Alone, it would be more challenging for others to target him. He merely needed to ensure the safety of his family, and then he would have no worries. Yet joining the Tianhua Holy Land meant he could not simply allow them to change their sect and abandon their status as one of the three saints. As for opposing the Holy Land, that was hardly a feasible option. Most crucially, he had yet to ascertain how he had been reborn. He firmly believed in the existence of causal relationships in this world. The cause of his rebirth was too significant. He feared he could not bear the consequences. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu bowed to Lin Yaoyao. "Take care, saintess." Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao fell silent for a moment. "Have you made up your mind?" Jiang Yu repeated, "Take care, saintess." Lin Yaoyao's enchanting eyes glistened with tears at his words. She could not comprehend. Jiang Yu clearly knew who she was. Why did he refuse to acknowledge her? With a choked voice, she exclaimed, "You are being unreasonable. You know everything. You only bully me. I do not want to part ways with you. But why do you keep pushing me away?" In the past, he had always used his marital status to reject her. Now that he had no engagement, he still refused her. Upon returning, her first thought was to find him and prevent his marriage. Yet in the end, he still pushed her away. Why was this happening? She could not understand. She was at a loss. Lin Yaoyao's emotions had completely unraveled. Considering their connection that spanned a millennium, even a stone would have grown warm over such time. Jiang Yu gazed at Lin Yaoyao, his heart heavy with compassion. However, he could not yield. Should he soften his heart and allow her to remain by his side, this rebirth would be rendered meaningless. They were destined to perish again in the future. Even if by some stroke of luck they survived, they would be pursued daily. He did not wish to live such a life of wandering. Thus, he could only refuse. He needed to develop independently and quietly plan. Jiang Yu bowed once more. "Take care, saintess." He dared not linger, fearing his heart might relent. Yet upon turning away, he hesitated for a moment, sighing inwardly. He could not bear to be cruel and transmitted a message to Lin Yaoyao, Jinmen. After sending the message, he departed. Lin Yaoyao would surely understand his words. Initially, Lin Yaoyao was taken aback, unable to comprehend. All she knew was that Jiang Yu was trying to send her away. This realization led her to a breakdown. Tears streaming down her face in a heart-wrenching display. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, cascading down her cheeks, which bore a sorrowful expression. Her shoulders trembled as if bearing immense pain and endless despair. In the void, Lin Yuan observed his daughter in this state, clenching his fists tightly. This lad was heading down a narrow path. He was filled with a desire to eliminate Jiang Yu. His precious daughter was weeping. This was the first time he had witnessed her cry in such a manner. Initially, he had contemplated bringing Jiang Yu into the Tianhua Holy Land. But now that thought had vanished. This boy was far too ungrateful. Though he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident from their dialogue that his daughter and Jiang Yu had long been acquainted. Yet for reasons unknown, Jiang Yu continuously chose to avoid her. While Lin Yuan yearned to rid himself of Jiang Yu, he dared not act. He understood that his daughter's feelings for this boy ran deep. Should he take action, she would likely go mad. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan reassured himself. "Never mind, it's just a childish matter. I shall not interfere." As a man himself, he could perceive that Jiang Yu harbored feelings for his daughter, though it remained unclear what he was evading. Lin Yuan was confident of this, for his aura had remained fixed on Jiang Yu. He could easily discern whether the lad was lying. Jiang Yu's 3 utterances of "take care" were laden with emotional turmoil. Lin Yuan sighed as he approached his daughter. "Yaoyao, let us return home." Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Lin Yaoyao cast aside her concerns about how he had arrived, and all her pent-up grievances poured forth as she threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "Father, I feel so miserable." Lin Yuan patted her back gently. "Do not cry. We shall return to the Holy Land, and your mother will prepare your favorite snow chicken." Lin Yaoyao sniffled. "I do not wish to go back. I am unwilling." Lin Yuan comforted her. "Yaoyao, let us return first. Take some time to calm down and cultivate. Though I am unaware of what transpired between you, remember that strength is paramount in this world. If, after some time, you still feel unwell, I will help you bring this boy back. That should suffice, no?" Chapter 12. Winching upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao felt an inexplicable sense of comfort within her heart. With a playful smile, she replied, "However, I mentioned that I would help you in seizing a son-in-law myself. No worries if I cannot manage it. I shall have my father assist me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao felt a warmth envelop her heart. "He, you are the best father in the world." At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke up. "Yaoyao, that young man just conveyed a message to you." What did he mean by Golden Gate? Lin Yaoyao finally grasped the meaning behind his words. A wave of shock coursed through her and her pupils dilated. He knows. It is indeed him. With this thought, a faint smile graced Lin Yaoyao's lips. Father, it is nothing. Let's return home. Lin Yuan, observing his daughter's demeanor, instantly understood. This must be their private signal. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao also came to a realization. It was indeed time to leave for a while. Since Jiang Yu had consistently kept his distance, he must have his own reasons. She had contemplated forcibly bringing him back, but after calming down, she relinquished that idea. She had been too impulsive previously, overlooking a crucial issue. Their rebirth implied that the timeline had already shifted. Should she stubbornly attempt to alter the timeline, it could attract the attention of powerful beings. Once the cosmic balance was disrupted, both she and Jiang Yu would be exposed. With this clarity, her heart felt considerably lighter, having been granted a second chance at life. It was only right to spend time with her parents. In her previous life, she longed to be with them, but had no opportunity. Now that she had returned, it was time to cherish their company. After all, the road ahead was long. Moreover, upon her return, she could reach out to certain individuals to assist Jiang Yu in laying the groundwork for the future. Father, let us return. I wish to feast on 10 snow chickens. Lin Yuan jested. 10? Your mother will surely be exhausted. Lin Yaoyao, upon hearing this, conceded, extending her palm. Then make it 5. Lin Yuan erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Let us return first. You can discuss it with your mother. With that, Lin Yuan tore through the void, bringing Lin Yaoyao back to the Heavenly Hua sacred land. Upon her return, Lin Yaoyao scampered off to find her mother. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan addressed the void, instructing, dispatch a shadow guard to protect that young man. If it is not a life-and-death crisis, there is no need to intervene, but I require daily reports of his activities. A voice from the void responded, understood, sovereign. Lin Yuan added, by the way, also investigate his family circumstances and the matters concerning the Dayu dynasty. Did his parents not vanish? Look into that as well. The reason Lin Yuan chose to protect Jiang Yu was that he did not wish to see his daughter in distress. Should his daughter ever desire to seek out Jiang Yu, and he were to suddenly perish, it would surely devastate Yao Yao. Furthermore, he held a flicker of anticipation regarding Jiang Yu's future and was curious about what secrets the young man harbored that led him to continually reject Yao Yao. Inquiring about the Jiang family was also a means to prepare for future contingencies, aiming to resolve Jiang Yu's trouble sooner, thus ensuring his daughter's happiness. 3 days later, in the Dayu dynasty at the Yin family estate. At this moment, the elders of the Yin family sat solemnly in the grand hall, their expressions grave. Have we gathered all the information? A middle-aged man replied from below. Elders, it appears that the saintess has not been seen in the Jiang family lately. She may have already departed. As for their relationship, we have yet to ascertain. Hearing this, the Yin family elder furrowed his brows. This matter is difficult to resolve. Our Yin family has become a laughingstock in the Dayu dynasty. If we do not handle it properly, it may tarnish our reputation. At that moment, a younger member suggested, what if we secretly eliminate Jiang Yu? As long as he is gone and we acquire their heavenly tier techniques, we would suffer no loss. After all, our goal is merely the Jiang family's heavenly tier techniques. Upon hearing this, the elder shot a glance at the young man. Whose offspring are you? The young man, thinking his suggestion had been well received, cheerfully declared, Elder, I am a distant relative from the 3rd branch. The elder nodded, from the 3rd branch. Expel him from the Yin family. Do not let him drag us down. Who brought this fool into our family meeting? The young man, realizing he had been directly addressed, became flustered. Elder, why must I be expelled from the Yin family? Have I committed an error? However, his cries went unheard, as the elders regarded him with disdain. The family guards entered and dragged him away, swiftly silencing him. Moments later, the hall fell silent once more. The Yin family elder continued, Does anyone have any further suggestions? The others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. After all, the last individual to propose an idea had been expelled from the family, and they did not dare to voice their opinions lightly. After waiting for a moment and seeing no one offer a suggestion, the elder sighed. He had not anticipated that the Yin family would be devoid of any voices of counsel. Reluctantly, he waved his hand, dismissed a bunch of useless beings. During this time, keep a close watch on your kin. Should I discover anyone misbehaving, Do not blame me for lacking compassion." With that, those in the hall swiftly departed. After the meeting concluded, the Yin family elder disguised himself and made his way to the residence of the current prime minister. Upon entering the study, he found the prime minister winching, engrossed in painting. The elder could only wait patiently, refraining from interrupting. After approximately 2 hours, Winching set down his brush, admiring his recent work with a satisfied nod. After storing away his painting, he turned to the Yin family elder. "What brings you here?" The Yin family elder respectfully replied, "Lord One, you have likely heard about the recent events concerning our Yin family. I have come to seek your guidance on how we should proceed. Should we continue our efforts against Jiang's estate, or let it be?" Winching, unhurried, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, savoring a sip with an expression of enjoyment, exclaiming, "Excellent tea. Would you care to try some?" The Yin family elder, taken aback, thought to himself, how can Winching remain so calm? After all, he was the mastermind behind the schemes targeting the Jiang family. It was he who had deceived Jiang's parents into the abyss of 9 ghosts. The marriage arrangement was also orchestrated by Winching. If Jiang Yu were to truly align himself with the Heavenly Hua sacred land and learn the truth, could he possibly spare the Yin family? Even now, when the situation is dire, Winching still has the leisure to enjoy tea. "Lord One, I am unworthy of your tea." Winching chuckled lightly. "Do you harbor resentment?" The Yin family elder, alarmed, hastily waved his hands. "I dare not. I dare not." Winching calmly replied, "I'm already aware of the situation. There is no need for you to panic. Have Yin Yu apologize and stabilize Jiang Yu. Do not let him delve deeper. Apologize as necessary. Let him decide how to deal with Yin Yu. When the time is right, once I have gathered sufficient information, I shall take action against the Jiang family." The Yin family elder, momentarily stunned, replied, "But this means Yin Yu will be rendered useless. Being the eldest daughter, she should possess the awareness." Winching regarded the Yin family elder with a steady gaze. After a brief silence, the Yin family elder conceded, "I understand. Winching, rest assured, after the Jiang family has completely vanished, I shall provide the Yin family with a suitable compensation." Chapter 13. Echoes in the Air. The Jiang family manor at this moment. Anguished cries resonated from the small courtyard, emanating from Jiang Wei. "Brother, must I really squat? I fail to comprehend the utility of this horse stance. I have long surpassed the age for martial training. Is it not too late for me to begin now? Brother, what have I done to displease you? Just tell me directly. Must you torment me so?" After enduring an hour in the horse stance, Jiang Wei was on the verge of collapse. Yet, every time he contemplated stopping, a fierce sword aura would manifest in Jiang Yu's hand, slicing perilously close to his groin, startling him into alertness. "Sister-in-law has left. Do not take your frustrations out on me. Look at you. Your wife is such a beauty, a saintess with wealth and influence. She could spare you centuries of toil. I truly do not understand why you would drive her away. If it were me, I would have supported her wholeheartedly." Jiang Yu, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly narrowed his eyes in response to this remark, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You think that sounds clever, do you? If you wish to avoid the horse stance, fine. Starting tomorrow, you shall wield your sword instead. 1,000 swings each day, miss even one, and I shall deliver a blow to your second brother. Do not worry. My skills ensure you shall not be left without heirs. This way, you can remain blissfully ignorant, saving me the trouble of watching you wreak havoc upon other maidens." As for his younger brother, Jiang Wei was a typical second-generation rich kid, heedless of parental guidance, often seen gallivanting with a rowdy crowd. Yet, Jiang Yu found solace in the fact that, despite his brother's frivolous behavior, he had not engaged in any truly nefarious deeds. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Wei quickly pleaded for mercy. "Ah, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly lack any talent for cultivation. A forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet. Did you not say this yourself?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "As for sweetness, I cannot say, but it certainly quenches thirst. I too lack talent for cultivation, yet here I am, able to cultivate now. Rest assured, brother, I will not harm you. Establish a solid foundation, and it will not be long before I enable you to begin your training. Moreover, only you and I can employ this method of cultivation. Once you succeed, you shall traverse the world at will. Jiang Wei paused, momentarily skeptical, suspecting his brother was painting an unrealistic picture. How could it be that only they possessed a method of cultivation? Nevertheless, the temptation of Jiang Yu's proposition was undeniable. If he could cultivate, he would roam the world, relishing local customs. With this thought, Jiang Wei's motivation surged. All right, I shall strive diligently. Brother, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Originally, Jiang Yu intended to continue persuading Jiang Wei to focus on his foundation, but he was taken aback by his brother's newfound determination. Very well then, put forth your best effort. However, as soon as Jiang Yu's words fell, Jiang Wei raised his hand. Brother, I wish to visit the Chunfeng building. I have an appointment. I shall inform them that I do not plan to go out for a while and will focus on my training. Jiang Yu, shaking his head in resignation, replied, Go ahead, but take care. With his brother's permission, Jiang Wei gleefully exclaimed, Brother, will you accompany me? There are many beauties within, albeit not as stunning as sister-in-law. It's still pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, tonight, we have the first songstress of the Dayu Empire performing. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest. Just be cautious while you are out. In the face of danger, prioritize your survival. Jiang Yu held no interest in the so-called songstress. Even if she were the finest in the entire continent, he would remain indifferent. In his past life, he had slain many who were deemed the best. He had eliminated dozens of beauties listed as the most alluring. The empress of the third-ranked Dayan dynasty, renowned for her beauty, had met the same fate at his hands. For Jiang Yu, who had been pursued relentlessly for 1,000 years, there existed only the distinction between the living and the dead. All beautiful appearances were mere illusions. Had he truly been enamored with beauty, he would have long since consumed Lin Yaoyao. Jiang Wei patted his chest confidently. Brother, you need not worry. I have memorized all the escape techniques you taught me since childhood. That evening, at the Chunfeng building, Jiang Wei entered alongside his friends. The splendid architecture greeted their eyes, adorned with intricate carvings and elegant pavilions. In the grand hall, the songstresses played pipa and guzheng, their melodious voices lingering in the air. Guests gathered, enjoying the performances while indulging in wine and merriment, laughter echoing throughout. Some renowned women of the Chunfeng building had their own private chambers, exquisitely decorated with valuable paintings, incense burners, and screens. Guests wishing to spend time alone with their favorite companions were required to pay a fee. They could engage in games, compose poetry, or share their innermost thoughts, showcasing both talent and charm, though deeper interactions required additional payment. With sufficient funds, the performers would willingly offer themselves. Upon noticing Jiang Wei and his friends, the matron of the establishment approached with an ingratiating demeanor. Ah, esteemed young masters, you have finally arrived. Today, we have a new batch of talented ladies, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you like to summon them to showcase their talents? One of Jiang Wei's chubby companions, upon hearing this, brightened up. Quick, bring them all in. The matron smiled. Certainly, young Master Li. I will arrange it for you right away. Soon, 6 uniquely styled girls entered the room where Jiang Wei and his friends were gathered. Greetings, young masters. Li Taotao rubbed his hands in excitement at the sight of the girls. Oh, splendid. Brothers, I shall pick first. Seeing Li Taotao's eagerness, the others merely shook their heads, unwilling to compete with him. Li Taotao approached a girl holding a flute and quietly asked about her skills. The girl shyly giggled. Just like the sound of the flute in my hands, the melodies I produce linger in the air, offering you unparalleled joy. I possess a modicum of cultivation. Should you be willing to part with some spirit stones, I can provide you an experience of bliss that transcends realms, allowing you to feel like a celestial being. Li Taotao laughed heartily, an inexplicable light gleaming in his eyes. Excellent. I am willing to pay for knowledge. You shall be the one, haha. Chapter 14. The broken defenses of Jiang Wei after selecting. Li Taotao embraced the girl and settled down beside her. The others also chose their preferred companions. However, Jiang Wei furrowed his brows. This simply wouldn't he do. Were there no other options? He demanded a new selection. Although these girls were not unattractive, Jiang Wei was unwilling to settle. After all, this might be his last chance to enjoy himself for some time. While he might not partake in the pleasures of the flesh, at the very least, he desired an aesthetically pleasing companion. Upon hearing his request, the matron chuckled. Young Master Jiang, there are more options. Allow me to summon another group. When the second batch of 5 girls entered, Jiang Wei shook his head once more. Bring in another group. Yet, even after the third and fourth groups, he remained unsatisfied. Li Taodao interjected, Jiang, it's time to settle. You put the matron through enough trouble. Jiang Wei huffed. As a man, I can compromise on many things, but not when it comes to visiting a brothel. After sending away another group of girls, the matron began to lament. Oh dear, young Master Jiang, we've nearly exhausted our selection here at Chunjiang Tower. If you truly find them unappealing, we are at a loss. Surely, you wouldn't have me summon the courtesans? They are generally not available to clients. Jiang Wei paused at her words. Summoning courtesans was indeed out of the question. They adhered to their own strict rules and rarely entertained clients. Yet, he felt a sense of frustration. Was there truly nothing else? The matron hesitated before suggesting. There are some girls available, but they lack training and may not be very obedient. If you insist, I can have them prepared for you. However, even if you don't find them to your liking, a fee will be required. Understanding her terms, Jiang Wei nodded. I comprehend the rules. 10 inferior spirit stones per girl. Then let them come and present themselves. The matron smiled. Very well. Please wait a moment while I have them wash and prepare themselves nicely. After half an hour, 3 girls entered the room, each more stunning than the last, even possessing the potential to become courtesans. The others' eyes widened, filled with regret for their earlier choices. Jiang, these are all beauties. You're in luck. If I were you, I would take them all. It wouldn't cost much at all. However, Jiang Wei's mind went blank. To his astonishment, he recognized one of the girls. Most absurdly, she was the very embodiment of his ideal, Yu Miao Miao. Jiang Wei's father had once sought her hand in marriage. Their family had agreed, yet Yu Miao Miao had defiantly refused, insisting she would only marry for love, never compromising for the sake of a family union. In desperation, Jiang Wei's father had urged him to let go of his affections. Yet, Jiang Wei never imagined he would find her here. The Yu family was a noble lineage. How had she fallen to such depths? Upon catching sight of Jiang Wei, Yu Miao Miao's expression shifted, though she quickly masked it. With a delicate voice, she greeted, Good day, young master. Hearing her call him young master felt surreal and deeply ironic. The woman who once threatened to end her life for love now stood in a brothel. Jiang Wei pointed at Yu Miao Miao, declaring, I want her. The matron responded eagerly. Ah, young Master Jiang, it seems you've finally found someone to your taste. I shall keep her for you. Enjoy your time. This is Miao Miao's first appointment, so please be gentle with her. If she fails to attend to your needs, do let me know, and I will apologize on her behalf. Jiang Wei numbly nodded. Once the matron exited with the remaining 2 girls, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. It was not only Jiang Wei who recognized Yu Miao Miao. Li Taodao had made the connection as well. Aware of the history between Jiang Wei and Yu Miao Miao, he stood up and suggested to the others, Brothers, let us change rooms and leave this one to Jiang. Puzzled, the others complied, sensing the tension in Jiang Wei's demeanor, and soon departed with their companions. As the room settled into silence with only Jiang Wei and Yu Miao Miao remaining, she calmly stated, Young Master Jiang, this is my first time attending to a client. Chunjiang Pavilion requires 100 inferior spirit stones. Should you wish to visit frequently, I can offer you a discount. Jiang Wei gazed at Yu Miao Miao, lost in thought, murmuring, 100 inferior spirit stones. 100 inferior spirit stones. His father's bride price had exceeded 1,000,000 inferior spirit stones, not to mention other treasures. If one were to calculate based on the price for companionship, the bride price alone could secure Yu Miao Miao as future. How utterly ironic. Jiang Wei took her hand, asking, Why are you here? Is someone forcing you? Just tell me, and I will pay your ransom. As he felt her soft hand, it was the first time he had ever held it. In the past, Yu Miao Miao would have likely pulled away, and part of him even hoped she would reject him. If she did, it would indicate she was still the same Yu Miao Miao he once knew. However, Yu Miao Miao showed no resistance. She allowed him to hold her hand. Calmly, she replied, I came here voluntarily. No one is forcing me. Hearing this, Jiang Wei felt as if the sky were falling. His beloved had become this. Once a devoted man, he had poured all his efforts into pursuing Yu Miao Miao, even seeking advice from Jiang Yu. Yet, he never imagined that all his sincere intentions would come to naught. After his failed courtship, he had descended into indulgence in brothels. I don't believe you. You're lying. You can't be here willingly. Yet, Yu Miao Miao remained unfazed, slowly beginning to remove her garments. As she did, she stated, I am indeed willing. 100 inferior spirit stones for companionship. Will you pay that for me, young Master Jiang? Jiang Wei was utterly devastated by the sight of Yu Miao Miao. I don't want this. I refuse. Leave. Yet Yu Miao Miao softly declared, I am willing to give you my first time. It is better than offering it to someone unknown. If you do not want me, I will leave. Chapter 15. The unavailable treasure. Jiang Wei's already battered heart was once again plunged into despair. This pain was more excruciating than death itself. The thought of pushing Yu Miao Miao away now meant relinquishing her to another. Yet, keeping her close left him in a state of emotional turmoil. He lamented that he should never have ventured out to witness the first diva. He would have preferred to remain blissfully ignorant, with Yu Miao Miao forever illuminating his heart. As he gazed at Yu Miao Miao, who had donned her garments and was about to depart, he hastily grasped her wrist. Will you accompany me to the Jiang residence? I shall redeem you. Yu Miao Miao replied coolly, You cannot redeem me. They will not release me. She reiterated, 100 low-grade spirit stones. If you desire, I shall undress. If not, I shall take my leave. Please do not waste my time, young Master Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei quickly affirmed, I want them. Do not leave. I will provide the 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yu Miao Miao nodded, very well. She began to remove her clothing. However, halfway through, Jiang Wei halted her. No need to undress. Tonight, I merely wish for your company. I shall seek you again tomorrow night. Yu Miao Miao shook her head. That will not do. A deal is a deal. If you pay, I must attend to you. Matters of tomorrow can wait. If you pay and I remain untouched, the matron will cause me trouble for inadequate service. Jiang Wei paused, ceasing his struggle and allowing Yu Miao Miao to dictate the terms. The night passed in silence. Jiang Wei looked down at the crimson stains on the sheets, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was her first time, and his as well. Though he often frequented brothels, he had never partaken, always reserving a place in his heart for Yu Miao Miao. His father's strictness had kept him from indulging, and after his father's disappearance, he lost the inclination altogether. Though inexperienced, he had overheard friends discuss such matters. He sensed Yu Miao Miao's awkwardness, yet she endeavored to please him, intensifying his discomfort. After her departure, Jiang Wei sought out the matron immediately. I wish to redeem that girl from yesterday. How much silver is required? The matron paused, taken aback. Young Master Jiang, please do not jest. Our Miao Miao is not for sale. No one can redeem her. If you fancy another girl, however, I can facilitate that. Even a courtesan. Jiang Wei questioned, why not Yu Miao Miao? The matron sighed, oh, young Master Jiang, please do not put me in a difficult position. This is an order from above. I must adhere to the rules. I cannot sell Miao Miao. Jiang Wei fell silent, asking, not even for money? The matron shook her head, indicating that the matter was not negotiable. At that moment, Jiang Wei produced a pouch of spirit stones and offered it to the matron. Here are 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the foreseeable future, I will take care of you, Miao Miao. This should suffice. He felt helpless had his father been alive. He could have leveraged the old general's reputation to pressure the matron. But now, the Jiang family consisted only of him and Jiang Yu. He dared not cause trouble and could only resort to purchasing Yu Miao Miao as freedom. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. If he had authority or strength, would such circumstances have arisen? The matron's face lit up upon receiving the spirit stones. No problem at all. During this period, Miao Miao will belong solely to you. It is indeed fortunate for her to meet you. Jiang Wei cautioned. During this time, she must not entertain other guests. The matron smiled and assured him, rest assured, young Master Jiang, we are people of principle. As long as you do not redeem her, everything will be agreeable. Upon returning to the Jiang estate, Jiang Wei, in a daze, made his way to Jiang Yu's courtyard. Jiang Yu, surprised by his brother's demeanor, queried, what happened to you after just one night out? Brother, it's nothing. I came to practice swordplay, Jiang Wei replied, shaking his head. He did not wish to burden Jiang Yu with his troubles, for sharing would bring no resolution, only added distress. You cannot focus on swordplay with your mind elsewhere. Speak of what transpired. If you prefer silence, at least adjust your mood. You cannot practice in this state. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wei finally recounted the events of the previous day. Jiang Yu was astonished. You encountered Yu Miao Miao in a brothel? Jiang Wei was surprised that Jiang Yu still remembered her after all these years. Yes, brother, you recall her? At that moment, Jiang Yu's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Yu Miao Miao was no ordinary woman. He had heard much of her reputation in his past life, known as the heartless sorceress. Her cultivation had already reached the quasi-saint level, mere steps away from the sacred realm. She had earned this title due to her peculiar penchant for ruthlessly killing any man she encountered who had visited a brothel. Without the slightest hesitation, she bore a profound disdain for men, eliminating any she deemed unsatisfactory. Furthermore, during a period of extensive purging within the Dayu Empire, she had mercilessly slain more than 2/3 of its nobility. The reasons behind her rampage remained a mystery. Jiang Yu could hardly believe that he had received news of Yu Miao Miao from Jiang Wei. Even more astonishing was that Jiang Wei had once urged their father to propose marriage. Had Jiang Wei not mentioned it, Jiang Yu might have forgotten entirely. It seemed that Yu Miao Miao had not yet succumbed to darkness. If he could rescue her and nurture her potential, she could become a significant ally in the future, especially given her quasi-saint pinnacle status. With this thought, Jiang Yu turned to Jiang Wei. Do you wish to save Yu Miao Miao? Without hesitation, Jiang Wei nodded yes. But it seems we have no means. They refuse to allow redemption. Jiang Yu affirmed, very well. If you desire it, I will assist you. Leave this matter to me. During this time, you should deepen your connection with Miao Miao, foster your relationship, and engage in meaningful exchanges. Jiang Wei mused. Deepen exchanges? Very well. I understand. But, brother, is it truly feasible? Jiang Yu patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy. As long as you cultivate your bond with her, leave the rest to me. Seeing Jiang Yu's earnest demeanor, Jiang Wei stood up. I shall seek her out now. If anything arises, brother, just inform me. I will fully cooperate. Jiang Yu frowned at his brother's impatience. This young man was too eager, for nurturing a relationship required patience. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, the meaning he sought to convey differed entirely from Jiang Wei's understanding. This deeper exchange was not what Jiang Wei envisioned. In the coming days, Yu Miao Miao would likely endure considerable trials. Chapter 16. The visit from the Yin family not long after Jiang Weigong's departure. The butler, Zhang Bo, hurried in. Young master, visitors from the Yin family have arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Visitors? Who has come? Zhang Bo explained, a large group, and they're causing quite a disturbance. What do they want? Jiang Yu mused, raising an eyebrow. Under normal circumstances, the Yin family should be keeping their distance at this time. I never expected them to come knocking on our door. Surely, they aren't foolish enough to seek trouble with us. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu instructed, let them in. Zhang Bo cautioned, but young master, if we allow them entry now, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. They are numerous, and their abilities surpass those of our guards. If they were to act against you, what will we do? Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. I will prepare some items. Just have them wait in the living room. With a sigh, Zhang Bo bowed and proceeded to invite the Yin family members inside. Approximately 15 minutes later, they had gathered in the Jiang family's living room. However, Jiang Yu showed no intention of making an appearance. The head of the Yin family was visibly displeased. Some of the younger members could not contain their impatience. Is Jiang Yu trying to toy with us? It's been so long, and he still hasn't come out. Despite us visiting, he doesn't even have the courtesy to greet us, making us wait indefinitely. Hearing this, the head of the Yin family did not argue, as he too struggled to comprehend the elders' decision to send them to apologize. Why must they be the ones to humble themselves? What he found most intolerable was the expectation that they would offer their daughter to seek Jiang Yu's forgiveness. He glanced at the bound Yin Yu, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. After another half hour, Jiang Yu still had not appeared, and resentment simmered among the Yin family members. "Chief, perhaps we should leave. The Jiang family clearly does not regard us. We have waited so long without even a simple reception or a cup of tea. What do they mean by this? Do they believe themselves to be the same Jiang family as before?" The family head, while equally frustrated, remembered the elder's instructions. This matter must be resolved. He took a deep breath. "We wait until he chooses to appear. Have someone go and urge their butler." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu slowly entered through the main door. The reason he had left them waiting was to prepare certain items, just in case they were to act rashly. Upon seeing Yin Yu bound, he immediately understood their intentions. Jiang Yu approached the head of the Yin family with a cold smile. "Should I address you as father-in-law or head of the Yin family?" The head of the Yin family was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure. "Nephew, although we have our differences, if you are still willing to marry my daughter Yin Yu, I would be honored to be your father-in-law. Such a high regard is unwarranted, as your family's rules are notoriously strict." After saying this, Jiang Yu turned to Yin Yu. "Isn't that right?" Yin Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. She had already resigned herself to her fate. Entering the Jiang family today meant there would be no favorable outcome. If Jiang Yu were to take an interest in her, the best she could hope for would be to become his captive, subjected to his whims without any hope of reputation. If he found her undesirable, her fate would likely be death, for she had lost all value to her family. Without her cultivation, she was even less than an ordinary clan member. As for familial ties, they held no significance in their world. With her beloved already dead and lacking the ability to seek vengeance, she felt that death would be a release. Rather than wallow in impotent rage or vent her frustrations at Jiang Yu, she preferred a swift end. Seeing Yin Yu's emotionless face, Jiang Yu felt a pang of disinterest. He had expected her to be as arrogant as in his previous life, perhaps demanding vengeance for Song Chun. Instead, she showed no inclination to resist. Perhaps the Yin family had trained her too well. The head of the Yin family, upon hearing Jiang Yu's taunts, interjected, "Nephew, this is all a misunderstanding. At the wedding, you intended to jest with you, but you took it seriously. Our family does not adhere to such rigid customs. We are quite open and friendly. Moreover, if you is to marry you, it would be under your family's customs." Jiang Yu shook his head in response. He had no desire to engage in their trivialities. There was no possibility for reconciliation with the Yin family, as they were the root cause of the tragic downfall of the Jiang family in his past life. His parents had been deceived into a trap by them. Though they were not the masterminds, they were complicit. Jiang Yu saw no reason to spare them, nor did he wish to indulge in their pleasantries. "Head of the Yin family, we both know the circumstances. There is no need to revisit the matter of marriage. State your purpose for visiting the Jiang family plainly." As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, the smile faded from the head of the Yin family's face. He anticipated that Jiang Yu would be so difficult to deceive. Realizing there was no need to feign civility, he stated, "We have come primarily to apologize on behalf of you. I can return her to you, and how you choose to deal with her is your decision. The betrothal gifts you previously provided have been retrieved, and I bring with me 1/3 of the cleansing jade as a token of our apology." Jiang Yu was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the Yin family would offer such a substantial compensation. What were their true intentions? He had assumed they would only issue an apology and return the betrothal gifts. He expected them to present cleansing jade as well. Were it not for their past misdeeds, he might have believed in their sincerity. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu replied, "Keep the items. I will consider the marriage as if it never occurred." Chapter 17. Soul-searching and unexpected discoveries. Jiang Yu's statement did not imply that he would let the Yin family off the hook in the future. He had made it abundantly clear that he would not concern himself with the matter of marriage. However, he did not indicate that he would overlook their treachery against his parents. Since they had willingly delivered the coveted item to him, he saw no reason to refuse. Although he had no use for the soul-cleansing jade, it could still benefit Jiang Wei. With this jade, Jiang Yu could procure some medicinal herbs to assist Jiang Wei in unblocking his meridians and embarking on the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yin family sighed with relief. As long as Jiang Yu agreed, his mission would be deemed successful. Even more gratifying was the realization that Jiang Yu seemed indifferent to his daughter. This meant he could take her back. Although Yin Yu had been rendered useless, Her status, as the eldest daughter, still held some significance. While she could not be married off to a family of equal standing, he could arrange for Jiang Yu to wed someone loyal to the Yin family, thus winning hearts and allegiances. Ah, my dear nephew, your willingness to accept our apologies is most fortuitous, especially considering the excellent rapport our families once shared. We must continue to strengthen our ties and maintain communication. Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, we shall take our leave. Just as the head of the Yin family was about to depart, Jiang Yu interjected. Jiang Yu will stay. The head of the Yin family paused, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, dear nephew? Jiang Yu replied slowly. I wish for her to remain here for a few days as a maidservant. I hope to witness her sincerity in apologizing. Is that too much to ask? The head of the Yin family fell silent for a moment. To serve as a maid meant to be in attendance, which would likely hinder Jiang Yu's chances of marrying in the future. Yet, he found it difficult to refuse. Serving for a few days was certainly preferable to losing her life. At worst, the Yin family could suppress the news and arrange for her to marry into another dynasty. Of course, let my daughter remain and offer her sincere apologies. After the Yin family departed, Jiang Yu turned to Jiang Yu and instructed, Come with me to my chamber. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. Jiang Yu was entirely unconcerned by her reaction. He had retained her for a reason. He intended to search her soul, hoping to uncover information regarding the key to Songchun. Once they entered the room, Jiang Yu swiftly knocked Jiang Yu unconscious and initiated the soul-searching process. Half an hour later, having concluded the search, he employed a secret technique to erase her memories from that period. He then unceremoniously cast Jiang Yu out of the room. As for any notions of cherishing her, those were entirely absent. He had spared her life merely because he did not wish to confront the Yin family directly. Otherwise, she would have perished countless times over. At this moment, Jiang Yu was meticulously reviewing the memories gleaned from Jiang Yu. After examining the recollections pertaining to Songchun, he furrowed his brow. Although he found no information about the key, the Songchun depicted in Jiang Yu's memories struck him as peculiar. His facial expressions were oddly rigid. Jiang Yu had never seen him smile. Even during their intimate moments, Songchun's face remained stiff, resembling that of a puppet. Had Jiang Yu not encountered Songchun in his previous life, he might not have detected such anomalies. Jiang Yu murmured, Could it be that Songchun is a puppet? Though the likelihood of Songchun still being alive was slim, Jiang Yu felt a nagging sense of unease. The more he scrutinized the memories, the stranger Songchun appeared. Hardly resembling a human being, if this Songchun were indeed a puppet, it might imply that the true Songchun was still alive. This thought caused Jiang Yu a headache. If that individual were not dead, locating him would prove to be quite a challenge. Moreover, he would likely enter the Longyuan secret realm, where he would be absorbed by the Huatian pool, rendering Jiang Yu's efforts futile. No, he must find that fellow. After repeatedly reviewing Jiang Yu's memories, Jiang Yu's sense of unease intensified. At that moment, he formed hand seals and began to cast a divination spell. To his astonishment, however, his divination was obstructed. The results manifested as a dense gray fog, devoid of any clarity or guidance. Although Jiang Yu's cultivation level was currently low, preventing him from pinpointing Songchun's precise location, he should still have been able to discern a general direction. The appearance of this gray fog obscured all information. Such a phenomenon could only be achieved through one of three means. First, Songchun's cultivation level was significantly higher, rendering him undetectable. Second, Songchun possessed a treasure capable of blocking divination. Or third, he was under the protection of a powerful ally. Among these possibilities, the first seemed the least plausible. In his previous life, when Jiang Yu had confronted Songchun, the latter had only been at the late stage of the transformation realm, even lower than Jiang Yu's current cultivation. The second and third options remained feasible. That young man had always enjoyed good fortune, making it entirely reasonable for him to have a protector. Jiang Yu murmured, if a powerful being is safeguarding him, that could pose a problem. Although he could not ascertain Songchun's exact location, this divination had confirmed one crucial fact. Songchun was still alive. If he had perished, the gray fog would not have manifested. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu realized he currently lacked a suitable approach to address the situation and decided to set it aside for the time being. If Song Chun truly entered the Long Yuan secret realm, Jiang Yu would inform the major royal families of the news regarding the Huatian pool, leading to Song Chen's eventual pursuit. While these dynasties would likely be powerless against him, at least they would be inconvenienced for a time, preventing him from progressing without hindrance. Once Jiang Yu's cultivation was restored to the level of a lesser saint and he acquired the celestial compass, he would seek Song Chun again. With the celestial compass in hand, evading him would become nearly impossible. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave within the Yulin Valley, an elder within Song Chen's body mused, "Chinner, someone is divining your location. We cannot remain here any longer." Engrossed in his cultivation, Song Chun was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. What? Could it be that saintess? The elder shook his head. It does not seem likely. I sense that the individual's cultivation is not high, perhaps around the core formation stage. If it were the saintess, they would not have retreated so easily. Song Chun, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. Core formation? I do not believe I have wronged anyone during my previous outings. If I had, it would likely be only the saintess. The elder suggested, regardless of who it may be, it would be prudent for us to relocate for the time being. In 10 days, your avatar will be fully formed, and we can venture forth to test the waters then. If they aim to target you, they will surely act again. Chapter 18. The astonished third prince Song Chun nodded, his mind occupied with recent experiences. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself perplexed as to whom might be targeting him. Typically, when he ventured out, he would avoid offending those of higher cultivation or noble lineage. In the presence of the powerful, he would always act with humility, preferring to endure momentary grievances rather than attract attention. His earlier offense against Lin Yaoyao at the Yin family wedding was purely due to ignorance of her true identity. Had he known she was a saintess, he would have likely turned and fled rather than speak out. Who could possibly wish to harm me? After considerable reflection, Song Chun mentally reviewed all the cultivators he had encountered, yet he could not identify the culprit. Suddenly, the visage of Jiang Yu emerged in his thoughts. Could it be that young man? This notion sparked doubt within him. Was it conceivable that Jiang Yu, realizing he had been wronged, was now targeting him? Logically, Jiang Yu should be unaware of his existence unless Yuan Yu had disclosed it, but surely she would not share such information willingly. Even if he had learned of it, Jiang Yu had witnessed Song Chen's defeat at the hands of the saintess. Thus, there would be little reason for him to linger on the matter. If someone were to be targeted, it should be the Yin family or Yuan Yu herself. Moreover, he had heard that Jiang Yu lacked any cultivation and had no backing within the Great Yu dynasty. How could he possibly discern my situation? This left him baffled. However, if Jiang Yu was not the one, Song Chun struggled to comprehend who else he might have offended. Although aware of Jiang Yu's current lack of cultivation, he dared not underestimate him. After all, Jiang Yu had allied himself with the saintess, making his path to cultivation potentially swift. Once my clone is formed, I shall test him. If it truly is him, I must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, he may become a future threat. A voice within Song Chen's mind cautioned, "Chinner, cease your thoughts and change your location." Song Chen inquired, "Master, do you have a recommended place? I am not familiar with this area." Proceed westward. There lies a small stream. To the right of the stream is a concealed area that requires the dismantling of a barrier to access. Once you arrive, I shall instruct you on how to breach this barrier. Upon hearing this, Song Chen nodded and swiftly gathered his belongings within the cave, erasing all traces of his presence and creating the illusion of a beast's lair. 10 days later, the third prince personally visited the Jiang residence to inform Jiang Yu of the upcoming imperial ranking competition. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Yu's face brightened with a smile. "Your Highness, there is no need for you to come in person. A messenger would suffice." The third prince waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. I wish to convey this news personally. Additionally, my father has something to bestow upon you, which should not pass through another's hands." With that, the third prince carefully produced a delicate jade vial from his storage ring and presented it to Jiang Yu. This elixir, known as the Gilded Pill, will enable you to directly break through to the condensation realm. When the time comes for the competition, your performance will be significantly enhanced. This is a gift personally instructed by my father. Jiang Yu gazed at the jade vial, astonishment flickering across his face. He had never anticipated that the royal family could procure such a precious pill, although the gilded pill seemed rather ordinary to him. It was a rare treasure within the Great Yu dynasty, its value comparable to the Yin family's cleansing jade. He was acutely aware of the current state of the royal family, which had been marginalized. While they retained their title, the actual power resided predominantly with Wenqing. For them to offer such a pill at this juncture indicated their regard for him. However, to the third prince's surprise, Jiang Yu shook his head, declining the pill. "Your Highness, this elixir is far too valuable. Please take it back. I no longer require the gilded pill." With that, Jiang Yu unleashed his aura, revealing that he had already advanced to the second level of the condensation realm. The third prince was taken aback. How little time had passed, and Jiang Yu had reached such a level. This pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. How had he achieved this? It is well known that for an ordinary person to progress from the peak of the transcendence realm to the second level of the condensation realm, it typically requires at least a year, even for the most talented individuals with ample resources. For those with slower cultivation speeds or lacking resources, achieving such a breakthrough is exceedingly difficult, let alone advancing further. Some remain trapped at the peak of the transcendence realm for their entire lives. Yet, Jiang Yu had accomplished this in a mere few weeks. This transcended mere talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. If the old general were still alive, he would surely rejoice. Jiang brother, the third prince began, initially intending to inquire about Jiang Yu's rapid cultivation, but thought better of it. After all, it was a personal secret. Your Highness need not be so astonished. My cultivation speed is rather average when placed within the sacred grounds. The third prince quickly realized the implication. Indeed, Jiang Yu had the saintess behind him, with just a modicum of resources provided by her. How could his cultivation speed not accelerate? Even a pig, with assistance from the sacred grounds, could soar to great heights, let alone a human. It was evident that the relationship between the saintess and Jiang Yu was, as the rumor suggested. This news must be promptly relayed to his father. They had grossly underestimated Jiang Yu's standing in the saintess's eyes. The third prince sighed, "Jiang brother, your talent for cultivation is akin to that of a prodigy. Compared to you, our Great Yu dynasty's greatest talent, a Jian, appears insignificant." Jiang Yu smiled, offering no further explanation. In his previous life, he had been merely average in talent. It was only after he crafted the Yuan Huang Sutra that he began to shine. However, this very creation had led to his persecution, as it was deemed too revolutionary. It disrupted traditional cultivation methods, and if it were to be exposed, the very fabric of the world would be irrevocably altered. Such a shift was intolerable to the top-tier powers and hidden families, as Jiang Yu's emergence threatened their control over the world. Should they fail to act, the unveiling of the Yuan Huang Sutra would empower the scattered cultivators, rendering their accumulated advantages obsolete. This was a reality the elite powers could not abide. Chapter 19. The origin of the Yuan Huang scripture after his rebirth. Jiang Yu contemplated concealing the existence of this extraordinary martial art. He considered the possibility of cultivating a different technique, yet ultimately dismissed these notions. The Yuan Huang scripture is, without doubt, the finest martial art in this realm. He had no justification for abandoning such a supreme technique in favor of others. In his previous life, Jiang Yu was pursued relentlessly not due to his skills, but because he lacked any substantial foundation or preparation. This vulnerability made him an easy target for those who sought to eliminate him. However, in this new life, he has devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. If he orchestrates his strategy flawlessly and aligns himself with more formidable powers, he will be able to publicly unveil this scripture without fear. In his former existence, Jiang Yu did not foolishly boast about practicing the Yuan Huang scripture. His exposure was solely due to the cosmic laws at play. Once he attained the sacred realm, a celestial phenomenon would manifest, and because he established an entirely new cultivation system, he would be rewarded with immense merit and ascend to the pinnacle of the talents ranking. Yet, these accolades alone would not incite such a widespread manhunt against him. After all, There have been powerful figures from the Yuan Huang Academy who established new cultivation systems and also topped the talents ranking, sharing a humble origin like Jiang Yu, ultimately reaching the zenith of their world. These pioneers were revered and immortalized in history. So why was Jiang Yu uniquely hunted after he created a new cultivation system? The answer lies again with the cosmic laws. Following the celestial phenomenon, the heavens themselves designated the name of his technique as the Yuan Huang scripture, a name that echoes the Yuan Huang Continent. This honor of naming a technique after a continent had occurred only once before, with the Yuan Huang Academy, undoubtedly the most formidable force in existence. The legendary institutions, 1 academy, 3 saints, 6 pavilions, 12 palaces, among them is the Yuan Huang Academy. The honor of having the heavens name a technique after the continent is a distinction shared only by Jiang Yu and the Yuan Huang Academy. The academy, a collective achievement, is greatly esteemed by the populace. However, Jiang Yu alone receiving such an honor ignited envy among the world's elites, top powers, and reclusive families. Jiang Yu's martial art not only threatened their foundations, but also cast a shadow upon their reputations. By practicing the Yuan Huang scripture, Jiang Yu is destined to embark upon a path unlike any other. This is a journey he cannot evade. In his previous life, he and Lin Yaoyao stood against the entire Yuan Huang continent together. In this life, he must prevent such a scenario from occurring. Therefore, his objective is to recruit allies and garner support. Ideally, he seeks an opportunity to join the Yuan Huang Academy. Once he gains entry and secures the backing of the Academy's powerful figures, he will no longer be a target for pursuit. Even if someone intends to harm him, they would only dare to act covertly, as long as others refrain from taking overt action against him. Jiang Yu is confident he can ascend to the pinnacle of this world, becoming the foremost figure of Yuan Huang, unafraid of any conspiracies. What he lacks now is merely time. Brother Jiang, seeing your current prowess reassures me, the 3rd prince remarked. In 7 days, we shall officially proceed to the Shengyu dynasty for the grand ranking competition. You may accompany us or travel on your own. Should you choose the latter, simply find us at our designated location upon arriving at Shengyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. I will join the main group when the time comes. However, before that, I have a request for your highness. I hope it is not too inconvenient. The 3rd prince's eyes brightened at these words. Eager to respond without a moment's hesitation, he had been seeking ways to strengthen their bond and was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Yu's request for assistance. Not a problem. Whatever you need, as long as I can help, I shall. Jiang Yu explained, it is a minor matter, truly. I wish for you to assist me in redeeming an entertainer from the Chunfeng Tower. The 3rd prince paused, taken aback. Is that all? He was puzzled as to why such a simple task required his intervention. Was it possible that Jiang Yu lacked the funds? Yet this seemed implausible. The old general must have left a considerable fortune behind, and the Jiang family was presumably quite affluent. Moreover, the Yin family had recently returned the betrothal gifts. With the Jiang family's wealth, redeeming one entertainer would be trivial. Purchasing the entire Chunfeng Tower would be no challenge at all. Jiang Yu sighed softly. Your Highness, the situation is not as simple as it appears. Jiang Wei once attempted to negotiate for her release, but they refused. This likely involves certain officials, and you are aware of the current predicament of the Jiang family. If they refuse to release her, we are powerless. The 3rd prince nodded in understanding. If officials were involved, given the Jiang family's circumstances, it would indeed complicate matters. Yet, for him, this was not a significant issue. After all, he represented the royal family, and he had faith that no one would dare to refuse him. Leave it to me. What is the entertainer's name? Yu Miao Miao. The 3rd prince noted the name. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, await my good news. Thank you, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied with a bow. Seeing Jiang Yu's gesture, the 3rd prince hurried forward to stop him. No, Brother Jiang, there's no need for such formality. It's merely a small matter. In the Central Plains, at the Tianhua sacred land, Lin Yuan observed with surprise as his subordinate reported Jiang Yu's recent developments. This lad is progressing at such an astonishing rate in his cultivation. Has he consumed any elixirs? A man clad in black shook his head. No evidence of elixir consumption has been found. His cultivation method appears to be quite unique. It seems he does not require the absorption of spiritual energy, yet the spiritual power within him is surging uncontrollably. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that the method that Yao Yao has been practicing recently? Could it be that she learned it from this young man? He had previously inquired about Lin Yao Yao's cultivation method, but she had been reluctant to divulge any information. Lin Yuan murmured, "The source lies with this young man." At this moment, a peculiar gleam sparkled in his eyes. This technique is extraordinarily powerful. If it could be harnessed and taught to the disciples of the sect, the strength of Tianhua's sacred land would experience a tremendous surge. P.S. I initially planned to update 3 times a day, but I underestimated the challenges of writing traditional fantasy. Updates may be inconsistent for now. I will aim for 2 updates daily, and once I gain more recommendations, I will strive to increase the frequency. Chapter 20. The Redeemer After a Moment of Contemplation. Lin Yuan let out a sigh. If this technique were in the hands of another, he would stop at nothing to acquire it. However, in the possession of Jiang Yu, the situation was markedly different. A direct approach would undoubtedly prove futile. Should his daughter learn of this, she would likely erupt in fury. Given Lin Yao Yao's disposition, if she were to incite chaos, the entire sacred land would be thrown into disarray. Most importantly, Lin Yuan saw no reason to forcibly seize Jiang Yu's technique. Although it appeared quite remarkable, its potential for cultivation remained an enigma. With too many uncertainties at play, it would be far wiser to wait until Lin Yao Yao had completed her training before making any decisions. At that moment, Lin Yuan recalled something and asked, by the way, "How is the investigation into the Jiang family progressing?" His subordinate, upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, respectfully replied, "My lord, we are still gathering information regarding the Jiang family. While we have detected some leads, we lack conclusive evidence and thus cannot jump to any conclusions." Lin Yuan pondered, "What information have you gathered?" The cloaked figure nodded and retrieved a report from his storage ring. The disappearance of Jiang Yu's parents is connected to the Yin family, whose backing is none other than the current prime minister of the Great Yu dynasty, Wen Qing. Recently, we discovered that the Yin family's elder secretly visited the Wen family to plot against the Jiang family. However, they have yet to take any definitive action, seemingly awaiting the right opportunity. A crucial piece of information is that Wen Qing is, in fact, the true power behind the Great Yu dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. Was the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty truly so inept as to be exploited in such a manner? However, the response from the cloaked figure surprised him. Not at all. The emperor is quite well regarded, known for his diligence and astute governance. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. If the emperor was not a fool, then the depths of the Great Yu dynasty were likely profound. Perhaps there were other forces behind Wen Qing. After all, it is no simple task for a minister to usurp imperial authority. Yet, these matters bore no relevance to Lin Yuan. Were it not for Jiang Yu's involvement, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. The complexities of the situation were far too entangled and troublesome. While he viewed these individuals as mere ants, easily extinguished, he could not interfere in the internal affairs of another nation. For all these countries shared a common organization, the Alliance of Nations. This organization, aptly named, was established by thousands of nations uniting for mutual protection, ensuring their survival against the encroachment of major sects and sacred lands. As it grew, its influence expanded significantly. If the Alliance of Nations were to unite as one, there would be no force, aside from the Yuan Huang Academy, capable of opposing them. Unfortunately, this was a rather unrealistic scenario. The major sacred lands and sects had long since recognized the threat posed by the alliance and had taken measures to infiltrate these nations. They would incite internal strife among them, ensuring they never had the opportunity to flourish. As for the prime minister of the Great Yu dynasty, his power might very well be backed by a sect or sacred land. Having come to this realization, Lin Yuan chose not to further entangle himself in these matters. Whether Jiang Yu sought vengeance was his own affair. Lin Yuan could offer little more than information regarding the underlying forces involved. It was unrealistic to expect the Tianhua sacred land to intervene, as they were likely pleased to witness the internal conflict among the empires. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yuan instructed his subordinate, continue to observe Jiang Yu. As for the matters concerning the great Yu dynasty, let them be. If anything arises that you cannot handle, then inform me. Yes, my lord. The following day, a retainer of the third prince arrived at the Chunfeng building, bearing the prince's token. After conferring with the madam, she was taken aback and began to ponder. Could it be that His Highness had taken an interest in Yu Miao Miao? Though Yu Miao Miao was indeed quite beautiful and possessed the potential to become a courtesan, it seemed unnecessary for the third prince to intervene for the sake of a mere entertainer. If he truly desired beauty, a mere gesture would summon countless courtesans to offer themselves willingly. For those in power, beauty was the cheapest commodity. After a brief internal struggle, the madam forced a smile and said, "Please wait a moment. I will inquire with the owner and locate Yu Miao Miao's contract." The third prince's retainer nodded, not rushing her. The madam swiftly found the owner, briefly explaining the situation. The owner pondered before responding. Break Yu Miao Miao's limbs and administer a forgetfulness pill. Then allow the third prince's men to take her away. The madam was momentarily stunned. Wouldn't that be too extreme? The owner waved her hand dismissively. It's of no concern. Simply follow my instructions. The third prince only desires a person, so we shall provide her. What if he takes out his anger on us over this matter? The madam hesitated to ask. The owner chuckled derisively. He wouldn't dare. If he's sensible, this matter ends here. Should he insist on pursuing it, well, the owner left the rest unsaid. Yet the madam felt a chill run down her spine. The audacity of the owner to consider acting against the prince? If word of this spread, it would warrant a massacre of their entire clan. I understand, the madam said respectfully, before turning to leave in haste. Upon entering the backyard, she found Yu Miao Miao, who had just finished attending to Jiang Wei, looking fatigued as she washed garments. Upon seeing the madam approach with a group of imposing figures, doubt began to creep into her mind. However, she had been accompanying Jiang Wei lately, having offended no one else. Why was the madam behaving this way? Without uttering a word, the madam ordered her henchmen to break Yu Miao Miao's limbs. Proceed swiftly, break her limbs, and do it quickly. Yu Miao Miao stood frozen in disbelief. She could not comprehend why she was being attacked when she had been diligently fulfilling her duties. Had her plans been exposed? Despite being beaten, Yu Miao Miao remained silent. Even as her limbs were broken and she lost consciousness, not uttering a single plea for mercy. As the madam observed Yu Miao Miao's unconscious form, she pried her mouth open and administered a forgetfulness pill. Once the deed was done, she clapped her hands. Take her away, and then bring her contract to me. Chapter 21. Save yourself. The guest of the third prince, upon seeing Yu Miao Miao in such a state, displayed evident displeasure. What does this mean? This person is completely incapacitated. What use is it for our prince to come? The madam, forcing a smile, replied, My lord, you misunderstand us. Previously, Yu Miao Miao was rather disobedient, so we gave her a slight lesson. We never anticipated she would not endure it. If you had arrived just a day earlier, you would have seen a whole Yu Miao Miao. Alas, it is quite regrettable. Had we known that she had caught the third prince's eye, we would not have dared to lay a finger on her. The third prince shot a glare at the madam. It was evident that she was trying to fool him. Her injuries were clearly recent. However, he refrained from expressing his anger, as his orders were solely to redeem her. Though he felt furious inside, he maintained his composure. After completing the necessary paperwork and paying the ransom, he instructed his men to carry the unconscious Yu Miao Miao back to the prince's residence. Upon seeing her condition, the third prince promptly summoned the imperial physician. Yet, after a thorough examination, the physician shook his head. Your Highness, while her life can be preserved for the time being, she has ingested the bewilderment pill, and I am utterly powerless to assist her. To alleviate her suffering, I suggest granting her a swift release. The third prince exclaimed, What? She has taken the bewilderment pill. This was a particularly malicious pill. While it did not lead to immediate death, it would render her existence unbearable in the days to come. The effects of the bewilderment pill unfolded in 3 stages. The first stage would obliterate the brain's neural pathways, leaving the victim in a state of utter foolishness, akin to that of a mere 3-year-old child, or perhaps even less. The second stage would disrupt all senses, sight, taste, smell, hearing, and touch, plunging the individual into eternal darkness, stripped of the ability to perceive or communicate. The third stage would manifest as various rashes and pustules upon the skin, accompanied by unbearable itching, preventing sleep until death ensued. Most critically, there was no antidote for this bewilderment pill. Only a saint capable of purifying domains could potentially cleanse its toxicity. But how could such a being be summoned? Saints of that caliber were the apex of existence in the entire Yuan Huang Continent, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If the third prince or the royal family could summon such a saint, their power would not be undermined, nor would they need to heed Wen Qing's whims. What transgressions did you Miao Miao commit to incur such targeted malice? The third prince murmured. It was worth noting that the bewilderment pill was an exceedingly rare commodity, valued at a fortune. To think it was used on a mere courtesan. Stabilize her injuries first, he instructed the physician, then turned to his guests. Summon Jiang Yu. Let us inquire how to proceed. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yu and Jiang Wei hurriedly arrived at the third prince's residence. Upon seeing Yu Miao Miao lying on the bed, Jiang Yu's expression remained largely unchanged, though a hint of surprise flickered across his features. The butterfly's wings had begun to flutter. Yu Miao Miao's fate had already shifted. In a previous life, Yu Miao Miao would have escaped from Chunfeng Tower. It was unexpected that the third prince's intervention had cornered the adversary, prompting a desperate retaliation. Jiang Yu contemplated whether or not to save Yu Miao Miao. He indeed possessed the means to rescue her and could easily resolve her predicament with a flick of his hand. Yet he preferred not to act himself, wishing instead to empower Jiang Wei to take action. He could impart the method of salvation to Jiang Wei, providing him with a measure of motivation for cultivation. This approach would foster harmony between the two, especially considering their past interactions had been within the brothel. Although Yu Miao Miao might not express it overtly, a certain tension lingered beneath the surface. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. When she witnessed Jiang Wei striving to cultivate for her sake, any vestige of humanity would surely be touched. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei stood by, his gaze vacant and his heart steeped in despair. However, being in the prince's residence, he refrained from vocalizing his emotions, instead quietly approaching Yu Miao Miao and tenderly caressing her face. The third prince, observing Jiang Wei's demeanor, quickly comprehended the situation. It was Jiang Wei who desired her. He had initially assumed it was Jiang Yu who had taken a liking to the courtesan. Jiang, my brother, take heart, he said gently. Your Highness, is there truly no hope? Jiang Wei implored. The third prince shook his head. The bewilderment pill is beyond my aid. If you wish to spare her any more suffering, I advise you to grant her a swift release. It would afford her a measure of dignity. At these words, Jiang Wei clenched his fists, fury igniting within his gaze. Chunfeng Tower had shown him utter disregard, knowing full well his affection for Yu Miao Miao. They not only refused to release her, but had also allowed her to be reduced to this state. If he possessed the requisite power, he would have annihilated Chunfeng Tower in retribution. Just then, Jiang Yu interjected, Xiao Wei, let us return home. Do not dwell in sorrow. When the time comes, things will naturally resolve themselves. If all else fails, I shall seek the saintess's assistance. She likely possesses a solution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Brother, are you truly serious? Jiang Yu patted Jiang Wei's shoulder reassuringly. What reason would I have to deceive you? We should return home now. Trust that with me around, all will be well. Very well. Let us return. The two carried Yu Miao Miao back to the Jiang household, and after settling her in, Jiang Wei eagerly said, Brother, let us contact the saintess. Jiang Yu shook his head. There is no need. I have a method to save her. The suggestion of seeking the saintess was merely for the third prince's ears. Jiang Wei paused. Brother, you mean you can save Miao Miao? Not I, but you shall save her. With that, Jiang Yu gently tapped Jiang Wei's forehead, a golden light merging into his consciousness. Moments later, Jiang Wei's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Brother, this technique is astonishing. Do not be overly surprised. What I have imparted is merely one of the 4 techniques, the rebirth technique. If you cultivate this technique to an intermediate level, Yu Miao Miao will be saved. Hearing this, Jiang Wei curiously inquired, what are the 4 techniques and how are they derived? Jiang Yu shot him a look. These 4 techniques are skills from the Yuan Huang Canon. Once you attain the level of a quasi-saint, I will pass the complete teachings to you. For now, focus solely on mastering the rebirth technique. Chapter 22. The technique of causality. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he suddenly realized something, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. But, brother, it seems I cannot cultivate, he said. Jiang Yu took a pill from his pocket. No witties. I have already resolved that issue. Just take this pill. It is crafted from essence cleansing jade, and once you consume it, you can officially begin your cultivation. Essence cleansing jade? Does our family possess such a thing? Jiang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yu explained, it was given by the Yin family. Now stop asking so many questions. Take it and start cultivating. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me. For the next 5 days, Jiang Yu devoted himself to imparting various cultivation knowledge to Jiang Wei, as well as important considerations for future excursions. He also elucidated the principles behind the rebirth technique. This method, in theory, could be cultivated to great perfection, yet Jiang Yu had never practiced it to that extent. If you truly enjoy this rebirth technique, you may delve deeper into it. There may be even more surprises awaiting you. It not only has the power to resurrect, but also to purify all harmful substances in this world, among other healing methods. To be honest, Jiang Yu is somewhat uncertain about the effects of the rebirth technique when cultivated to its fullest potential. In his previous life, he had only reached a minor realm and had already acquired various healing abilities, along with immunity to all poisons. It was not that Jiang Yu was unwilling to explore the rebirth technique further. Rather, he lacked the time for cultivation. After all, he had been relentlessly pursued in his past life, leaving him with little energy to study techniques. His primary focus remained on the Yuan Huang Sutra and one of the 4 techniques, the technique of causality. The technique of causality was immensely powerful. Once cultivated, it allowed the practitioner to transfer all negative consequences of their cultivation to another. For instance, if Jiang Yu practiced demonic arts, he could shift the repercussions of such practices onto someone else, such as the consequences of losing control or having one's soul explode. Additionally, if he utilized techniques with severe side effects, such as overexerting his potential to enhance his combat abilities, those consequences could also be transferred to another, allowing him to enjoy the benefits without bearing the burdens. However, such abilities could only be attained with mastery of the technique. Had he cultivated the technique of causality to its completion in his previous life, he might have avoided sustaining injuries from the Tao. Nonetheless, selecting a target for this transfer was not straightforward. The target had to have either benefited him or harmed him, establishing a causal relationship before it could be invoked. Once a target perished, Jiang Yu would need to seek out a new one. Although this technique was formidable, it was not without its limitations. However, Jiang Yu had already mastered it, and sensed that if he continued to delve into it, breaking through to the ultimate realm would allow him to disregard causality altogether and forcibly transfer it. At this moment, Jiang Wei curiously inquired, "Brother, how did you acquire these techniques? They seem even more extraordinary than our family's heavenly grade techniques." Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "The Holy Maiden bestowed them upon me." Claiming that he had been reborn would be somewhat far-fetched and would require extensive explanations. Rather than complicate matters, it was easier to attribute it to Lin Yaoyao. After all, Lin Yaoyao's reputation was esteemed among them. He could easily deflect any inquiries about his own mysterious abilities onto her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei suddenly understood. So that's it. It seems the Holy Maiden is indeed a benefactor to our Jiang family, aiding you in resolving your issues and providing us with techniques. You really ought to win her heart. Jiang Wei approached Jiang Yu with a flattering demeanor, persuading him, "Brother, why not strive to make the Holy Maiden your sister-in-law? That way, I could carry myself with more confidence when I go out. Just think about it. If I encounter formidable foes, I could simply declare, 'The Holy Maiden is my sister-in-law.' Who wouldn't be intimidated? Who would dare to disrespect me? Would they still dare to lay a hand on me?" Jiang Yu shot Jiang Wei a glance. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Instead of fantasizing about clinging to someone else's status, you should consider how to cultivate and become a true pillar of strength. Jiang Wei countered, "That doesn't conflict, does it? I can embrace the support of others while also cultivating. Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Wei had a valid point that left him unsure how to respond. Brother, if all else fails, you just focus on your cultivation, and I will then cling to your success. After all, you're not a stranger. Our blood runs thick. Your strength translates to my strength. It would be best if you could cultivate to that legendary saint realm. When that time comes, I could simply state, my brother is a saint, and I should be able to enjoy free access to the establishments of pleasure in the Yuan Huang Continent. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's grand aspirations, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. This lad truly had ambitions only to frequent such establishments. He was unsure whether to laugh or cry. You little rascal, you are quite audacious. Yet you still ask me to work hard on my cultivation? He kicked Jiang Wei playfully. Afterward, feeling unsatisfied, Jiang Yu added, you wish to visit those places? I hope that when Miao Miao recovers, you will have the courage to say that to her face. At this moment, after receiving several playful kicks, Jiang Wei quickly became obedient, pleading, hey, brother, stop kicking. I was just joking. Don't worry. I will diligently cultivate. 5 days later, under Jiang Wei's meticulous care, Miao Miao's previously injured limbs had returned to normal. However, she now resembled a child, happily trailing behind Jiang Wei. At this time, Miao Miao held a flower she had casually picked from the roadside and presented it to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, this flower is for you. Do you like it? Jiang Wei beamed. Of course, I love it, especially since it's from Miao Miao. But you should play for a while. I still need to cultivate. Once I reach the minor realm, I can heal you, and then you will be able to enjoy each day joyfully. Miao Miao, somewhat perplexed, replied, but I'm already very happy now. Why do I need to recover? I don't feel there is anything wrong with me. As long as I can spend time with you, I am content. Jiang Wei fell silent upon hearing this. Perhaps in her current state, Miao Miao was indeed the happiest. Once she recovered, she would no longer be able to live so carefree. After a sigh of resignation, Jiang Wei resumed his cultivation. Though he selfishly wished to keep Miao Miao by his side, the issues within her body remained a hidden danger that would ultimately force her to leave. Chapter 23. The Prodigy, Again that afternoon, Jiang Yu sought out Jiang Wei. The items within this storage ring are essential for our survival. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, prioritize your escape and await my return. After conveying this message, Jiang Yu retrieved a jade pendant from his waist. This pendant contains a formidable attack left behind by my father, capable of rivaling the strikes of extraordinary beings. Use it sparingly. Jiang Yu presented the pendant to Jiang Wei, for he no longer required it. With his own abilities, he had numerous means to ensure his escape. In his possession, the pendant had become somewhat superfluous. Understood, brother. Return swiftly and take care. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. You too. Focus on your training at home and refrain from any distractions during this period. After imparting several pieces of advice, Jiang Yu set off to the designated rendezvous point to join the main group. Upon arriving at the gathering site, he encountered 20 young individuals, a mix of both genders, all representing the Dayu dynasty in the upcoming competition. Jiang Yu scanned their cultivation levels with his spiritual awareness. The majority were at the peak of the transformation stage, with only 3 having reached the condensation stage. Among them, a youth bearing a massive sword on his back exhibited the highest cultivation level, having attained the 5th layer of the condensation stage. He was likely to serve as a primary force in the forthcoming rankings. As soon as the group noticed Jiang Yu's arrival, they eagerly approached to greet him. Their curiosity about his presence was evident, yet it did not deter their desire to forge connections, especially since Jiang Yu had recently garnered significant attention, even prompting the Holy Maiden to personally intervene in a marriage dispute on his behalf. As long as they possessed a modicum of sense, they would refrain from antagonizing Jiang Yu. After all, he was associated with the Holy Maiden, a status that seemed almost unattainable to them. Even if they were to secure first place in the competition, it would pale in comparison to the Holy Maiden's stature. Her name symbolized the pinnacle of power in the Yuan Huang Continent. Jiang Yu smiled in response to their greetings, recognizing the importance of maintaining amiable relations, as he might need the support of their factions in the future. After a round of pleasantries, the youth with the massive sword cautiously inquired, Brother Jiang, greetings. I am a Jian. Do you wield a sword? Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily, then replied, I have some skill with it. Why do you ask? Jian's face lit up with excitement. Could we engage in a sparring session? Before Jiang Yu could respond, the third prince interjected, Jian, stand down. Do not approach every person seeking a duel. It is not a commendable habit. With an apologetic expression, the third prince explained to Jiang Yu, Jian is quite innocent in his intentions. Please do not take it to heart. He seeks someone worthy to bear the massive sword he carries. Jiang Yu listened to the third prince's explanation, puzzled. Isn't he already the sword's master? The third prince shook his head with a wry smile. Not quite. This sword was entrusted to him by our clan leader before his passing, with the hope that Jian would find a suitable wielder to aid our kin. However, all these years have elapsed without finding the right candidate. Hence, he wishes to spar with others. If he is bested by someone of equal strength, he will bestow the sword upon them. Jiang Yu regarded Jian thoughtfully. The boy seemed approximately 16 years old, his eyes radiating purity. There was an undeniable sense of a story behind him. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yu said, Jian, extend your hands so I may examine it. Jian appeared taken aback for a moment but complied, extending his hand towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu grasped Jian's palm and infused it with his spiritual energy, probing the boy's essence. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu discovered that Jian possessed a heart of purity. Such a trait was not trivial. Only those with a simple mind, steadfast spirit, and exceptional talent could embody such a heart. With this purity, one's cultivation faced virtually no obstacles. Even reaching the saint realm would present no barriers, and there was potential for sudden enlightenment leading directly to that realm. To think that such a person could emerge from the humble Diyu dynasty was remarkable. Yet, Jiang Yu realized he had not heard of such a youth in his previous life. Was it possible that the winds of fate had shifted once more? Jian, do you wish to assist in finding a master for this great sword? Jian nodded earnestly. It is the final wish of our clan leader, and I am determined to fulfill it. Jiang Yu posed a question. Have you ever considered that you might be the sword's rightful master? Jian appeared stunned by this notion. Me? The master of this sword? No, I'm merely safeguarded for now. I do not deserve it. Its true master should be a heroic figure capable of saving our entire clan. I'm not that person. Jiang Yu fell silent at these words. How could one persuade him otherwise? If it were anyone else, he might attempt to counsel them. But Jian was resolute in his belief that he was not the sword's master. This conviction had become an obsession for him. It would only be when he genuinely recognized his role as the sword's master that he would accept it wholeheartedly. By then, Jian would likely have ascended to the saint realm. The potential inherent in Jian was truly compelling. If this young lad could be persuaded to join his ranks, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable saint in the future. Jiang Yu now needed to devise a strategy to draw Jian closer while also assisting him in embracing the massive sword. Jian, do you still wish to spar with me? Brother Jiang, may I? Jiang Yu nodded. Of course, but let us wait until the competition concludes, shall we? Absolutely. I shall await your return. Jiang Yu added. However, before that, you must refrain from challenging others, as we have already agreed upon our sparring session. After a moment of contemplation, Jian agreed. Understood. Seeing Jian's acceptance brought a subtle smile to Jiang Yu's lips. He envisioned the day when he would have a saint-level powerhouse by his side. With his capabilities, securing Jian's allegiance would be effortless. If possible, Jiang Yu would seek an opportunity to test the waters and take Jian as his disciple. Once Jian was taken under his wing, Jiang Yu was certain he would remain steadfastly loyal. Chapter 24. The Xingyu Dynasty. 3 days later, Jiang Yu arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city of the Xingyu Dynasty, following the main force. From a distance, the imperial city was shrouded in a faint, ethereal glow, resembling an inviolable fortress. The towering and robust city walls were constructed from mysterious jade, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Majestic watchtowers rose at intervals atop the walls, with banners fluttering in the wind, creating a resonant sound. The massive city gates stood like an entrance to a mystical realm, their crimson panels adorned with golden patterns, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Before the gates, 2 colossal statues of mythical beasts stood guard, their piercing gazes seemingly ready to pounce on any foe daring to invade the imperial city. The sheer oppressive atmosphere left the members of the Diyu dynasty, feeling somewhat breathless. Indeed, the grandeur of the Xingyu dynasty was unimaginable. One could not help but wonder if the Diyu dynasty would ever ascend to the ranks of the 72 dynasties. Everyone, let us strive. If we can break into the top 72 this time, we will gain entry into the 72 dynasties. The third prince shook his head in resignation at the discussions among the crowd. To enter the 72 dynasties was not a matter of a single day. Even if they secured first place this time, it would not grant them entry into the 72 dynasties. If these individuals truly believed that a single competition could determine the ranking of dynasties, they were being rather naive. Every dynasty that could enter the 72 was formidable. Even if they were fortunate enough to secure a place among the top 72, it merely granted them a chance to challenge the rankings. After obtaining this opportunity, should they wish to challenge any member of the 72 dynasties, they must submit a request to the Alliance of Nations. Only with the Alliance's approval could they proceed with the challenge. This challenge would entail a contest of national strength, military prowess, and the overall capability of the dynasty. The first round of competition would feature a battle of 10,000. Each side would dispatch 10,000 cultivators to engage in combat. With no restrictions on cultivation levels or methods, the sole objective being the annihilation of the opposing forces. If one could summon external aid, even calling upon saints was permissible. This was also referred to as a national war. Given the strength of the Diyu dynasty, a victory seemed nearly impossible. The 72 dynasties had already formed a cohesive unit. Should anyone dare to challenge their authority, the 72 would surely dispatch reinforcements to assist the challenged dynasty. On the surface, it appeared as a 1v1 confrontation, but in reality, it was a 1v72 scenario. Victory was utterly unattainable unless the challenging dynasty could gather dozens of powerful saints to assist them. But was that feasible? If dynasties outside the 72 possessed such strength, they would have long since entered that esteemed circle. Following the conclusion of the first battle, if the challengers were unexpectedly victorious, a second round of challenges would commence. The second round would test their foundational strength, which was no easy feat. There were only two criteria for assessment: the number of individuals under 100 years of age who had joined the Yuan Huang Academy, and the number of those who could reach the severing my realm stage before the age of 100. These individuals would then participate in 10 rounds of competition. Although this challenge seemed straightforward, it was in truth exceedingly arduous and even harsh. Ordinary dynasties had no means to access the Yuan Huang Academy, as the academy did not establish branches outside the 72 dynasties. This effectively extinguished any ambitions for dynasties beyond the 72 to join the Yuan Huang Academy. It was not that the academy discriminated against those from outside the 72, but rather that few could meet the stringent admission criteria. The admission requirements for the Yuan Huang Academy were extraordinarily demanding. Merely the cultivation level requirement filtered out over 95% of cultivators. One of the conditions for entry into the Yuan Huang Academy stipulated that one must achieve the severing my realm stage before the age of 100, reach the transcendent realm before 50, and attain the Yuan spirit realm before 30. Such criteria rendered it nearly impossible for individuals from outside the 72 dynasties to qualify. Even if one were to miraculously pass the first hurdle, additional conditions would remain, resulting in very few individuals gaining admission. Thus, the second round of foundational challenges would leave the challenging dynasty with little chance of victory, even if a dynasty were exceptionally fortunate enough to win the first 2 rounds. The third round would present true despair. Should a dynasty successfully triumph in the initial 2 rounds, they would unlock the ultimate trial, the gathering of nations. Each member nation of the alliance would send forth one cultivator, forming a coalition to launch an offensive against the challenging dynasty. If the challenging dynasty could withstand the siege for 3 days, it would be deemed a successful challenge. Although 3 days may seem brief, holding out would likely prove impossible. Perhaps even for a single hour, each dynasty dispatching one cultivator might appear manageable. But if pushed to such an extent, they would all send forth their strongest warriors. Even if they did not deploy their most formidable champions, they would still send representatives of significant stature, individuals who were anything but ordinary. Each of these champions had risen above billions of beings, embodying the elite among the heavens. Given such challenge conditions, it was not merely ordinary dynasties that would struggle. Even sacred lands would hesitate to claim they could endure for 3 days. Thus, upon hearing the discussions among the participants, the third prince could only smile wryly, choosing not to engage in their discourse. They had come to participate in this ranking competition merely to secure a commendable position, to elevate the reputation of the Dayu dynasty among the allied nations. If they managed to secure a place within the top 72, it was likely they would declare their abdication the very next day, as the Dayu dynasty lacked the capacity to maintain such a standing. Jiang Yu gazed upon the imperial city of the Xingyu dynasty, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. His participation in this competition was not solely for the sake of the Lonyuan secret realm. He had another significant purpose. This was to undertake the assessment for the Yuan Huang Academy. Although it was not the regular enrollment period, he could gain entry through special channels. Normally, admission required participation in literary or martial examinations. However, what many were unaware of was that the Yuan Huang Academy had a unique pathway for admission, allowing for concurrent literary and martial trials. This dual examination was established to attract exceptional prodigies who had missed the enrollment deadline. Ordinary rogue cultivators were oblivious to this information. Yet the top-tier forces, such as the 3 sacred lands, 6 pavilions, and 12 palaces, were well aware. Jiang Yu had learned of this through casual conversations with Yao Yao in his previous life. She had entered the academy through this very method and often boasted of her achievements within the Yuan Huang Academy. In his past life, Jiang Yu had been unable to enter the Yuan Huang Academy, and now that he had been reborn, he longed to witness this legendary institution. After all, it was a true gathering place for prodigies. If he could establish a foothold within its hallowed halls, it would signify his solid grounding in this world. Even when the Yuan Huang Classic was eventually revealed, he would possess the confidence to face the world. Thus, entering the Yuan Huang Academy was imperative for him. Chapter 25. Entrance examination. As the crowd entered the imperial city, they were greeted by wide and bustling streets. The pathways were paved with crystal-clear jade, emanating a soft, radiant glow. Flanking the streets were numerous shops and elegantly arranged pavilions. In the treasure shop, various magical artifacts shimmered with vibrant colors. The herb store was filled with enchanting fragrances from exotic herbs. In the spirit pet shop, adorable creatures frolicked with lively energy. Cultivators, adorned in splendid attire of various hues, moved briskly along the streets, some in a hurry, while others strolled leisurely. At the heart of the imperial city stood a magnificent complex, the Imperial Palace. The rooftops were adorned with golden glazed tiles, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. Intricate carvings and exquisite paintings adorned the structures, each detail seemingly imbued with a mysterious power of celestial arts. Surrounding the palace were wisps of ethereal mist, blooming spirit flowers, and graceful cranes soaring elegantly in the sky. The plaza of the imperial city was expansive and grand, with a colossal statue of celestial law standing in the center, symbolizing the majesty and glory of the dynasty. The third prince, noticing the crowd's curious gazes, kindly reminded them, "Do not be lost in wonder. Let us proceed to our residence." In the Xingyu imperial city, flying was prohibited, as was private combat. It could be said that the city was a realm of hidden talents. Thus, the prince advised everyone to exercise caution and avoid trouble, for he could not guarantee their safety. The crowd nodded in understanding, affirming, "We comprehend, Your Highness. Rest assured, we shall not cause any disturbances." At this moment, a Jian observed the nearby sword cultivators, feeling a surge of interest. However, considering his current identity, he chose to conceal this impulse, planning to seek them out for a duel after the competition concluded. "Your Highness, I have a personal matter to attend to. Please provide me with the address of our residence, and I shall join everyone later," he requested. The third prince, hearing Jiang Yu's words, said nothing further. After providing the address, he departed with the others. After all, Jiang Yu had the backing of the saintess, and the prince had no authority over him. Even if Jiang Yu were to provoke trouble, the saintess could provide assistance. Unless Jiang Yu were to commit a grave offense against the imperial family, the saintess would be able to resolve any issues. Thus, the prince felt no concern for Jiang Yu's safety. Once separated from the main group, Jiang Yu arrived at the task hall of the Yuan Huang Jing A branch. He had come here because this hall also served as the registration point for the Yuan Huang Academy. During enrollment, it was the designated registration area, while at other times, it functioned as a task hall. Here, individuals often entrusted tasks to the students of the Yuan Huang Academy, who relied on completing these assignments to earn credits. Credits were a crucial metric for graduation from the Yuan Huang Academy, and they could also be exchanged for various treasures within the academy. Theoretically, with sufficient credits, one could exchange for any treasure that had ever existed in the world. At this moment, the task hall was bustling with people, the majority of whom were there to post tasks. The tasks varied widely, ranging from requests for assistance in alchemy to seeking the company of Yuan Huang Academy students for explorations in secret realms. There were even requests for medicinal pills. The offerings were indeed diverse, with some even seeking substantial rewards for offspring. You read that correctly, requests for offspring. The clients hoped that male students from the Yuan Huang Academy would assist them in dual cultivation to bear children, whom their families would then raise. Such requests were not uncommon. Yet very few students from the academy chose to accept them. This was due to the complicated entanglements that arose from accepting such tasks, which could lead to troublesome consequences. Unless the family was exceptionally powerful and the student required their assistance, most students would avoid such arrangements, fearing the potential impact on their offspring's lineage. Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings, seeking any staff members. After a moment, he spotted a woman in a yellow uniform organizing materials at a desk. His eyes brightened. She was likely a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. Although he had never attended the academy, he recognized the uniform. The academy's uniforms were categorized into 8 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and purple gold. The yellow uniform indicated a third-year student, typically a senior with a cultivation level of at least the cutting realm. Approaching the young woman, Jiang Yu politely inquired, "Greetings, senior. I wish to participate in the entrance examination. How may I proceed?" Linger was taken aback for a moment, scrutinizing Jiang Yu. Upon noticing his cultivation level at the condensed Dan realm, she rolled her eyes inwardly. "Do not call me senior. We are not familiar, so do not presume a relationship. It is not the registration period. You'll need to wait 4 months." Her attitude was understandable, as she encountered numerous individuals daily attempting to strike up conversations, often with inane questions. If not for Jiang Yu's decent appearance, she might have ignored him entirely. Seeing her dismissive tone, Jiang Yu remained calm and clarified, "Friend, I'm not here for the ordinary entrance examination. I wish to register for the literary and martial examination." Linger paused, her expression shifting from disdain to seriousness as she scrutinized Jiang Yu anew. Knowledge of the literary and martial examination was typically reserved for those from significant factions. Could this individual be from a powerful lineage? "Are you serious?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. Though Linger still harbored some doubts, she refrained from making further remarks. After all, those who were privy to such information were never ordinary. She deemed it unnecessary to mock him, for if Jiang Yu were to pass the examination, it would be unwise to offend him. Linger stated, "Please wait a moment while I retrieve the talent stone for your aptitude test. Only after passing this test may you officially participate in the examination." Jiang Yu nodded, "Thank you for your assistance." After a few minutes, Linger led Jiang Yu into a small room. She placed a talent stone before him. "This is the talent stone. Simply channel your spiritual energy into it to ascertain your talent. Upon inputting your spiritual energy, it will display a level of brilliance corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and purple gold. To partake in the literary and martial examination, your talent must reach at least the purple level. Otherwise, you will be unable to proceed." Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such high standards for the aptitude test of the literary and martial examination. After contemplating, he understood the reasoning. After all, this was a special channel, and without outstanding talent, the Yuan Huang Academy would not facilitate such an opportunity. Jiang Yu grasped the talent stone and began to channel his spiritual energy. Chapter 26. The Stir of the Vice Dean. As Jiang Yu infused his spiritual energy into the talent stone, it began to emanate a crimson glow. This signified that Jiang Yu's talent had reached the red level. Soon, the red hue began to shift, transforming into orange. Without pausing for long, it then morphed into yellow. When the talent level attained green, Linger's gaze shifted noticeably, for green talent met the admission standards for ordinary assessments. She had initially thought Jiang Yu was merely a bystander, yet he surprisingly displayed some talent. At this moment, the talent stone continued to shimmer, the green gradually deepening to a dark green, then transitioning to blue. The blue hue lingered only briefly before shifting to blue. Linger's pupils constricted upon witnessing the blue talent, which greatly exceeded her expectations. Most astonishingly, the brilliance of the talent stone showed no signs of abating. The colors accelerated in their transformation. Should it change again, it would reach purple. If this young man truly attained purple, it would signify that Yuan Huang Academy might soon welcome another prodigy. Linger's heartbeat quickened in tandem with the transformations of the talent stone. When the purple glow began to manifest, her heart seemed to skip a beat. A purple talent. It had truly appeared. This was utterly astounding. In her branch, only a handful had ever achieved purple talent. To realize that another had emerged here was unforeseen. A purple talent signified a quasi-saint. As long as he did not falter along the way, his future achievements would certainly be at least that of a quasi-saint, with a significant probability of attaining sainthood. Historically, over 90 of those with purple talent at Yuan Huang Academy had achieved sainthood. Yet, Linger's astonishment did not cease there. The talent stone began to manifest flecks of golden light. When the purple-golden glow emerged, Linger gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Purple gold. My heavens! Purple gold. It was her first encounter with such radiance. At this moment, her mind had completely short-circuited. The purple gold light was a rarity even at the main academy, yet it had unexpectedly appeared in their Xingyu branch. Regaining her composure, she hastily grasped the communication stone to inform her mentor. Upon receiving the news, her mentor promptly alerted the higher-ups of the branch. The situation quickly reached the ears of the vice dean. Hearing the news, Vice Dean Yuan too instantly vanished, tearing through the void with his bare hands, and in the next moment, he materialized within the small room. As Yuan too beheld the room awash in purple gold radiance, he murmured, "Our Xingyu branch has finally awaited its prodigy." His heart swelled with exhilaration. With a purple gold talent, if nurtured properly, their Xingyu Academy could ascend further in the ranks among the various branches, leading to an increase in resources allocated to them. After years of being at the bottom, they were finally on the verge of rising. Jiang Yu, upon witnessing the purple gold talent, remained unsurprised. It was an anticipated outcome. After all, in his past life, he had garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao. The purple gold talent merely represented the limits of the talent stone, not his own. As the brilliance of the talent stone gradually faded, Jiang Yu noticed an elder appearing nearby. His eyes narrowed slightly, surprise flickering within Saint realm. Jiang Yu did not perceive Yuan Tu's cultivation directly. Rather, he recognized that the ability to tear through the void required at least the mastery of the Saint realm. In his previous life, he had encountered many powerful beings of the Saint realm. Thus, he was quite familiar with them. Yuan Tu inquired, "What is your name?" Jiang Yu respectfully replied, "Junior, Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu? Yuan Tu's mind raced as he mentally scanned through all the prominent families bearing the surname Jiang. Yet, he found no relevant information about the Jiang clan. Tentatively, Yuan Tu asked, "A hidden family?" Jiang Yu shook his head. Junior hails from the Dayu dynasty, Jiang family. The Dayu dynasty. Yuan Tu paused momentarily upon hearing the name. Was there such a dynasty among the 72 dynasties? Jiang Yu chuckled softly. The dynasty I belong to is not one of the 72. Yuan Tu, taken aback by this explanation, was further astonished. If it was not among the 72 dynasties, how could purple gold talent emerge? However, He chose not to press the issue further, planning to investigate later. If this prodigy truly hailed from a minor force, it would be a tremendous boon for their branch, a rare, wild genius. If nurtured well, they would surely have a pillar of support in the future. Yuan too was tempted to directly recruit Jiang Yu into the academy. Yet rules were rules. If Jiang Yu could not pass the martial and literary examinations, he had no authority to bring him in. Despite his status as vice dean, he was bound by the regulations of Yuan Huang Academy, where all were treated equally. Anyone attempting to circumvent the rules would face severe repercussions from the main academy. After some contemplation, Yuan too stated, "You should participate in the assessment. If you do not pass, it is no matter. You can officially enroll in 4 months. During this time, stay by my side, and I will provide you with resources and guidance to enhance your cultivation speed. With your aptitude, you will surely gain admission." At that moment, Yuan too regarded Jiang Yu as a disciple of his academy. Even if Jiang Yu failed the martial and literary assessments, he would not let him go. After all, this was a purple gold talent. If he let this opportunity slip, the dean would likely have his skin flayed. Thus, irrespective of the outcome, Jiang Yu had to remain. If he did not pass the assessments, he could always try again later. They must ensure he entered the academy. Jiang Yu, taken aback by the elder's words, was astonished at the academy's higher-ups' intention to extend such grace. However, he still wished to rely on his own abilities to pass the martial and literary examinations, as succeeding in them would facilitate his entry into the main academy. The Xingyu branch was merely a starting point. His ultimate goal lay with the main academy. "Thank you, senior, but I wish to give it a try," Jiang Yu replied. Yuan too did not press further. Young talents with such gifts often carried a hint of pride, yet it was understandable. A genius without a touch of arrogance could hardly be deemed a genius. He anticipated that once Jiang Yu encountered the challenges of the martial and literary examinations, he would become more grounded. Despite Jiang Yu's formidable talent, Yuan too was doubtful of his ability to pass the assessments. Over the years, only a few had succeeded. 2 years prior, a prodigy named Lin Yaoyao had emerged from the main academy and successfully passed the assessments. It was worth noting that Lin Yaoyao was the holy maiden of Tianhua sacred land, well-versed in the world, and had barely passed due to the meticulous training she received in the sacred land. If Jiang Yu truly hailed from a minor dynasty, his chances of success were nearly non-existent. "Very well, wait here. I shall arrange for your martial and literary assessments," Yuan too said, turning toward Ji Ling. "What is your name?" Ji Ling, hearing Yuan too's question, respectfully replied, "Dean, I am Ji Ling." Yuan too continued, "For discovering the purple gold talent, you are awarded 1,000 credits. You need not perform any more external tasks from now on." Upon hearing this, Ji Linger's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Dean." Chapter 27. The assessment begins half an hour later. Jiang Yu followed the vice president to the assessment point on campus. At this moment, several dozen mentors were already waiting. As Jiang Yu accompanied Yuan too to the assessment area, the crowd curiously regarded him, eager to discover the identity of this genius with exceptional purple gold talent. After a brief appraisal, a consensus began to form among them. Although Jiang Yu's current cultivation level was not particularly high, his foundation appeared remarkably stable, hinting at an unlimited future. "Would you prefer to take the literary assessment or the martial assessment first?" Jiang Yu pondered briefly and replied, "Let us start with the literary assessment." Yuan too nodded and addressed a nearby mentor, "Director Xiao, it's your turn." A middle-aged man acknowledged and approached Jiang Yu. "I am the chief examiner for this round, Xiao Yan. The literary assessment comprises 3 components: identification, heart verification, and method study. The first component, identification, consists of 100 items for you to recognize. You must successfully identify over 80 items for this section to be deemed passed. These items include elixirs, spiritual herbs, demon beast illustrations, divine weapons, magical treasures, fragments, and more. You will have 15 minutes to observe these items, after which you must begin answering. The total assessment time is 1 hour. If you fail to identify 80 items within this time frame, it will be considered a failure." After Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, he began to scrutinize the items. Despite his extensive life experience, he could not guarantee that he would recognize everything. After all, the Yuan Huang Continent was vast, and in his previous life, he had always been on the run. Some rare items might elude even his knowledge. If they presented items from forbidden zones he had never visited, he would be utterly lost. Nevertheless, after examining several items, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. These items and elixirs were relatively common. Although rare, they could be distinguished by anyone with a modicum of knowledge or those who frequently consulted ancient texts. Soon, he provided his answers. This item is called Breaking Tribulation Pill, which has a high probability of enabling a peak condensing pill realm cultivator to break through to the Yuan spirit realm. This item is 10,000 spirits' blood, concocted from the blood of 10,000 demon beasts. This item is Ice Soul, the softest substance in the world, as gentle as water. This item is Soul Nourishing Pill, capable of healing spiritual injuries. This item is... Jiang Yu answered rapidly until he reached the 71st item, where the difficulty of identification began to increase. He picked up a pill and examined it closely. This pill was round and fiery red, resembling a blazing flame. Its surface emitted a fierce heat, as if it could erupt with astonishing power at any moment. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow while contemplating the pill. This should be called the Explosive Flame Pill. It is a combat elixir. In battle, a cultivator who consumes the Explosive Flame Pill can instantly unleash their internal spiritual energy, transforming it into a furious flame power, enabling them to execute formidable fire attacks. However, the side effects of this pill are considerable. Few would use it unless they found themselves in a desperate situation. Jiang Yu scrutinized the pill before him, feeling uncertain. There was another pill that bore a striking resemblance to it, the Explosive Yuan Pill. Although the names differ by only a word, their effects are vastly dissimilar. The Explosive Yuan Pill, typically used by fire element cultivators, accelerates cultivation speed with no adverse effects. These two pills are nearly identical in appearance, yet their outcomes are worlds apart. Consuming the wrong one could lead to dire consequences. For someone untrained, distinguishing between them would be exceedingly difficult. For a moment, Jiang Yu found himself in a dilemma. Although he recognized both pills, he had never encountered them in person. However, he devised a plan. Quietly, he activated the rebirth technique, allowing spiritual energy to permeate the pill, analyzing its essence. If the internal energy of the pill was gentle, it was likely the Explosive Yuan Pill. Conversely, if the energy was violent, it would indicate the Explosive Flame Pill. Observing Jiang Yu hesitating before the Explosive Flame Pill, the high-ranking members of the academy began to murmur among themselves. Is this person truly from a minor dynasty? How could he recognize so many items? Shen Yuan too felt a sense of astonishment at Jiang Yu's performance. If this were a typical entrance examination, Jiang Yu would have already passed the first round of the literary test. Generally, recognizing 50 items suffices for passing. Identifying 60 items is considered excellent. 70 items marks someone as exceptionally talented in most divisions. Identifying 80 items is a rarity in the main academy. Throughout the history of Yuan Huang Academy, fewer than 100 individuals have surpassed 90 items. As for identifying all 100, no such person has yet emerged. After recognizing 90 items, even a saintly expert might struggle, as most of these items originate from forbidden zones. Entering such zones without saintly cultivation is akin to courting death. Currently, Jiang Yu had identified 70 items, placing him among the top tier in their Xingyu division. We are still investigating his identity. Let us see if he can recognize this pill, Shen Yuan too remarked. Just as his words fell, Jiang Yu spoke up. This item is called the Explosive Flame Pill. In battle, when a cultivator consumes the Explosive Flame Pill, as Jiang Yu articulated the effects of the pill, the expressions of those present began to shift. This young man was impressive. He could even recognize such a pill. Could he possibly be an alchemist? I feel that is highly likely. Otherwise, an ordinary person would struggle to discern this pill. Having already identified 71 items, if he recognized 9 more, he would pass the first round of assessment. With this thought, anticipation spread among the audience. They sincerely wished for Jiang Yu to succeed in the assessment. Should he pass, He would represent their Yu Academy. The mere prospect of having such a prodigious figure emerge from their academy filled them with inexplicable excitement. At this moment, Jiang Yu was rapidly discerning the remaining items. Apart from lingering briefly over the explosive flame pill, he swiftly identified the subsequent items with ease. When he reached the 80th item, the mentors began to silently pray for him. He must recognize it. This is the final item. I wish I could assist him. If it weren't for the strict school regulations and the impending investigation by the main academy, I would even consider sending him a message with the answer. This truly was a remarkable prodigy. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but his breadth of knowledge was also vast, an exceedingly rare combination. However, as the mentors observed Jiang Yu's furrowed brow, their hearts raced with anxiety. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 28. The Golden Gate. When the crowd beheld the object in Jiang Yu's hand, their hearts were almost devoid of hope. For what Jiang Yu held was a relic from the forbidden realm of Tianyuan. Though this forbidden area had been explored by numerous powerful beings for nearly half its extent, this object was far beyond Jiang Yu's reach. As Jiang Yu stared at the fragment of the stone tablet in his hand, his frown was not due to a lack of recognition. Rather, he was all too familiar with it. This fragment had eluded him in his past life, and he never expected to find it within the Yuan Huang Academy. Had he discovered this piece in his previous existence, his chances of survival would have increased by at least 10%, perhaps even preventing him from being cast into the river of time. This fragment was a shard of a stone tablet, which was rumored to be the key to an ancient relic. If he could assemble the complete tablet, it would grant access to that ancient site. Had he managed to gather the fragments before, he could have directly entered the ancient relic and concealed himself to nurture his growth. At this moment in the current timeline, the tablet should still be within the confines of the Tianyuan forbidden area. Jiang Yu's mind began to race as he contemplated how to acquire this fragment. The higher-ups of the academy appeared oblivious to the significance of the stone tablet. Should he disclose this information? Revealing the existence of the tablet for the entrance examination seemed somewhat unwise. If necessary, he could afford to wait 4 more months for enrollment. Having made his decision, Jiang Yu set the fragment down on the table, resolving to forego the assessment. However, to his surprise, the chief examiner, Xiao Yun, became agitated upon seeing Jiang Yu place the fragment down. He quickly interjected, "We do not fully understand this fragment, so you merely need to disclose its origin to succeed." Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Such a fortuitous circumstance? Merely stating the origin would suffice for success. He feigned contemplation and lifted the fragment for another appraisal. After a brief moment, he cautiously remarked, "I believe this fragment must have emerged from the Forbidden Zone." Upon hearing this response, Xiao Yun's eyes reflected his urgency. Though he remained silent, he seemed almost desperate to act as Jiang Yu's mouthpiece, yearning for him to articulate the answer. Xiao Yun was extremely anxious. "Please, just say something. If all else fails, take a wild guess. Who knows, you might be right. The Forbidden Zone is limited. Surely, there's a chance." Of course, this was merely his inner thought. He could not speak further. His previous reminder had been within the boundaries of the rules since they genuinely lacked knowledge about the fragment's specific use. They only required its origin. Thus, he had the responsibility to guide the examinee. If he spoke again, it would constitute a violation. Jiang Yu tentatively suggested, "I sense a presence of the Tianyuan forbidden area emanating from it. This object should originate from there, but I am unaware of its precise use." Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, indeed, it comes from the Tianyuan forbidden area. You have passed this question." Xinyuan too, beside him, nodded with a smile. "Haha, you lucky little fellow. Congratulations on passing the first round of the identification assessment." Seeing Jiang Yu succeed in the first round, the Academy's higher-ups watching nearby were even more ecstatic than Jiang Yu himself. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he passed, that was sufficient. Subsequently, Jiang Yu continued to examine the subsequent objects, nearly all of which were items from the Forbidden Zone. Upon identifying the 90th item, the gazes directed at Jiang Yu from the crowd resembled those reserved for rare treasures. They began to pray for him to create a miracle. They had not anticipated that Jiang Yu could recognize so many items from the Forbidden Zone, Such a feat was truly extraordinary. Xiaoyan clenched his fists, his expression brimming with exhilaration. With each item he identifies, he is shattering the records of our Xingyu branch. Do you think he might recognize 100 items? Xiaoyan shook his head. Though he is quite extraordinary, it seems unlikely. He will likely identify 99 items, but he should struggle with the last one. After Jiang Yu recognized the 99th item, he turned his gaze to the final object on the table, a reflective stone. As Jiang Yu infused his consciousness into the stone, an image materialized within it. In a vast void, there stood a golden gate. When Jiang Yu beheld this golden gate, it felt as though time itself had frozen at that instant. Thunderclaps rang in his mind, scattering his thoughts in all directions. His heart raced violently, as if it sought to break free from the confines of his chest, each beat heavy and rapid, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could this gate be? In his past life, he and Lin Yaoyao had been cast into the river of time near this very gate. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his mind racing. He could not answer this question. Although he understood what this gate represented, the implications were far too significant. He dared not expose himself. The Yuan Huang Academy considered this gate as the final question, and there was likely great terror lurking behind it. He dared not dwell on it further. Hastily, he set the reflective stone down and declared, "I cannot identify it." Yuan too approached Jiang Yu to offer comfort. "It is all right. You have already accomplished much. We do not have a definite answer for this last question either, let alone you." Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. What Director Yuan says is correct. The last occurrence of someone answering 99 questions was thousands of years ago. He is currently the head of our Yuan Huang Academy. At present, only you two have managed to answer 99 questions. If this information were to be made public, your name would resonate throughout our Yuan Huang Academy and even across the entire continent. Jiang Yu nodded, but did not focus on that. He turned to Yuan too and casually inquired, "What exactly is this gate, that even you cannot recognize it?" Yuan too sighed. "In truth, you have scored full marks. This last question has no answer." Jiang Yu paused. Then why was this question posed? Did the headmaster answer it previously? Yuan too shook his head, no. The headmaster had already solved his 100th question when he encountered it. After the 90th question, we replace any question that has been previously answered. Jiang Yu asked, "So this question has only recently emerged?" Yuan too explained, "Not quite. The question concerning the Golden Gate only appeared after the headmaster solved his own question. I am uncertain when the question was changed, but it has likely been several thousand years since then." Chapter 29. The Second Assessment. The hard examination, though numerous questions lingered in Jiang Yu's mind, he refrained from voicing them, aware of the sensitivity of the matter at hand. He was uncertain whether expressing his knowledge of the Golden Gate would expose him. The next phase of the assessment was about to commence, the heart examination. This round was not particularly difficult. Most individuals could pass it with relative ease, and, given your capabilities, it should be a mere formality. After Yuan too spoke, he produced a massive crystal mirror, known as the Mirror of Self-Reflection. This artifact allows one to gaze directly into their true heart, rendering deceit impossible. As long as you succeed in the assessment with the Mirror of Self-Reflection, you will have passed the second round. Jiang Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. "Let's begin," he said. No sooner had Yuan too's words faded than he activated the mirror. In an instant, Jiang Yu found himself enveloped by its luminous embrace, entering its interior. Curiously surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yu noted the vast, ethereal whiteness of the space, devoid of any tangible objects. Just as he pondered when the examination would commence, a line of golden text appeared in the air, accompanied by an ancient voice. "What is your perspective on the relationship between the righteous path and the demonic path?" Upon hearing this question, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. He was uncertain what kind of answer the mirror sought. Had he not been pursued by the so-called righteous sects in his past life, he might have leaned slightly toward the righteous side. His exposure to the demonic path had been limited. Although Lin Yaoyao had succumbed to it, her heart remained untainted. Essentially, she was still human, merely having altered her cultivation methods. When it came to choosing sides between righteousness and evil, he found himself at a loss. The crux of the matter was that he could not lie before the mirror of self-reflection. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu spoke. The righteous path tends to adhere to tradition, emphasizing rules, often positioning themselves as the eminent sex, brandishing the banner of purging evil and safeguarding the way. Conversely, while the demonic path may exhibit some radical tendencies, resorting to unscrupulous means to enhance their power, to me, there is little distinction between the two as long as my interests remain unscathed. After all, some individuals from the righteous path may be hypocrites, just as some from the demonic path may possess loyalty and compassion. Satisfied with his response, Jiang Yu believed it could withstand scrutiny. However, the mirror of self-reflection remained unchanged, offering no evaluation and continued to pose questions. If you were to choose a faction to ally with, which would it be? If the righteous faction wronged me, I would reason with them. If reason failed, I would resort to force. Should all attempts prove futile, I would send them into reincarnation until they were willing to communicate. If the demonic faction wronged me, I could become a guardian against evil, enacting justice. If they chose to ignore me, I would prefer to remain an ordinary person, unwilling to join either side. The examiners outside chuckled at Jiang Yu's answer. This young lad possesses the potential to join the enforcement department. Generally, students choose a side. It is unexpected that he remains resolute and unyielding. This quality is commendable. Having his own stance prevents him from being constrained by others, which aligns with our academy's principles. Yuan too wholeheartedly agreed. The distinction between righteousness and evil was merely a matter of perspective. Xiao Yun sighed. It is a pity that many within the academy remain oblivious. The righteous and demonic factions frequently clash. Yuan too replied, "Do you truly believe they lack insight? It is merely a struggle for power. There is no absolute righteousness or evil in this world. It is all driven by desire. The academy should welcome more individuals like Jiang Yu to counterbalance them. Otherwise, the conflict between righteousness and evil will inevitably reignite." After a brief wait, Jiang Yu was promptly transported out of the mirror of self-reflection. The mirror displayed his assessment results. Assessment passed. Score: excellent. No discernible bias, suitable for the enforcement department. Jiang Yu regarded the content revealed by the mirror with intrigue. While he could not fully comprehend its intentions, he recognized that the Yuan Huang Academy was indeed neutral. The presence of both the so-called righteous sects and demonic cultivators within the academy was fascinating. It was remarkable that both factions could coexist peacefully in such an environment. In the outside world, encounters between the two typically escalated into violent confrontations, often resulting in a death match. After years of conflict, their discord had only intensified. He recalled that, in the near future, a second great war between the two factions would erupt. It was during that conflict that he had garnered considerable breathing room. The battle persisted for centuries, yielding countless casualties, and only ceased for reasons unknown. Congratulations, young lad, on passing the second round of the hard examination. The next challenge is the third assessment, the art of creation. Yuan too continued. This round is not simple. You may choose between two methods. The first requires you to identify a flaw in a specific technique within an hour and successfully rectify it. Based on the technique's rank, you will receive a score. Achieving excellence will result in a pass. The second method involves creating a new technique based on a given topic within 3 hours. Upon hearing the two options, Jiang Yu wasted no time in declaring, "I choose the second method, to create a new technique." For others, the creation of a technique might pose a challenge. However, for Jiang Yu, it could be summed up in a single phrase. As long as one has hands, it is feasible. This was not mere arrogance, but a reflection of his unwavering confidence. After all, he was the creator of the Yuan Huang scripture, a technique acknowledged by the Heavenly Tao. His creative talent could only be described as prodigious. If he could not pass this assessment, he believed no one else could. The audience was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's choice of the second method. It was exceedingly rare for even 1 out of 10,000 students to attempt to create a new technique. They were astonished by his confidence. Yuan too advised, "Perhaps you should reconsider. This is your final literary examination, and I believe a cautious approach would be wise." Jiang Yu shook his head. "I wish to give it a try." Seeing his determination, Yuan too ceased to persuade him and announced the assessment criteria. You must create a technique utilizing flames as an offensive means, possessing both corrosive effects on a single target and the ability to sear the soul. With a rank no lower than Shin level. After speaking, Yuan too produced a crystal orb and handed it to Jiang Yu. This is the creation sphere. You may use it for your composition. Jiang Yu is familiar with the creation sphere. It assists in the crafting of techniques, effectively lowering the difficulty of creation. Prior to the advent of the creation sphere, individuals had to experiment with techniques within their own bodies, using themselves as living laboratories. While this method allowed for rapid mastery of newly developed techniques, it also carried the risk of severe missteps. However, with the advent of the methodology sphere, the situation has dramatically transformed. This remarkable device can replicate the human meridian system with absolute precision, even possessing the capability to alter the pathways of the meridians. Each operational route of the technique can be meticulously recorded. Should inspiration wane midway through the development, one can pause and resume at a later time when creativity rekindles. Conversely, when dealing with the human body, such interruptions are fraught with peril, as they may lead one astray into the abyss of madness. Most critically, one would have to retrace the previous meridian pathways. Any deviation could result in a fundamentally different technique. This elucidates why, prior to the emergence of the methodology sphere, few individuals ventured to create their own techniques, due to the immense difficulty and substantial risk involved. Chapter 30. The Flame Soul Technique. Jiang Yu took the refining ball and began to engrave within it. The examiner's requirements were not particularly challenging for him. A simple deduction would suffice, and he didn't even need to employ one of the four techniques, the deduction technique. Merely half an hour had passed when Jiang Yu set down the refining ball and addressed Yuan too. I am finished. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. So swift? Yuan too pondered. Are you certain? Once we verify the refining ball, it cannot be altered. Perhaps you should double-check? Jiang Yu shook his head. There is no need. Time is of the essence, and I must also participate in the martial examination later. Hearing this, the examiners fell into collective silence. While others complained about insufficient time, Jiang Yu lamented that there was too much of it. Where's the logic in that? Nevertheless, seeing Jiang Yu's confident demeanor, Yuan too accepted the refining ball and began to inspect the technique he had devised. Upon comprehending its function, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Jiang Yu had, in such a brief span, created a celestial-level technique. This was utterly outrageous. It had only been half an hour. Even more astonishing was that this celestial-level technique could still be of use to Yuan too, who had already reached the holy realm. After a cursory glance, Yuan too also grasped the operational method of this technique. The next moment, a white flame appeared in his palm, which he unleashed towards a nearby wooden post. The flame blazed like a shooting star, a searing beam hurtling towards the post. Upon impact, it erupted into an extreme temperature, melting the wooden post and creating a small inferno beneath it. This was not merely a single target attack. It left behind an area of effect as well. Suddenly recalling something, Yuan too turned to Xiao Yun and said, "Director Xiao, why don't you test the capabilities of this technique? I will unleash it at you, and you should focus on defense." Xiao Yun nodded and assumed a defensive stance. As the white flame surged forth from Yuan too's hand once more, Xiao Yun inexplicably felt a sense of crisis arise within his consciousness. When the flame rapidly approached him, he chose not to defend, but allowed it to strike his body. Upon contact, Xiao Yun's expression remained largely unchanged. He permitted the flame to corrode his form. Moments later, he channeled his spiritual energy to dispel the flame enveloping him. "The offensive capability is indeed impressive," he remarked. However, no sooner had he spoken than the flame that had just vanished reappeared as if from thin air. It transformed into an ethereal state, penetrating through his physical defenses and launching an assault on his spirit. The scorching flame seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, branding itself upon Xiao Yun's essence the instant it made contact. He hastily clutched his head, shouting, "Stop! I have not fortified my spirit." At that moment, his spirit was being seared mercilessly. Yuan too, upon hearing this, immediately halted. The onlookers, witnessing Xiao Yun's distress, hurriedly gathered around him. Director Xiao, what has happened? Xiao Yun's face was drenched in cold sweat, his expression exceedingly grim. Though his physical body remained unharmed, his spirit was in agony. Had he not already attained the status of a lesser saint, his spirit would likely have sustained real damage. Now, it was merely painful without actual injury. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yun cast a resentful glance at Yuan II. Director Yuan, you are a Holy Realm practitioner, while I am but a lesser saint. Are you trying to kill me? You lack restraint. Yuan II was taken aback. I only used 10% of my strength. Surely that cannot be right? Xiao Yun retorted, how can that be? My spirit is being scorched. Could it be that this technique can enhance its output? Yuan II murmured, perhaps you should examine the refining ball as well. With that, he handed the refining ball to Xiao Yun. After reviewing it, Xiao Yun was astonished. In such a brief period, Jiang Yu had not only conceived a new technique, but had also perfectly aligned it with their requirements. And it was a celestial level technique. Fire-based attacks, featuring single target damage, methods to assault the spirit, and area damage. This was extraordinary. What sort of creature was Jiang Yu? Having just endured the technique himself, he recognized how formidable it was. Even among celestial level techniques, this one was among the finest. If one could seize the opportunity in battle to maximize its potential, it could very well turn the tide. What is the name of this technique? Have you decided? Jiang Yu casually replied, the Flame Soul Technique. He did not regard this technique with great importance. Such a technique was trivial for him. Compared to the four techniques, it was on an entirely different level, not to mention the Yuan Huang scripture. He had merely approached it conservatively. If he truly dedicated himself, given a span of 10 days to half a month, he could produce a holy level technique. Have I passed? Then, Yuan II promptly affirmed, indeed, perfectly cleared. You have truly astonished me. The technique you have created will be documented, and upon your enrollment, you will receive an additional 10,000 credits. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Only 10,000 credits? Do not underestimate 10,000 credits. Once you enroll, you will understand how challenging it is to earn credits. Previously, Ji Linger, who attended to you, could only earn 10 credits after a month in the task hall. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Yu realized that 10,000 credits were indeed substantial. He had initially thought that the Yuan Huang Academy was rather stingy, considering this was a top-tier celestial level technique. If sold, it could fetch at least several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, with the potential to exceed 1,000,000 if the right buyer came along. We will only document this technique and will not disseminate it. If you choose to submit it to the Academy, you will receive even more credits. The decision to submit lies with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu replied, then I shall submit it. Yuan II responded, very well. Once you enroll, we will diligently study this technique and provide you with a satisfactory response. Now, let us prepare for the martial examination. Are you ready? Jiang Yu assured, no problem. I am ready to begin at any time. Chapter 31. The martial examination. The rules of the martial examination are singular. One must enter the demon breeding tower and successfully navigate through the simple difficulty level. The demon breeding tower is a frequent trial venue for us students, where one can spend a certain number of credits to allow their consciousness to enter its depths. Should one be vanquished by a demon beast, they will fail and be expelled from the tower. The tower adjusts according to one's cultivation level, offering 5 tiers of difficulty: simple, normal, difficult, extremely difficult, and ultimate, each comprising 100 levels. Come on, little one, give it your all. After elucidating the rules, Yuan II guided Jiang Yu to the hall of the demon breeding tower. Upon entering, the students' gazes converge upon them. Oh, the vice dean is here. Look, even Director Xiao has arrived. Why are so many high-ranking officials from the academy present at the demon breeding tower? Could something significant be afoot? Who is that young man beside them? I have never seen him before. He isn't even wearing our academy's uniform. How could he enter? At that moment, someone speculated. Could he be here for the martial examination? What is the martial examination? The one who had just spoken clarified. It is a special method of admission. The academy established this to ensure that exceptional talents do not miss their enrollment opportunity. His presence here suggests he is participating in the martial examination. But I fail to comprehend why there are so many high-ranking officials accompanying him. Typically, there would be at most 3 examiners for the martial examination, and I doubt the vice dean would personally oversee it. A bystander inquired, "Is it possible that he is a scion of a prominent family?" This assertion was promptly countered. That is implausible. Even if a saint's son or saint daughter were present, the Academy's high-ranking officials would not show any preferential treatment. It is only conceivable that this individual's talent has stirred the attention of the higher-ups, thus prompting such a grand display. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it reasonable. After all, they were a unique presence on the Yuan Huang Continent. They owed no deference to anyone. Let us observe. This individual's cultivation is not high, only the 3rd level of the condensation realm. Whether he can pass the martial examination remains uncertain. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Yu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Nearby, an enormous crystal projection displayed the names of over 100 individuals. This must be the ranking for successfully navigating the demon-breeding tower. Glancing at it, Jiang Yu noted that the first place for the simple difficulty was held by Luo Feng, with a completion time of 25 hours. At the cultivation level of the extraordinary realm, second place was occupied by Yu Qingyue, with a completion time of 36 hours, also in the extraordinary realm. Jiang Yu continued to examine the list, realizing that nearly all who ranked had also achieved the extraordinary realm. The last on the list had taken 60 hours. Jiang Yu felt invigorated. The demon-breeding tower appeared formidable indeed, requiring such considerable time to conquer. His gaze shifted to the normal difficulty ranking. To his astonishment, the first place had a completion time of merely 20 hours, quicker than the simple difficulty. Moreover, their cultivation level had reached the severance realm. The list was uniformly filled with individuals of the severance realm. Truly, Yuan Huang Academy is remarkable with such a plethora of severance realm practitioners. It is known that advancing from the severance realm leads to the semi-saint level. The sheer number of strong individuals emerging from this small branch was beyond his imagination. He could only wonder how many prodigies resided in the main academy. Astonished, Jiang Yu then turned his attention to the ultimate difficulty ranking. The top 10 were all semi-saints, while the others were at the severance realm. Witnessing these 10 semi-saints, Jiang Yu felt a wave of emotion. Semi-saints have manifested here. In his previous life, although he had encountered many semi-saints and saint-level experts, he had seldom crossed paths with them unless he was being pursued. He never anticipated that a mere branch could yield 10 semi-saints among its students. This speaks volumes about the Academy's formidable foundation. Such is the value of this institution. He felt a surge of gratitude that Yuan Huang Academy refrained from engaging in any worldly conflicts. Otherwise, he might have perished long ago. Yuan Tu, observing Jiang Yu's astonishment, refrained from urging him. A sense of pride illuminated Yuan Tu's visage, for these prodigies on the list represented the honor of their Shengyu branch. After a moment, Yuan Tu spoke, "Little one, what do you think of the foundation of our Shengyu branch? Do you feel an immense pressure? However, do not despair with your talents. Once you are enrolled, I believe your name will soon grace this list." As soon as Yuan Tu's words fell, Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, you are right. I will strive to do my best." Yuan Tu nodded in satisfaction, his expression revealing that he found Jiang Yu to be a teachable individual. He had witnessed too many geniuses fall due to arrogance, losing their way along the path of cultivation. Very well, give it your all and do your utmost. With that, he activated the demon-breeding tower and sent Jiang Yu inside. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was confronted by a pig demon of the first level of the condensation realm. Without any preparation, it charged at him. Initially taken aback, Jiang Yu quickly regained his composure. Raising his hand, he struck the pig demon, obliterating it with a single blow. Looking down at his hand, he murmured, "This strength is insufficient." Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials observing the demon-breeding tower's interior were astonished as the first layer's indicator lit up. This signified that Jiang Yu had successfully cleared the level. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. He passed so quickly? Was it a one-hit kill? Yuan Tu responded nonchalantly. This is quite normal. After all, it is merely the first level. With a bit of attention, most individuals can clear it. Given preparation, A one-hit kill is not uncommon. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The second layer lit up as well. Incredibly, just a breath later, the third layer brightened. The speed of his progress showed no signs of slowing. The rate at which he was clearing levels began to escalate rapidly. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Only after reaching the 10th layer did Jiang Yu's pace slightly decelerate. Xiao Yun exclaimed, "Is there a malfunction in the demon breeding tower? How could this young man clear levels so swiftly? The beasts in these 10 layers should match his cultivation level. How is he able to defeat them so effortlessly?" Inside the demon breeding tower, Jiang Yu felt utterly at ease. This martial trial seemed rather trivial. The demon beast he encountered fell with merely a casual swipe. Now, at the 20th level, he faced demon beasts of the 7th level of the condensation realm. Yet, to him, there was little distinction between the 7th and 3rd levels. Each was dealt with in a single strike. Could they not all emerge at once? I could dispatch them together. Chapter 32. The Demon Refinement Tower is quite insufficient unbeknownst to Jiang Yu. His actions had left the observing students outside utterly astonished. His presence, having accompanied the Academy's senior officials, had already garnered significant attention. However, upon witnessing his astonishing speed in overcoming challenges, they were rendered speechless. Goodness, our Academy is about to welcome a formidable talent. My heavens, his pace in clearing levels exhibits no signs of pause. It's practically annihilation. Upon reaching the 20th level, one would expect him to encounter beasts of considerably higher cultivation, yet he continues to obliterate them effortlessly. Brothers, it's not merely the 20th level. As we speak, he has ascended to the 23rd. It's no wonder the Academy's higher-ups are accompanying him for the martial examination. His prowess is extraordinary, were it not for their presence. I would even suspect that the Demon Refinement Tower was malfunctioning. Heavens, his climbing speed must be the fastest in history. Has it been less than 15 minutes? And he has already breached the 25th level? Now, 30. Good Lord, what manner of monster is this? Within the Demon Refinement Tower, upon reaching the 30th level, Jiang Yu began to confront pinnacle-level beasts. Yet, to him, they were no more than toys, each dispatched with a single strike. With each new layer, as fresh monsters emerged, Jiang Yu would simply deliver a swift blow. Eventually, he stationed himself at the respawn point, awaiting the beast's reappearance. When Jiang Yu reached the 35th level, he encountered two beasts, one at pinnacle condensation and the other at the 8th level of condensation. However, upon seeing these creatures, his expression remained largely unchanged. He dealt with them through overwhelming force. No matter how many came, it was futile, for there existed an insurmountable chasm between their strengths. Though it appeared that Jiang Yu was effortlessly dispatching them, in truth, he had attained the pinnacle of harnessing his own power, achieving a realm of strength that few could comprehend. This was a level typically reserved for those who had reached the semi-saint stage. When a person pushes their strength to its absolute limit, ensuring every attack is executed without waste, they reach this exalted state. While it may seem straightforward, this realm has stymied countless prodigies, leaving them unable to attain the mastery of their own power throughout their lifetimes. It is also a crucial factor for those seeking to break through to the semi-saint stage. Only by mastering their own strength and learning to embody it can one hope to ascend. If the Academy's higher-ups outside were to witness Jiang Yu's combat style, their worldviews would surely shatter. Mastering the embodiment of strength at the condensation stage is unprecedented in the Yuan Huang Continent. Outside the Demon Refinement Tower, a throng of over 1,000 students had gathered. Those who had intended to enter for their own training had all ceased their attempts, captivated by Jiang Yu's unparalleled prowess. They sensed that a miracle was about to unfold today, one that would surely shatter existing records. As news of the happenings within the tower spread, many students from a Xingyu branch flocked over, eager to witness this historic event. Within half an hour, he had reached the 50th level. Goodness, how is he achieving this? Is he truly annihilating multiple beasts at once? I cannot fathom just how powerful he is. I recall that when Luo Feng reached the 50th level, it took him approximately 6 hours. How could he possibly be so much faster? Is it possible he will break the record today? Some students who had previously ascended the higher levels of the tower contemplated aloud. This record is bound to be shattered. It merely depends on how far he can go. After reaching the 60th level, the quality of the beasts he encounters will change dramatically. If he continues to dispatch them, as he has thus far, it won't be long before he completes the tower. Such terrifying strength is likely only achievable by the prodigies of the main academy. Some well-informed students nodded in agreement. Indeed, his pace is something only the elite of the main academy could achieve. Yet, a voice interjected, "You truly believe I don't recognize anyone from the main academy? Clearing 50 levels in half an hour would make him the fastest there, too." I remember that the fastest to clear the simple mode was Jiang Yu, who took 1 hour to reach 50 levels and 3 hours for the entire simple mode of the Demon Refinement Tower. Compared to this individual, Jiang Yu pales in comparison. Upon hearing her name, the crowd gasped. "What? Jiang Yu? You dare to compare her to Jiang Yu?" It must be noted that Jiang Yu is our Yuan Huang Academy's acknowledged senior sister. She has long since broken through to the saint stage. How could he possibly compare? Before the words left his mouth, another voice retorted, "Perhaps he cannot match her now, but who knows what the future holds?" Currently, no one truly knows the extent of this young prodigy's strength. Take, for instance, the recently victorious saint, Lin Yaoyao. She took 5 hours to clear the simple mode of the Demon Refinement Tower. Lin Yaoyao herself took 2 hours to reach the 50th level, while this individual has done it in half an hour. However, just as he finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yu, who was still clearing levels, and exclaimed, "Wait, it's already the 59th level. My goodness, he has gone mad. So fast, he must be risking his life." Upon reaching the 60th level, we shall see if he pauses. If he continues to annihilate, he is destined to break the record, to break the records of the entire Yuan Huang Academy. Within the Demon Refinement Tower, Jiang Yu had now arrived at the 60th level. The strength of the beast began to undergo a dramatic transformation. At the 59th level, Jiang Yu had faced 5 pinnacle-level beasts simultaneously. To his surprise, upon reaching the 60th level, he encountered a soul realm beast. Jiang Yu smiled at the beast before him. How intriguing! It has transcended a major realm. At this moment, while he felt a modicum of pressure from the soul realm beast, it was merely a slight burden. He could still dispatch it with ease. With his gaze sharpening, Jiang Yu swiftly formed seals, activating one of his 4 techniques, the deducing technique. In the next moment, his originally black pupils transformed into a brilliant gold. The beast before him was now riddled with vulnerabilities, its weaknesses laid bare before Jiang Yu's keen sight. As the beast charged toward him, Jiang Yu, as before, delivered a powerful strike. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The once formidable soul realm beast collapsed on the spot, shortly thereafter dissipating into blue specks of light, vanishing within the confines of the 60th level of the Demon Refinement Tower. With the beast's disappearance, it signified Jiang Yu's successful completion of yet another level, still with a single strike. Unlike before, he had merely employed one of his 4 techniques this time. Jiang Yu murmured to himself, "The Demon Refinement Tower is quite insufficient. I've only exerted 30% of my strength. Might I request a bit more challenge?" Chapter 33. The Arrival of the 100 Saints Outside the Demon Refining Tower. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they witnessed Jiang Yu ascend beyond the 60th floor. Wow, instant kill. It's utterly insane. Who on earth is this person? I must acquire all his information within the next quarter hour. What a remarkable talent. A distinguished figure has graced our academy. Ha ha! With such a powerhouse among us, we surely won't finish at the bottom in this upcoming ranking competition. I wonder if he needs someone to warm his bed. I could be of service. Does he require a loyal subordinate? I am fiercely devoted. The senior members of Xinyuan II's faction were equally exhilarated. They had never anticipated Jiang Yu's combat prowess to be so formidable. Their academy, Xing Yu, was finally poised for a breakthrough. After enduring years of stagnation, their time had come. Ha ha ha! Heaven bless Xing Yu. Xiao Yin nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, this young man is extraordinarily gifted." However, an inappropriate voice suddenly interjected nearby. "With such a prodigy, can we truly retain him?" Upon hearing this, the smiles on Xin Yuan too and Xiao Yun's faces abruptly faltered. Indeed, could they possibly keep Jiang Yu, the unparalleled talent, at Xingyu? The main academy would undoubtedly seek to recruit him. Contemplating this, Xin Yuan too's expression darkened. Such an extraordinary talent might not be a blessing after all. They should keep this under wraps for a time, allowing Jiang Yu to represent their academy in the competition first. They could not afford to let this prodigy slip away. Sighing, Xiao Yun remarked, Director Xin Yuan, I fear we cannot conceal this for long. There are too many witnesses here upon hearing this. Xin Yuan too surveyed the surroundings and fell silent. He had momentarily overlooked this fact. With so many students present, it was impossible to keep the news under wraps. Once Jiang Yu emerged, they would have to speak with him, persuading him to stay for a while, if he wished to remain. The main academy could not forcibly take him. Xiao Yun nodded. It seems we have no choice. Let us hope you will assist us. After years of languishing at the bottom, we have finally found a prodigy. We cannot let him leave. Unbeknownst to the higher-ups of Xingyu Academy, when Jiang Yu broke through to the 50th floor in just half an hour, it had already alerted the Yuan Huang main academy. Dozens of formidable figures were en route, driven solely by the desire to recruit him. After all, he was a freshly minted genius. The Yuan Huang Academy was also competitive, divided into various factions. Upon witnessing the emergence of a wild prodigy, they could hardly remain seated. Everyone sought to draw Jiang Yu into their ranks or directly accept him as a disciple. Not only the main academy's officials, but also senior members from other branches had dispatched personnel to secure him. Although Jiang Yu had participated in the Xingyu branch's assessment, any academy could extend an admission invitation once he passed. As an hour drew to a close, Jiang Yu had already ascended to the 80th floor. The saint-level powerhouses from a main academy materialized from the void. Xin Yuan too felt the ripples in the air, and his heart sank. What brings this group of old cadres here? Panic surged within him as he realized he could not manage these figures without the director's presence. When the first saint-level powerhouse appeared, Xin Yuan too's complexion paled. What brings you here? Ha ha ha, Xin Yuan, it has been a while. I heard your academy has produced a genius, so I thought I would come to see for myself. No need to be too anxious. As these words fell, the speaker's gaze shifted toward Jiang Yu, who was still within the tower. Remarkable. In less than an hour, he has already advanced to the 83rd floor. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard chuckled, stroking his beard. Ah, it seems our Yuan Huang Academy may soon welcome another saint. Initially prepared to confront and disperse the crowd, Xin Yuan too fell silent upon seeing the elderly man. What a calamity! How did this esteemed figure become involved? Xin Yuan too respectfully bowed. Elder Shun, what brings you here? Shun Xingtian replied with a smile. Young Tu, I heard your academy has unearthed a fine talent, and my curiosity led me here. No need to be too tense. At this, Xin Yuan too was at a loss for words. How could he not be nervous? This was a superpower. In the presence of such a figure, he felt like a mere child. Not even their director would dare to speak lightly in front of Shun Xingtian. If Shun truly desired Jiang Yu, Xin Yuan too would not have the courage to refuse. Thinking of this, a wave of grievance washed over him. After years of waiting, they had finally found a prodigy, only to attract so many people. It was utterly frustrating. Where could he voice his grievances? However, what troubled him even more were the continuous spatial fluctuations in the void. Within a matter of minutes, other powerful figures from different branches had also arrived. Counting them, the number of saints present had already reached 63 and continued to grow. Some from more distant campuses were undoubtedly also on their way. Realization struck Xin Yuan too. They could not retain Jiang Yu. It was simply impossible. This prodigy had stirred far too many interests. Their humble Xingyu could not accommodate such a monumental figure. The newly arrived dignitaries had initially intended to speak, but upon noticing Shun Xingtian's presence, they fell silent, approaching him with respectful greetings. Shun Xingtian merely smiled and greeted them warmly, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. He addressed the crowd. There is no need for formality. Treat me as if I were invisible. Go about your business as you please. Yet, despite Shun Xingtian's words, the crowd remained apprehensive, responding affirmatively but hesitating to act. They even breathed cautiously. The students of Jiang Yu Academy, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly bewildered. This was their first encounter with so many dignitaries gathered at once. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge understood that those who could traverse the void were at least saint-level powerhouses. The sight of nearly 100 saints gathered was unfathomable. My goodness, a single prodigy has drawn this many esteemed figures. Look, there are already 103 saints present. Oh dear, when I go out from now on, I can boast that I have seen over 100 saints at once. Isn't that the vice president of the Qinglu branch? I can't believe she is here as well. Someone inquired, who is that elderly man at the center? Why does everyone seem so respectful toward him? I don't know. He must be from the main academy. Oh, never mind that. Let's just enjoy the show. We are about to witness history in the making. Having only just passed an hour, the prodigy within the tower had already reached the 99th floor. With one more breakthrough, he would complete the challenge. Achieving this feat in just over an hour was simply astonishing. Chapter 34. A record-breaking feat within the demon refining tower. Jiang Yu had ascended to the 99th floor. After vanquishing the 4 demon beasts on this level, 5 more formidable beasts at the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm appeared before him. Stretching languidly, Jiang Yu murmured, "At last, it is time to conclude this. Let me unleash something grand. It has been far too long since I last did so." No sooner had he spoken than the 5 demon beasts charged at him from various directions, their massive forms and menacing visages radiating an aura that instilled dread. Yet, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, slightly lifting his chin as a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He gradually raised his right hand, and a surge of azure light erupted from his palm, a powerful spiritual force coalescing like a tempestuous tide. Instantly, the azure glow intensified, illuminating the entirety of the demon refining tower. With a sudden thrust forward, a brilliant azure beam shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The very fabric of space seemed to warp in its wake. Before the 5 demon beasts could even react, they were struck by this radiant beam, disintegrating into nothingness without a sound or struggle, reduced to mere dust in an instant. The tower returned to its eerie silence, with only the residual azure light flickering softly, a testament to the breathtaking scene that had just transpired. Time to wrap up. Jiang Yu clapped his hands, gazing at the fading azure light with a sigh. They are still too weak. Defeating a few mere chickens necessitated the use of this skill. What he had just executed was indeed the true Yuan Huang Jing, the first stance of the 9 styles of Yuan Huang. Yuan Huang Qi Shi. In his previous life, at the pinnacle of his abilities, unleashing this move would have obliterated even those in the saint realm. Yet, in this rebirth, he had resorted to it against beasts of the Yuan Shen realm. He felt somewhat out of sorts. It had been so long since he had used it that he felt he had grown weaker. If only I were a bit stronger, I could dispatch them with sheer physical prowess alone. Jiang Yu was not entirely satisfied with his performance and resolved to enhance his abilities. If others were to hear his thoughts, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Here he was, a mere condensation Dan realm cultivator, effortlessly slaying 5 demon beasts in a single breath, yet he felt he had underperformed. If he were in peak condition, how formidable would he be? Outside the demon refining tower, spectators had grown numb to Jiang Yu's astounding feats of slaying the beasts on the 100th floor. It was simply outrageous, defying all reason. Many were curious about how Jiang Yu achieved such feats, yet none dared to question his strength. After all, this record-breaking accomplishment had transpired under the watchful eyes of numerous esteemed figures. Only those consumed by inner demons would dare to doubt Jiang Yu. 1 hour and a quarter. This record had indeed been shattered. It was likely that no one would surpass this mark for a long time. I feel this is unprecedented, a feat beyond compare. How did he accomplish it in merely 1 hour? It was undoubtedly a limit, as he had dispatched each foe in rapid succession. His future potential was boundless. As long as he did not fall, he would surely reach at least the saint realm. Heaven bless Jiang Yu. Upon Jiang Yu's emergence from the tower, the leaderboard underwent a transformation. The top position was now held by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, completion time, 1 hour, cultivation level, 3rd layer of condensation Dan. When the crowd beheld Jiang Yu's cultivation level, they were momentarily stunned. What? He is merely at the third layer of condensation, Dan. That doesn't seem to meet the entrance standards, does it? With a third layer of condensation, Dan, it was no wonder he could clear the tower so swiftly. The most formidable beast he encountered must have been only at the Yuan Shen realm. Initially perceived as a prodigy, it now appeared he was simply a minor talent. A third layer of condensation, Dan. Was this not a shortcut? This level of cultivation did not earn my endorsement. The students, who had been marveling at Jiang Yu's speed, fell into a state of calm upon realizing his low cultivation level. Even the ordinary students typically engaged in battles against the formidable beasts of the extraordinary realm. The intensity of such confrontations was immensely higher. The disparity between a condensation Dan realm cultivator defeating Yuan Shen level foes and an extraordinary realm cultivator overcoming the slayers was incomparable. As 1's cultivation level increased, the likelihood of engaging in higher tier battles diminished. They believed that had any other genius attempted to clear the tower with the same condensation Dan strength, their speed would have been even greater. Thus, when the crowd observed Jiang Yu's cultivation level, their astonishment waned. Even some powerful figures in the Saint realm, upon learning of Jiang Yu's specific cultivation level, found their eagerness to invite him to enroll diminished. His cultivation was simply too low. At that moment, senior figures from other academies approached Yuan to bid farewell. Brother Yuan, congratulations on the emergence of a new genius in your academy. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Yuan too felt a surge of joy. Good riddance. He was well aware of their thoughts. They merely viewed Jiang Yu's cultivation as inadequate. Yet, they had no inkling that Jiang Yu possessed the potential of a purple-gold level talent. While he inwardly reveled, Yuan too maintained a composed demeanor. Brother Yin, will you not stay a while longer? Yin Qing shook his head. I have other matters to attend to. I cannot linger. Then I shall not see you off. Travel safely. After the initial farewell, others began to take their leave as well. In contrast, Shen Qingtian looked at Jiang Yu in astonishment. This lad is astonishing. To demonstrate such prowess at the condensation Dan level. No wonder he could eliminate foes within the trial tower with ease. At that moment, Shen Qingtian approached Jiang Yu, smiling. Young one, would you care to become my disciple? The Saint Realm experts who had intended to depart were left dumbfounded by Shen Qingtian's words. What is happening? Why does this prominent figure suddenly wish to take on a disciple? Am I seeing things? Or is there something about this young man that we are unaware of? Jiang Yu, meanwhile, was assessing the elderly gentleman before him. The elder had snow-white hair cascading down his shoulders and along, striking white beard resembling a silver waterfall that reached his chest. Time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet could not diminish the wisdom gleaming in his eyes. He always wore a warm smile, exuding an amiable aura. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, he could not discern the slightest flaw in the elder's cultivation level. He was unable to ascertain the elder's true strength, which felt rather unusual. Even a Saint Realm expert should reveal some hints. Yet this elder appeared just like an ordinary person. It was exceedingly strange. Beside them, Yuan too felt as if the sky were collapsing upon hearing Shen Qingtian's words. Why are you suddenly seeking a disciple? If you speak, who could possibly contest you? However, Jiang Yu's response left everyone in utter shock. Senior, I apologize, but I currently have no intention of taking on a master. Chapter 35. I have a master. Jiang Yu's refusal stemmed from his inability to comprehend the old man's cultivation level. It was highly likely that he was a formidable being, a super monster of sorts. Jiang Yu dared not linger in the presence of such an individual. If the old man were to notice something amiss and harbor ill intentions, Jiang Yu would find himself in dire straits. One must never harbor malice, yet always remain vigilant against others. He was acutely aware of the value of the Yuan Huang Sutra. Even beings above the sacred realm would likely covet it. Thus, he could neither seek a master nor accept one. Most importantly, in his heart, he already had a master, his mentor from his previous life. This mentor had treated him with great kindness, akin to that of a mother. Jiang Yu's ability to create the Yuan Huang Sutra was inextricably linked to this mentor. Whenever Jiang Yu's emotions wavered, she would appear to soothe him. If Yao Yao was Jiang Yu's beloved, then his previous life's mentor was akin to his bloodkin, equally significant as his parents. In his former life, Jiang Yu's master had tragically perished at the hands of enemies while creating an opportunity for his escape, a scene he would never forget. In this life, he might not seek out his previous mentor, for he wished not to involve her again. Yet, this did not imply that he would accept another as his master. In Jiang Yu's heart, he had but one master, Mei Yunyan. In the stillness of the night, the gentle visage of his master would emerge in his mind, alongside the haunting memory of her demise. The most frustrating aspect was his current inability to avenge her. This had become a nightmare that plagued him, a primary reason for his stagnation in cultivation. When Shun Qingtian heard Jiang Yu's response, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated rejection, yet he dismissed it quickly, recognizing that, given his status, taking on a disciple was a trivial matter. His interest in Jiang Yu was not solely due to the boy's talent, but also a profound intuition that there was a deep bond between them. However, he could not discern the source of this premonition. At his level of cultivation, such intuitions were rare, and when they did manifest, they invariably came to fruition. Rest assured, when you are ready to take on a master, you may bring this jade pendant to the main academy to find me. With that, Shun Qingtian presented a jade pendant from his storage ring to Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu did not accept the pendant and, with an apologetic expression, said, "Senior, I have already taken a master at my heart, so it seems we are not fated to be master and disciple." The prominent figures nearby, witnessing Shun Qingtian being rejected twice in succession, hastily departed, clearing the refining tower in their wake. They could scarcely bear to hear more, should word of this spread. It would be an embarrassment indeed for Shun Qingtian, a superlative figure of their Yuan Huang Academy, to be turned away by a mere junior. This audacious young man had no inkling of the repercussions of his rejection. It was known that this illustrious figure had never taken a disciple. If this news were to circulate, it would undoubtedly shock the entire Yuan Huang Continent, possibly even attracting prodigies from hidden families to seek apprenticeship. Unperturbed by the sudden departure of the crowd, Shun Qingtian, with a curious expression, inquired, "Might you share the name of your master?" "I can only say her surname is Mei. Beyond that, I cannot divulge," Jiang Yu replied. Upon hearing the surname, Shun Qingtian fell silent for a moment, connecting it with the premonition that had stirred within him. It became apparent that the source of it all lay with her. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Shun Qingtian's eyes as he finally sighed. "She has taken a good disciple. Please convey my regards to her." Yet after speaking, he shook his head. "No, it's unnecessary. Keep this pendant. Since you are her disciple and have come to our academy, it is only right that I extend my support." With that, Shun Qingtian left the pendant and vanished. Jiang Yu stared in bewilderment at the jade pendant in his hand. He had merely mentioned a surname. Yet the man's emotional response was exceedingly intense. What a predicament. Having revealed the name of his master, should trouble arise, how would it affect her? Jiang Yu had intended to deflect the inquiry casually, never anticipating that merely disclosing a surname would lead the esteemed figure to surmise the identity of his master. This was utterly absurd. In his memory, his master was not well known, and she had always maintained a low profile, residing in seclusion within a valley. After years of companionship, he had never witnessed her with any acquaintances. Who could this person truly be? Jiang Yu felt a pang of distress. What had gone awry? Following this incident, he resolved never to divulge anything regarding his past again. Yao Yao must be kept hidden, lest others discover their connection. Not long after Shun Qingtian's departure, Xin Yuan too and the high-ranking officials returned to the refining tower. Xin Yuan too had intended to inquire about the outcome of the discussion, but thought better of it. Realizing that it pertained to such a significant figure, it was wise not to pry further. "Young friend Jiang, congratulations on successfully passing the civil and martial examination. Here is the academy badge. Take it. I will arrange for your enrollment tomorrow." After accepting the badge, Jiang Yu asked, "Could it be postponed? I must participate in the imperial ranking tournament soon, and would prefer to enroll afterward." Xin Yuan too nodded, "Of course, no problem. Since you passed the examination, you may enroll at your convenience. However, I would advise you do so promptly so we can assist in class and mentor assignments. We will also help arrange your dwelling. Once you officially enroll, I will send someone to guide you, ensuring you adapt quickly to life at the academy. After Xin Yuan too imparted some advice, he took his leave. Jiang Yu also departed the academy, heading toward the gathering place of the Daiyu Empire. As night fell in Zhongzhou, at the Tianhua Sacred Land, news from the Xingyu branch reached Lin Yuan's ears. Upon learning of Jiang Yu's accomplishments, he was astounded. The young lad had actually set a record. He had even drawn the attention of other branches. This was nothing short of incredible. The figure in the black robe spoke. "Lord, I have heard that Elder Shen also ventured to the Xingyu Academy and wished to take Jiang Yu as his disciple. Our people dared not approach Xingyu Academy, so we remain uncertain whether he accepted the apprenticeship." Lin Yuan gasped upon hearing this news. "Are you referring to Elder Shen Qingtian?" "Indeed," came the reply. Lin Yuan stammered. How could this be possible? Why would he emerge to take on a disciple? If this young man becomes his apprentice, his future is boundless." Once regaining his composure, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reflect on his daughter's keen judgment. How remarkable that she found such a prodigy within a mere empire. Lin Yuan began to regret not having helped Lin Yao capture Jiang Yu to bring him back to Tianhua Sacred Land as a son-in-law. Alas, if he truly became Elder Shen's disciple, it would be impossible to pursue him now. Chapter 36. The Cunning Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks in the Vast Night Sky. The bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds. Occasionally, streaks of light darted across the horizon, heralding the swift passage of the city guards of the Xingyu dynasty, who rode on magical artifacts. The streets, paved with blue stones, glimmered softly under the moonlight. The shops lining the thoroughfare were ablaze with light, bustling with cultivators, some perusing magical artifacts, while others exchanged insights on their cultivation journeys. Jiang Yu observed this vibrant scene, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It had been many years since he had last strolled peacefully through the streets of the royal city. He had grown weary of the days spent fleeing and being hunted. As he meandered through the royal city, he occasionally caught sight of children frolicking nearby. He murmured to himself, "This is quite nice." After half an hour of wandering, Jiang Yu's attention suddenly sharpened. He noticed that someone was following him. He led his pursuers into a dimly lit alley. "Come out," he called over his shoulder. Outside the alley, two figures, a stout man and a lean man, exchanged glances. The lean man, upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, displayed a fleeting moment of panic. "Fatty, it seems we've been discovered." The stout man reassured him, "It's fine. He's just a little fellow in the condensation realm. If he behaves, we'll just rob him." However, the lean man remained uneasy. "But if he can spot us, something feels off. Our concealment skills are undetectable even to those in the cutting realm. How did he notice us?" The stout man shot a disdainful look at his companion. "Why are you so timid? He's merely a condensation realm ant. What can he do? Hurry up. He looks like a big catch. After we're done, I still need to find my little Hong." But the lean man hesitated. But the stout man had already donned a mask that altered his appearance and stepped toward Jiang Yu. Seeing this, the lean man sighed in resignation and followed suit. Jiang Yu regarded the pair with calmness. He was intrigued to see what they intended. After all, he had only just left the academy when he found himself being followed, and he was curious if someone was indeed targeting him. "Hand over your storage ring. We seek only wealth. It would be wise for you to comply," the stout man demanded. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes inwardly at the absurdity of the situation. He had thought there was some grave matter afoot, but it turned out he had simply encountered robbers. The law and order in the Xingyu dynasty seemed lackluster. Still, Jiang Yu decided to probe them further. "Are you truly only after wealth?" The stout man nodded eagerly. "Indeed, every profession has its rules. If you surrender your storage ring, we will graciously spare your life." Inherently suspicious, Jiang Yu did not easily yield to their words. He sought to test their intentions and removed his storage ring. "This is my storage ring. Take it." He tossed the ring toward the stout man, while simultaneously gathering his energy. If he confirmed that these two were genuinely motivated by greed, devoid of any backing, then they would soon meet their end. Upon receiving the storage ring, the stout man appeared momentarily stunned. This was his first encounter with such an agreeable individual. He had prepared numerous threats, only to find them unnecessary. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and opened the ring. His eyes widened in astonishment. It contained no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and an assortment of unfamiliar elixirs. When he spotted a golden badge nestled in the corner, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This object was clearly not mundane. He handed the badge to the lean man. "Quick, take a look. Is this badge a treasure? Are we about to strike it rich? This kid is loaded. There are tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones in here. Let's split it." The lean man hurried to the stout man's side. Upon seeing the badge, his expression drained of color. His trembling hand clutched the badge as he stammered, We must return this to its owner." The stout man, incensed, snatched the badge back and slapped the lean man on the back of the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Once it's in our hands, we can't possibly return it. Just look at how exquisite this badge is." After reprimanding the lean man, the stout man turned to Jiang Yu. "Kid, do you have any more of these badges? I'd love another one. It would look impressive when I wear it." Jiang Yu gazed at the golden badge in the stout man's grasp and smirked coldly. "I have none left. I was given only one, as each person is permitted only a single badge. If you want one, you can acquire it yourself. It's free of charge." Intrigued, the stout man exclaimed, "Free? Such a fine badge? How have I never heard of this? If I could obtain several of these badges, I would be set. Why bother with robbery? Is there truly such a good fortune? Kid, tell me where I can get one. I'll sell them in the black market for a handsome profit. Just tell me, and I'll let you go." The lean man, hearing the stout man's words, felt his sanity slip away. If only he weren't so frightened of running away, he would have sold out his companion without hesitation. This foolish man could not even recognize the significance of the badge. It was the student badge of the Yuan Huang Academy. Such an esteemed figure was far beyond their reach. As for silencing them, that was out of the question. Once the badge's owner met their demise, the Yuan Huang Academy would learn of it immediately, and its higher-ups would come for them. The thought of such a terrifying scenario made the lean man's legs tremble, and he fell to his knees. My lord, this matter has nothing to do with me. I was merely passing by, wanting to enjoy the night scenery, with no intention of robbing you." With that, he placed his own storage ring on the ground. "This is all I possess. I hope you will overlook my transgressions and spare my life. I swear to the heavens, if I ever divulge today's events, I shall perish. If I harbor any thoughts of revenge against you, may I fall at once. If you doubt my sincerity, I can sign a servant's contract. I beg you, grant me my life." The stout man began to realize that things were amiss. Why was the lean man so terrified? He whispered, "What are you doing?" The lean man shouted with all his might, "You foolish fatty. I told you not to come, but you insisted. That badge belongs to the Yuan Huang Academy. How could you be so ignorant? I must be possessed to have come here with you." Hearing this, the stout man froze in place, fear gripping him. Although he could not recognize the badge, he knew of the Yuan Huang Academy. In an instant, he too fell to his knees before Jiang Yu. "My ancestor, I was wrong. I should not have harbored ill thoughts toward you. I am willing to part with my wealth to appease you. I am ready to swear an oath to the heavens. Please, I beg of you, spare me. I have not yet lived enough. Look at my elderly mother and my newborn brother. I implore you, let me go. I have yet to help my little Hong redeem herself. I do not wish to die." With each word, the stout man's voice grew more pitiful, and he began to weep openly, resembling a child in distress, a stark contrast to his earlier defiance. Chapter 37. The dual saints of wind and forest. Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals before him, remarking, "I rather preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor." The rotund man, noticing Jiang Yu's lack of immediate aggression, swiftly grasped Jiang Yu's thigh. "My lord, I was merely jesting. There is nothing rebellious about me. I pose no threat to you, truly. Just take a look." As he spoke, the chubby man pressed his fist to his cheek, stuck out his tongue, and pouted, adopting an innocuous expression. "Meow meow." Jiang Yu was taken aback by the man's audacious display of affection, rendering him momentarily speechless. A wave of nausea surged within him. Disgusting. How painfully embarrassing. He swiftly kicked the plump man aside. "Keep your distance from me." This man, in his desperate bid for survival, had utterly forsaken any sense of dignity. Jiang Yu had initially intended to send these two souls into the cycle of reincarnation, allowing them a fresh start. However, witnessing their unabashed antics ignited a different thought within him. After all, he aimed to cultivate his own circle of influence in the future. Although their skills were lackluster, their audacity promised potential for grand endeavors. In situations where he needed to maintain a low profile, he could rely on them to handle matters. The kickman, unfazed by the blow, quickly rose to his feet, a sycophantic expression plastered on his face. "My lord, is your foot all right? Did I cause you any harm?" Jiang Yu, taken aback by his words, managed to respond, "You are invincible." Though Jiang Yu had witnessed various characters in his life, he had never encountered anyone with such audacity. "What is your name?" "Li Shan," the man replied, his face a mask of obsequiousness, his eyes squinting with delight. He rubbed his hands together and continued, "You may call me Xiao Shan, or even Shaner, should you not mind. As long as you, my lord, do not hold my previous transgressions against me, I shall regard you as my reborn parent." I was momentarily possessed by an evil thought towards you. Those who enter the Yuan Huang Academy are indeed figures of great significance. Just look at your demeanor and grace. You are truly a celestial being reincarnate, who would not regard you with awe. It is merely the darkness of night that obscured your brilliance. Otherwise, I would never have dared to cross your path. Thankfully, your kick has awakened me. You are indeed a prodigy of the Yuan Huang Academy. Your mere kick has granted me enlightenment. How astonishing! Your prowess is unmatched, far beyond what we mere mortals can aspire to. To meet you is a blessing of 8 lifetimes. I shall serve you faithfully and without hesitation. As Li Shan's flattery grew increasingly fervent, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had heard of such creatures as sycophants before, but Li Shan far surpassed any mythical descriptions. He was akin to a battle-hardened wolf. If there were a path of sycophancy, he would undoubtedly ascend to celestial heights. Enough. I shall spare your lives. However, while you may evade death, you must surrender your primordial spirits. Follow me, and should you demonstrate exemplary conduct, I may return your spirits to you in the future. Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged glances, showing not a hint of hesitation as they promptly relinquished their primordial spirits. For them, survival was paramount. Future matters could be addressed later. After collecting their primordial spirits, Jiang Yu turned to the lean man and inquired, "And you, what is your name?" "I am Lin Yao," the man replied. Upon hearing the name Lin Yao, Jiang Yu paused for a moment before asking, "Are you a practitioner of the wind element?" Lin Yao nodded, astonished. To have encountered someone capable of discerning his elemental affinity was remarkable indeed. Jiang Yu's mind raced as he looked at Li Shan. "You are the earth element?" "Yes, my lord," Li Shan confirmed. Jiang Yu murmured, "The dual saints of wind and forest. I never anticipated that the 2 of you would be the legendary figures known throughout the continent." They were renowned representatives among rogue cultivators, having even established a rogue alliance. In his recollection, this alliance was comparable to the royal dynasties of the 72 empires. It was astonishing to learn that these famed rogues had resorted to acts of robbery. Li Shan, overhearing Jiang Yu's mutterings, curiously asked, "My lord, what did you say?" "Nothing," Jiang Yu replied, shaking his head. Initially, he had planned to keep the 2 by his side as aides, but he now reconsidered. He decided to allow them the freedom to venture forth and unify the rogue cultivators themselves, as he intended to do so in the future. His Yuan Huang Classic could only be effectively disseminated among the rogue cultivators, thereby solidifying his foundation and providing him the confidence to contend with the top powers. Lin Yao respectfully inquired, "My lord, now that we are in your service, what shall we do next?" "You need not accompany me. Pursue your own aspirations. Should you encounter trouble, seek me out," Jiang Yu instructed. The 2 men stared at him in bewilderment, momentarily unsure of his intentions. After surrendering their primordial spirits, he was now granting them freedom. They had prepared themselves to become servants, yet Jiang Yu was allowing them to follow their own paths. Lin Yao cautiously ventured, "My lord, serving you is our purpose." Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Remaining by my side would squander your talents. Go and establish a rogue organization, uniting the rogue cultivators of Yuan Huang Continent into a cohesive force." Lin Yao's heart raced at Jiang Yu's words. How did this esteemed figure know their innermost thoughts? He and Li Shan, alongside several like-minded companions, had long harbored such ambitions and had already begun to form a modest organization. They had merely lacked a viable means of generating income, which had forced them into a life of robbery. If they could secure resources, they would not have resorted to such extremes. The world was decidedly unjust to rogue cultivators. Without the means to advance, they were left vulnerable, awaiting their demise. They merely sought a better existence. What crime was there in that? My lord, how did you come to know our intentions? Without explanation, Jiang Yu produced 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to Lin Yao. Here are some spirit stones for you. Use them wisely and refrain from resorting to robbery. It is fraught with peril. I shall devise ways to assist you in acquiring resources. 3 days hence, I will contact you again and bestow upon you some techniques and elixirs. Lin Yao and Li Shan exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. Such fortune existed in this world. Although their robbery had failed, they had unexpectedly gained a substantial resource and found a benefactor. It was utterly unfathomable. Lin Yao, still skeptical, asked once more, my lord, are you truly sincere? Jiang Yu shot him a withering glance. What reason would I have to deceive you? Your lives are in my hands. I have no need to toy with you. Realization dawned on Lin Yao. Indeed, his life was in this lord's grasp, nullifying any reason for jest. After organizing her thoughts, Lin Yao deeply bowed to Jiang Yu and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. We shall not disappoint your expectations. The stout fellow beside her also set aside his playful demeanor, revealing a sincere expression as he bowed to Jiang Yu. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Yu helped the two to their feet and spoke. There is no need for formalities. All I require is for you to manage your tasks effectively. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me at the Yuan Huang Academy. Do you possess a communication stone? If not, use these spirit stones to procure a short-range communication stone. I shall likely be at the Xingyu branch during this period. After the two nodded in understanding, Jiang Yu offered a few more words of advice before allowing them to depart. Chapter 38. The breezy little cotton-padded jacket. The reason Jiang Yu instructed them to return in 3 days was to prepare a diluted version of the Yuan Huang scripture for the two, enabling them to accelerate their cultivation. He would also provide them with some heavenly tier techniques to ensure they possessed the ability to protect themselves. As for resources, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat lacking, yet he knew that acquiring them was not a formidable task. He could simply sell several heavenly tier techniques he had crafted himself. If that proved insufficient, he could also engage in alchemy, potion making, weapon forging, talisman drawing, and other auxiliary pursuits. In the future, Jiang Yu intended to recruit individuals to cultivate their skills in alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman drawing, fostering self-sufficiency within the organization. Although he had not initially planned to develop the organization so swiftly, the opportunity had arisen, compelling him to prioritize this endeavor. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yu remained at the gathering place, awaiting the commencement of the imperial competition. After Lin Yao visited him to collect resources, she departed with heartfelt gratitude. In the central state, at the Tianhua sacred ground, Lin Yuan earnestly urged, Yao Yao, you must return to the academy. The mentor has been persistently urging your return. As one of the representatives of the main academy, you are expected to attend the academy's ranking competition. You must prepare diligently, for you cannot afford to bring shame upon the main academy. Although your strength has improved rapidly, one must not grow complacent. At the very least, your attitude must be more proper. Yuan Huang Academy is not our Tianhua sacred ground, and your representative position is closely watched by many. Do not allow others to criticize you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao merely nodded, absorbing none of Lin Yuan's words. The notion of returning to the academy held no appeal for her. In her past life, she had completed all the necessary studies there. Some opportunities had yet to become available, making a return now futile. She believed that time would be better spent on personal cultivation and self-improvement. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Lin Yuan realized she was impervious to his counsel. Since Lin Yao returned to the sacred ground after leaving Jiang Yu, she had grown increasingly rebellious. In the past, she had been more receptive to his advice. But now it seemed as though his little cotton-padded jacket had sprung a leak. she always had her own ideas. When he suggested she lead the disciples on a training expedition, she retorted, "A bunch of little brats. I have a generation gap with them. There's no way I could train with them." Lin Yuan countered, "They're your senior brothers and sisters. How can you refer to them as little brats?" Yet, Lin Yao simply replied nonchalantly, "My cultivation is higher than theirs. They are indeed little brats. I want to go. If you need someone to lead, find someone else." When he urged her to continue studying the sacred techniques of their sect to enhance her proficiency, she dismissed it, saying, "This technique is inadequate. I suggest you stop practicing it as well. One day, after I discuss it with Jiang Yu, you can start anew." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt his blood pressure rise. The top sacred techniques of their Tianhua, sacred ground, had been relegated to mere rubbish in Lin Yao's eyes, and she expressed her disdain openly. Were it not for witnessing her personally cultivate that mysterious technique, Lin Yuan would have vehemently argued with her. Moreover, Lin Yao often encouraged him and her mother to have another child, claiming it's better to be prepared than to risk the Lin family line going extinct. Each time he heard this, Lin Yuan's blood pressure soared. What kind of daughter curses her own father? Even more absurdly, Lin Yao frequently inquired of her mother whether he had any illegitimate children outside. This had led to a significant decline in his familial standing. Such incidents had become commonplace, leaving Lin Yuan both exasperated and helpless, for he had no recourse against Lin Yao. After all, she was his only cherished daughter, and the thought of having another child did not even cross his mind. Once he adjusted his mindset, he continued to persuade her. "If you do not return to the academy, your representative position could easily be replaced." Lin Yao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "If they replace me, so be it. I have no desire to participate in the Academy's grand competition. Oh, Father, I have my own plans. Rest assured, I will not neglect my cultivation. My progress is actually faster while training within the sacred ground, and when opportunities arise, I will naturally venture out." Lin Yuan sighed, conceding, "If that is the case, I shall not press you further. I had hoped you would use your representative status to persuade Jiang Yu to join the main academy. But if you're not going, then there is no way." Lin Yao paused for a moment, perplexed. "Father, what did you just say?" "Jiang Yu? He is not a student of our Yuan Huang Academy. How can I invite him?" Lin Yuan explained. 3 days ago, he passed the martial and literary examinations at the Xingyu branch. Though he is not officially enrolled, he is already regarded as a student of Yuan Huang Academy and is expected to represent the Xingyu branch in the ranking competition. "Father, why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner?" Lin Yao exclaimed, rising to leave. Lin Yuan, taken aback, asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to gather my things and take Mimi to the academy," she replied, leaving without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan felt his mouth twitch in exasperation. A young woman is hard to retain. He had spoken at length, yet nothing was as persuasive as Jiang Yu's name. Had he known, he would have mentioned Jiang Yu from the outset instead of trying to persuade her. After packing her belongings, Lin Yao made her way to a tranquil valley. She affectionately linked arms with a beautiful woman, smiling, "Mother, could you please prepare some snow chicken for me?" Yu Qingxue smiled warmly. Yao, do you wish to eat snow chicken again?" Shaking her head, Lin Yao replied, "I don't want to eat it. I want to bring some for Jiang Yu. Please prepare extra for him. He hasn't tasted it yet." In her past life, she had longed for Jiang Yu to experience her mother's snow chicken, but she had never had the chance. After the Tianhua sacred ground was destroyed, Jiang Yu had attempted to recreate the dish in secret to comfort her, yearning to replicate Yu Qingxue's flavor, but he had always fallen short. Now that they had both been reborn, she was determined to let Jiang Yu savor the taste of the snow chicken. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxue paused. "Your little sweetheart?" Mentioning Jiang Yu brought a joyful smile to Lin Yao's face as she nodded eagerly yes. "I want him to try it too." Seeing her daughter's radiant smile, Yu Qingxue could not refuse. Each time Lin Yao spoke of Jiang Yu, she radiated happiness, piquing Yu Qingxue's curiosity about this person who had so enchanted her beloved daughter. "Very well, I shall prepare extra for him, and if he finds it unsatisfactory, I will make something else." Lin Yao huffed in response. "He better not say it's not delicious. I'll give him a beating. Mother is the best spirit chef in the Central State. What you make is the most delectable." Yu Xiu chuckled. I wonder who you learned this temperament from. Always threatening to beat someone. A girl should be more reserved. Upon hearing the word reserved, Lin Yao paused. In her past life, she had indeed been more reserved, but she had suffered too many losses. She had to consider the opinions of the world and maintain a moral standard, often feeling constrained and manipulated by righteousness. However, ever since she had embraced her darker side, her thoughts had flowed freely, allowing her to live authentically, following her heart. Since then, she felt as if all constraints had been lifted. Now, her actions were only dictated by her own conscience. After a few hours, Yu Qingsnow handed the prepared snow chicken to Lin Yao, advising her gently, when you go to the academy, temper your demeanor a bit. Do not behave as you would in the Holy Land. If anyone attempts to bully you, do not tolerate it. We do not seek trouble, but we shall not shy away from it either. Should any issues arise, return home. Your father and mother will support you, and if necessary, your grandfather will be there as well. Above all, remember that survival is paramount. Upon hearing this familiar counsel, Lin Yao felt tears welling in her eyes. In her previous life, after entering the academy, she seldom returned to the Holy Land. It was only after causing trouble alongside Jiang Yu, which implicated the Tianhua Holy Land, that she was unable to see her parents again. At that moment, she began to understand why Jiang Yu, after his rebirth, was reluctant to remain entangled with her. He too desired a complete family. Lin Yao tightly embraced Yu Qingsnow, resting her head against her mother's chest. Mother, do not worry. I will be obedient and avoid trouble. Yu Qingsnow gently stroked Lin Yao's head, saying softly, find a time to bring that young man of yours home for us to meet. I shall prepare some delicious food to nourish him. Lin Yao nodded earnestly, rest assured, mother. This time, I will definitely bring him back. Chapter 39. Do I have a home? In the Dayu dynasty, within the Jiang family, Jiang Wei was immersed in his cultivation when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Yu Miao resting her chin on her hand. Gazing at him with curiosity, Miao, what is it? Jiang Wei inquired. Yu Miao asked, what do you do sitting like this every day? Isn't it boring? Jiang Wei chuckled softly. I am cultivating. Once I perfect my skills, your illness will be cured. Can I cultivate too? Yu Miao raised her head and asked. Jiang Wei paused for a moment, caught off guard by the question. He had never considered this. Nor had Jiang Yu mentioned that he could not pass on the techniques to Miao. After some contemplation, he replied, you can cultivate if you wish. I will find a technique for you to help you build a foundation. Though Jiang Wei held deep affection for Yu Miao, he would not hastily impart the four arts to her, as they were his brother's teachings, and he would not share them without Jiang Yu's consent. Yu Miao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I don't want to cultivate. It's too boring. Sitting here all day like a wooden doll is no fun. Can you take me out to play? I've already explored the manor, and there's nothing left to do. Jiang Wei nodded. All right, let us stroll through the city. But you must stay close to me and not wander off, or I will not take you out again. Hearing this, Yu Miao's face lit up with joy. Yay, you're the best. Let us go quickly. On the streets of the imperial city, the sun cast a warm glow. Jiang Wei and Yu Miao walked side by side, and Miao, having not ventured out in a while, flitted about like a lively butterfly. With her childlike intellect, she was filled with curiosity about the items lining the streets. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she paused at stalls displaying exquisite trinkets, captivated by the novelty of it all. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei's gaze remained fixed on Yu Miao. To him, every smile, every gesture of hers was the most beautiful scenery in the world. His eyes were gentle and focused, as if the entire world revolved around her. Jiang Wei felt a sense of fulfillment that had long eluded him. Since his parents had disappeared, the weight of pressure had been heavy upon him. With no outlet for his emotions, he had merely drifted through life, spending time in brothels to pass the hours. However, since Jiang Yu's broken engagement, everything seemed to improve. At that moment, Jiang Wei harbored but one wish, to heal Yu Miao swiftly and explore the vast lands of Yuan Huang with her. How fragrant! This is for you, Yu Miao exclaimed as she approached a stall selling fragrant sachets, presenting a pink one to Jiang Wei. He carefully accepted the sachet and hung it at his waist. Thank you. As they continued, Yu Miao eagerly picked up anything that caught her fancy, while Jiang Wei quietly followed behind, paying for her purchases. A few family aides accompanied them, assisting with the items. After a while, Jiang Wei noticed how truly happy Yuan Huang was. Suddenly, a one-armed beggar approached her, pleading, "Miss, please, have mercy and spare some silver. I have not eaten for 3 days. If not, a meal would suffice." Yuan Huang froze at the sight of the beggar, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Wei. The family aides stepped forward to shoo the beggar away, but Jiang Wei interjected. "Give him some silver." The leading aide hesitated, surprised by Jiang Wei's unexpected generosity. Typically, they would drive beggars away. Why was Jiang Wei suddenly offering charity? Despite their confusion, they complied and handed the beggar a bag of silver. The beggar gratefully accepted the silver and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." Jiang Wei sighed and quickly approached to help the beggar to his feet. No need for such formality. The reason Jiang Wei chose to reward the beggar was that he had sensed the military insignia clutched in the beggar's arms. This insignia belonged to his father's subordinates. Since his father disappeared, the troops had been disbanded. These disabled soldiers, once supported by his father, now faced dire circumstances. Those with families could rely on their kin, while the solitary ones were left to beg for survival. Thus, when he encountered them, he felt compelled to assist. After parting with the beggar, Yuan Huang curiously asked, "What are they doing? Why'd you give him silver? Didn't you say that silver is important?" Jiang Wei gently explained, "They are unfortunate souls without homes. If we can help, we should." Yuan Huang, struggling to comprehend, inquired, "What does without a home mean?" With her current level of understanding, she could only grasp a vague notion of what a home was. Jiang Wei paused, contemplating how to convey the concept of home to her. After a moment, he began, "From a material perspective, a home is a place of residence, whether a small room or a grand mansion, providing shelter from the elements and a safe, comfortable living environment. Emotionally, a home is a sanctuary for the soul. The love, support, and companionship shared among family members empower you to face life's challenges. When you are weary, home is where you can relax. When you encounter difficulties, family members will lend a helping hand. And when you achieve success, home is the first place to share your joy." A home also symbolizes responsibility and concern. It is your strongest support in life. No matter how the world outside changes, home will always be there, waiting for your return. Upon hearing this, Yuan Huang countered, "Then do I have a home?" Jiang Wei fell silent. He realized that something must have happened to Yuan Huang's family, for she would not have been sent to a brothel otherwise. Though he had been discreetly investigating, he had found no leads. Seeing the hopeful expression on her face, Jiang Wei gently stroked her head and said, "Wherever I am, that is your home. Regardless of the past, I will protect you well in the future." Upon receiving the answer she sought, Yuan Huang beamed with happiness. I knew I had a home. If I see any homeless people in the future, I will help them just like you. Let's hurry. There are candied hawthorns ahead. I want to eat some," she exclaimed, grasping Jiang Wei's hand and eagerly leading him toward a stall. Jiang Wei sighed inwardly, wishing that she could retain such innocence and forget her past memories. He was uncertain of what would transpire once Yuan Huang regained her full faculties. But he was certain of one thing: she would no longer be as carefree as she was now. Chapter 40. An inextricable deadlock as night descended upon the study of Wenqing. He listened with a mix of astonishment and concern to the report from the elder of the Yin family regarding recent developments concerning the Jiang family. The revelation that Jiang Yu possessed cultivation abilities was unexpected. The elder reflected, "This is the news I have just uncovered. It is said that he has already represented our dynasty in the ranking competition." Wenqing frowned at the news. Jiang Yu's cultivation was not a favorable development for him. He had intended to delay the resolution of the Jiang family situation until a more opportune moment. However, with Jiang Yu now allied with the Holy Maiden and possessing his own powers, procrastination could lead to dire consequences. Their feud was irreconcilable. Otherwise, Wenqing would have sent envoys to negotiate peace long ago. "When does the competition conclude?" Wenqing inquired. "The 7th day," replied the elder. 7 days is sufficient." Wenqing murmured. The elder, visibly anxious, cautioned, "Prime Minister, if we act against the Jiang family now, how shall we handle the Holy Maiden? If they investigate, we may find ourselves in grave peril, for that is the Holy Land. Wen Qing waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I shall ensure that our involvement remains concealed. We can utilize the imperial family to deal with the Jiang family. Simply follow my instructions. He quickly outlined his plan. Upon hearing it, the elder's pupils contracted in shock. Was the prime minister truly bold enough to include the third prince in this scheme? Did he not fear the wrath of Emperor Yu? Prime Minister, is this not a bit reckless? What if Emperor Yu uncovers the plot or refuses to act against Jiang Yu? After all, he has the Holy Maiden backing him. Wen Qing smirked disdainfully. If he does not wish to act, I shall compel him to do so, unless he is willing to relinquish his throne. He has no choice but to comply. The tides of fate do not allow for refusal. After a moment of silence, the elder contemplated the vast ramifications of their plan. If it were to succeed, the fallout would be extensive. While the royal family could not touch Wen Qing, the Yin family would likely be sacrificed as scapegoats. Should he proceed with this scheme, the Yin family would face annihilation. They would become pawns in this treacherous game. Though he understood this deeply, he dared not refuse. Refusal would mean the extermination of the Yin family by dawn. Executing the plan might yield a glimmer of hope. Understood. I shall return to prepare, he replied. Wen Qing smiled reassuringly. Do not bear too much pressure. Execute the plan well, and perhaps a sliver of hope remains. Upon hearing this, the elder felt a profound heaviness settle in his heart. This sliver of hope seemed to be merely a consolation. After the elder departed, Wen Qing wrapped his fingers lightly on the table. Moments later, a figure clad in red materialized before him. Keep a vigilant watch on the Yin family. Ensure no one escapes. Once our objective is achieved, turn them over to the royal family. As for the elder, simply administer the forgetfulness pill to him. Should any of the younger generation attempt to flee, let them go. Provided they do not return, we shall not concern ourselves with them. After receiving Wen Qing's orders, the red figure vanished. Wen Qing's decision to abandon the Yin family stemmed from their knowledge. They had become a liability. Should the plan succeed, Jiang Yu's demise, the Jiang family's destruction, and the collapse of imperial power, he could support a new puppet to ascend. Even in failure, it mattered little. The Jiang family would never trace the events back to him. If an investigation ensued, it would lead only to the Yin family. And he had no fear of retaliation from Jiang Yu. Perhaps, in the aftermath, he could even leak information to Jiang Yu about the Yin family's betrayal of his parents, allowing the Jiang family to exact revenge while preserving his own reputation. In the future, he might even mend relations with the Jiang family, as he preferred not to offend the Holy Maiden. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Wen Qing stood to gain. His only regret was the necessity of sacrificing the loyal Yin family. Gazing at a nearby sheet of paper, inspiration struck him. He rose, took up a brush, and inscribed the character for benevolence in bold strokes. After completing it, he admired his handiwork, confident in his calligraphy. A splendid character, he chuckled. Meanwhile, the elder of the Yin family returned home and convened a secret meeting with the clan's upper echelons. With a grave expression, he stated, "Send the promising younger members of our clan away. Liquidate all assets that can be converted into cash and ensure they depart from the Great Yu dynasty. Acknowledge any illegitimate children you have outside. Allow them to enter the Yin family lineage and disperse them across various dynasties or sections." The family head, taken aback, asked Elder, "What has transpired?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding, "The Yin family has been abandoned by Wen Qing. We must prepare ourselves." Gasps of disbelief filled the room. What? Why would he abandon us? We have always followed the Prime Minister's directives. Why forsake us now? What has happened? The elder sighed heavily. We possess too much knowledge. The actions I am about to undertake will inevitably lead to our reckoning. One member voiced confusion. If that is the case, why not refrain from acting? The elder smiled ruefully. If we do not act, we shall be exterminated by dawn. By acting, we may buy some time for the younger generations to escape. I assure you, we are already under Wen Qing's surveillance. Any unusual movements will prompt him to strike. Anger flared in another member. Does Wen Qing not fear our defection? What if we expose his plans? The elder shook his head. It is futile. Believe me, the moment anyone leaves the Yin family, they will meet their end. The family head was silent for a moment. If that is the case, how can our younger members escape? This is an opportunity given by Wen Qing, a bargaining chip. The elder lamented, I have deliberately refrained from stating it outright. It serves as our chance. Should we flee, we shall all perish, and the Yin family will vanish from existence. If we follow his orders, he may allow the younger members to survive. The time they have to escape aligns with our execution of the plan. If we do nothing, they will perish on the run. By acting, they may yet have a chance to live. As long as they survive, the Yin family endures, and there is hope for the future. The family head spoke solemnly. Is there truly no solution? The elder replied, there is none. This is a deadlock, the fate of the Yin family. When we allied with Wen Qing, I anticipated this day. I merely did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Silence enveloped the room as a deep sense of helplessness washed over them. This was an overt conspiracy, an unavoidable fate. Resistance was out of the question. Wen Qing's intentions toward the Yin family could be executed with a mere word. Defiance would only hasten their demise. You may return to settle your affairs. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Otherwise, you shall face my hand before Wen Qing even acts. Chapter 41. Rules of the Great Competition. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Yin family felt a tinge of reluctance within. Yet they had no choice but to comply. After all, they too had descendants to consider. Faced with an unavoidable situation, they could only confront it with equanimity. Naturally, there were those who attempted to feign death and vanish, but they were swiftly apprehended by the head of the Yin family and summarily executed in public. Following this display of deterrence, the members of the Yin family settled down to diligently carry out their tasks. As time flew by, the day of the imperial competition arrived. In the grand arena, the banners of various empires fluttered in the breeze, their vibrant colors rustling like a proclamation of the event's commencement. Sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the entire venue in a dazzling glow, while the ancient architecture harmonized beautifully with the new decorations, showcasing the splendor and glory of the Yu dynasty. The audience was a sea of faces, with individuals from all corners eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. As the cacophony of chatter rose and fell like ocean waves, the nobles adorned in opulent attire, bedecked with resplendent jewels, exemplified their esteemed status. Meanwhile, the commoners of the Yu dynasty donned blue garments that represented their empire. At the center of the arena stood 72 prominent positions, each representing one of the 72 dynasties. The remaining competing dynasties were stationed not far away, preparing for battle. Jiang Yu gazed in awe at the grandeur of the arena, which was so immense that it resembled a city more than a mere competition ground. It was no wonder that the imperial competition could only be held in rotation among the 72 dynasties, as ordinary empires could scarcely accommodate such a colossal event. Everyone, let us strive to place within the top 1,000, exclaimed a team member excitedly. Your Highness, we must aim for the top 100. The third prince smiled faintly at this declaration, showing no inclination to refute it. Clearly, he did not take this sentiment to heart. To aspire for the top 100 seemed an exercise in futility. He was acutely aware of their dynasty's capabilities. The imperial competition was not merely a contest of strength. It encompassed various other facets, and the individuals he had brought along were far from comprehensive in their skills. Securing a position in the top 100 in combat would already be commendable, were it not for a Jian's presence. He would not even dare to dream of such a ranking. As the conversations continued, a resounding horn echoed throughout the arena, bringing an immediate hush over the crowd. In the next moment, an elder appeared at the center of the arena. Welcome to the 2077th Imperial Competition. I am Huang Puqi, the coordinator of this event. This competition will be overseen by Yuan II, the vice president of the Yuan Huang Jing A branch, to ensure fairness throughout the proceedings. The Imperial Competition is a grand event that has endured for tens of thousands of years. Huang Puqi continued his lengthy address for nearly a quarter of an hour before concluding. Following him, Yuan II took the stage for a brief speech, offering standard remarks about overseeing the fairness of the competition. In the preparation area, Jiang Yu found himself increasingly restless. The opening ceremony felt interminable. He wished he had not attended. Who would have guessed that an opening ceremony could drag on for so long? Fortunately, the vice president was not as verbose. Otherwise, Jiang Yu might have lost his sanity. When Yuan too finally stepped down, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, however, Huang Puqi reappeared. I shall now announce the rules and rewards of this competition. The event will be divided into 3 major segments. The first segment is the martial prowess contest, which includes individual battles and team combat. Victors will earn points, which will accumulate towards a total score, determining the ranking of each dynasty. In the individual combat, a knockout format will be employed with representatives from each dynasty engaging in one-on-one battles. Each bout has a time limit of 15 minutes. Should a victor not emerge, the judges will evaluate based on performance. Victors will progress to the next round until a champion is declared. In team combat, the teams from each dynasty will face off in designated battle scenarios. Both sides will randomly draw tasks such as defending a stronghold or seizing treasures, and scores will be awarded based on the speed and efficacy of task completion. The top 100 dynasties in martial prowess will receive 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and a book on local-level techniques as rewards. The top 50 will earn a spot in the Longyuan secret realm. The top 10 dynasties will additionally receive celestial-level techniques. Huang Puqi elaborated on the rules for nearly an hour. As he finally took his leave, Jiang Yu's expression brightened. The ordeal was finally coming to an end. He had heard tales of the imperial competition, yet he never anticipated it would be this convoluted. Had he known, he would have chosen to cultivate at the Yuan Huang Academy instead. The imperial competition encompassed more than just displays of martial strength. It also involved showcasing magical arts and innovations. Each dynasty's representative would sequentially demonstrate their created or improved spells, with the judging panel assessing the creativity, practicality, and power of each spell. The crafting of magical artifacts and governance abilities were also evaluated. Jiang Yu felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, he need only focus on securing a spot in the top 50 of the martial prowess contest to gain entry to the Longyuan secret realm. As for the other aspects, he felt indifferent. Although he possessed the capability to excel in all categories, he saw no necessity to stand out excessively. He understood that the Diyu dynasty lacked the capacity to bear such honors. Achieving commendable results would not aid the Diyu dynasty, but rather burden it further. The Diyu royal family was beset by internal strife and external threats. Any sign of turmoil could spell the collapse of their reign. The third prince addressed the group. I will draw lots for everyone shortly. The individual battles will take place this afternoon, and team contests will follow in 3 days. Ensure you all rest well and aim for a commendable performance. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison. Your Highness, we shall strive diligently. In this competition, we must secure a favorable ranking. With a Jian here, as long as fortune smiles upon us, we should easily place within the top 100. I just observed competitors from other dynasties. Their cultivation levels are not significantly higher than ours. I only spotted a few at the Dan condensation stage, and I believe a Jian can certainly defeat them. The third prince shook his head. What you witnessed were competitors of similar strength to us. The top 200 dynasties are typically difficult to encounter, as their prodigies are predominantly at the Dan condensation stage. As for the geniuses from the 72 dynasties, the weakest among them are at the peak of Dan condensation, with most at the nascent soul stage. Thus the gap between us is considerable. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. Your Highness, is that truly the case? Are our peers already at the nascent soul stage? The third prince nodded, indeed. But do not despair. Focus on your own performance. Our goal is merely to place within the top 100. We do not need to confront the 72 dynasties head-on. With a bit of luck, we can advance through several rounds and secure a position in the top 100. Chapter 42. Cloud Cherry that afternoon. The individual competition officially commenced. Within the arena, a total of 1,000 fighting platforms were established. The number of participants in this personal contest reached an impressive 139,232. Despite the overwhelming number of contestants, the organizers skillfully managed the schedule, with each match lasting no longer than 15 minutes. Including judging, the maximum duration for each bout was approximately 16 minutes. The first round of elimination matches could be completed in no more than 9 hours, assuming each contest utilized the full 15 minutes. In reality, the first round would conclude in about 5 or 6 hours. Following the first round, the number of participants would be halved, swiftly transitioning into the second and third rounds of elimination until only 100 competitors remained. The finals would then ensue, with the final rankings determined within 3 days. As the contest began, the contestants from the Diyu dynasty began to make their way to their respective platforms. Jiang Yu was assigned to the 20th round, facing an opponent from a formidable dynasty. When the third prince handed him his number, he wore an expression of regret. However, Jiang Yu paid little heed to such matters. In his eyes, all present were merely juniors. He felt confident that he could handle even 100 opponents without trepidation. Given time to prepare formations, he could outlast all the contestants collectively. With a glance at the competitors engaged in battle on the platform, Jiang Yu sighed and closed his eyes. To him, their contest resembled two children at play, devoid of any interest. The other contestants nearby, however, were thoroughly engrossed. Offering commentary on the duel, both of them possess commendable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Their techniques are quite fierce. It appears they are employing profound great skills, one remarked. I recognize the one on the left as a prodigy from the Tianqing dynasty, who possesses numerous hidden aces. I have high hopes for him, another contestant countered. I beg to differ. I believe the gentleman on the right has a greater chance of victory. Observe how skillfully he employs his techniques. He has reached a level of mastery, despite using only basic methods. It is evident he has considerable combat experience. As their debate continued, Jiang Yu was suddenly interrupted by the sound of bells ringing nearby, accompanied by a gentle poke on his arm. Upon opening his eyes, he found a sprightly girl clad in a pale blue celestial dress gazing at him. Is there something you need? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. You must be a contestant as well. Why are you not watching the match, instead choosing to rest your eyes? They are too formidable. I fear that observing them would disturb my tranquility of mind and dampen my fighting spirit, he replied, resuming his meditation. The girl was momentarily taken aback, even doubting her hearing. But the combatants on the platform are merely at the transcendence realm. You, on the other hand, exude an aura that suggests you are at least at the core formation realm. Why then this fear? Shouldn't one confront strong adversaries head-on? With such a mindset, your cultivation will struggle to progress. Without even opening his eyes, Jiang Yu responded coolly, I ascended through the use of pills. My foundation is unsteady. When faced with an unbeatable opponent, how many lives do you think I possess to squander? The girl paused, pondering his peculiar demeanor. He did not appear to be a rogue cultivator. Was this how his family instructed him? To flee from powerful foes? The very notion seemed absurd. His presence radiated a stability she had never encountered before, reminiscent of her grandfather. Had she not been captivated by his aura and striking appearance, she would not have been inclined to engage with him. Yet, he remained impervious to her advances. But your aura is clearly. Before she could finish, Jiang Yu opened his eyes and fixed her with a chilling gaze. My dear friend, you are quite presumptuous, do you realize? Startled by the coldness in his eyes, the girl instinctively stepped back. His gaze was terrifying. I apologize. I will take my leave, she stammered, hastily retreating. As she hurried away, she reflected on the encounter, feeling a lingering sense of unease. His eyes were reminiscent of bottomless ancient wells, dark and devoid of life, as if they could swallow one's soul into eternal despair. In his presence, she felt as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. She could not fathom how a cultivator at the core formation realm could possess such a terrifying gaze. Who exactly was he? Although she distanced herself from Jiang Yu, her curiosity compelled her to steal glances in his direction. She had amassed information on the prodigies from various dynasties, yet this individual was an enigma to her. Moments latte. It was Cloud Cherry's turn to compete. Jiang Yu, observing the girl ascend the platform, finally opened his eyes. His reluctance to engage with her stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications, particularly with someone as naive as she appeared. Should he entertain her, she might easily develop feelings, transforming their camaraderie into something more complicated. In his previous life, he had encountered similar situations where individuals attempted to ensnare him with romantic intentions. Thanks to his constitution, impervious to all poisons, he had managed to evade their traps. Jiang Yu was not one to boast. He was simply aware of his own allure. With high cultivation, striking looks, and a pleasant demeanor, he was regarded as the ideal partner by many. No matter where he went, he attracted attention from numerous admirers. Even in later stages of his life, when he was being hunted, some would recklessly rush to his aid. The debts of affection are the hardest to repay. While he could not become more than friends with them, he cherished their companionship. Witnessing their demise weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to sever their hopes upon his rebirth, striving to avoid entanglements with any woman. The same held true for Lin Yaoyao. Until he firmly established himself, he would not engage with her in any manner. On the platform, Cloud Cherry dispatched her opponent with a single move. After her victory, she discreetly glanced in Jiang Yu's direction, feeling a twinge of disappointment upon realizing he was not watching her. In the 20th round, Daiyu Dynasty, Jiang Yu versus Liu Dynasty, Xiaofeng. Contestants, please ascend the platform, the referee announced. With that, Jiang Yu stepped forward, marking the commencement of his first official match since his rebirth. Chapter 43. Genius is merely a threshold to witness as Jiang Yu and Xiaofeng ascended the stage simultaneously. A wave of astonished gasps arose from the audience below. Goodness, it is indeed Xiaofeng. The contestant from the Daiyu dynasty is rather unfortunate. Xiaofeng's dynasty ranks at 136, and his cultivation has already reached the 5th layer of Dan condensation. Jiang Yu's luck appears to be quite dismal. Indeed, were it not for facing Xiaofeng, he might have advanced much further. Fate and fortune intertwine. This is merely a matter of luck. On stage, Xiaofeng, basking in the audience's adulation, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He relished the feeling of being lauded by the crowd. With a grandiosity befitting his persona, he addressed Jiang Yu. I grant you 3 opportunities to strike. Jiang Yu, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze on the referee, awaiting the announcement to commence the duel. Upon realizing his words were disregarded, Xiaofeng's countenance darkened. To be so underestimated was unexpected. Oof. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. I intended to engage with you as an ordinary man, yet you have proven ungrateful. I shall not hold back henceforth. My name is Xiaofeng. Remember it well, for it shall haunt you for a lifetime. Once the referee declared the match to begin, Xiaofeng raised his hand, commencing the incantation of his spell, emanating a faint red glow. In a mere instant, Jiang Yu sidestepped and elevated his foot. Bang! He sent the spell-weaving Xiaofeng tumbling off the platform. Daiyu dynasty, Jiang Yu victory. As the referee's voice rang out, the audience fell into a stunned silence. Xiaofeng lost? How could this be? Wasn't his cultivation superior? How could he not react? Not only Xiaofeng, but even I failed to comprehend the situation. He was knocked off the stage so swiftly. It was utterly astonishing. How did Jiang Yu achieve this? Xiaofeng, now on the ground, seethed with rage, bellowing at Jiang Yu atop the stage, a sneak attack. You lack martial ethics. How dare you ambush me? If you possess the courage, let's have a rematch. I was careless and could not evade. Ignoring Xiaofeng's outburst, Jiang Yu descended the stage without a glance back. Xiaofeng, now utterly disregarded, was consumed by fury. Referee, I demand a rematch. Shameless. Even if you win, you shall never earn my recognition, Jiang Yu. You are nothing but a scoundrel who resorts to ambushes. Why do you ignore me? Speak to me. As he watched Jiang Yu's retreating figure, Xiaofeng could only roar in indignation. Once hailed as a genius of the dynasty, he had basked in admiration and reverence. Yet, in the face of Jiang Yu, he was vanquished in a single move, shattering his pride and confidence as if struck by lightning. The glory of his past seemed to evaporate in that moment, leaving him unable to accept such a reality. His inner defenses collapsing entirely. Jiang Yu's formidable prowess left him in a state of utter shock and humiliation. All his years of toil reduced to mere vapor. The surrounding spectators, witnessing Xiaofeng's current state, felt a profound sense of sorrow. The disparity was overwhelming. Had they been in his shoes, they too would surely struggle to bear the weight of such defeat. Truly, this was the grand competition of the dynasties. Jiang Yu might very well emerge as this year's dark horse, a mere 3rd layer of Dan condensation, yet capable of defeating Xiaofeng with a single strike. This was beyond belief. Before encountering Jiang Yu, I presumed my capabilities were not far from those legendary prodigies. But witnessing Jiang, you made me realize that we, the so-called geniuses, were merely at the threshold of greatness. Indeed, Jiang Yu was akin to the formidable Yuan Huang from earlier. Her strength was undeniable. Yet a voice countered, Yuan Huang was not so outrageous. After all, her opponent was merely at the pinnacle of the transcendent stage, making such a swift victory expected. Jiang Yu, however, has defeated his opponent by several ranks, rendering any comparison moot. The match between Jiang Yu and Xiao Feng was but a brief episode in the first round of elimination, as numerous dark horses began to emerge. Numerous talents capable of dispatching their opponents with a single blow were not uncommon, especially among the prodigies of the 72 dynasties. Every time they took the stage, throngs of supporters cheered for them. Yuan Huang gazed at Jiang Yu's departing silhouette, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So powerful! She had believed her prowess to be closely matched with Jiang Yu's. However, the swiftness of that earlier kick had left her utterly unprepared. Should they engage? Her chances of victory appeared slim. It was imperative to investigate the Diyu dynasty further, to uncover his true abilities. As the day's matches concluded, only a Jian and Jiang Yu remained from the Diyu dynasty, while the other competitors had been eliminated. The third prince was taken aback upon learning this news. Jiang Yu has become this formidable? A Jian's endurance into the next day was expected. After all, he was truly powerful and possessed the capability to fight beyond his rank. As long as a Jian did not encounter anyone from the 72 dynasties, he should advance steadily. What surprised the third prince was Jiang Yu. He had anticipated Jiang Yu's defeat in the first round, yet he had persevered into the second day of eliminations. It seems the saintess has equipped him with a plethora of hidden cards. On the following morning, the eliminations resumed. Only a little over 17,000 contestants remained. The remaining competitors generally possess cultivation at the fifth layer of Dan condensation, though a few fortunate ones at the pinnacle of the transcendent stage were present, albeit in limited numbers. After a few more rounds, these fortunate souls would likely face elimination as well. A Jian was fortunate, drawing an opponent of equal cultivation, and he emerged victorious, successfully entering the top 10,000. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood upon the stage, facing an opponent of the same fifth layer of Dan condensation. By now, Jiang Yu had garnered a modicum of fame. After all, each of his battles had concluded with a single strike, leaving a profound impression on the audience. At this moment, his opponent wore an expression of grave concern, adopting a defensive stance even before the referee announced the match's commencement. The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. With his opponent already in a defensive position, it remained uncertain whether Jiang Yu could maintain his previous streak of defeating opponents in one move. Though I support Jiang Yu, it seems quite challenging. The opponents he faced earlier were not particularly strong. I have seen the recorded footage of his victory over Xiao Feng, which seemed to involve a degree of luck. Had Xiao Feng not been careless, Jiang Yu might not have been able to dispatch him so swiftly. After all, there is a significant gap between the third and fifth layers of Dan condensation. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Yu's potential to triumph, but doubting a swift defeat of his opponent. Once the referee declared the match to commence, the spectators beheld Jiang Yu standing motionless. Raising his palm, with a gentle push, a golden palm print surged towards his opponent. In an instant, a tremendous sound reverberated across the platform. Boom! A figure was sent soaring from a stage. Chapter 44. I have high hopes for Jiang Yu as the crowd focused their attention. They were astonished to see Jiang Yu's opponent being sent flying. The Diyu dynasty. Jiang Yu wins. Upon the referee's announcement of Jiang Yu's victory, an uproar erupted in the arena. Could it be that he still cannot be stopped? My goodness, how formidable. If one were to say that Xiao Feng had been careless before, how could he possibly explain this? A direct palm strike, utterly unstoppable. How infuriating. Jiang Yu is simply too powerful. I can only hope I do not have to face him. How did he manage this? He is merely at the third level of the Dan condensation stage, while his opponent is also a genius from a royal dynasty. Why could he not withstand it? It seemed like merely a gentle palm strike. Why could he not endure it? The contestant who was sent flying by Jiang Yu gazed at his retreating figure and sighed. So strong. This pressure is even more formidable than that of a soul realm expert. Those who had never faced Jiang Yu directly would never comprehend the extent of his extraordinary prowess. That palm strike was visible, yet utterly unendurable. Moreover, he distinctly felt that when Jiang Yu's golden palm struck him, he had already mitigated its force. Otherwise, that strike alone could have obliterated him into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu remained unfazed by the recent battle, his thoughts still calculating. How many more rounds must he fight to enter the top 100? After all, his goal is to enter the Lonyuan's secret realm. He is also curious whether this generation's Wadianchi will be drained dry by Songchen once again. That afternoon, the elimination rounds were nearing their conclusion, and the competition stage had expanded to 100 platforms, garnering increasing attention for the contestants. Jiang Yu continued to dominate effortlessly, even against experts at the 7th level of the Dan condensation stage, showing no signs of change. No one could withstand his palm strike. On the other side, a Jian struggled to secure a position among the top 1,000. The real battles were about to commence, as those who made it into the top 1,000 were essentially the prodigies of the 72 dynasties. Currently, the general cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the Dan condensation stage. Among the remaining contestants, only a Jian and Jiang Yu had the lowest cultivation. Their dynasty, the Diyu dynasty, had now drawn attention from others. After all, an otherwise inconspicuous dynasty had suddenly produced 2 geniuses, making it impossible to go unnoticed. "Brother Jiang, your strength is astonishing," remarked the third prince as he watched Jiang Yu dispatch his opponent once more. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. "It's merely luck." The third prince shook his head. "Brother Jiang, do not be modest. Reaching this stage already defies the notion of luck. With our current points, even if you and a Jian do not pass the next round, we will still enter the top 100. This has far exceeded my expectations." Beside them, a Jian gazed at Jiang Yu, his face brimming with anticipation. The stronger Jiang Yu became, the more he looked forward to their future battles. He truly wished to spar with Jiang Yu immediately. Sensing a Jian's eager gaze filled with fighting spirit, Jiang Yu spoke. "Do not rush. After the competition concludes, I shall spar with you." A Jian nodded. "All right, I will await you." That evening, the latest round of draws was released. The third prince sighed. "Brother Jiang, you are up against Jiang Qing from the Yin Tian dynasty. Perhaps it would be best to concede. If you were to sustain injuries, I would find it difficult to explain. The Yin Tian dynasty ranks among the top 10 of the 72 dynasties, and Jiang Qing has already reached the 3rd level of the soul realm. No matter how extraordinary Jiang Yu may be, it is impossible for him to overcome such a vast difference in cultivation. Moreover, Jiang Qing is not an unknown figure. He is a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. Anyone who can enter the Yuan Huang Academy is a prodigy in their own right. Against opponents of the same level, Jiang Yu might have a 30% chance of winning. However, for Jiang Yu to face a foe from a higher tier is to invite certain defeat. Rather than risk it, it would be wiser to concede. If Jiang Yu were to get injured during the fight, the saintess would come after him, and he would be unable to account for it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. Although his opponent was at a higher level, he believed that the gap beneath the semi-saint level was not as significant. For someone like him, who had mastered the art of using strength to prove his path, as long as Jiang Yu could unleash his 4 techniques, no one beneath the semi-saint level could withstand it. Let us see how it goes. If I cannot prevail, I will concede. The third prince felt relieved upon hearing this. He was particularly worried that Jiang Yu would stubbornly seek to fight beyond his means. As for Jian, he had drawn a fairly favorable matchup. His opponent was a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the Dan condensation stage. As long as they had not reached the soul realm, a Jian should be able to secure victory. Moments later, Jiang Yu's match commenced. When a referee called for Jiang Yu and Jiang Qing to take the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. However, the cheers were predominantly for Jiang Qing. Although Jiang Yu had his share of supporters, their enthusiasm waned in the face of Jiang Qing's reputation. After all, he was a student of the Yuan Huang Academy, and his cultivation had reached the soul realm, leaving Jiang Yu with little hope of victory. Jiang Qing, Jiang Qing, Jiang Qing, go. Strive to enter the top 10. A few more matches, and we will reach the top 10. Jiang Qing, will you be my Dao partner? On the judging panel, Yuan 2's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon seeing Jiang Yu. Among those present, perhaps only he understood the true extent of Jiang Yu's terrifying combat prowess. Yuan 2 murmured, "This time, you should be able to display your true strength." For the past 2 days, he had been quietly observing each of Jiang Yu's battles. However, Jiang Yu's opponents were too weak. None could force even a fraction of his strength to emerge. Beside him, Huang Fuqi noticed Yuan 2's gaze shift toward the arena and curiously inquired, "Director Yuan, are you interested in this match?" Yuan 2 replied with a smile. "After all, he is a student of our academy." Huang Fuqi paused. "Isn't Jiangqing from the Ntian branch? Why do you still pay attention to him?" Yuan 2 shook his head slightly. "I was referring to Jiang Yu. Jiangqing does not possess the qualifications to earn my notice." Huang Fuqi stared in astonishment at Jiang Yu in the center of the arena. Yuan 2 actually held Jiang Yu in such high regard? Yet, he could not discern what made Jiang Yu so exceptional. He appeared to be merely well-grounded. "Do you truly believe in Jiang Yu's potential?" Yuan 2 replied nonchalantly. "Jiang Yu will win." Huang Fuqi was left speechless by this declaration. Did he truly take him for a fool? The third level of the Dan condensation stage against the third level of the soul realm? For prodigies of the same level, how could a third-level Dan condensation practitioner possibly triumph? If it were an ordinary genius, Jiang Yu might have a slight chance. But Jiangqing was also a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. How could he possibly lose? He merely refrained from voicing his disagreement due to Yuan 2's status. Had it been anyone else making such a claim, he would have undoubtedly retorted, "You must be out of your mind." Chapter 45, The Second Form. Desolation flame breaking the void on the arena. Jiangqing stood tall like a pine tree, his long robe gently fluttering in the breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. His deep, bright eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the starry sea. As he scanned the surroundings with a resolute gaze that radiated an unsettling authority, he stood there in silence, yet an invisible aura enveloped the entire stage. In contrast, Jiang Yu wore a simple robe, his demeanor calm and steady, like still water without a ripple. Regardless of the cheers or doubts from the audience, he remained unfazed, seemingly immersed in his own world. However, a keen observer would notice that every subtle movement of Jiang Yu was perfectly executed, devoid of excess, showcasing his extraordinary control and precision. As Jiangqing regarded his opponent, he had initially anticipated a crushing victory. Yet upon sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Yu, his expression darkened. Despite Jiang Yu's seemingly careless stance, he appeared full of flaws, leaving Jiangqing at a loss as to where to begin his assault. Doubt flickered within him. How could a cultivator at the third level of the Dan condensation realm exert such pressure on him? When the referee announced the commencement of the match, Jiangqing felt an intensifying unease within him. Without hesitation, he summoned a spiritual energy shield and swiftly distanced himself from Jiang Yu. He could not comprehend the origin of this illusion. Clearly, Jiang Yu had not made a move. Yet, the aura radiating from him was overwhelming. The audience was momentarily stunned by Jiangqing's actions. What was he doing? Why was he not attacking? Did he appear to be afraid? Good heavens, Jiangqing is retreating. What is happening? Jiang Yu had not made a move. He seemed riddled with flaws. Why was Jiangqing so fearful? Huang Fuqi, seated in the stands, murmured gravely, "That aura, it's an actual force. Force is not a traditional classification of realms, but rather a state achieved through the application of power and the comprehension of one's mental state at a certain height. When a cultivator comprehends force, they can skillfully mobilize the surrounding spiritual energies, significantly enhancing the power of their spells. A cultivator possessing force emanates an imperceptible pressure. In equal standings, possessing force versus lacking it represents two entirely different concepts. This skill is typically reserved for those above the level of a sub-saint. How could such a phenomenon manifest in one at the Dan condensation realm? It was utterly unfathomable. Beside him, Yuan too was equally astonished. This young man had concealed his depth too well. No wonder he had previously toppled the demon refining tower with ease. However, what shocked them both even more was Jiang Yu's eyes narrowing with intensity, causing a further change in his aura. Huang Fuqi gasped. He asked, using power to validate the Tao. How is this possible? Not only does he possess force, but he also masters the principle of validating the Tao with power. Director Xin Yuan, when did your academy produce such a prodigy? Xuan Yuan issued, equally astonished, realizing how many secrets Jiang Yu harbored. It made sense why Shen Qingtian had chosen to take Jiang Yu as a disciple. He had seen the potential within him. On the arena, Jiang Yu faced Jiang Qing, appearing nonchalant, yet internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While his offensive power was formidable, his defenses had not kept pace. At best, he could withstand an attack from a first-level spirit realm cultivator. Should Jiang Qing choose to strike, it would present a considerable challenge. Fortunately, Jiang Qing was intimidated by his force and was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Respecting his opponent, Jiang Yu invoked the second form of the 9 styles of Yuan Huang, Desolation Flame, breaking the void. Upon releasing the spell, transparent flames of void appeared around Jiang Qing, directly bypassing his spiritual energy shield and surging into his soul. Jiang Qing, in desperation, channeled all his spiritual energy to disperse the void flames, but found it utterly futile. A profound sense of despair enveloped him, as if he could already sense the breath of death. The void flames were rapidly consuming his spiritual power and incinerating his soul, absurdly augmenting themselves by absorbing his energy. He realized that it would not be long before his very essence was devoured by these flames. At that moment, he wished to surrender, yet found himself unable to utter a word, as if frozen in place. Jiang Qing's face turned ashen, his mind consumed with a singular thought: I'm going to die. The flames were too tyrannical. He could not contain them. In response, Huang Fuqi and Xin Yuan too reacted swiftly, both attempting to assist Jiang Qing in dispelling the flames within his soul. However, they found themselves utterly powerless against this fiery menace. For the aura it emanated was not of spiritual energy. Their conventional methods were ineffective. If they forced the flames away, it would result in the destruction of Jiang Qing's very soul. Huang Fuqi exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. He is already a powerful being at the saint level, yet he cannot contend with such a mere flame." Xin Yuan, too, shouted to Jiang Yu, "You must retract those flames." At Jiang Yu's command, he withdrew the void flames. Even without their urging, he would have done so, for this was merely a friendly contest. He had no intention of claiming his opponent's life, and there were no deep-seated grudges between them. As the void flames vanished, the audience collectively exhaled in relief. Huang Fuqi regarded Jiang Yu with a grave expression. The flames were excessively domineering. While they posed no threat to him, their presence was undeniably troublesome. Most critically, he could not discern the nature of that flame. He even had a ludicrous impression that its aura surpassed that of the spiritual energy they wielded. The Dayu dynasty announced, "Jiang Yu victory." Upon hearing the referee declare his win, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief. He was not entirely satisfied with the effectiveness of Desolation Flame breaking the void. It felt weaker than before. In the past, he could effortlessly unleash flames that scorched entire voids. Yet now he could only incinerate a soul, leaving him with a lingering sense of disparity. Chapter 46. Can you teach me? Having narrowly escaped danger, Jiang Qing's face was already drenched in a cold sweat. He no longer exuded the carefree demeanor he had moments before. He bore no resentment towards the referee's decision and felt rather fortunate to be alive. Jiang Yu's methods were exceedingly enigmatic, rendering any form of defense utterly futile. Even if given another chance, he lacked the confidence to withstand the onslaught. The audience below was completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Yu had inexplicably emerged victorious, drawing the attention of both Huang Fuqi and Xin Yuan Tuesday. Can someone enlighten me as to what just transpired? This was the most bizarre contest I have ever witnessed. Neither party had made contact, yet Jiang Yu had won without any apparent reason. Had it not been for the intervention of the two esteemed figures, I would have suspected foul play by the referee. Indeed, what just occurred? Was it the flames that caused this anomaly? Observing Jiang Qing's lingering fear, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. I harbored serious doubts about Jiang Yu's cultivation level. He must have concealed his true prowess, for there was no other explanation for his overwhelming strength. Upon hearing these words, many nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu's displayed abilities had clearly exceeded that of a mere third-layer condensation dam practitioner. It was worth noting that Jiang Qing was a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. Even among peers of equal standing, he was a standout. For Jiang Yu to triumph over him while seemingly transcending an entire realm was remarkable. If Jiang Yu were indeed only a third-layer condensation dam, then their years of cultivation would seem futile. It could only be said that Jiang Yu had hidden himself far too well, yet this did not breach any rules. One could only hope that the upcoming matches would allow him to showcase his true capabilities. Indeed, each of his bouts had been a swift annihilation of his opponents, leaving no clue as to the extent of his strength. As Jiang Yu was about to leave the stage, he was called back by Yuan Tuesday. Now that the competition is concluded, return to the academy promptly. I have arranged a mentor for you, Yuan Tu instructed. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Dean. Yuan Tu added, also, regarding your spells, refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Should you lose control, it could lead to dire consequences. With your prowess, you ought to have other means to subdue your adversaries. All right, Jiang Yu replied. Yuan Tu wore a proud smile as he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Do your best, and strive for a commendable ranking. With that, Yuan Tu and Huangfu Qi returned to the stands. The audience, having overheard the exchange between Jiang Yu and Yuan Tu, was left in a state of shock. Jiang Yu was also a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. Moreover, their interaction suggested a close familiarity. My goodness, no wonder Jiang Yu was so extraordinary. If he were indeed a student of the Yuan Huang Academy, everything made sense. He had concealed his identity far too well, never revealing that he was a student of the academy. The third prince was equally astonished. Why had Jiang Yu become a student of the Yuan Huang Academy? It was well known that admission to the academy was not something one could achieve through backdoor means. It was solely based on one's own abilities. He had assumed that Jiang Yu's current accomplishments were solely due to the backing of the saintess, but it turned out he had relied entirely on his own merit. Moreover, Jiang Yu seemed to be quite familiar with the academy's vice president. This was utterly absurd. The vice president of the Yuan Huang Academy was a powerful figure of the saint realm. He was baffled yet profoundly shocked. After witnessing Jiang Yu descend from the stage, he cautiously inquired, Brother Jiang, are you truly a student of the Yuan Huang Academy? Jiang Yu nodded. When did you enroll? Jiang Yu explained. I underwent the assessment shortly after arriving in the imperial city, just not long ago. The third prince's expression turned quizzical. Wasn't it still too early for admissions to the Yuan Huang Academy? I participated in the civil and martial examinations. Jiang Yu succinctly recounted the details of the assessments. The third prince, upon hearing this, hesitated, gazing at Jiang Yu before letting out a silent sigh. Observing Jiang Yu's relaxed demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort his own feelings. He had once participated in the Yuan Huang Academy's assessment himself, but had failed to pass. Gaining admission to the Yuan Huang Academy had been his lifelong aspiration, yet Jiang Yu had seemingly secured his place with ease. He could not help but question, was the disparity between individuals truly so vast? After this battle, Jiang Yu's reputation skyrocketed. Many began to seek information about him, including individuals from the 72 royal dynasties, who approached Jiang Yu with promises of various benefits, inviting him to join their ranks. The third prince, witnessing others attempting to recruit Jiang Yu right before him, could only silently seethe with frustration, praying that Jiang Yu would not be swayed. Jiang Yu, however, politely declined all invitations from these dynasties. He believed there was no need to align himself with such factions. After all, the Yuan Huang Academy was the pinnacle of power on the continent. As long as he could establish a foothold there, he would be welcomed wherever he went. There was no need to bind himself with the shackles of other forces. As the sun began to set, the day grew dim. Jian once again achieved a hard-fought victory. Together, he and Jiang Yu had amassed a total of 83 points. If they could secure another win, they would solidify their position in the top 50 and earn a spot in the Longyuan secret realm. However, fate was not on their side. Jian drew an opponent at the 5th layer of the spirit realm. He barely managed to hold his ground for 2 exchanges before being sent flying off the stage. You are not weak. It is merely that the gap in strength between you two is too great. Do not lose heart. Jiang Yu consoled the dejected Jian. Jian earnestly questioned. You two face an opponent of a higher realm and emerged victorious. Why can't I? Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes at the question. In his previous life, he had been a peak saint realm powerhouse. If he could not battle across realms after being reborn, would have been the point of his cultivation. Not to mention, he had his own created Yuan Huang scripture. Nonetheless, seeing Jian's disheartened expression, he patiently explained, "You are still young, and your cultivation method lacks systematic study. You rely solely on your own intuition, which creates a significant gap with others. Furthermore, you have yet to master the sword. Each of your strikes is devoid of structure, relying entirely on brute force and speed to prevail. Of course, I do not mean to belittle brute strength or speed. Rather, you have not yet reached the realm where sheer force can overcome all techniques, which has led to your current predicament. In comparison to others, you may find some success against average talents, but once you encounter true prodigies, you will find yourself utterly defenseless." Upon hearing this, Jian knelt down on both knees. "Then, can you teach me? I wish to become your disciple." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by Jian's sudden gesture of submission. This unexpected surprise caught him off guard. He had intended to gradually guide Jian towards seeking him as a mentor. Yet here was Jian spontaneously offering himself. Chapter 47. Taking disciples. Are you certain you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jian nodded without hesitation. "I have thought it through. I desire to grow stronger." Jiang Yu did not immediately acquiesce, but instead spoke slowly. "You may become my disciple, but once you enter this path, the consequences of wishing to depart are grave. The lighter penalty will be the loss of all your cultivation. Should you betray me, your demise could be immediate." Jian's expression remained unchanged as he resolutely proclaimed a solemn oath to the heavens, affirming his commitment. "As a disciple, I vow to remain loyal to my master from this day forth, to heed his teachings, and to never defy his commands. Wherever my master directs, there shall I follow. Under his orders, I shall exert every effort. I shall diligently cultivate my skills, tirelessly striving to enhance my abilities, so as to not disappoint my master's hopes and nurturing, bringing honor to him and glory to the sect. I pledge to uphold the virtues of cultivation, to embrace righteousness, and to refrain from malevolence. I shall cultivate my character, maintain a tranquil heart, and remain unperturbed by worldly distractions. I will carry forth my master's noble qualities and aspire to be an upright practitioner. I vow to follow my master for life, to alleviate his burdens, and to devote all that I am to him. Should I violate this oath, may I suffer divine retribution and endure the torments of reincarnation." As Jian completed his vow, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, entering his brow. This signified that his oath had been acknowledged by the natural order. Should Jian breach the contents of his pledge, he would face heavenly punishment, condemned to eternal cycles of rebirth. Jiang Yu nodded, surprised by Jian's sincerity. He had indeed not misjudged the individual. This oath left no room for retreat. "Very well. In that case, I shall accept you as my disciple. After the individual matches conclude, I will impart to you some foundational cultivation knowledge." The onlookers, witnessing the commotion from the Yu dynasty's side, were momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, this lad is quite earnest. A mere kneel, and he becomes a disciple? Perhaps I should kneel as well? Is this truly permissible?" Jiang Yu, a student of the Yuan Huang Academy, had so easily gained such a devoted follower? Many among the crowd regarded Jian with envy. Though Jiang Yu's current cultivation was not high, his combat prowess was formidable, not to mention his status as a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. To become Jiang Yu's disciple was indeed a privilege for Jian. Had Jiang Yu continued to accept disciples, at least 100 individuals would have knelt before him seeking to learn. Soon, the third day of the individual matches arrived. With only 100 participants remaining, Jiang Yu needed only to compete in 2 more rounds to secure a position in the top 50. As the matches commenced, Jiang Yu ascended the stage and unleashed his momentum, seeking to compel his opponent into defense replicating the strategy that had led to his previous victory. After all, his opponent's cultivation was not to be underestimated. At the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm, this individual might have easily entered the top 30 had he not encountered Jiang Yu. With a stroke of luck, a place in the top 10 was also plausible. Thus, Jiang Yu approached this match with utmost seriousness. Wang Mingyang, standing upon the stage, sensed the aura emanating from Jiang Yu and furrowed his brow. No wonder Jiang Qing had been unable to withstand a single strike. The oppressive aura this person exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. It was only when facing Jiang Yu directly that one could truly grasp such an intense pressure. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingyang raised his hand to signal the referee. I concede. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a sudden attack, yet his opponent yielded without even attempting to engage. It was worth noting that this was a practitioner of the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm, who had not even made an effort to fight. The referee paused before inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to concede?" Wang Mingyang nodded decisively. "I am certain." It was not a lack of courage to fight. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to clash directly with Jiang Yu. Having researched Jiang Yu's capabilities, he understood that anyone capable of forcing a sacred realm practitioner to act was not to be trifled with. If he were to sustain injuries in this bout, he would be of no use in the upcoming team competition. Since defeat was inevitable, he preferred to surrender directly and conserve his strength for the team match. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Goodness, a 3rd stage condensation practitioner forced a 5th stage nascent soul practitioner to concede outright. Is Jiang Yu truly that formidable? He is on the verge of making history. I have never seen someone concede in the finals of the imperial competition. Indeed, even in defeat, one usually attempts to fight. Yet Wang Mingyang did not even dare to try. Why concede so readily? Jiang Yu had not even made a move. At this juncture, some discordant remarks began to surface. This 5th stage nascent soul practitioner has truly wasted his efforts. Witnessing a 3rd stage condensation practitioner prompt such a surrender is utterly absurd. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. At least put up a fight. Curse it. Had I known, I wouldn't have wagered against him. Now I face defeat. Could it be that Jiang Yu has hired actors for this? A mere 3rd stage condensation practitioner. How could that be? If I were up there, I make Jiang Yu kneel before me. Such comments quickly drew the attention of others. After all, there were external betting odds on these imperial competitions. It was likely that this individual had placed a significant wager and thus was particularly agitated. On the stage, Jiang Yu heard the disparaging remarks. He merely cast a cold glance in the direction of the speaker. The moment the individual who had spoken out caught Jiang Yu's icy gaze, he froze in place. Jiang Yu's penetrating stare seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a mountain pressing down upon his shoulders. With just a glance, he felt as though he had been struck hard, struggling to breathe. The gaze was imbued with an air of authority and power, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. In the next moment, he could no longer withstand the weight of Jiang Yu's presence. He sank to his knees before Jiang Yu, trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers nearby were equally astonished. "Dear friend, what is the matter with you?" The individual offered no response, instead repeatedly apologizing to Jiang Yu on the stage. "I was presumptuous. I should not have slandered you. I beg you, retract your pressure. I cannot endure it any longer." Upon hearing the referee declare his victory, Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze, no longer paying heed to the one who had spoken ill of him. He descended from the stage, indifferent to those who indulged in idle chatter. If they wish to kneel, then let them continue to do so. Chapter 48. I want to try the audience beside him had now realized the situation. Incredible. How could a mere glance from Jiang Yu compel someone to kneel from such a distance? Why was I, standing right next to him, oblivious to any sense of oppression? This was simply astonishing. My word, what kind of strength is this, that a mere gaze from across the arena can yield such a result? Surely, even a formidable expert at the level of Slaughtermaster could not achieve this. The individual who had just knelt, feeling a sense of relief as Jiang Yu departed, was still too frightened to rise. He feared Jiang Yu might seek retribution later. He could not bear to face such an intimidating gaze again. It was then he truly understood why Jiang Yu's opponents consistently chose to evade him. This was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. Several powerful spectators, witnessing this scene, wore contemplative expressions. Many recognized that Jiang Yu was employing momentum. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Yu was a student of Yuan Huang Academy and seemed to have a good rapport with Xin Yuan too, they might have rushed to claim him for themselves. To cultivate momentum at the core formation stage was unprecedented. If he were to secure a stable environment for his training, this individual would undoubtedly ascend to sainthood in the future. It is worth noting that among the 72 imperial dynasties, there were scarcely a handful of saints. If they could invite Jiang Yu to join them, it would mean the addition of a powerful saint to their ranks, a saint far from ordinary. Consequently, many high-ranking officials of various dynasties began instructing their participants to surrender immediately upon encountering Jiang Yu. There was no need to engage in battle. They understood that anyone wielding momentum was practically invincible against those below the level of half-saint. The ensuing battles saw Jiang Yu take the stage, only for his opponents to capitulate at once. As the individual matches neared their conclusion, Jiang Yu had yet to engage in a single fight. Even when faced with a formidable contender at the 9th level of the spiritual realm, the opponent still chose to surrender outright. This spectacle left the audience utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Why did everyone who faced Jiang Yu choose to yield? It seemed absurd. How could a 9th level spiritual realm expert be coerced into surrendering? Could it be that this was an orchestrated affair? Some perceptive individuals began to speculate aloud. Could Jiang Yu have mastered momentum? If he had indeed grasped such a concept, the surrender of his opponents would no longer be unfathomable. Curious onlookers inquired, "What exactly is momentum?" The one who had spoken earlier shook his head. "I am not entirely certain, but I have heard that only those above the half-saint level can wield such power." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. What? Only half-saints can master this? How has Jiang Yu managed to do so? Could it be that he has already reached the half-saint level? Yet, judging by his youthful appearance, it seemed unlikely. If he had indeed attained such heights, he would have long since entered the Yuan Huang Academy's main institution and would not still be at a subsidiary campus. News of Jiang Yu potentially mastering momentum spread rapidly. The audience, previously puzzled by his effortless victories, began to connect the dots. Those who had considered challenging Jiang Yu to enhance their own reputations quickly abandoned their plans. This resulted in Jiang Yu inexplicably advancing to the finals. When he stood on the final stage and beheld the surprised expression of Yuan Huang across from him, he thought, "This woman has made it to the finals." Will you concede? Yuan Huang's exquisitely delicate face revealed a flicker of hesitation. Her father had instructed her to surrender upon encountering Jiang Yu, as a measure to facilitate future alliances. However, she felt a twinge of defiance. After all, her cultivation was not lacking. She truly did not wish to give up so easily. The referee awaited Yuan Huang's response. Taking a deep breath, her eyes hardened with determination. "I want to try." No sooner had she spoken than a powerful surge of energy erupted from within her. Originally at the 5th level of the spiritual realm, her cultivation rapidly ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual realm in mere moments. The audience, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Yuan Huang, erupted in astonished exclamations. "My heavens! She is at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. How deeply she had concealed her abilities. It was no wonder she had been able to dominate her previous matches. She had clearly been holding back. Now, a spectacular showdown awaited. With her pinnacle cultivation, she would surely compel Jiang Yu to reveal some of his hidden strengths, or, at the very least, force him to engage more actively. Jiang Yu could no longer conceal his true power. The spectators, thrilled by Yuan Huang's capabilities, felt a surge of excitement. Yet, no one truly believed she could triumph, for Jiang Yu, possessing momentum, was simply too formidable. They were eager to see how Jiang Yu would secure his victory and how far Yuan Huang could push him. On the stage, as Jiang Yu felt the intensity of Yuan Huang's aura, a grave expression crossed his face. This woman was serious. Observing her demeanor, he surmised she would unleash a frenzied assault the moment the referee declared the match to begin. He had but one opportunity to strike. Should he exhaust his skills? Allowing Yuan Huang the chance to react, it was likely she would not grant him another opening. After all, he was merely a third-level cultivator of the core formation stage, and the disparity between them and the spiritual realm was substantial. At that moment, Jiang Yu's mind raced as he contemplated how to defeat Yuan Huang without revealing too many of his own cards. After a brief period of reflection, Jiang Yu resolved to take the initiative. He activated the evolution technique, and his pupils transformed into a golden hue, instantly discerning the flaws in Yuan Huang's stance. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, a white flame ignited in Jiang Yu's left hand, the flame soul technique he had previously conjured during the literary competition. Simultaneously, a blue light materialized in his right hand, representing one of the 9 techniques, Yuan Huang's awakening. In this moment, Jiang Yu wielded the flame soul technique in his left hand and Yuan Huang's awakening in his right. Swiftly, he merged the white flame into the blue light. As the flames intertwined with the azure glow, a distortion enveloped Jiang Yu, creating an awe-inspiring aura. At the same time, Yuan Huang, witnessing this display, refused to be outdone. She had no intention of holding back. If Jiang Yu could withstand her attack, she would concede. Rapidly forming seals with her hands, she cried out, "Frost Flame Fury." In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of ice flames erupted around Yuan Huang, swiftly engulfing the entire arena. The audience gasped in astonishment. Isn't Frost Flame Fury a sacred-level technique? She has mastered a sacred-level technique. This was dire. Judging by the intensity of her aura, Jiang Yu was in peril. Would Jiang Yu's undefeated legend be shattered? Chapter 49. Victory or Withdrawal. On the arena, at the moment when the two spells collided, a deafening explosion erupted. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, enveloping the stage in swirling dust, the brilliance so blinding that it was nearly impossible to gaze upon. The ice flames of Yuan Huang clashed with the azure light of Jiang Yu, a fierce struggle of opposing forces. The air crackled with sizzling sounds, as if two extreme powers were engaged in a life-and-death duel. The surrounding audience was captivated by this breathtaking spectacle, holding their breath and fixating on the stage, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Just as they believed this was an evenly matched confrontation, the azure light on the stage abruptly transformed, swiftly engulfing Yuan Huang's ice flames before charging toward her. Seeing this, a hint of panic flashed across Yuan Huang's delicate face. She never anticipated that her use of a sacred-level technique would fail to thwart Jiang Yu's unleashed skill. As the azure light hurtled toward her, she felt a surge of unwillingness within. She did not wish to concede defeat so easily. With determination, she summoned her spiritual barrier, striving to withstand the approaching spell. She was resolute in proving to the world that she was capable. Jiang Yu, observing her attempt to counter the skill, shook his head slightly. If she had chosen to evade, there might have been a chance for her to counterattack. Yet, her stubbornness led her to confront him directly. The Yuan Huang Qi was infused with heavenly spells. It was unrealistic for her to withstand it. Even a strong practitioner in the early stages of the Severing Realm would struggle against it. As expected, when the azure light made contact with Yuan Huang's spiritual barrier, it shattered instantly without even a moment's resistance. Upon contact with her body, she was sent flying from the arena. The Daiyu dynasty, Jiang Yu wins. The referee declared the result, and the audience erupted in cheers. How formidable! What spell did Jiang Yu unleash that could withstand a sacred-level technique? My goodness, what are the limits of Jiang Yu's power? It's unimaginable. How can this peak practitioner of a Yuan Shun realm fail to compel Jiang Yu to reveal his true strength? To witness Jiang Yu's genuine prowess, they would have to wait for the team battles. The other members of the Daiyu dynasty were not particularly strong. Unless Jiang Yu intended to secure a good result in the team competition, he would inevitably have to reveal his capabilities. The crowd nodded in agreement, increasingly anticipating the forthcoming team battles. Below the stage, Yuan Huang gazed at Jiang Yu, sighing. How did he achieve this? She had anticipated a gap between them, but never expected it to be so vast. She realized she was no different from Jiang Yu's previous opponents, all defeated by a single strike. She had believed that being at the peak of the Yuanshan realm would allow her to contend with him, but the outcome remained unchanged. Clenching her fists, she murmured, "In the team battle, I must win against you." Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yu had also felt the toll of taking that blow head-on. His internal energy was beginning to destabilize. Had it not been for his swift adjustments, he might have faltered. After all, she was a prodigy at the pinnacle of the Yuan Shen realm, and taking that hit had proven quite taxing for him. Jiang Yu discreetly circulated his energy to disperse the ice shards in his hand before stepping down from the arena. He had not expected to encounter someone capable of giving him a minor setback in the Imperial tournament. Upon returning to the preparation area, he was greeted by the excited third prince. "Brother Jiang, you were incredible. You truly claimed the championship. I must relay this news to father. He will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Jiang Yu nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "There is no need for rewards. I likely won't be returning to the Diyu dynasty. Jiang Wei will need your support." The third prince was taken aback. "You're not going back?" Jiang Yu pondered. "If I were to return, it wouldn't be any time soon. I will probably wait until the Longyuan secret realm concludes, and once I have arranged matters at the academy before heading back." The third prince realized then that Jiang Yu had already been admitted to the Yuan Huang Academy. It was only natural that he would not return. As for Jiang Yu entering the Longyuan secret realm, that was also understandable, as he had secured the spot himself. None other had the qualification to enter. "Then focus on entering the secret realm. As long as I am here, the Jiang family shall remain safe." Jiang Yu bowed respectfully to the third prince. "Your Highness, I appreciate your assistance." The third prince shook his head. "There is no need for such formality between us. For the upcoming team competition, I intend for you to take command. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Yu paused momentarily. "I do not intend to participate in the team competition. If I were to take the stage, it may not be beneficial for everyone." "You don't plan to participate?" The third prince wore a puzzled expression, not comprehending Jiang Yu's intentions. Jiang Yu explained, "Having secured the individual championship, our overall score is already firmly within the top 100. Participating in the team competition may not be advantageous for the Diyu dynasty. We cannot bear this honor. Moreover, even if I were to compete, there is no guarantee of a favorable outcome. If we face a weaker dynasty, that may be manageable. However, against the 72 dynasties, I cannot control the situation. If casualties arise, it would be untenable. Should I eliminate an opponent as a contestant or vice versa, the Diyu dynasty cannot withstand such repercussions." The third prince fell silent upon hearing this explanation. Jiang Yu's reasoning was indeed sound. He had momentarily been swept away by the victory, overlooking their own strength. If Jiang Yu were to participate, it would not bode well for them. Other dynasties would surely target them, and should tensions escalate, casualties would be a likely outcome. If Jiang Yu were to eliminate someone from the 72 dynasties, while their backers might hesitate to retaliate against him, the Diyu dynasty would still bear the brunt of their wrath. Furthermore, any contestants of the Diyu dynasty who fell in the competition would die in vain. The Diyu dynasty lacked the capability to provoke trouble. After weighing the pros and cons, the third prince finally spoke. "In that case, you should withdraw from the competition. For the subsequent events, we shall aim to minimize our scores. Securing a place within the top 100 should suffice." Chapter 50. Could this be my only opportunity in this lifetime? The following day, upon the announcement of the team competition roster, many of the dynasties promptly sought the list from the Diyu dynasty, eager to discern the lineup they would present. The presence of Jiang Yu had already posed a significant threat to them, and should he emerge victorious in the team competition, they would find it difficult to face the legacy of their predecessors. Though they could not best Jiang Yu in individual matches, they believed they had strategies to restrain him in team play. If they drew modes such as flag capture or resource battles, their chances of victory would increase substantially. They did not need to defeat Jiang Yu directly. They merely needed to hinder him or deploy a few individuals to ensnare him. The other members of the Diyu dynasty were hardly regarded as worthy opponents. At that moment, Yun Kaiying was intently searching for the name of the Diyu dynasty on the list. When she finally laid eyes on the starting lineup, she was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yu's name was conspicuously absent. She glanced at the reserve list, only to find the same result. After several repetitions to confirm the absence of Jiang Yu, she felt a surge of frustration. She had hoped to reclaim her honor in the team battle, yet Jiang Yu would not be competing. This eliminated any chance of confronting him directly. Yuan Kaiying turned to her attendant with a puzzled expression. Why has the Dayu dynasty chosen not to field Jiang Yu? Could it be that they possess someone even more formidable than him? Or have they resigned themselves to defeat in the team competition? The attendant shook his head, replying, Your Highness, the decision made by the Dayu dynasty is quite astute. Perplexed, Yuan Kaiying inquired, Why so? The attendant elaborated, After all, the Dayu dynasty is a relatively obscure dynasty. Achieving victory in individual competitions is already an extraordinary feat should they field Jiang Yu for ranking. They would inevitably attract the ire of other dynasties. If their standing among the 72 dynasties were threatened, the repercussions would be beyond what the Dayu dynasty could endure. Even if they were to clinch the championship in team battles, could they truly bear the weight of such glory post-competition? By opting not to field Jiang Yu, they have clearly signaled their intent to refrain from contesting for a higher ranking. Among the 72 dynasties, rivalry is permissible. However, any dynasty that threatens our ranks will face retribution. This ranking battle is not merely a contest of strength, but rather a matter of social dynamics. Yuan Kaiying fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. While she understood the rationale, a sense of resentment lingered within her. Deep down, she harbored a foreboding intuition that this ranking competition might be the occasion when her disparity in strength with Jiang Yu was at its narrowest. If she missed this opportunity to engage him directly, the gap between them would only widen in the future. She could not help but ponder whether this might be her singular chance to triumph over Jiang Yu in her lifetime. Noticing the flicker of discontent in Yuan Kaiying's eyes, the attendant offered a comforting remark. Your Highness, there is no need to dwell excessively on this matter. The achievements Jiang Yu is destined to attain will far surpass anything we can aspire to. The moment he reveals his potential, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of influential figures. Moreover, he has already entered the Yuan Huang Academy. I believe it will not be long before Jiang Yu's name resonates throughout the entire Yuan Huang Continent, establishing him as a new generation's representative. The only individuals capable of competing with him will likely be the prodigies of the Yuan Huang General Academy. Such individuals are not within our league. Hearing the attendant's words only deepened Yuan Kaiying's discontent. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The attendant spoke nothing but the truth. Yet, despite its veracity, she remained unconvinced. She knew she was not lacking in talent. During her review of the previous day's match, she had noticed a frost on Jiang Yu's palm, indicating that she could inflict damage upon him. She also contemplated whether the outcome would have differed had she chosen to evade his spell instead of attempting to confront it head-on. However, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret in this world. Yuan Kaiying murmured, I cannot accept this. If only I had chosen to avoid the attack yesterday. Would the outcome have been different? The attendant sighed. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. At this moment, Jiang Yu has already begun to emerge from the shadows. The best we can do is to befriend him. Your Highness, if you truly wish to surpass Jiang Yu, you must enter the Yuan Huang General Academy as soon as possible. Only there will you find a glimmer of opportunity. Yuan Kaiying nodded in agreement. Very well. I am already a student of the Yuan Huang Academy. I simply have yet to gain entry to the General Academy. Once the academy competition commences, I must secure a commendable rank to expedite my entry. Suddenly, she recalled that Jiang Yu is also a student at the Yuan Huang Academy, which implied that he would participate in the forthcoming academy competition. If she could seize this time to enhance her abilities, perhaps she might still have a chance to confront him directly. With this thought, Yuan Kaiying's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. I still have a chance. He will participate in the academy competition, and I can engage him there. The attendant, upon hearing her words, merely shook his head and refrained from commenting. He did not harbor high hopes for Yuan Kaiying's ability to best Jiang Yu in such a short span. Even if she were to break through to the slasher realm, it would remain a formidable challenge. Jiang Yu had already mastered his potential. Beneath the quasi-saint level, this represented the pinnacle of offensive prowess. To triumph over him in the academy competition seemed implausible. During the team battles, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly serve as the primary offensive force for the Xingyu branch, with all students crafting their strategies around him. Under equal circumstances, the cost of encountering Jiang Yu would be exceedingly high. Moreover, given Jiang Yu's innate talent, it was improbable that he had not advanced during this period. By the time he entered the Longyuan secret realm and emerged, he might very well have attained the spirit realm. Unless Yuan Kaiying experienced a fortuitous encounter in this time frame, her chances of defeating Jiang Yu directly were virtually non-existent. Upon witnessing the Diyu dynasty's roster, the other dynasties were similarly taken aback. Initially intending to target Jiang Yu, it now seemed unnecessary. The spectators shared the same sentiment, having anticipated a full display of Jiang Yu's prowess, only to discover that he had opted to withdraw from the competition. Why would he withdraw? I long to witness Jiang Yu at his peak. I wish to see whether he possesses hidden strengths. Frustration rippled through the crowd. Could it be that he fears competing, hence his decision to withdraw? Such words were met with disdain from the onlookers. What are you suggesting? He is the champion of the individual competition. How can anyone question his abilities? His absence is likely a decision made by his dynasty. Do not forget, the Diyu dynasty is not among the 72 dynasties. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly came to a realization. This situation could be described as an unspoken rule, one that was universally acknowledged. The dynasty competition appeared to be an all-encompassing contest among the dynasties. Yet the reality was that it was merely a contest for the 72 dynasties to vie for the top 72 positions. If any dynasty sought to disrupt this order, they would need the strength to withstand the 72 dynasties. Otherwise, they must adhere to the rules. There have been instances in the past where dynasties attempted to break the rules, and the consequences were catastrophic, a collapse of their authority and a complete reshuffling of power. Chapter 51. Yu Miao's recovery after Jiang Yu abandoned the competition. He no longer paid attention to the events of the great match. Instead, he reached out to Li Shan and Lin Yao, imparting to them some fundamental knowledge of alchemy and medicine. Although their talents were not particularly high, Jiang Yu, with his vast knowledge in the sacred realm, effortlessly taught them the rudimentary techniques of pill refining and artifact crafting. Li Shan took a keen interest in artifact crafting and learned swiftly, while Lin Yao focused exclusively on alchemy. Once Jiang Yu had organized all the essential knowledge, he said to them, "Familiarize yourselves with these skills as quickly as possible. In the future, if you encounter promising talents, recommend them to me, and I shall teach them. With your current level of refinement, a little hard work should yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. Invest all these resources back into the organization to continue expanding our ranks." Li Shan and Lin Yao nodded in agreement. They would always keep Jiang Yu's instructions close to their hearts, not daring to delay. They were immensely grateful for having robbed Jiang Yu, as it had dramatically transformed their lives. Jiang Yu was truly a pillar of support. Not only did he possess a formidable background, but they had also heard that he had won the championship in the individual competition of the Imperial contest. He was in the spotlight, and serving such an extraordinary talent was a privilege for them. Their confidence in their future had grown considerably. Before encountering Jiang Yu, they had never imagined living such a life. Not only was there someone teaching them techniques, but he also provided various resources and taught them how to acquire their own. It was akin to having a new set of parents. No, Jiang Yu was even more caring than biological parents who might not be able to do these things. Therefore, they were utterly devoted to fulfilling Jiang Yu's requests, putting forth their utmost effort in all endeavors. In the Diyu dynasty, within the Jiang residence, Jiang Wei had recently made significant progress in his training of the rebirth technique and had reached the 5th layer of the awakening realm. Although his cultivation was not particularly high and did not progress as rapidly as Jiang Yu's, he spent nearly every day helping Yu Miao with her treatment. As he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Yu Miao, he affectionately caressed her cheek, murmuring, "It won't be long now until you return to normal." After completing the treatment, Jiang Wei left Yu Miao's room. Suddenly, Yu Miao, who had been asleep, opened her eyes. The lively spark that once characterized her gaze was now replaced with an inexplicable depth. Her cognitive abilities had returned to normal, and her lost memories gradually resurfaced. At that moment, she felt a profound conflict within her, unsure of how to confront Jiang Wei. She was aware of Jiang Wei's affection for her, and through their interactions, she had developed a certain fondness for him. However, it was merely a fondness, devoid of any romantic feelings. If she truly harbored feelings for Jiang Wei, she would have accepted her father's marriage proposal long ago. In that instant, she found herself at a loss. Yu Miao Miao understood that she owed Jiang Wei a debt of gratitude, but she was uncertain whether her current feelings for him were love or gratitude. She needed to confront her own heart. After a struggle, she picked up a pen and paper, inscribing a line upon the pristine sheet. Entangled emotions blur the line between gratitude and love. My heart is in turmoil as I depart. In leaving for the mountains and seas, I seek not to inquire. I only wish for your safety as you linger alone. With a sigh, Yu Miao Miao set down the pen and paper, then departed from the Jiang residence. The reason she chose to leave a letter was to provide Jiang Wei with an explanation. She lacked the courage to confront him directly or to express her intention to leave in his presence. Now that her cognitive abilities had returned, she clearly understood her desires. With her family's vendetta unresolved, how could she dare to entertain romantic feelings? The following day, around noon, as Jiang Wei practiced in his room, he furrowed his brow. At this time, Yu Miao Miao was usually there to seek him out. Why had she not come today? Could she have overslept? With this thought, Jiang Wei made his way to Yu Miao Miao's room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find that Yu Miao Miao was not inside. Where could she have gone? After glancing around the room, he noticed a letter on the table, and an uneasy feeling began to rise within him. Upon opening the letter, Jiang Wei's expression turned to one of bitter amusement as he murmured, "Is she really leaving?" Uncertain whether it was gratitude or love that stirred within him, he sighed. He had considered the possibility that Yu Miao Miao might leave after her recovery, but he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Well, as long as you were well, he thought, choosing not to dwell on her departure or send anyone to search for her. Instead, he returned to his training. He understood Yu Miao Miao's character well. Once she made a decision, no one could alter it. Her spirit was too resolute. Just as she had previously threatened to take her own life, to refuse marriage. Even if he sent someone to retrieve her, she would surely find a way to escape again. Since there was no way to salvage the situation, it was better for both to maintain some dignity. In the imperial city, Yu Miao Miao arrived at the inn, intending to take a carriage to Zhongzhou to seek her uncle's assistance and inform him of her family's affairs. Upon reaching the inn, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to bring any money. Searching her belongings for something of value to pawn in order to gather the fare, she discovered that she had nothing of worth. The only item she possessed was a white sachet that Jiang Wei had gifted her. Staring at the sachet, memories of Jiang Wei's familiar face flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. "What is wrong with me?" she murmured, shaking her head. As she prepared to put away the sachet and devise another means to gather her fare, she felt something peculiar about it. Upon inspecting the sachet, she discovered that it contained no fragrance at all. After a moment of confusion, she opened the sachet to take a look inside. At that moment, her eyes widened, and tears began to well up uncontrollably. Inside the sachet were not fragrant herbs, but several folded silver notes. Each note was worth a staggering 10,000 taels. It turned out that Jiang Wei had anticipated her departure and had prepared the silver notes in advance. Yu Miao Miao's heart was filled with a mix of gratitude and guilt. She suddenly regretted leaving the letter behind. At that moment, she felt a strong urge to return to the Jiang residence. But the haunting image of her family's tragic demise held her back. After a brief pause, her gaze grew resolute. She had made her decision. She would inform her uncle, resolve her family's vendetta, and then return to find Jiang Wei. "I will be back. Wait for me." Chapter 52. The One-Word Shoulder King in the Yin Family. The clan elder gazed earnestly at Zhang Heng and instructed, "Remember these items. They must not be misplaced." Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Elder, rest assured, I will commit them to memory." The clan elder patted Zhang Heng's shoulder, saying, "You have endured much while infiltrating the Jiang family over the years. Once this task is complete, you may return." Zhang Heng bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, elder." Zhang Heng, the steward of the Jiang family, had been embedded within for decades. He played a pivotal role in the scheme that ensnared Jiang Yu's parents. Without his assistance, Jiang Yu's father would not have been so easily persuaded by the Yin family's words to venture into the abyss to seek materials for Jiang Yu's cultivation. Has there been any unusual activity from the Jiang family recently? The elder inquired. Zhang Heng shook his head. Nothing significant. Jiang Wei has been diligently cultivating in his chamber. The elder pressed on. Has Jiang Yu sent any messages? Zhang Heng replied. No letters have arrived of late. Very well, keep a vigilant watch. Inform me immediately of any irregularities within the Jiang family. Once the third prince returns, we can commence our plans. With that, the elder dismissed Zhang Heng. Upon returning to the Jiang estate, Zhang Heng arranged a golden spirit plant in the living room in Jiang Yu's chamber, its beauty complemented by a captivating fragrance. After completing the setup, he approached Jiang Wei's room and knocked. Second young master, may I enter? Hearing the steward's voice, Jiang Wei, engrossed in his training, replied without hesitation. Come in. Upon entering, Zhang Heng wore a warm smile. Second young master, I have brought you this spirit plant, said to possess calming properties. I thought it might aid you, given your rigorous training. As Jiang Wei inhaled the plant's delightful scent, he felt rejuvenated. Zhang Bo, you are considerate. Please set it down. Zhang Heng smiled. It is my duty, second young master. Jiang Wei expressed. You have worked diligently during this time. I will mention it to my elder brother upon his return and ensure you are rewarded. Zhang Heng quickly waved his hand. Young master, this is merely my obligation. It is my honor to alleviate the Jiang family's burdens. Do you know when the eldest brother will return? I wish to prepare the room for his welcome. Jiang Wei shook his head. I am uncertain. He has not informed me. However, it should be soon. In the meantime, please gather information regarding the imperial tournament. Understood. I will inquire diligently. Zhang Heng replied respectfully. By the way, second young master, I have made some progress on the matter you entrusted to me. Jiang Wei's eyes brightened. What have you discovered? Zhang Heng spoke slowly. The Yu family has been annihilated. Jiang Wei gasped. What did you say? Annihilated? How could this be? Who is responsible? I have verified it repeatedly. The Yu family in Jiang City was indeed extinguished 3 months ago. I have yet to uncover the perpetrators. Zhang Wei frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the Yu family has perished, where could Yu Miao Miao have gone? She wouldn't seek vengeance, would she? A defenseless woman returning alone would be perilous. Why didn't she confide in me? Regret washed over Jiang Wei. Had he known, he would have sent someone to find Yu Miao Miao. Please continue to investigate any news regarding the Yu family. Inform me immediately of any updates. Zhang Heng bowed, understood. 3 days later, within the imperial palace, Emperor Yu was taken aback by the news relayed by the third prince. We have actually secured the championship in the individual competition. Our dynasty score has entered the top 100. Jiang Yu has gained admission to Yuan Huang Academy. This is truly astonishing. Staring at the report in disbelief, Emperor Yu was stunned. He had anticipated Jiang Yu's participation to be merely symbolic, a chance to broaden his horizons, never imagining he would achieve such victory, especially with overwhelming prowess. Moreover, the third prince speculated that Jiang Yu accomplished all this independently, with no assistance from the saintess. It appeared Emperor Yu had underestimated the Jiang family. Realizing Jiang Yu's accomplishments, he adjusted his strategy, deciding to confer a title upon Jiang Yu to bind him closer to the royal family. Draft an edict to announce the results of the imperial tournament and declare Jiang Yu as the one-word shoulder king. Emperor Yu was determined in his resolve. By bestowing this title upon Jiang Yu, he was granting him nearly equal power to his own. This action stemmed from the emperor's belief that Jiang Yu would dismiss the title and refrain from meddling in dynastic affairs. After all, having gained admission to Yuan Huang Academy, Jiang Yu would likely regard the imperial title with disdain, allowing Emperor Yu to act with audacity. Most crucially, he aimed to create the illusion of unity with Wenqing, instilling a sense of caution in him. The eunuch present was startled by the emperor's boldness and promptly began drafting the decree. The following day, when news of Jiang Yu being bestowed the title of one-word shoulder king spread throughout the Yu dynasty, chaos erupted. What had transpired? Was Jiang Yu not the eldest son of General Jiang? This was a meteoric rise. Jiang Yu's position now surpassed even that of General Jiang. Some uninformed individuals questioned, is it truly possible to attain such honor merely by winning the championship in the imperial tournament? This prompted immediate rebuttals. Do you understand what winning the individual championship in the imperial tournament signifies? It represents a competition among countless dynasties. Previously, our best individual rank was merely 578. Jiang Yu has set a historic precedent. Moreover, Jiang Yu is the first prodigy from our dynasty to gain admission to Yuan Huang Academy. This brings great honor to our family. General Jiang would surely be proud. With Jiang Yu among us, the Diyu dynasty is poised for greatness. Chapter 53. Mei Yunyan. I have no disciple upon learning of Jiang Yu's appointment. Wen Qing's expression darkened ominously. Most incredulous to him was the fact that Jiang Yu had emerged victorious in the individual competition of the Imperial Grand Tournament. Had he not offended the Jiang family, he would have certainly preferred to avoid provoking Jiang Yu. However, with the plans already set in motion, if Jiang Yu were to become intertwined with the royal family, his meticulously laid schemes would likely be shattered in an instant. Furthermore, he would find himself in a difficult position to explain. When the elder of the Yin family received this news, he promptly sought out Wen Qing. Prime Minister, should we continue with our plans? Wen Qing, upon hearing this, quickly composed himself and replied coolly, "You need only fulfill your obligations. Do not concern yourself with the rest." The Yin family elder knelt before Wen Qing, pleading, "Prime Minister, think carefully. He truly does not wish to proceed." If there was a glimmer of hope before, the revelation of Jiang Yu's victory leaves the Yin family with no chance at all. Should this matter come to light, our fleeing descendants would also be affected. At this juncture, there is no turning back. I hope you can comprehend your current predicament, Wen Qing stated. The Yin elder, recognizing the gravity of the situation, smiled bitterly. If this plan were to succeed, there might still be a chance for redemption. Should you handle the aftermath properly, I can incite a rift between Emperor Yu and Jiang Yu. You ought to consider not just your own fate, but that of your descendants as well. Wen Qing's words were a clear ultimatum. Although the Yin elder felt a pang of reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. I understand. Wen Qing continued, we may not be able to touch Jiang Yu, but Jiang Wei is another matter altogether. It is essential that he does not remain alive. Only with Jiang Wei and the third prince's demise can we compel an irreconcilable conflict between Emperor Yu and Jiang Yu. Otherwise, given Emperor Yu's character, he would likely swallow his pride to maintain stability. After discussing several more matters with the Yin elder, Wen Qing dismissed him. In a valley of falling cherry blossom, surrounded by verdant peaks, a clear stream babbled softly, its splashes resembling shards of jade. In a secluded corner of the valley stood an ancient thatched cottage, adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms gently swaying in the breeze, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Before the cottage, an elderly woman clad in a light gray robe, embroidered with simple runes that shimmered faintly in the wind, sat in meditation. Her silver hair, cascaded like snow, held up by a simple wooden hairpin, with a few strands falling delicately across her cheek. Sensing a disturbance in the air, she opened her eyes and spoke, "You busy man, what brings you to this humble abode?" As her words faded, a figure materialized from the void. Upon seeing Mei Yunyan, Shen Qingtian's eyes flickered momentarily before settling into calmness. "It has been a while. I came to visit an old friend." Mei Yunyan replied coldly, "Speak plainly if you have matters to discuss. This modest, falling cherry blossom valley cannot accommodate such a grand figure as yourself." Shen Qingtian could only chuckle at her frigid tone. "So many years have passed, and you still harbor resentment?" Mei Yunyan regarded him coolly. "You acknowledge that it has been many years, yet have you provided any explanation?" Shen Qingtian hastily began to clarify. "I had my reasons back then. Please let me explain." Before he could continue, Mei Yunyan interrupted, "No need. What has transpired has already occurred. There is no point in dwelling on it. If you have no further business, you may leave." With her dismissal, Shen Qingtian could only sigh internally. In this world, few dare to speak to him in such a manner. Mei Yunyan was likely the only one. "Very well. If I am unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Your disciple has just won the championship in the individual competition at the Shengyu dynasty. I believe it won't be long before he arrives at the Yuan Huang Academy. When he does, I will ensure he is well taken care of." At this, Mei Yunyan furrowed her brow. "Disciple? What disciple do I have?" Shen Qingtian was taken aback for a moment. "Isn't Jiang Yu your disciple?" Mei Yunyan shook her head. I have never taken a disciple. As her words concluded, Shen Qingtian was left bewildered. This could not be right. He had discerned a profound connection between Mei Yunyan and Jiang Yu. Why would she deny her disciple? Was it a matter of secrecy? Or perhaps a lack of trust in him? Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall pretend I have not seen him. If you say there is none, then there is none. With that, he vanished from sight. Watching Shen Qingtian disappear, Mei Yunyan opened her mouth, ultimately exhaling a sigh. She realized he must have misunderstood something, yet she felt no desire to clarify. Nonetheless, his words left her with a lingering curiosity. What did he mean by disciple? Given his strength and status, surely no one would dare deceive him. If he had spoken, it was likely he had confirmed the identity of the individual in question. Yet, she had never heard of Jiang Yu before. What could his intentions be in impersonating her disciple? What benefit could he derive from such a pretense? Having been absent for so long, only a handful of individuals on Yuan Huang Continent were aware of her existence. How then had he come to know? As a multitude of questions flooded Mei Yunyan's mind, she retrieved 3 silver coins and tossed them gently into the air. Upon deciphering the divination result, she murmured in disbelief, "How is this possible? I actually do have a disciple." At this moment, Mei Yunyan began to seriously doubt the reliability of her own memory, for the divination clearly indicated the presence of a disciple. Yet, she had no recollection of this individual. With her composure faltering, she stood and tore through the fabric of space, setting off towards the Xingyu dynasty. She was determined to uncover the truth about this Jiang Yu. Chapter 54. The meeting of master and apprentice. Before long, Mei Yunyan arrived at the Xingyu dynasty. She continued to use coins to deduce Jiang Yu's whereabouts. However, when she attempted to ascertain his precise location, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar, yet foreign resistance that obstructed her efforts. This great deduction technique. Could it be that this person also possesses the great deduction technique? Mei Yunyan's heart trembled. The great deduction technique was a skill she had devised herself, never imparted to another soul. How could there be an aura of the great deduction technique surrounding Jiang Yu? Although the technique he employed had undergone modifications, the underlying principles remained largely unchanged. Initially skeptical of Shen Qingtian's words, she could no longer afford to doubt upon sensing the aura of the great deduction technique. Mei Yunyan quickly formed hand seals to forcibly break through the obstruction, directly locking onto Jiang Yu's location. Though Jiang Yu's deduction technique was formidable, his cultivation level was insufficient to hinder Mei Yunyan's deduction. Jiang Yu, who was guiding a Jian in his training, froze momentarily upon realizing that his deduction technique had been forcibly dispelled. Who could have disrupted my deduction technique? To achieve such a feat, one would at least need to be a sage-level expert. He should have offended no one recently. Why would someone wish to probe his whereabouts? Upon sensing that familiar aura, he fell silent. Master, how could this be? Mei Yunyan was actually searching for him. Overwhelmed by the familiarity of her presence, he was taken aback. In this life, he had not sought out Mei Yunyan. How could she possibly know of his existence? As the realization dawned that she was indeed looking for him, he felt a surge of panic, uncertain how to confront his former master from a past life. His mind raced, contemplating how to explain himself upon her arrival. Numerous evasive strategies flooded his thoughts. Noticing Jiang Yu lost in thought, a Jian cautiously spoke up. "Master?" Coming back to his senses, Jiang Yu replied, "A Jian? You may return now. We have covered enough material for today. Focus on consolidating what you've learned." "Understood, Master," a Jian replied, bowing respectfully before departing. Not long after a Jian left, a figure abruptly appeared before Jiang Yu. Upon recognizing the visitor, he instinctively exclaimed, "Master." The moment he uttered those words, all the plans swirling in his mind evaporated. This is a disaster. Jiang Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, repeatedly trying to reassure himself. At this moment, Mei Yunyan was scrutinizing Jiang Yu intently. Hearing him refer to her as master, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. It was as though he was always meant to call her that. Moreover, it was evident that Jiang Yu was quite familiar with her, for his eyes betrayed no deceit. Most notably, he appeared visibly flustered akin to a student caught misbehaving by a teacher. After retracting her gaze, Mei Yunyan settled into a chair in the courtyard and spoke softly, "You might as well confess." Jiang Yu's mind was reeling at her words. Confess? Confess what? He was utterly confused about the situation, let alone Mei Yunyan's intentions for being here. "Senior, I misspoke just now. Please don't take offense. Your sudden appearance caught me off guard, leading to my misidentification." Mei Yunyan replied calmly, "Where did you acquire your great deduction technique? Why do you publicly claim that I am your master?" Jiang Yu fell silent in response to these two inquiries. He quickly realized why Mei Yunyan was aware of his existence. Shen Qingtian's loose lips. Why must a prominent figure from the Yuan Huang Academy stir the pot? He was clearly at leisure. At that moment, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Deceit was futile, as he understood that Mei Yunyan had already sensed the aura emanating from him. The great deduction technique was unique to her, and the deduction technique he wielded was merely a variation of it. As for revealing the truth, that was out of the question. Claiming he had been reborn and was her disciple from a past life would be absurd, not to mention whether Mei Yunyan would believe him. He could not risk such revelations. The implications were too significant. A careless slip could provoke unforeseen consequences. Mei Yunyan's voice grew cold. "What's the matter? Lost your tongue? You were quite articulate moments ago." Jiang Yu's face reddened, caught in a dilemma of how to respond. He felt like exploding from the pressure. In the presence of Mei Yunyan, he felt like a mere child, his intellect plummeting. He neither wished to argue nor deceive her. "Why is your face so flushed, and your aura so chaotic? Are you agitated, or has a mental demon ensnared you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu simply knelt down, resigning himself to the situation. He would not disclose his rebirth, nor would he speak of the great deduction technique. Instead, he decided to request apprenticeship directly. Surely, once he became her disciple, Mei Yunyan would cease to pursue these questions. "Master, I humbly bow before you. From this day forth, you shall be my master." Mei Yunyan replied coolly, "Did I ever say I would accept you?" Jiang Yu chuckled, "You will accept me. You must feel quite lonely in Luoying Valley, and having me as a companion would alleviate your solitude. Your great deduction technique and alchemy would have a successor. Most importantly, I can prepare your favorite sweet and sour meatballs. Surely, you have no reason to refuse me." Mei Yunyan paused, taken aback. How does Jiang Yu know everything? It was not surprising that he was aware of her mastery of the great deduction technique and alchemy, as any seasoned sage would know of her. However, only she knew her fondness for sweet and sour meatballs. "How do you know these things?" Jiang Yu grinned. "I know much more than that. I also know you adore Xiaobai, who should now be at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. You have been seeking the sacred spirit fruit to help Xiaobai attain sainthood. Xiaobai was a nine-tailed fox raised by Mei Yunyan, and in his past life, Jiang Yu had spent considerable time in her company. Later, upon learning that Jiang Yu was to venture out for training, Mei Yunyan entrusted Xiaobai to him for protection. Without Xiaobai's safeguarding, Jiang Yu would not have been able to cultivate peacefully to the sage level. Regrettably, Xiaobai ultimately perished. As he recalled this, a flicker of melancholy crossed Jiang Yu's gaze. Upon hearing this information, Mei Yunyan's pupils narrowed. How does Jiang Yu know everything? He seemed to understand her better than she did herself. The idea of seeking the sacred spirit fruit was a recent thought. She had planned to venture out soon to find it. How could Jiang Yu possibly know such things? Who are you? Jiang Yu responded earnestly. "I am your disciple. Master, there are matters I may not be able to explain, but I assure you, I am indeed your disciple, your only disciple. I can swear an oath by the heavenly principles that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Chapter 55. The conclusion of the great competition. Mei Yunyan had been keenly observing Jiang Yu with her spiritual sense, and upon confirming the authenticity of his words, she found herself filled with many unanswered questions. After a brief silence, she spoke, "You will accompany me back to the valley." She intended to bring Jiang Yu back to verify his identity further and ascertain whether he recognized Xiaobai before making any decisions. Jiang Yu paused for a moment before replying. "I still have to participate in the great competition, so I fear I cannot accompany you back to the valley just yet. After the competition concludes, I must enter the Longyuan secret realm and enroll in the Yuan Huang Academy. Only once I have resolved matters at the academy can I return with you. Mei Yunyan contemplated for a moment before inquiring, how long will that take? Jiang Yu estimated the time frame. At best, 3 months. At worst, 6 months. Mei Yunyan nodded. This duration was not excessively long. She could simultaneously assist Xiao Bai in searching for the Holy Spirit fruit. Very well. Since you are so well acquainted with me, you may enter the valley on your own when the time comes. I have other matters to attend to and shall not linger. As for whether I will accept you as a disciple, we shall discuss that upon your arrival in the valley. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Other matters? Are you intending to search for the Holy Spirit fruit? If so, you might find unexpected fortune heading towards the Great Yu dynasty. He recalled that in his previous life, Mei Yunyan had ventured out to help Xiao Bai find the Holy Spirit fruit, which led to their encounter. Now, it seemed that the timeline had merely shifted forward a bit, and he had yet to inquire about the origins of that fruit. Mei Yunyan had only mentioned it casually, and he had not given it much thought. Mei Yunyan regarded Jiang Yu with mild surprise. She had indeed conducted divinations before her departure, revealing omens indicating the vicinity of the Great Yu dynasty. She had not anticipated that he would possess such knowledge. With a slight nod, she chose not to elaborate further and departed promptly. As time swiftly passed, the imperial great competition had drawn to a close. The Great Yu dynasty achieved a commendable rank of 97. During the team matches, they were predictably targeted by others, resulting in their elimination in the first round. The outcomes of other competitions were similarly disheartening, as they faced intentional opposition from other dynasties. Regardless of the event, they consistently drew opponents from the 72nd dynasty, leaving them with negligible chances of victory. Nonetheless, the representatives of the Great Yu dynasty remained undeterred, for their 97th place finish was a respectable achievement, one that could appease the Emperor Yu. Jiang Yu instructed, during this period, diligently cultivate the techniques I have bestowed upon you. Once the enrollment for Yuan Huang Academy opens, be sure to register promptly. This is crucial. Only by entering the academy will you truly step into the world of cultivation. After I emerge from the Lonyuan secret realm, I will teach you practical combat skills. A Jian nodded. Disciple understands. I will diligently cultivate and enter Yuan Huang Academy at the earliest opportunity. After speaking, he hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu perceived a Jian's expression and understood his intention. If you wish to seek a sparring partner, do not rush. It is essential to ground yourself first. Once you enter Yuan Huang Academy, you will have endless opportunities for combat. Use this time to nurture your sword. Face your own heart. The sword master may very well be yourself, Jiang Yu added. A Jian murmured, the sword master may be me? Upon hearing this, he quickly shook his head. How could that be? If the sword master were me, the clan leader should have entrusted the sword to me rather than sending me to seek the master. Jiang Yu, observing a Jian's demeanor, felt no urgency to persuade him. This realization would come with time. Only through his own understanding could he reach that conclusion. When he could confront his inner self, he would be able to attain the sacred realm. After a moment, the third prince entered the courtyard and, upon seeing Jiang Yu, smiled. Brother Jiang, the timing for the Lonyuan secret realm has been confirmed. It will officially commence in 3 days. At that time, you need only proceed to the arena to meet them. Jiang Yu nodded, understood. The third prince continued. I will be returning to the Great Yu dynasty tomorrow with everyone, so I won't wait for you to emerge. Do you have any matters to convey? Jiang Yu considered for a moment before replying. Please inform Jiang Wei of the situation here, instructing him to wait for me at home. Once I exit the secret realm and finish my affairs at the academy, I will go to fetch him to Xingyu dynasty. The third prince paused. Brother Jiang, are you planning to sever ties with our dynasty? Jiang Yu shook his head. Do not overthink it. I remain a member of the Great Yu dynasty. I am concerned about Jiang Wei being home alone, especially since I may have few opportunities to return in the future. The most crucial point he did not mention was his desire for Jiang Wei to gain admission to Yuan Huang Academy. After all, Jiang Wei was his younger brother, and he would undoubtedly face targeting from powerful factions in the future. Therefore, Jiang Yu needed to ensure that Jiang Wei possessed the ability to protect himself. Having Jiang Wei nearby would also allow him to teach him more effectively. Once Jiang Wei matured, he could assist in managing their organization. The third prince, relieved, replied, "Brother Jiang, rest assured. I will convey your message. I will also inform Father that upon your return to the great Yu dynasty, we shall arrange a conferral ceremony for you." At this, the third prince teased, "After all, you are now a duke in the making." Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, not taking the matter to heart. He was well aware of what Emperor Yu was contemplating. It was merely an attempt to bind him to the royal family. He was indifferent, knowing that sooner or later, he would have to deal with Wen Qing and his ilk. Let Emperor Yu and Wen Qing contend for now. It would provide him with the necessary time to develop. Initially, Jiang Yu intended for Jiang Wei to come directly to him. But considering Jiang Wei's current level of cultivation and the presence of Yu Miao, he decided against it. Having Jiang Wei bring Yu Miao to Xingyu dynasty would likely expose them to danger. After all, Yu Miao was still an innocent child with limited understanding. It would be too perilous for him to escort her. With his presence, they would likely not dare to harm Jiang Wei, and with the protection of the third prince, they should be safe. Unless they openly sever ties with the royal family, Jiang Wei should encounter no issues. Even if Wen Qing and the royal family had a falling out, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. After all, Jiang Wei possessed a jade talisman left by their father, which could withstand an extraordinary strike, likely resolving most troubles within the Great Yu dynasty. Chapter 56. Entering the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm 3 days later. Jiang Yu arrived at the arena, while a Jian remained at their base to cultivate alone. The moment Jiang Yu stepped into the arena, all eyes turned towards him. Many approached to greet him. "Brother Jiang, you've finally arrived. I want to seek you out after the competition, but alas, you are busy cultivating." "Brother Jiang, it's an honor. I was truly impressed by your performance on the stage. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our Tianqing dynasty, and I will host you well." Yun Kaiying, upon seeing Jiang Yu, kept her gaze fixed on him, attempting to sense any changes in his aura. However, regardless of her efforts, she detected no anomalies. He appeared just as he did upon their first meeting. Without circulating his spiritual energy, she could not perceive anything unusual. Jiang Yu, in turn, graciously acknowledged their greetings. Regardless of their ulterior motives, it was prudent to first exchange contact stones, for they bore him no ill will at present. Most sought to befriend him, and he intended to make the most of this situation. After a moment, Huang Puqi appeared before the crowd and stated, "Is everyone here? The duration of your stay in the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm will be 1 month. You may only remain in the Weishan pool for that time. You must exit within a month. Anyone who exceeds this time will face severe penalties. Additionally, I must remind you that once you enter the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, you are to remain within the area we have surveyed. Exceeding the protective boundaries will be at your own risk." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu, however, fell into contemplation, pondering whether the Weishan pool still existed. According to the events of his previous life, it had surely been absorbed by Song Chun. His purpose for entering was twofold: to ascertain whether the Weishan pool would unfold as it had in his past, and to explore the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, which harbored many undeveloped areas that had always been under the control of various dynasties, preventing him from entering in his previous life. Now that he had the opportunity, he intended to seize it fully. After Huang Puqi briefed everyone on the precautions, he led them aboard a flying vessel towards the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Roughly 3 hours later, they arrived at the edge of a barrier, where ancient runes danced like serpents, shimmering with an enigmatic light, as if recounting the ancient history and taboos of this place. "This is the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Pass through the barrier to enter directly. 1 month from now, when you shatter the jade talisman I provide, I will come to retrieve you." The crowd nodded and stepped through the barrier, entering the secret realm. At this moment, Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, for it was his first time in the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Towering mountains pierced the clouds, their surfaces adorned with translucent crystals that emitted a gentle radiance, weaving a dreamlike tapestry before him. Among the mountains grew trees of peculiar shapes. Some branches extended like talons, while others bore strange patterns resembling ancient formations. Each leaf resembled an exquisite fan, fluttering to release rich spiritual energy, forming enchanting vortices in the air. Upon witnessing these spiritual energy vortices, the crowd gasped in awe. "Wow, The spiritual energy in the Dragon Abyss secret realm is indeed abundant, producing vortices. We could achieve remarkable results just by cultivating here without even entering the Waishant pool. Truly, this is the Dragon Abyss secret realm. If I could cultivate here indefinitely, I believe I would soon reach the realm of slashing the void. How naive, another interjected. The space here is quite unstable. I heard that a semi-saint recently fell here. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Are you serious? A semi-saint perished in the Dragon Abyss secret realm? How can that be? The one who had spoken merely shrugged. Why would I lie to you? This news has spread throughout our dynasty. The Dragon Abyss secret realm, while a land of opportunity, carries risks. We should remain in the safe areas, they agreed, following Huang Puki's instructions towards the location of the Waishant pool. Does anyone know the specific effects of the Waishant pool? One inquired. I've only heard that it can enhance cultivation speed, but I'm unclear on the details. How should I cultivate once inside? Yin Kaiying kindly offered an explanation. The Waishant pool enhances one's foundational capabilities. Once a cultivator steps into it, they can absorb the vast spiritual energy, significantly increasing their cultivation speed. The waters of the pool also possess healing properties and can eliminate alchemical toxins. It is indeed a rare treasure. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. If the Waishant pool is so remarkable, why would the dynasties allow us entry? Aren't they concerned we might secretly take some of its water? This question resonated with everyone. Indeed, given the pool's extraordinary effects, the dynasties should monopolize it and would never allow us to cultivate there. Yin Kaiying shook her head. The waters of the Waishant pool cannot be taken away. Once you leave, they will quickly revert to ordinary spiritual liquid. Upon hearing this clarification, the crowd seemed to understand. No wonder it was offered as a reward. It could not be carried away. However, when the crowd stepped into the Waishant pool filled with anticipation, they were instantly taken aback. The pool, which should have been brimming with vibrant spiritual energy, now appeared as stagnant water. What is happening? Did we come to the wrong place? Faced with this scene, everyone looked stunned. Yin Kaiying also wore a face of disbelief. She had never encountered such a situation before. The last time she entered the Waishant pool, it was not like this. What had transpired? Why was the spiritual energy within the waters gone? Seeing this, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had indeed been outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed and activated his divination technique to begin deducing the events. Whispering, he invoked time reversal. In the next instant, a figure appeared in Jiang Yu's mind. Song Chun, holding a purple gold gourd, was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of the Waishant pool. After consuming the energy, he formed seals with his hands and swiftly dove to the bottom of the lake. Moments later, a divine lotus emerged from beneath the surface, radiating an ethereal resonance. Once Song Chun claimed the lotus, the Waishant pool instantly transformed into a mere puddle of stagnant water. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted, his face reflecting incredulity. How is this possible? How could such a treasure be here? The lotus was none other than the rare and coveted nine-tiered sacred lotus. His familiarity with this lotus stemmed from his quest in his previous life to find it to heal his Tao wounds and ascend to a higher realm. Unfortunately, he had scoured countless secret realms in vain for this legendary flower. What a fortuitous discovery. He had not intended to confront Song Chun so soon, but with this treasure in his possession, he could not let it go unchallenged. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt an exhilarating rush. This was the nine-tiered sacred lotus, something he had yearned for in his past life. If he obtained it, he would no longer lack any resources for cultivation. This lotus not only facilitated breakthroughs to higher realms, but could also be used to produce the waters of the Waishant pool in abundance. No wonder Song Chun had caused him so much trouble in his previous life. It turned out he had acquired the nine-tiered sacred lotus. Jiang Yu pondered aloud. Should I notify Yao Yao and ask for her assistance? Capturing Song Chun solely by his own efforts may prove quite challenging, as his current cultivation is rather limited, and the means at his disposal are scant. However, enlisting the aid of Yao Yao would simplify matters significantly. If all else fails, he could directly summon the formidable beings from their sacred land. He harbors little doubt that Song Chun could escape. Yet, what troubles Jiang Yu is the dilemma of how to solicit Yao Yao's assistance without revealing the sensitive information regarding his rebirth. Chapter 57. An unexpected delight at that moment. A figure suddenly emerged in Jiang Yu's mind, and his eyes brightened. Of course, I need not seek out Yao Yao. I can look for Xiaobai instead. After all, having already encountered Mei Yunyan, if he were to venture into Luoying Valley to find Xiaobai, given his familiarity with Xiaobai, he would surely be able to coax it out. After all, Xiaobai is a peak-level demon beast of the quasi-saint rank. With Xiaobai's assistance, coupled with his own divination technique, it would be inconceivable for Song Chun to escape. However, a thought struck Jiang Yu. Mei Yunyan was still in search of the Holy Spirit fruit. Thus, his journey to Luoying Valley would be futile. It was quite vexing. I have already contacted the higher-ups of the dynasty. They are dispatching personnel to come. Everyone, please remain calm, came the voice of Yin Kaiying, who was currently soothing the crowd. The disappearance of the transformation pool had a significant impact on everyone. The hard-earned rewards had vanished, leaving many with a sense of dissatisfaction. At that moment, someone spoke up. Your Highness Kaiying, what will happen to our rewards now that the transformation pool is gone? Yes, we need an explanation. Upon hearing this, Yin Kaiying raised her hand to signal for silence. Dear friends, please do not panic. The major dynasties have already sent people, and I believe they will provide a satisfactory answer. Upon hearing her words, the crowd's emotions stabilized somewhat. They were less concerned about the secret realm itself and more about their own interests. Having worked hard to secure their places in the secret realm, relinquishing it was difficult to accept. After receiving the news, Huang Puqi immediately entered the Longyuan secret realm. Upon arriving at the transformation pool and seeing the stagnant water, his expression soured. The high-ranking officials of the dynasty dug beneath the surface to assess the situation. Moments later, Huang Puqi's face turned grave as he addressed the crowd. The spiritual energy within the transformation pool has dissipated. One high-ranking official exclaimed, "What on earth happened? How could the spiritual energy vanish? Was it man-made?" Huang Puqi shook his head. "I am unsure. There are no anomalies at the bottom of the lake." Upon hearing their discussion, Jiang Yu silently shook his head. It seemed they were unaware of the existence of the 9th grade sacred lotus. Initially, Jiang Yu had intended to disclose information about Song Chun to them, hoping they would collaborate to apprehend him. However, upon realizing the existence of the 9th grade sacred lotus, he abandoned that thought, fearing that if Song Chun were caught, he would have no connection to the 9th grade sacred lotus. At that moment, Huang Puqi issued a direct order to seal off all exits of the Longyuan secret realm. The dynasty's higher-ups began discussing compensation plans for the participants. Meanwhile, deep within the Longyuan secret realm, Song Chun was concealed in a hidden cave, setting up a concealment array. Once the array was completed, the tension on his face eased. "Master, is this place safe?" A familiar voice resonated in Song Chun's mind, reassuring him. "This depth of the secret realm rarely sees visitors. You can cultivate here. Even if discovered, you would merely lose a clone. Wait until the secret realm key is restored, and then you can leave with the 9th grade sacred lotus." Song Chun nodded in response. "Is the 9th grade sacred lotus truly as powerful as you say?" The elder replied slowly. "The 9th grade sacred lotus is an exceedingly rare treasure. Possessing it is akin to gaining an additional life, along with a continuous supply of cultivation resources." As the elder spoke, he shifted the topic. "Most importantly, consuming the 9th grade sacred lotus could very well allow you to break through to the legendary Supreme Realm." Song Chun was taken aback. "Supreme Realm? What is that?" The elder explained. "The Supreme Realm is a state above the Saint Realm. In the Yuan Huang Continent, only the ancient beings of the Yuan Huang Academy can reach this realm. Others can only attain the Supreme Realm through extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, it is simply impossible." Song Chun gasped. "The 9th grade sacred lotus is so exceptional?" The elder nodded. "Indeed, otherwise I would not have gone to such lengths to have you enter the Longyuan secret realm." At that moment, Song Chun felt a surge of excitement. The Supreme Realm. If he could attain that level, the saintess would pose no threat, and he might even be able to destroy that holy land. "Chunner, do not be too hasty. The 9th grade sacred lotus can only be consumed at the Saint Realm. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a heavenly treasure." You may consume it when you reach the saint realm, the elder cautioned. Song Chen nodded, understood, master. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the emotions of the contestants gradually stabilized. The compensation from the dynasty had been delivered, which included numerous elixirs, manuals, and spirit stones. Additionally, the dynasties decided to grant the contestants an extra month to cultivate within the Longyuan secret realm. Though lacking the assistance of the transformation pool, the abundant spiritual energy of the Longyuan secret realm ensured that their cultivation speed would not significantly diminish. For these past few days, Jiang Yu had been remarkably discreet, revealing no signs of abnormality, and he practiced with the same peace of mind as the others. His intention was to avoid arousing any suspicion from the dynasty's higher-ups. As Jiang Yu broke through to the 4th layer of the dam formation, he quietly activated his divination technique, hoping to locate Song Chen. However, as the technique commenced, he sighed in disappointment. It still did not work. For days, Jiang Yu had been subtly using the divination technique, yet each attempt yielded no trace of Song Chen, as if he had vanished into thin air. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yu decided to shift his approach. Since he could not find Song Chen, perhaps he could seek the 9th grade Sacred Lotus instead? With that thought in mind, he activated the divination technique once more and was momentarily stunned. A golden thread appeared in his mind, flying deep into the secret realm. This golden thread represented the 9th grade Sacred Lotus. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable thrill. It was indeed an unexpected delight. 2 possibilities emerged. Firstly, there might be a second 9th grade Sacred Lotus within the secret realm. Secondly, Song Chen had not left the secret realm. The former was unlikely, as the appearance of 2 such heavenly treasures in the same location was nearly impossible. The latter possibility, that Song Chen had not departed, seemed more plausible. With this revelation, Jiang Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to pursue him. However, he knew he needed to prepare before making a move. Chapter 58. Capturing Song Chen. Given his current cultivation level, it should not be difficult for him to eliminate Song Chen. However, there is a lingering fear that the young man possesses some elusive means of escape. After all, in his past life, that boy was as slippery as an eel, always managing to evade capture just when he was about to be apprehended. Moreover, whenever he sustained significant injuries, an astonishing surge of energy would erupt from within him, aiding his escape. Thus, to ensure success, he decided to seek assistance from the outside world before returning to apprehend Song Chen. At this moment, Jiang Yu's mind raced with thoughts. Seeking out Bai might be too time-consuming, as Lying Valley was quite distant from the Xingyu dynasty. With his current cultivation level, a round trip would take at least 2 weeks. He worried that by the time he returned, Song Chen might have already fled. The only recourse was to enlist the help of Dean Xianyuan to contact Yao Yao, asking her to join him in capturing Song Chen. However, he pondered how he would re-enter after going out. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu approached Huang Puqi and spoke, "Sir Huang Pu, I have just broken through in my cultivation. May I step outside to acquire some resources before re-entering?" Huang Puqi shook his head, replying, "Once you leave, you cannot return. This is against the rules. Especially during these extraordinary times. I cannot make an exception." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart sank. Was it truly impossible? Nevertheless, he remained calm. If necessary, he could seek out Xianyuan too and request his intervention to gain re-entry into the Longyuan secret realm. "Very well then, please escort me outside," he said. Huang Puqi paused for a moment and asked, "Are you certain you wish to leave? You should know that the spiritual energy here is exceptionally abundant. It is difficult to find such a place outside." Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I must return to the academy." Huang Puqi, hearing this, did not press further. "All right, follow me." Upon exiting the Longyuan secret realm and returning to Xingyu Imperial City, Jiang Yu made his way directly to the task hall of the Xingyu branch. After explaining his purpose to the attending senior sister, she looked at him in astonishment. "You are Jiang Yu?" Jiang Yu was taken aback. "You know me?" The senior sister chuckled lightly. "Of course. You are quite the celebrity in our academy now. Let me assist you with your enrollment procedures. Many are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Once you are inside, there may be some who wish to challenge you. Be prepared for that." Jiang Yu shook his head. "Challenge me? It must be quite idle." The The senior sister explained, "It's not idleness. After all, you entered through both literary and martial examinations, breaking the record in the demon refining tower. Everyone here is talented. It is only natural they wish to challenge you. Unless you can overwhelm them, your upcoming days may be quite busy." Feeling somewhat helpless, Jiang Yu sighed. He could not refuse these challenges. To establish himself at Yuan Huang Academy, he had only one option: to impress everyone through his strength. "Please help me with my enrollment first. And could you also contact Dean Xinyuan for me?" The senior sister paused. "Contact Dean Xinyuan?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Yes, I need his assistance with a matter." She shrugged. "I'm afraid I lack the authority to contact the dean, nor do I possess a communication stone." Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Xinyuan too had assured him he could be contacted whenever there was a need, yet he had not provided a communication stone. "All right, once you finish my enrollment, I will figure out another way." After half an hour, Jiang Yu completed his enrollment, and a middle-aged man appeared before him. The man inquired, "Jiang Yu?" "Yes." "And you are?" "I am your mentor, Luo Yuan," the man replied. "Observing Liu Yuan Soha." Jiang Yu deduced he was a formidable figure at the peak of the sub-holy realm, likely on the verge of reaching the holy realm. It seemed Yuan Huang Academy was indeed a place where hidden talents thrived. "Hello, Teacher Luo," Jiang Yu greeted. Luo Yuan nodded. "Follow me. I will take you to your residence. You will be staying here for a while, so feel free to ask me any questions you may have." Suddenly, Jiang Yu spoke up. "Teacher Luo, could you help me contact Dean Xinyuan? I have an urgent matter." Luo Yuan replied, "You can tell me your concerns. There's no need to trouble Dean Xinyuan." Jiang Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's not related to the academy. It's a personal issue." After a moment's pause, Luo Yuan took out a communication stone and contacted Xinyuan Tuesday. Moments later, Xinyuan too appeared before them, looking surprised. "Shouldn't you be cultivating in the Longyuan secret realm? Why are you here?" Jiang Yu explained, "Something happened in the secret realm. I need your help to contact a person, the saintess of Tianhua Sacred Land. Lin Yao Yao." Xinyuan too paused. "Lin Yao Yao? Do you know her?" Jiang Yu quickly replied, "I've met her a few times. I need to find her urgently. Please assist me." Xinyuan too regarded him with suspicion, unsure how this young man had any connection to Lin Yao Yao. However, Jiang Yu's earnest demeanor suggested he was truthful. "All right, wait a moment. I will inquire on your behalf. Lin Yao Yao should be at the main academy. I will try to reach her mentor." Moments later, Lin Yao Yao received the message from her mentor, looking incredulous. "You mean someone named Jiang Yu is looking for me?" Feng Yun calmly nodded. "It's a message from the vice dean of Xinyu branch. If you do not know him, I will decline the request." Upon hearing this, Lin Yao Yao became anxious. "No, I know him. Please tell him I will find him immediately." Feng Yun gazed at her in astonishment. Was this little demoness truly changing her ways? Though perplexed, she relayed the message to Xinyuan Tuesday. "Could you take me to him? It would take too long for me to go on my own." Feng Yun observed Lin Yao Yao's urgency and remained silent for a moment, intrigued by who Jiang Yu could be, to garner such concern from her. "Very well, but you must agree to participate on behalf of the Academy in the upcoming inter-academy competition." Without hesitation, Lin Yao Yao agreed. "Sure." Seeing her compliance, Feng Yun tore through the fabric of space, transporting Lin Yao Yao along with her. Moments later, they arrived at Xinyu branch. Upon seeing Lin Yao Yao appear, Jiang Yu murmured to himself, "It is time to lay all cards on the table." If he wished for Lin Yao Yao's assistance in capturing Song Chun, he had no choice but to be forthright with her. Otherwise, convincing her would be impossible. Chapter 59. Beauty and kindness. The moment Lin Yao Yao laid her eyes on Jiang Yu, her gaze instantly ignited with brilliance. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, radiant as the most vibrant flower of spring. Though she remained silent, the affection in her eyes was unmistakable. Beside her, Feng Yun was taken aback by Lin Yao Yao's expression, as if encountering a ghost. She could hardly believe that this little demon girl possessed such a demeanor. Jiang Yu too also expressed surprise at Lin Yao Yao's countenance. Lin Yao Yao was renowned throughout the Yuan Huang Continent, being the saintess of the Tianhua Sacred Land. With her extraordinary talents and striking beauty, she had amassed numerous accolades, standing out as a distinctive representative among her peers. It was astonishing to see Lin Yao Yao so close to Jiang Yu. The most striking aspect was the unmasked love reflected in her eyes. Jiang Yu too mused to himself that if these two were indeed a pair, it would surely be entertaining to witness. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Yu too, Feng Yun returned to the main academy. Observing this, Jiang Yu too also departed, leaving the space for the two of them. As for Luo Yuan, his task was yet incomplete. Let me take you to your residence. Jiang Yu nodded, understanding that it was not appropriate to confront Lin Yaoyao in public. Follow me to the dwelling. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao chuckled lightly. All right. Recognizing this familiar tone, Lin Yaoyao surmised that Jiang Yu was likely ready to reveal his true feelings. At this moment, he had ceased to act. This was splendid news for her. After leading Jiang Yu and Lin Yaoyao to the residence, Luo Yuan departed. Once Luo Yuan had left, Jiang Yu began to set up a concealment array to prevent any prying eyes. After completing this task, Jiang Yu approached Lin Yaoyao, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yaoyao, it's been a long time. Hearing this, Lin Yaoyao joyfully leaped into Jiang Yu's embrace, exclaiming, Brother Yu, hug me. In that instant, words were unnecessary. Lin Yaoyao knew that her familiar brother Yu had returned. As they held each other tightly, time seemed to freeze. Lin Yaoyao clung to Jiang Yu, her hands gripping his back as if fearing that he might vanish again if she let go. Her cheek pressed against his chest. She felt the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, resonating like the most exquisite melody, intoxicating her. Tears brimmed in her eyes, trembling with emotion, yet adorned with a smile of happiness. This moment had been long awaited. Jiang Yu held Lin Yaoyao close, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair. In this moment, their world contained only one another. Have you finally chosen to acknowledge me? Jiang Yu gently caressed Lin Yaoyao's back, sighing, we can only recognize each other in private. To the outside world, we must remain strangers. I do not wish to tread the same path as in my past life. Lin Yaoyao paused for a moment. Is there truly no way? To be honest, she did not desire to merely recognize Jiang Yu in secret. She yearned to boldly announce to the world that Jiang Yu was hers. Jiang Yu pondered, Yaoyao, I am still too weak. In the face of those individuals, I cannot resist. If our bond deepens, the Tianhua sacred land would also be implicated. My reluctance to acknowledge you before was due to this very reason. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback, then why now? Jiang Yu explained, after my rebirth, my mind was clouded, and my first instinct was to push you away, not wanting to involve you. Once I stabilized, I began to contemplate the possibility of our acknowledgement. Now that I have entered the Yuan Huang Academy, witnessing many things, I weighed the options and chose to recognize you. Most importantly, I now require your assistance. Song Chun is still alive. Lin Yaoyao gasped. How is that possible? I clearly killed him back then. His soul was drawn into the spirit banner. Fearing that Jiang Yu might not believe her, she produced the spirit banner and showcased Song Chen's soul. Upon seeing the dull soul, Jiang Yu cautioned, observe this soul closely. Does it not resemble a puppet? It possesses no self-awareness. Lin Yaoyao turned to inspect and recognized that Song Chen's soul was indeed unusual. The other souls within the spirit banner, though damaged, retained some semblance of self-awareness, even emotions such as resentment. However, Song Chen's soul displayed no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Lin Yaoyao summoned other souls from within the spirit banner, only to hear their furious shouts. Demoness, do you dare release me? How dare you forge the spirit banner? You have succumbed to darkness and will surely be scorned by the world. Lin Yaoyao frowned, annoying. As soon as she spoke, she activated the spirit banner, and in the next moment, the noisy soul was transformed into a wisp of black mist, serving as nourishment for the spirit banner. After this, Lin Yaoyao turned to Jiang Yu and muttered, Brother Yu, he slandered me. This is clearly the spirit banner. Jiang Yu could not help but twitch his lips at her declaration. What a spirit banner! This artifact collected the souls of hundreds of thousands of cultivators in my past life. After Lin Yaoyao descended into darkness, she became even more reckless, capturing all opposing forces within her spirit banner. The souls contained within numbered at least in the hundreds of thousands. Lin Yaoyao even managed to hold her ground against 10 saint-level experts at once, though the cost was immense. The millions of souls within her spirit banner had all been exhausted. Had she retained any, they might have prolonged her endeavors. Jiang Yu chuckled gently, as if coaxing a child. All right, all right. It is indeed the spirit banner. As long as you are happy. Lin Yaoyao lifted her delicate chin, playfully saying, then praise me. Am I not beautiful and kind-hearted? Indeed, Yao Yao is the most beautiful and the kindest, Jiang Yu affirmed, not wishing to dampen her spirits. After their light-hearted banter, Jiang Yu shifted to serious matters. I discovered Song Chun in the Longyuan secret realm. He possesses the 9th grade sacred lotus. I brought you here because I want you to join me in the Longyuan secret realm to capture him. It would be unwise for me to confront him alone. That rascal is as slippery as an eel. Lin Yaoyao exclaimed, the 9th grade sacred lotus? Is that not what we have been searching for in our past life? How could he possess it? Jiang Yu replied, I stumbled upon it by chance. The 9th grade sacred lotus is located within the transforming heaven pool. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao eagerly took out a communication stone to contact Lin Yuan. Father, send the 10 offerings to Xingyu dynasty. I'm going to capture someone. Chapter 60. Is this the 10 guardians you speak of? Lin Yuan felt a sense of exasperation upon hearing Lin Yaoyao's words. Wasn't she supposed to be at the academy? How did she find herself in the Xingyu dynasty? Could it be that she had heard of Jiang Yu's presence there and intended to bring him back? Oh, Yao Yao, you cannot keep doing this. Once was enough when you snatched a marriage, but now you've even sent the 10 guardians to capture Jiang Yu. That's rather excessive. Lin Yaoyao, upon hearing this, blushed and protested. Father, what are you saying? I'm not trying to catch Jiang Yu. I'm going with him to confront an enemy. That fellow is quite slippery, and it's a bit risky for just the two of us. Lin Yuan sighed in relief at her explanation. As long as they were not after Jiang Yu, it was acceptable, though he was puzzled as to why Lin Yaoyao and Jiang Yu were involved again. Now was not the time to dwell on that. If they were after an enemy, then there was no need to show mercy. What is their cultivation level? He inquired. Lin Yaoyao shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but they likely haven't reached the condensing pill stage. However, they are quite adept at escaping. Lin Yuan contemplated. All right, I will send the 10 guardians to handle this. Once they capture the target, ensure they scatter the ashes. We cannot afford to give them a chance for revenge. Lin Yaoyao chuckled lightly. Father, you can rest assured. I understand. After sending the coordinates to Lin Yuan, Lin Yaoyao and Jiang Yu departed from the Yuan Huang Academy and awaited outside the city gates. After all, entry into the Yuan Huang Academy was quite challenging for outsiders. If they recklessly entered, they would be viewed as enemies. Jiang Yu inquired, what is the cultivation level of these 10 guardians? Are they reliable? How is your divination technique progressing? Lin Yaoyao replied, they are reliable at the 10 sacred realm. I have faith that they let the enemy escape. Sighing at the mention of the divination technique, Lin Yaoyao lamented, the progress is much like in my past life. I have yet to make a breakthrough, and it troubles me. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. 10 sacred realm? I'm not quite following. Lin Yaoyao shrugged and clarified. The 10 sacred realm refers to the 10 powerful beings at that level. Jiang Yu considered that the 10 guardians might be sacred realm powerhouses. However, he was taken aback to discover that 10 guardians referred to their number rather than their title. Deploying 10 sacred realm warriors to capture Song Chun was undeniably excessive. The depth of their resources was impressive, befitting one of the 3 sacred lands. Yet, upon this realization, a sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yu. If such a formidable sacred realm was eradicated, then what about their adversaries? A quarter of an hour later, 10 figures appeared outside the city gates, respectfully addressing Lin Yaoyao. Saintess, Lin Yaoyao nodded. Everyone is here. Let us proceed to the Longyuan secret realm. At that moment, Jiang Yu interjected, wait. The Longyuan secret realm is currently sealed off. It seems we cannot enter. Perhaps I should seek out Director Xin Yuan and request his assistance in communicating with the various dynasties. Lin Yaoyao, with a haughty huff, replied, no need. They wouldn't dare impede my passage. I am accompanied by the 10 sacred realm warriors, who would be foolish enough to challenge us. Moreover, although the Longyuan secret realm is jointly controlled by the major dynasties, I can enter at will. Had you informed me sooner, you would have needed to compete in the ranking competition. I could have taken you in directly. Jiang Yu fell silent for a while. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed any privileges of power, only experiencing what it meant to be hunted by the masses. Yet now, Lin Yaoyao allowed him a taste of what it felt like to wield privilege. It was exhilarating, while others struggled fiercely for a chance to enter the Long Yuan's secret realm. Lin Yaoyao could effortlessly gain access with just a word. The disparity was stark. It seemed he needed to adjust his mindset. Upon their arrival at the outskirts of the Long Yuan secret realm, as anticipated, Huang Fuqi allowed Lin Yaoyao and her entourage of 10 sacred realm warriors to enter without question. Saintess, there have been some unusual occurrences within the Long Yuan secret realm recently. If you wish to venture deeper, we may struggle to ensure your safety, Huang Fuqi cautioned. Lin Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. You need not worry about my safety. I merely wish to take a look. With 10 sacred realm experts accompanying me, we should be fine. Huang Fuqi, hearing her assurance, offered no further objections. After all, he had issued his warning. Should anything happen to Lin Yaoyao, it was not his concern. Very well, proceed at your discretion. Once they departed from Huang Fuqi, Jiang Yu swiftly followed the path dictated by his divination. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the depths of the Long Yuan secret realm. As the golden light faded, Jiang Yu spoke, "There is a hidden array ahead." Upon hearing this, the group halted. A sacred realm warrior stepped forward. "Allow me to dismantle it. This concealment array is not particularly strong." Jiang Yu, however, quickly interjected, "Wait. First, we need to set up a confinement array around the perimeter. Additionally, one of the guardians should seal off this space to prevent the enemy from using a teleportation talisman to escape." After a moment's thought, he added, "We should also lay down a silence array to restrict their use of spiritual energy. If they become desperate, they might attempt self-destruction, which we cannot allow. I want them captured alive." The Sacred Realm warriors exchanged solemn glances, realizing the gravity of Jiang Yu's cautious approach. It seemed their opponent was indeed formidable. To ensure their safety, they inquired, "What is their cultivation level?" Jiang Yu contemplated before responding. They likely haven't reached the condensing pill stage. The 10 Sacred Realm warriors were taken aback. A mere condensing pill cultivator could be defeated with a mere breath. Was such caution truly necessary? Given Jiang Yu's preparations, they even suspected the adversary might be a peak Sacred Realm powerhouse. However, to their surprise, Lin Yaoyao chimed in, "Brother Yu, I believe one confinement array may not suffice. I suggest we set up several. Most importantly, we must secure the space to prevent them from escaping via teleportation talismans." The 10 Sacred Realm warriors exchanged bewildered glances at their saintess. Was it truly necessary? Though they were puzzled, they followed Jiang Yu's instructions and began arranging the formations nearby. Once everything was prepared, one of the guardians stepped forward and effortlessly dismantled Song Chen's hidden array. At that moment, within a cave, Song Chen sensed the dissolution of the concealment array and felt a rush of panic. "Master, someone has broken our concealment." An elder's voice echoed in his mind. "Calm down. Chenia, just tear the teleportation talisman and escape." Nodding, Song Chen produced the talisman and tossed it toward the sky. However, to his astonishment, the talisman failed to activate. "Master," he exclaimed in shock, "the space has been locked." Yet, the situation worsened. He felt his spiritual energy rapidly being sealed. "Master, there's a silence array." Despairing, he realized he could not flee, as an invisible barrier had formed around him. "Master, it's over. There is also a confinement array. What should I do?" The previously composed elder now sounded alarmed. "Chinner, who have you offended? Your adversaries are utterly ruthless, leaving you no chance to escape." Chapter 61. The Resolute Song Chen. Upon hearing those words, Song Chen, with a mournful expression, lamented, "I truly have not offended anyone. What on earth has gone awry? It seems as though they know me all too well." The space around him had been thoroughly sealed. At that moment, despair enveloped Song Chen. He was utterly at a loss for how to escape. "Master, could you possibly assist me in breaking these formations? If this continues, I fear I shall not be able to flee." The elderly figure within him shook his head. "There is nothing I can do. This clone is not the true body, and I am powerless. They have no intention of allowing your escape. You must self-destruct. Do not let them capture you." Upon hearing this, Song Chen's heart sank with reluctance. "But what of the 9th grade Sacred Lotus?" The elder sighed. "That item cannot be preserved. Chinner, Decisive action must be taken. Do not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, Song Chun produced the 9th grade sacred lotus and began to channel his spiritual energy, intending to self-destruct along with the lotus. If he could not possess it, then neither should anyone else. However, to his astonishment, he found that self-destruction was impossible. The spiritual energy around him was completely sealed off. It's over. I forgot about the absolute silence formation. I cannot self-destruct. Song Chen's face flushed with anger as he attempted to forcefully destroy the 9th grade sacred lotus. Just then, a shadow emerged, binding him in place and rendering him immobile. Jiang Yu and Lin Yaoyao had remained outside, refraining from entering. They feared that Song Chun might still be a clone. Should he recognize them as the ones who captured him, it could lead to troublesome repercussions. Although they were not afraid of him, his cunning nature was irksome, and it was best not to expose themselves unnecessarily. They only needed to seize the 9th grade sacred lotus and then probe his memories. After Song Chun was knocked unconscious, Jiang Yu donned a mask of 1,000 faces to alter his appearance and approached Song Chun to search his memories. Moments later, Jiang Yu murmured, as expected, "Is indeed a clone." After probing Song Chen's mind, Jiang Yu discerned the location of his true body. To his surprise, he discovered the presence of an unidentified, powerful figure beside Song Chun, explaining his rapid advancement. It seemed he had a hidden advantage. Furthermore, this elder was so enigmatic that even Song Chun did not know his true identity, merely referring to him as master. The extraordinary abilities of this clone were bestowed upon him by this elder. Most crucially, after employing the cloning technique, the elder could send out his own clone to possess Song Chun, commanding him at will. It would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him unless one could capture the true Song Chun. Jiang Yu silently rejoiced, relieved that their identities had remained concealed. Otherwise, the elder might have detected them. Realizing that the Song Chun before him was merely a clone, Jiang Yu conjured a flame and incinerated his body. After acquiring the 9th grade sacred lotus, they swiftly departed the area. In a secluded valley of the Diyu dynasty, Song Chun gritted his teeth and inquired, "Master, do you know who they are?" The elder replied, "Do not concern yourself with their identity for now. Their background is undoubtedly formidable. We must leave quickly. If they probe your memories, they may have already discovered my existence. Our current location is no longer safe." Song Chun fumed. How infuriating to have to flee again in such a short span of time. I have truly had enough of this life. The elder comforted him. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon those destined for greatness. One must endure trials to strengthen their resolve. Consider this as a form of tribulation. When you ascend to the sacred realm, you will look back and find these challenges trivial. After the elder's words of reassurance, Song Chen's emotions stabilized somewhat. Having fled so many times, what was one more? With his master by his side, he believed he would undoubtedly become a supreme being in the future. "Master, where shall we go next?" The elder pondered. Their methods of investigation are highly sophisticated. Given our current capabilities, evading their pursuit will require a significant price. You must prepare yourself mentally. Song Chen was taken aback for a moment. Is the cost not already substantial? I lost my clone. What more must I sacrifice? The elder spoke slowly. You must destroy your physical form, reshape your appearance, sever your cultivation, rebuild your foundation, and adopt a new cultivation technique, severing all ties related to you. Only then can you achieve a semblance of invisibility to them. You must die under the heavens. This is the only way you may evade their divination. It is a most secure method. Upon hearing this, Song Chun fell silent. The cost seemed exorbitant. After arduous preparation to cultivate to the Dan formation stage, he would now have to start anew. He was unwilling. Is this truly necessary? The elder nodded. If you wish to live, it is imperative. They are far too powerful for you to withstand. Those capable of deploying such measures are at least in the sacred realm. Remember this. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Upon hearing the term sacred realm, Song Chun ceased his hesitation. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Once we find a safe place, I will reconstruct my cultivation. The elder shook his head. You must do so immediately. Delay, and they may locate you through your memories. Coupled with their uncanny divination abilities, escape will be impossible. Only by severing all ties can you have a thread of hope. Song Chan was momentarily stunned. But if I sever my ties, how will I escape? Fear not. With me as your master, even if you were an ordinary person, I can employ secret methods to transport you away. Upon hearing this, Song Chan hesitated no longer and began the process of self-destruction, incinerating his own body and severing all ties. Merely 15 minutes later, a completely new Song Chan emerged within the cave. The elder spoke softly. I shall employ secret methods to send you to the central continent. During my slumber, you may cultivate in peace. Song Chan nodded. Very well, master. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and the others had also exited the Long Yuan secret realm. Jiang Yu immediately activated the propagation technique to ascertain Song Chan's whereabouts. However, he was met with an unexpected outcome. Utilizing the technique to trace Song Chan yielded no information whatsoever. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yu muttered, "How is this possible?" "What is it?" Lin Yaoyao inquired. Jiang Yu pondered, "I cannot locate Song Chan." After a moment, Lin Yaoyao too activated the propagation technique. When the results emerged, she gasped, "This is impossible. He cannot be found. It is as if he has perished." Jiang Yu and Lin Yaoyao exchanged glances, both sensing a heavy gravity in each other's eyes. They had greatly overestimated Song Chan, only to find him elusive. Although Jiang Yu had probed Song Chan's memories and knew his current location, the journey to the Yu dynasty would take at least 2 hours, even for a sacred realm expert traveling at full speed. By that time, Song Chan would have long since evaded capture. If he possessed teleportation talismans or had previously set up teleportation arrays, it would be even more impossible to apprehend him. Upon reaching the Yu dynasty, they would find nothing. Chapter 62. The initial arrangement. At this moment, Jiang Yu's mind was racing. The inability to foresee Song Chan's fate could stem from 2 possibilities. First, Song Chan may have taken his own life. Second, he may have severed all ties to his past, a feat that would require the self-destruction of his cultivation, the reformation of his meridians, and a complete transformation of his identity, thus achieving an effect that could deceive even the heavens. Beyond this, there were no other options. The mere thought of this gave Jiang Yu a headache. Song Chan was exceedingly resolute, willing to pay such a heavy price to escape pursuit. Jiang Yu sighed. He may have indeed cut off all connections. We may no longer be able to pursue him. Lin Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. In that case, let it be. If he dares to show himself again, we shall simply eliminate him. If he prefers to hide, then let him hide for eternity. Once we restore our power to the Saint Realm, we need not worry about him. Jiang Yu nodded, his desire for cultivation advancement growing increasingly urgent. He did not harbor the lofty aspirations of Lin Yaoyao. He merely sought to return to the semi-saint level. For once he ascended to the saint realm, he would become an enemy of the world. Therefore, the semi-saint level was the safest realm for him. Were he to attain that level now, many of his worries would dissipate. He could enter the 9 nether abyss to rescue his parents and could utilize the full power of his former deduction technique to directly lock onto Song Chan's soul, nullifying his deceptive effects. He could also establish his own faction with legitimacy. Yaoyao, during this upcoming period, I may need to expedite my training. The opportunities for us to meet privately will likely diminish, Jiang Yu stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao's smile faltered. All right. Although she longed to remain by Jiang Yu's side, their current circumstances did not permit it. After all, she needed to cultivate within the academy as well. Jiang Yu was in a similar situation. Their current strength was not sufficient for self-preservation. Their brief separation was merely a prelude to a better reunion. Then leave me a communication stone. If I miss you, can I reach out to chat? Jiang Yu chuckled, of course. Rest assured, give me a maximum of 10 years, and I shall have the situation under control. At that time, I will openly propose to you in Tianhua Sacred Land. Lin Yaoyao, upon hearing this, nodded in delight. All right, I will wait for you. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. However, before that, we need to be cautious. It would be best to feign animosity. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback by this suggestion. Jiang Yu explained, listen to me carefully. When I ascend to the Saint Realm, there will be a celestial phenomenon, which you should be aware of. At that time, we shall coordinate our actions, one in the light and one in the dark. Once I ascend, I will undoubtedly attract global attention, and many will rise to unite against me. You must take the place of the former Law of Fate's sacred land and become the new leader, rallying everyone against me. If Tianhua Sacred Land leads the charge, we will have control over the future situation, unlike in the past when we were passive. Most importantly, this will also safeguard Tianhua Sacred Land. Upon realizing this, Lin Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly could work. If I become your greatest adversary, we will have the situation firmly in our grasp, manipulating the world at will. In our past life, they hunted us. In this life, we shall outplay them. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, as if she could already envision the sweet taste of revenge. However, after a moment of reflection, she looked at Jiang Yu with concern. Brother Yu, but wouldn't that leave you at a disadvantage? What if someone disobeys? Jiang Yu smirked dismissively. Fear not. I will ensure they comply. We have spent years laying the groundwork. I do not believe they can evade capture. Moreover, I have not solely relied on your efforts. I have secretly begun to unite the wandering cultivators. They may currently be weak, but when the time is right, they will unleash a formidable power. Lin Yaoyao gazed at Jiang Yu, her eyes radiating fervor. Her confident brother Yu had returned. All right, I will do as you say. Jiang Yu cautioned. We can begin our preparations now. Remember, in front of outsiders, we are enemies. We also need to resolve the aftermath of the wedding in the Diyu dynasty. Otherwise, if someone investigates our relationship, it may raise suspicions. Lin Yaoyao nodded. How should we proceed? Jiang Yu contemplated. Out of love, enmity shall arise. You will need to destroy the Jiang family. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback. What? Jiang Yu clarified. Not a true destruction, but rather the demolition of the Jiang family estate. I will secretly arrange for the safe evacuation of the inhabitants. Lin Yaoyao sighed in relief. Oh, you startled me. No problem. Just notify me once you've arranged everything. Jiang Yu continued to assign tasks. Additionally, regarding the Academy's ranking competition, I will challenge you publicly, exposing our conflict to the world. Let everyone know that we are adversaries. The more fiercely we fight, the more justification Tianhua Sacred Land will have to act against me. Once you call for a joint pursuit, no one will harbor doubts. Lin Yaoyao diligently noted Jiang Yu's instructions. Brother Yu, is there anything else you wish to convey? Jiang Yu pondered briefly before shaking his head. For now, that will suffice. It will take time for me to reach the Saint Realm. We can refine our plan gradually. Upon hearing there were no further instructions, Lin Yaoyao produced a storage ring and presented it to Jiang Yu. I have some cultivation resources here. Take them for now. I must return to the academy. With that, she did not give Jiang Yu a chance to refuse and turned to leave. Jiang Yu watched her retreating figure with a sigh, before turning back to the academy himself. Once back at his residence, he opened the storage ring. To his astonishment, there were over 1 million high-grade spirit stones, countless pills, and numerous talismans. Even a stack of teleportation talismans. At the center of the storage ring, he also spotted a familiar reforging pill. Jiang Yu murmured to himself, this Yaoyao. Did she steal from her father's treasury? While he could comprehend the spirit stones and pills, this reforging pill was not something one could simply buy with spirit stones. He had just given himself one recently, and now he received another. If her father found out, he would likely be furious. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyao, having returned to the main academy, immediately contacted Lin Yuan. Father, my reforging pill has gone missing. Could you send someone to deliver another one? Chapter 63. The Temperature Control Expert. Additional update. Lin Yaoyao diligently noted down the tasks that Jiang Yu had assigned to her. Brother Yu, is there anything else you wish to instruct me? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. For now, let us leave it at that. It will take some time for me to reach the sacred realm. The plan can be refined gradually. Upon hearing there were no further instructions, Lin Yaoyao produced a storage ring and presented it to Jiang Yu. I have some cultivation resources here. Take them for now. I am heading back to the academy. Without giving Jiang Yu a chance to refuse, she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yu sighed and turned back toward the academy himself. Upon returning to his residence, he opened the storage ring to take a look. To his astonishment, there were over 1 million high-grade spirit stones, countless elixirs, and a plethora of talismans, including a stack of teleportation talismans. At the center of the ring, he spotted a familiar, reshaping pill. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, could it be that Yao Yao has pilfered from her father's little treasury? I can understand the spirit stones and elixirs, but this reshaping pill cannot simply be acquired with spirit stones. He had recently received one from her. Now she was gifting another. If her father found out, he would likely be furious. Meanwhile, Lin Yao Yao, having returned to the main academy, immediately contacted Lin Yuan. Father, my reshaping pill is missing. Please send someone to deliver me another one. Missing? Lin Yuan's face contorted with anger. This little rascal has evolved into a thorny armor. If it weren't for the news from the 10 elders, I might have actually believed her. Fuming, Lin Yuan retorted, so every time you meet Jiang Yu, you lose a reshaping pill, is that it? Lin Yao Yao cheerfully replied, oh, father, you are so clever. Exasperated, Lin Yuan lamented, if you're going to deceive me, at least come up with a better excuse. It will make me feel a little better. You cannot be so brazen, Yao Yao. Feeling wronged, Lin Yao Yao pouted. But if I can concoct a reason to deceive you, it shows how much I care about your feelings. Lin Yuan, in a fit of frustration, retorted, how is that caring? You could at least be a little more subtle. If this is how you show you care, what would you say when you don't? After a moment of silence from Lin Yao Yao, she said, fine, just give me the reshaping pill so I can nurture your son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was left speechless. It appeared that Lin Yao Yao had indeed not deceived him. To deceive oneself is already a sign of caring about one's emotions. Sensing Lin Yuan's silence, Lin Yao Yao quickly began to control the temperature of the conversation. Oh, father, don't be angry. I need the reshaping pill for myself. Although I have given brother you many things, there's something good I want to share. Would you like to hear it? Lin Yuan huffed, but remained silent, expressing his dissatisfaction through his silence. The adept temperature controller then sweetly said, father, please don't be angry. I was wrong. How about I go retrieve the reshaping pill? Lin Yuan reprimanded. Once something is given away, it cannot be taken back. Fine, I will send someone to find you later and deliver a reshaping pill. Yay, father, you are the best. You are the most wonderful father in the world. If there is a next life, I would still want to be your daughter. That would be simply delightful. Lin Yao Yao's words filled Lin Yuan with joy, causing him to momentarily forget his earlier anger. It was hard not to be captivated by her charm. Once Lin Yao Yao sensed that Lin Yuan's mood had stabilized, she continued, father, weren't you inquiring about the cultivation method I was practicing? The method I am currently training in was created by Brother Yu himself. He mentioned that it could allow both you and Mother to practice together, and it can also impart some special techniques to the core disciples of the Sacred Land. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Lin Yao Yao nodded. Yes, when you send someone to deliver the reshaping pill, I will record the method in a jade cylinder for them to take back to you. No need, wait for me. I will go personally. As a peak expert of the sacred realm, Lin Yuan understood just how extraordinary Lin Yao Yao's cultivation method was. The fact that it was created by Jiang Yu made it even more unbelievable. It seemed that this son-in-law of his had some merit after all. When Lin Yuan returned to the sacred land with the Yuan Huang Jing, he began his study. Upon reaching the first technique of the Yuan Huang 9 styles, he was momentarily stunned. Yuan Huang Qi Shi. The practitioner closes their eyes and gathers their energy, drawing the spirit energy of heaven and earth into their body, converging it in their dantian to form the seed of Yuan Huang power. This technique is the foundation of the method, enhancing the practitioner's physical constitution and spiritual perception, thereby increasing their spiritual energy reserves and physical capabilities, laying a solid foundation for subsequent cultivation. The Yuan Huang power can harmonize with all forms of spiritual energy in the world and can also integrate with other methods based on its foundation. Utilizing this method can exponentially enhance the potency of foundational techniques. Is this for real? Such a marvel? Exponentially increasing the potency of fundamental techniques? With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan began to close his eyes and gather energy, following the cultivation method of the Yuan Huang Jing to cultivate the seed of Yuan Huang power. As a peak expert of the sacred realm, he felt the presence of the Yuan Huang seed within him after merely half an hour. Though the seed appeared inconspicuous, the mysterious aura it emanated astonished Lin Yuan. This tiny seed could transform spiritual energy into the more advanced Yuan Huang power. What left Lin Yuan the most astounded was that this Yuan Huang power seed could operate autonomously. This meant that it could level up automatically even while inactive. And its efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was astonishing. Suddenly, a grave thought struck Lin Yuan, and he exclaimed, "If everyone cultivates this method." He dared not dwell on it, for the emergence of this method would upend the entire cultivation system of the Yuan Huang Continent. If loose cultivators practiced this method, their need for resources would likely diminish significantly. In an instant, Lin Yuan conceived of numerous implications. This method is a hot potato. If wielded correctly, it could become a formidable sword. If mishandled, it could serve as a death sentence. I must urgently warn Yao Yao. This method must not be exposed, or the sacred land will not be able to protect them. With this thought, Lin Yuan contacted Lin Yao Yao once more. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yao Yao was not surprised. After all, they had been wanted in their previous life. Lin Yao Yao then shared Jiang Yu's plan with Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was utterly dismayed. "Yao Yao, you are gambling the entire sacred land. A slight misstep, and we shall be annihilated." Chapter 64. The Rising Wind Father. Rest assured, we are well aware of our limits. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "I have a question. How did you know you would be pursued by everyone in the future? Is it possible that Jiang Yu can foresee the future? This technique, if concealed properly, could be unraveled gradually. Yet, based on your and Jiang Yu's scheme, it seems he intends to involve the entire Yuan Huang Continent." Lin Yao Yao paused, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Could she possibly reveal that she had been reborn? Even if her father believed her, she dared not speak of it, for the implications were too vast. She and Jiang Yu had yet to comprehend how they had been cast into the river of time. Should any details be leaked and sensed by powerful beings, it could disrupt all their plans. The matter of rebirth was something Lin Yao Yao and Jiang Yu had maintained a tacit understanding about. Even after they had recognized each other, they refrained from uttering the word rebirth, fearing that some unforeseen entity might detect their anomalies. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yao Yao spoke. "Father, we are merely taking precautions. In case our situation is unexpectedly exposed one day, we must be prepared, do we not? If we remain undisclosed, that would surely be the best outcome." Lin Yuan nodded. Although he found it somewhat perplexing, he chose to trust Lin Yao Yao. After all, she was his beloved daughter, and there was no reason for her to bring harm to him or to the Heavenly Hua sacred land. 7 days later, the third prince returned to the Diyu dynasty with a multitude of competitors who had participated in the imperial grand competition. The third prince eagerly made his way to the palace, eager to report to his father, the emperor, about the events that transpired in the Shinyu dynasty. Upon entering the study, he discovered his father reviewing memorials and quietly stood by, awaiting his turn. After about a quarter of an hour, the emperor spoke. "Yin, there are some memorials here. Why not assist your father in shouldering some of the burden?" The third prince was momentarily stunned, but his heart surged with joy. Assisting in reviewing memorials was a privilege reserved for the cabinet or the crown prince. With the Diyu dynasty lacking a crown prince, it seemed his father wished to cultivate him. Though exhilarated, the third prince quickly regained his composure. What if this was merely a test from his father? He would not want to leave a negative impression. "Father, your son is anxious," he replied. The emperor calmly reassured him. "No need for concern. Gulme, after ruling for so many years, I am weary. As a prince, you should also share in your father's responsibilities." Upon hearing this, the third prince ceased to decline. The emperor's words implied much. He was indeed beginning to nurture him. If he performed well during this period, it was highly likely he would be named crown prince. This thought filled the third prince with elation, causing a slight turbulence in the spiritual energy within him. Noticing this, the emperor said nothing further and placed some miscellaneous memorials before the third prince. "You may review these." "Yes, father." The third prince nodded and began to read attentively. However, as he perused the documents, he soon felt that something was amiss. These memorials contained no substantial matters. Most were merely greetings to the emperor, with many more praising him in verse. After flipping through several pages, the third prince was bewildered. Could it be that his father spent every day reviewing such memorials? Confused, he asked, "Father, these memorials." The emperor replied calmly, "You wish to know why there are no substantial matters?" The third prince nodded. Typically, the emperor explained, the officials draft two versions of their memorials, one for me and one for Wenqing. The memorials containing political matters go to Wenqing, while those filled with praises are presented to me. The third prince was taken aback. How can this be? They are utterly lawless. Father, are they not deceiving the throne? Why not execute them? The more he thought about it, the angrier the third prince became. These officials, living off the imperial treasury, were actually colluding with Wenqing. This was intolerable. The emperor shook his head helplessly. How can I manage this? If I kill one, there are countless others. Any newly appointed officials will be of their faction. If one were to assume office without Wenqing's endorsement, that official would meet their demise by the next day. I once attempted a thorough purge. Guess what happened? The third prince shook his head. The emperor recalled the scene in the court with a sense of desolation. The officials threatened my throne with resignation. Though they did not explicitly state it, their stance was clear. If I dared to move against them, they would collectively resign, paralyzing the entire dynasty, resulting in the suffering of the populace. The third prince fell silent, at a loss for words to express his feelings. He had considered the royal family's influence in court might not be as substantial, but he never imagined it could be so utterly undermined. Even the memorials were divided in two. The weight of this realization bore heavily on the third prince. He had initially come to share good news, yet now his spirits were utterly deflated. Even if he had achieved commendable results in the imperial grand competition, what did it matter? The royal family's marginalization was insurmountable. If he were in his father's position, he too would be at a loss for how to proceed. Orders required Wenqing's approval, and even the appointment of officials needed his consent. Were they not reduced to mere tokens of auspiciousness? Father, is there truly no way out? The emperor sighed. For now, we can only rely on Jiang Yu to break the impasse. I hope he will stand with us. With his assistance, our odds against Wenqing would increase by at least 20%. The third prince's eyes brightened at this prospect. A 20% increase in probability was significant, and from Jiang Yu's demeanor, it seemed he would indeed support their royal family. Father, what was our initial chance of success? 10%. The third prince was taken aback. 10%? The emperor smiled wryly. Even stating 10% is generous. You have no idea how tightly Wenqing controls the Dayu dynasty. Confused, the third prince asked, Father, that cannot be right. If we can harness Jiang Yu's strength, our chances should not be limited to just 10%, right? With absolute power, if we eliminate Wenqing, wouldn't that resolve everything? The emperor shook his head. Killing Wenqing is futile. Even if one Wenqing is gone, another will emerge. If we wish to regain control, we must gradually replace the officials with our own. Otherwise, possessing imperial authority without capable individuals to implement decrees is no different from being sidelined. If we eliminate all officials loyal to Wenqing, the entire dynasty would descend into chaos, inviting invasion from other realms, leading to the complete obliteration of the Dayu dynasty. If slaying Wenqing could solve our issues, I would have sought assistance long ago. The third prince's heart was filled with discontent. Father, if given the opportunity, I will ensure Wenqing pays the price. Chapter 65. Inviting the third prince to his death. Emperor Yu shook his head, unwilling to engage in further debate on this matter. When he truly held power, he would understand just how naive his words were today. Yenner, there is no need for you to fret over this. Please report to me about the situation regarding the imperial competition. The third prince pondered for a moment. As for Jiang Yu's reward to you, there are no doubts. He even mentioned that once he emerges from the Longyuan secret realm, he will return to the dynasty to escort Jiang Wei to the Shengyu dynasty. Emperor Yu furrowed his brow. Why does he wish to take Jiang Wei with him? The third prince explained, he likely feels uneasy and wishes to keep him close. He also entrusted me to watch over the Jiang family during this period. It appears he does not fully trust us. Emperor Yu mused. Very well, when he returns, I shall discuss this with him. An hour later, having finished reporting on the imperial competition, the third prince bid farewell to Emperor Yu. Before departing, he spoke earnestly, Father, rest assured that I will strive diligently in the future. The Great Yu dynasty should rightfully bear the Yu surname, not the one. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu felt a deep sense of comfort. Among his 3 offspring, only the 3rd prince was truly suitable to inherit the throne. The first prince was like a closed gourd, consumed by his rigorous training. The second prince was lost in a world of indulgence, having been drained by wine and pleasure, rendering him utterly unfit. Ha ha ha! Yenner, your heart is enough for now. Your father is still here. Meanwhile, at the Yin residence, the clan elder of the Yin family looked at the assembly with a grave expression. The 3rd prince has returned. It is time for us to act. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. The 3rd prince must die within the Jiang residence, or our offspring will be unable to escape. The members of the Yin family replied in unison, "We understand, clan elder." The clan elder continued, "Yin Liang, you shall present the ice blue ghost lotus to the 3rd prince tomorrow." Yin Liang nodded, "As you command." The ice blue ghost lotus is a heavenly grade spiritual material, typically found deep within the icy lakes of frigid lands. Its petals are a translucent pale blue, pure and ethereal in hue. The petals are elongated and curve slightly inward, as if safeguarding the stamen. When existing in isolation, this flower serves as an excellent aid for cultivating ice and water techniques and can assist practitioners in condensing icy spiritual energy. It even possesses the ability to dispel inner demons. In the Great Yu dynasty, the appearance of such a spiritual plant would be considered a supreme treasure. However, should it encounter the golden sun sacred flower, it would inflict devastating harm on practitioners. Those who have touched the ice blue ghost lotus and then encounter the scent of the golden sun sacred flower within a day will succumb to a lethal poison instantly. Below the realm of cutting, merely inhaling this scent would lead to certain death within 3 breaths. The Yin family's plan was to present the ice blue ghost lotus to the 3rd prince and then devise a means to lure him to the Jiang residence. Once he arrived, his demise would be inevitable. The Jiang family's steward, Zhang Bo, had already placed the golden sun sacred flower throughout the Jiang residence, anticipating the 3rd prince's return. Once the 3rd prince perished, the Yin family would collaborate with Wen Qing to ensure the blame for the prince's assassination fell squarely on the Jiang family. At that moment, Emperor Yu would undoubtedly sever ties with the Jiang family. Even if he hesitated, Wen Qing had contingencies, intending to manipulate public opinion and the civil and military officials to coerce Emperor Yu into executing all members of the Jiang family. Should Emperor Yu dare to remain obstinate, it would be akin to slapping his own face, violating the established laws, and causing the imperial authority to crumble, dragging the entire royal family into turmoil. At that point, Wen Qing would periodically eliminate some royal members to instill fear, believing that it would not be long before they turned against one another. As for Wen Qing, he could then label Emperor Yu as inept, forcing him to abdicate in favor of a more compliant royal member. If Emperor Yu commanded the execution of all Jiang family members, the situation would be even simpler. Once he issued such an order, Jiang Yu would inevitably turn against him, possibly even leading to a direct confrontation. As long as Jiang Yu and Emperor Yu were at odds, Wen Qing's objectives would be achieved, ensuring that he would not suffer any losses. The most crucial aspect of this plan was inviting the 3rd prince to his death. The next day, at noon, Yin Liang arrived at the 3rd prince's residence. The 3rd prince was somewhat surprised to hear this news, since attending the grand wedding of the Yin family. There had been no further contact between them. Why had they come to visit now? Despite his curiosity, he extended an invitation to the head of the Yin family. After all, the Yin family held significant power within the Great Yu dynasty, and forging an alliance with them would be advantageous for the royal family. Upon welcoming Yin Liang into the residence, the latter respectfully bowed to the 3rd prince, saying, "Your Highness, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me." The 3rd prince responded with a warm smile. "No need for such formality, Yin family head. What brings you to me?" Yin Liang, upon hearing this, retrieved a beautiful tray from his storage ring, upon which rested the ice blue ghost lotus. "Your Highness, this exquisite item is known as the ice blue ghost lotus, a heavenly grade treasure that our Yin family has discovered by chance. We present it to you." The 3rd prince gazed at the beautiful lotus with surprise. He had heard of this item, but had never seen it in person. He wondered what the Yin family intended by offering such a precious gift. The third prince refrained from accepting the ice blue ghost lotus and merely stated, "One should not accept rewards without merit." Yin Liang, upon hearing this, appeared troubled and deeply bowed to the third prince. "Your Highness, to be frank, our Yin family indeed requires your assistance." "What is it?" the third prince inquired. Yin Liang explained, "I wish for you to visit the Jiang family and convey our desire to mend relations, as recent events have caused some discord between our two families. Thus, I would like to request your assistance as a mediator." The third prince frowned slightly. "Is that all?" "It is only natural for the Yin family to seek to repair relations, especially now that Jiang Yu has become a prominent figure. He even secured victory in the individual competition of the imperial contest, so it is understandable that the Yin family would not wish to offend him." However, the third prince was taken aback by the significant price they were willing to pay to mend their relationship. After all, this was a heavenly grade spiritual material. To merely request his mediation was tantamount to a windfall from the heavens. Noticing the third prince's hesitation, Yin Liang continued, "All you need to do is make an appearance. Regardless of the outcome, this spiritual material will be yours." Upon hearing this, the third prince's eyes brightened. "Are you certain?" Yin Liang nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. Regardless of success or failure, this spiritual material is yours." Upon hearing this assurance, the third prince accepted the ice blue ghost lotus and examined it closely. Confirming it was indeed a heavenly grade material, he silently stored it away in his storage ring. "I shall act as a messenger for you. As for whether it will succeed, I cannot guarantee anything." Having accepted the spiritual material, he only needed to visit the Jiang family. He intended to discuss matters regarding Jiang Wei with him anyway, so it would be a matter of convenience to mention the Yin family's request as well. Yin Liang bowed. "No worries. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I believe the Jiang family will still be willing to extend you a courtesy." Seeing that Yin Liang had expressed himself so clearly, the third prince found no reason to refuse and set off with the Jiang family. "Dear friends, please support the cause with love. I earnestly request your generous contributions." Chapter 66. Deadlock after observing the third prince's departure towards the Jiang residence. Yin Liang relayed the information back. Upon receiving the notification, the Yin family patriarch promptly reported the situation to Wenqing. Without delay, Wenqing dispatched 3 groups to stake out the outskirts of the Jiang family estate. The first group was tasked with safeguarding the third prince's life. Should he refrain from entering the Jiang residence or survive the encounter, they would act decisively. The second group comprised the royal guard of the Diyu dynasty, poised to intervene and seize control the moment news of the third prince's demise emerged, apprehending all members of the Jiang family. The third group was responsible for intercepting any potential escapees from the Jiang household. If anyone attempted to flee, they would act immediately. Wenqing's strategy was designed to ensure the mission's absolute success. Meanwhile, within the Jiang estate, Jiang Wei, who had recently ascended to the 9th layer of the awakening realm, entered the living room. Noticing steward Zhang Bo's presence, he inquired with curiosity, "Steward Zhang, why are there so few people in the house today?" Zhang Bo paused momentarily before hastily explaining, "I instructed some of the staff to go out and procure supplies. I anticipate that the young master will return shortly, so I thought it best to make preparations." He could not divulge that he had intentionally sent his trusted aides away, having just learned of the third prince's imminent arrival. With the prince's presence, a storm of bloodshed was expected, and the servants within the Jiang estate would likely be silenced. Thus, he had taken precautions to ensure their absence. Jiang Wei nodded, not pressing further. "Steward Zhang, please prepare some food for me. I find myself a bit hungry." Zhang Bo replied, "Of course, second young master." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Bo returned, accompanied by 2 maidservants, bearing a lavish spread of dishes before Jiang Wei. He gazed at the array of food, momentarily taken aback. There were no less than 20 dishes, most of which were his favorites. Puzzled, Jiang Wei asked, "What occasion warrants such a feast today?" Zhang Bo sighed inwardly. Having served the Jiang family for many years, he knew Jiang Wei to be a kind individual. The abundance of food was merely a gesture of gratitude for the years of kindness he had received. Despite the conflicting interests, he felt compelled to act accordingly. "Second young master, please do not overthink it. I notice you've been engrossed in your cultivation lately, and I simply wish for you to nourish your body. Enjoy it. If it is insufficient, I can have more prepared." Jiang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "That will not be necessary. I cannot finish all this food. Please share it with everyone later." After a brief while, Zhang Bo returned to the living room. "Second young master, the third prince has come to pay a visit." Zhang Bo's heart raced as he glanced nervously at the golden sun sacred flower nearby. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, and he set down his utensils. "The third prince is here. Could he bring news of my elder brother? Please invite him in quickly." Zhang Bo took a deep breath. "Please wait a moment." "Second young master." After Zhang Bo exited, Jiang Wei instructed the nearby maidservants to swiftly clear the table and prepare a pot of tea. He then stood up to await the arrival of the third prince. After a short while, the third prince, accompanied by 2 personal guards, arrived at the entrance of the living room. Following Zhang Bo spotting Jiang Wei, the prince laughed heartily. "Brother Jiang Wei, it has been far too long." Jiang Wei clasped his fists in greeting, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, may you be well." The third prince quickly approached to assist him. "There is no need for such formalities here." Jiang Wei shook his head. "My father always taught me that one must not neglect propriety. Your Highness, please, allow us to move to the inner hall. I have instructed the servants to prepare tea." "Very well. I happen to have matters to discuss with you as well," the third prince replied with a smile. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Wei personally poured tea for the prince. "Your Highness, please." The third prince graciously accepted the cup and took a sip. "Excelente." "Brother Jiang Wei, I did not expect your family to possess such exquisite spiritual tea. It seems my visit was well worth it." Setting the cup down, the third prince caught a whiff of a peculiar floral fragrance and began to curiously survey the surroundings. Upon spotting the golden sun sacred flower, he inquired, "What an extraordinary flower! Where did you acquire it? I shall have my people procure a few for my estate." However, before Jiang Wei could respond, Zhang Bo began a quiet countdown. 3 breaths later, the prince suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he looked at Jiang Wei. "This tea is poisoned." With that, he collapsed. Outside, the personal guards sensed the commotion within the living room and rushed in. One guard swiftly restrained Jiang Wei, while the other produced several antidote pills, hastily administering them to the third prince. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei's mind was in disarray, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon feeling a blade pressed against his neck, clarity returned to him. "Release me. I can save him." The guard coldly retorted, "You are the one who poisoned him. Why would I allow you to harm His Highness further? Use your brain. If I truly intended to kill him, I would not do so in my own home." Jiang Wei grew increasingly anxious, sensing the third prince's life force waning rapidly. The poison was exceedingly potent. If no action was taken soon, the prince would surely perish here. "Let me go, or he will truly die." "Your antidotes will not suffice." The guards, sensing the urgency in Jiang Wei's voice, hesitated briefly before releasing him. Jiang Wei immediately rushed to support the third prince, channeling his energy to expel the poison from the prince's body. Moments later, he frowned. He could feel that, due to his insufficient cultivation, he could not completely dispel the toxin. All he could do was suppress it. Fortunately, it seemed he had at least stabilized the prince's life. Realizing that complete expulsion of the poison would require either Jiang Yu's return or his own ascension to a higher cultivation level, Jiang Wei felt a sense of urgency. As the guards noted the stabilization of the third prince's condition, they sighed in relief. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, a commotion was heard from outside. "Arrest everyone in the Jiang family. They conspired to rebel and harm the third prince. Their crimes warrant execution." Upon hearing this declaration, Jiang Wei's mind raced. Even he could deduce what was occurring. It appeared that someone was intent on targeting the Jiang family. With this realization, he no longer hesitated. He retrieved the jade pendant left by Jiang Yu from his storage ring. This pendant could unleash a strike of extraordinary might, which should suffice for self-preservation. If these assailants truly sought to attack, they would not find him defenseless. Chapter 67. The Jiang family's treasonous intentions must be punished, however. As a multitude of city guards surged into the parlor, Jiang Wei furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would the city guards be here? His mind was in turmoil, struggling to comprehend how they had arrived so swiftly. It had been merely a few moments since the third prince had fallen. How could they have known? In that instant, his first suspicion fell upon the third prince's personal guard. With so few people present, himself, Zhang Bo, 2 maids, and 2 guards, Jiang Wei could not possibly suspect Zhang Bo. As for the maids, even if they had colluded, they lacked the capability. What is the meaning of this? This is the general's residence. Are you city guards not afraid of Emperor Yu's wrath? Upon uttering these words, Jiang Wei discreetly positioned his hand at his waist, ready to shatter the jade pendant should they show any intent to strike. Yet, the city guards disregarded any explanations. The leader issued a direct command. The Jiang family harbors treasonous intentions. Their crimes warrant execution. No mercy shall be shown. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei hesitated no longer. He crushed the jade pendant, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance, emitting razor-sharp beams of light that radiated outward from him. Where the beams passed, the bodies of the city guard were torn apart as if they were fragile parchment, blood spraying and screams echoing. Some guards near the center were instantly reduced to dust, while others further away were violently thrown aside, their organs shattered by the force. This sudden counterattack threw the city guard unit into disarray, yet they remained undeterred, attempting to mount another assault. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wei murmured incantations, forming seals with his hands as spiritual energy surged around him, transforming into a gentle breeze that enveloped him, allowing him to escape the encirclement. However, just as he fled the Jiang residence, he sensed a deadly aura locking onto him. Panic surged through Jiang Wei. He dared not look back, igniting his life's essence to hasten his escape. Despite his efforts, the mysterious attack struck him. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Wei was sent flying. In a state of disarray, Jiang Wei could not afford to delay, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he formed seals once more. This time, he was igniting his very essence. The burning of one's essence was irreversible, condemning him to a life as a mere mortal unless he encountered an extraordinary fortune. Upon successfully igniting his essence, his body transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this scene, those pursuing him were left in stunned disbelief. How could a mere insect of the awakening realm escape their grasp? Realizing the gravity of the situation, one hurriedly relayed the news back. Meanwhile, Wen Qing promptly issued orders to the city guards to keep a vigilant watch over every traveler entering or leaving the city. Within the Jiang residence, the 2 personal attendants of the third prince seized the moment to escort him away swiftly towards the palace. At that moment, Zhang Bo, seeing the city guard preparing to strike him, hastily declared his identity. "Do not harm me. I am one of your own." Yet, the captain of the city guards merely scoffed. The Jiang family intends treason. Their crimes must be punished. No mercy shall be shown. Upon issuing the command, Zhang Bo's face revealed shock. "You cannot do this. I am of the Yin family. You can verify this." His words barely left his lips when a gleaming blade flashed, the trajectory of the city guard's weapon as it swung mercilessly across Zhang Bo's neck. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, followed by a fountain of blood erupting forth, the warm, crimson liquid blooming into grotesque flowers of death beneath the moonlight. Zhang Bo's head soared into the air, his face frozen in a mix of astonishment and terror, eyes wide open in disbelief at the suddenness of his demise. His body swayed slightly before crashing to the ground, the severed neck gushing blood that pooled into a dark crimson puddle, exuding a nauseating stench. In his final moments, he could not fathom why the Yin family had forsaken him. After enduring years of hardship, just as he was about to return to the Yin family, he had been silenced. Despair gripped him. Had he known this would be his fate, he might have chosen to serve the Jiang family faithfully. After the city guards executed Zhang Bo, they spared the Jiang family's maids. Some burdens must be borne by others, and these maids were perfect witnesses. They could testify to the Jiang family's treasonous plot. As for Zhang Bo's fate, it was sealed. He had known too much. Once this scheme was set in motion, Zhang Bo's end was inevitable. Regardless of whether the plan succeeded or failed, he was doomed. Even if the Yin family might have shown him leniency, Wen Qing would never allow such a significant flaw to remain. The city guards began to tidy up, collecting all the golden sun holy flowers from within the Jiang residence. They also poisoned the tea on the table. Having dealt with the aftermath, the city guards swiftly withdrew. Meanwhile, at the Yin residence, the clan elder was anxiously awaiting news. When the report finally came, he breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had succeeded. The third prince had been poisoned. Although his body had been taken by his personal guards, that was of little consequence. Yin Liang asked gravely, "Elder, what shall become of the Yin family now?" The clan elder replied, "For now, our only course of action is to wait and pray that Emperor Yu does not pursue this matter further. If Emperor Yu identifies the Jiang family as the culprits, the Yin family may still have a glimmer of hope. However, should he delve deeper, we will be cast aside by Wen Qing as expendable. Thus, all we can do is wait." Upon hearing this, the members of the Yin family could only sigh in silence. On the other side, Jiang Wei's complexion had turned ashen, each step seemingly draining his last reserves of strength. His body swaying perilously. His garments were soaked in blood, and the gruesome wounds continued to bleed profusely. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he fled into the slums. He understood that if the city guards sought him, they would undoubtedly scour the city relentlessly, and in extreme cases, even seal it off. The entire imperial city was likely the only refuge he could find for the time being. He intended to tend to his injuries before devising a plan for escape. Chapter 68. The resolute Jiang Wei. Additional update. The slums, a gathering place for beggars in the imperial city, exude an air of poverty and decay. Makeshift shanties lean precariously, while refuse and sewage flow freely. The beggars, clad in tattered garments, either sit or lie down, gazing with astonished eyes at Jiang Wei, who intrudes upon their realm like a specter of blood. At that moment, a one-armed beggar, upon recognizing Jiang Wei, stood momentarily stunned before hastening to offer his support. "My lord, what has befallen you?" Jiang Wei immediately recognized the one-armed beggar as the very man he had encountered previously on the street with Yu Miao Miao, a former soldier under his father's command. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Wei upon seeing him. "I beg of you, could you find me a place to rest?" The one-armed beggar nodded in understanding and assisted Jiang Wei to a shanty. Although the dwelling was dilapidated, it lacked any offensive odors, and the interior was surprisingly orderly. These details revealed that the one-armed beggar retained habits from his military days. "Please wait here. I shall speak with them outside," he said before stepping out. He then warned the gathering of beggars. "This young lord is the benefactor who bestowed silver upon me previously. Our recent fortunes are intertwined with his kindness. I implore you to keep your tongues in check. You know what should be said and what should not. Should anyone dare to disclose our circumstances, I shall show no mercy." He spoke thus because he understood that Jiang Wei's injuries were severe, likely the result of being pursued by enemies. His immediate concern was to silence the outside beggars and find a way to ensure Jiang Wei's safe departure. The beggars nodded in agreement, grateful to their benefactor, many of whom were retired soldiers from the front lines and still held onto their principles. At that moment, a one-eyed beggar interjected, "Old Yin, do not worry. I shall keep a close watch over everyone. If anyone dares to leak information, I will deal with them severely." Yin Jun nodded in appreciation and re-entered the shanty. Inside, Jiang Wei took out some medicinal pills for his wounds and began to consume them. In a short while, his external injuries healed rapidly, yet the internal damage remained unchanged, accompanied by intermittent burning sensations. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy, but found it impossible to gather it. At that moment, he felt as though he had reverted to an ordinary mortal. Previously, he had clung to the hope that burning his essence might restore him, but upon sensing the changes within, he could only shake his head in resignation. Jiang Wei silently thanked his elder brother for imparting numerous life-preserving techniques before his departure. Had he not, he might have already perished. "Brother, why have you not returned?" Jiang Wei murmured. "The imperial competition should have concluded by now, and the third prince has returned, yet Jiang Yu is still missing. Could it be that he has encountered trouble?" This thought filled Jiang Wei with an unsettling dread, compelling him to consider venturing to the Shengyu dynasty to seek information. As for the current state of the Jiang family, he felt powerless to intervene, having no knowledge of his enemies. Remaining in the Diyu dynasty would likely lead to his demise. Yin Jun, witnessing the rapid healing of Jiang Wei's injuries, was momentarily astonished. "My lord, Have you already recovered? Jiang Wei nodded. I'm nearly well enough to leave. I cannot linger here, or I may endanger you all. Here is some silver. Please take it. He then produced a note worth 10,000 taels and offered it to Yin Jun, seeing the silver note. Yin Jun felt a surge of gratitude towards Jiang Wei. The beggars were in desperate need of funds, and this note would ease their burdens for the foreseeable future, ensuring that they would survive the winter without further loss. My lord, please do not act rashly. In your current state, venturing out may not be safe. If you do not mind, I suggest you wear our clothing. It would significantly reduce the chances of being recognized by your enemies. Jiang Wei contemplated this and nodded. Very well. Please fetch me a set. Once clad in the beggar's attire, Jiang Wei made his appearance more convincing by disheveling his hair and smearing vegetable scraps from the ground upon himself. Yet, he felt it was still insufficiently authentic. Do you have a dagger? He inquired. Yin Jun was taken aback momentarily before presenting a dagger to Jiang Wei. In a moment of determination, Jiang Wei pressed the blade against his face, carving 3 deep gashes. Yin Jun stood in stunned silence, witnessing the brutality of this wealthy young lord. Why would he go to such lengths? Do you have a knife? Jiang Wei grimaced through the pain. Yin Jun, still in shock, stammered yes. Please wait. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a tang knife, handing it to Jiang Wei. Please sever my left hand. Yin Jun protested vehemently. My lord, that is absolutely out of the question. Quickly, no more arguments, Jiang Wei insisted. His decisiveness stemmed from a lack of fear. The ability to regenerate severed limbs might be daunting for others, but for him, it was not insurmountable. He had mastered the rebirth technique, which would allow him to restore his injuries once he regained his powers. Even if he could not, he still had a backup plan in finding Jiang Yu. These challenges were not insurmountable. Before departing, Jiang Yu had cautioned him that no matter the circumstance, preserving one's life was paramount. Jiang Wei held this wisdom close to heart. As long as one survives, there will be opportunities to thrive again. Yin Jun, understanding the gravity of the situation, lifted his hand and swung the knife towards Jiang Wei's left hand. Jiang Wei groaned in pain as he felt his arm severed. Enduring the agony, he hurriedly consumed a healing pill. Moments later, the wounds on his face began to scab, leaving behind 3 gruesome scars. Meanwhile, his severed arm began to heal rapidly. Jiang Wei gazed at his empty left sleeve in silence before bidding farewell to Yin Jun. Half an hour later, Jiang Wei arrived at the city gate, where, as expected, the city guard were actively searching for news of him. Every passerby was thoroughly scrutinized before being permitted to continue. Only after confirming they bore none of Jiang Wei's identifying traits. When it was Jiang Wei's turn, the guards looked disdainfully at the one-armed figure before them, barely bothering to investigate. Get lost, you filthy beggar. Don't obstruct our path. Hurry and leave. Chapter 69. The hidden dragon in the abyss. Jiang Wei pushed and shoved, stumbled and fell to the ground. After all, he was merely an ordinary man, while the city guard before him was a practitioner of the awakening realm, leaving him utterly defenseless. Get up, you filthy beggar. Don't block the way of others, or I'll kill you. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wei suppressed the fury swelling within him. It was the first time in his life he had been subjected to such treatment. At this moment, he constantly reminded himself that he was but a beggar. Silently, he rose and walked out of the city gate. Only after leaving the imperial city several miles behind did Jiang Wei dare to unleash the pent-up rage within him. He vowed silently that one day he would return to the Diyu imperial city with rightful authority, making the city guards and those lurking in the shadows, orchestrating harm against the Jiang family, understand that the members of the Jiang family were not so easily bullied. After leaving the imperial city, Jiang Wei did not linger. Proceeding westward towards the Xingyu dynasty. Within the imperial palace of the Diyu dynasty, Emperor Yu gazed at the unconscious third prince, his face etched with frost. Yuan, when will you awaken? The imperial physician beside him shook his head in response. Your Majesty, I do not know. I have never encountered the toxin within the third prince. I dare not attempt treatment lightly, for the virus within him is maintaining a precarious balance with a mysterious force. Should this balance be disrupted, the third prince may perish instantly. To rescue the third prince, It seemed the individual wielding this power would need to intervene. After hearing this, Emperor Yu fell silent for a moment. He had already learned from two of his personal guards that the one who could potentially save the third prince was none other than Jiang Wei. However, Jiang Wei was currently being hunted down by Wen Qing and was nowhere to be found. It would be impossible for him to locate Jiang Wei now. Upon learning that the third prince had encountered trouble at the Jiang family, he realized that Wen Qing was likely behind it, aiming to position himself and the Jiang family as adversaries. Understanding the situation was one thing, but Emperor Yu felt powerless in the face of it. Many officials had begun petitioning him to order the arrest of the Jiang family, presenting a comprehensive chain of evidence that clearly indicated the perpetrator. All evidence pointed to Jiang Wei as the one who had poisoned the third prince. This was what troubled Emperor Yu the most. He could foresee a stormy upheaval in the court the following day. If he failed to address the Jiang family, it would be impossible to provide a convincing reason to the public. However, taking action against the Jiang family would merely play into Wen Qing's hands. Emperor Yu sighed silently, grappling with the discomfort of knowing he was stepping into a trap while being forced to proceed nonetheless. He could not avoid taking action otherwise. Those officials would surely seize the legislative issue to further complicate the royal family's position. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Yu decided to reach out to Jiang Yu to see if he had any solutions. If not, he could at least clarify the current predicament, explaining the stakes involved, and hope Jiang Yu would cooperate in this charade. After all, with the Jiang family in such turmoil, his order to apprehend them would no longer affect Jiang Yu. Wen Qing and his faction lacked the audacity to venture into the Yuan Huang Academy to arrest anyone. As long as he could stabilize Jiang Yu, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. After all, with Wen Qing striking against the Jiang family, Jiang Yu could not possibly stand idly by. With this thought, he ordered everyone around him to withdraw. He then located the communication stone of the third prince to contact Jiang Yu. At that moment, Jiang Yu was immersed in his cultivation within the academy when he received the message from the third prince, momentarily taken aback. "Your Highness, what is it?" "Jiang Iching. This is Emperor Yu. Yuan has encountered some troubles. Allow me to explain the situation in detail." Soon, Emperor Yu recounted the unfolding events and the impending turmoil expected in the court the following day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart jolted. It seemed the wings of the butterfly had once again flapped, for at this point in his previous life, Jiang Wei should have been thriving. Thus, Jiang Yu had intended to return to fetch him after settling matters at the academy. He never anticipated that Wen Qing's faction would exploit such an opportunity. Jiang Yu understood Emperor Yu's predicament. After all, if he were in the emperor's position, he would also find himself at a loss in the face of such circumstances. Unless he was willing to take drastic measures, the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. Jiang Yu first activated his divination technique to probe Jiang Wei's whereabouts and his forthcoming fate. As he gazed upon the divination imagery, his pupils contracted slightly. In Jiang Yu's mind, a grand divination unfolded slowly. The entire scene seemed shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist, within which lay a profound abyss. The abyssal waters were deep, inky blue, as unfathomable as the unknown realms of the universe. The surface was serene, yet exuded an awe-inspiring power, as if concealing boundless mysteries. Deep within the abyss, a dragon flickered into view, its sinuous body coiled, seemingly endless, each scale shimmering with an ancient, enigmatic azure glow. The dragon's eyes resembled two suns hidden within the depths of a nebula. Though suppressed, they still radiated a piercing and resolute brilliance, as if quietly observing the world's changes, waiting for its moment. The potential of a hidden dragon in the abyss. When Jiang Yu beheld the divination concerning Jiang Wei, his mind went blank. This divination was not the same as the one he had encountered in his previous life. Was it? Why would it manifest within Jiang Wei? In his past life, he had taken his master as a disciple precisely because he recognized the divination upon him. Yet now, this very divination appeared on Jiang Wei. Such a scenario was utterly irrational. He had previously divined for Jiang Wei, and the forecasts merely indicated a life of great wealth and honor, bearing no connection to this hidden dragon in the abyss. What baffled Jiang Yu further was that even divinations of hidden dragons in the abyss could differ. Yet this one mirrored his own exactly down to the finest details. Behind this great dragon existed a shadow, subtly suggesting the emergence of two dragons from the sea. In his past life, this shadow represented Lin Yao Yao. So who could the shadow behind Jiang Wei be in this life? First, Jiang Yu ruled himself out, as a divination he performed could not appear within the imagery. Thus, this other dragon could very well be Jiang Wei's benefactor or perhaps a future companion. Could it be Miao Miao? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before dismissing that thought. Given Yu Miao Miao's qualifications, she likely lacked the merit to appear within the divination of a hidden dragon in the abyss. After all, in her previous life, she had only ascended to the peak of the sub-saint realm and had yet to achieve sanctification. To manifest in such a high-level divination, one would need to at least reach the saint realm. However, after much contemplation, Jiang Yu could not think of anyone else who might stand by Jiang Wei's side. Chapter 70 Yao Yao. You should visit the Great Yu dynasty. At this moment, Jiang Yu's mind was in turmoil, filled with conflicting thoughts. Logically, after such an incident involving Jiang Wei, he ought to have sought him out sooner, bringing him to his side. However, upon perceiving the hexagram surrounding Jiang Wei, he abandoned that notion. Jiang Wei's fate had already begun to shift, and a significant opportunity would soon present itself to him. Any rash interference would only cause him to miss this chance. Although Jiang Wei might endure some hardships during this period, these experiences were essential for him. To become a formidable figure, one must cultivate an inner strength that is sufficiently robust. Jiang Wei was now on his own path, and bringing him closer might ultimately hinder his future achievements. Another concern for Jiang Yu was his fear that Jiang Wei might tread the same path as in his previous life. The hexagram of the hidden dragon foretold that he would bear the weight of destiny, potentially leading him to replicate the impactful decisions that had affected the entire Yuan Huang Continent in his past. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had authored the Yuan Huang Classic. What would Jiang Wei accomplish in this life? Would he produce another Yuan Huang Classic? Such an outcome seemed implausible, for the original had already been established. And even should Jiang Wei create a similar technique, it would not gain the recognition of the heavenly laws. Yet, aside from producing something as extraordinary as the Yuan Huang Classic, what could possibly align with the potential of the hidden dragon? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu found no resolution. He decided to cease dwelling on this matter. What was meant to happen would unfold in due course. If the future was unavoidable, then it must be faced head-on. By strengthening himself, he would remain impervious to any schemes. At worst, he could retrace his steps. What did it matter if he was pursued by the world or stood against it? In this life, with the unpredictable variable of Jiang Wei and the assistance of Yao Yao in the shadows, Jiang Yu felt emboldened to confront the entirety of the Yuan Huang Continent. After waiting for some time, without a word from Jiang Yu, Emperor Yu inquired again, Minister Jiang, how do you believe we should handle this matter? Upon hearing the emperor's voice, Jiang Yu returned to the present, formulating a response. Let them create a ruckus if they wish. There is no need for you to intervene. Simply follow their lead. The emperor paused momentarily, puzzled by his words. What do you mean? Jiang Yu elaborated, recently, I have had some disagreements with the saintess, and there is no way to protect the Jiang family. It is better to go with the flow. The emperor's expression turned ashen upon hearing this. You have quarreled with the saintess? Does that not mean your greatest support has vanished? What? What should we do, Minister Jiang? Is there no possibility for reconciliation between you? Jiang Yu, fully aware of the emperor's concerns, replied nonchalantly, there is none. However, do not be overly anxious. If I am suffering, they will not fare any better. It won't be long before the saintess likely arrives at the Great Yu dynasty, so you should prepare yourself mentally. It would be wise to hide, for if that woman goes mad, no one can stop her. I would not wish to hear news of your sudden demise. At this moment, the emperor's face reflected a discomfort reminiscent of consuming something distasteful. What do you mean by not being overly anxious? You truly are a carefree soul. It is not you who faces this situation, and you speak so lightly. If the saintess truly comes to the Great Yu dynasty in a rage, how can I possibly stand by? After this, Jiang Yu added, when the morning court convenes tomorrow, If they demand you condemn the Jiang family, simply acquiesce and send people to investigate alongside them, gathering evidence anew. If they dare to pass judgment, then let them do so. The emperor was baffled by Jiang Yu's directives. They wouldn't dare to condemn us? That seems implausible. Their aim is precisely to condemn the Jiang family. The two continued their discussion, and the emperor's head throbbed with confusion. It was destined to be a sleepless night. After concluding their discussion, Jiang Yu contacted Lin Yao. "Brother Yu, what is it?" Jiang Yu spoke slowly. "As I mentioned before regarding the annihilation of the Jiang family, you may proceed with that. Additionally, take the blame and stir chaos within the Great Yu dynasty." Lin Yao paused for a moment. "What do you mean by taking the blame?" Jiang Yu explained, "Tomorrow, the emperor will dispatch someone to investigate the poisoning of the third prince. Since when Qing wishes to frame us, do not allow her to succeed. Instead, take the blame for her and publicly declare that it was you who miscalculated the poison and inadvertently harmed the third prince. The true intention is to eliminate the Jiang family. I want to see if they dare lay a finger on you. If they have the audacity to condemn you, that would make things quite entertaining. If they do not dare condemn you, then the initiative will shift to the emperor, who can use this incident to reclaim some authority." Lin Yao, upon hearing this, felt the situation was becoming complicated. "Brother Yu, why not just eliminate Wen Qing? Why go through all this scheming?" Jiang Yu, hearing her suggestion, felt a headache coming on. Yao had a penchant for violence. He patiently explained, Yao, we cannot resort to direct killing. I need the Great Yu dynasty. In the future, I intend to support them in entering the 72 dynasties to vie for that position. Thus, the Great Yu dynasty is crucial. Our current task is to gradually assist the emperor in clearing obstacles within the dynasty and help him regain power. Lin Yao, upon grasping Jiang Yu's plan, exclaimed, "You aim to contend for the leadership of the United Nations?" Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively, precisely. "Therefore, we cannot afford to lose the Great Yu dynasty. Securing the leadership of the United Nations is a pivotal move for me. I must attain this position before ascending to the Saint Realm. Once I secure this role, coupled with the scattered organizations of Li Shan and Lin Yao, as well as the covert assistance of Lin Yao, I will have the foundation necessary to confront future risks. This is why Jiang Yu has refrained from taking action against the Yin family and Wen Qing. I must ensure the emperor can smoothly assume the power held by Wen Qing, allowing the Great Yu dynasty to develop steadily. If it were solely for revenge, I could have eliminated Wen Qing at any time. The most critical factor remains the forces backing Wen Qing. Engaging them can only be done through legitimate means. If Jiang Yu were to forcibly kill Wen Qing, the opposing faction would surely eliminate the emperor and support a new Wen Qing. At that point, chaos would reign in the Great Yu dynasty, a scenario Jiang Yu wished to avoid. Lin Yao, having understood Jiang Yu's strategy, agreed to comply. That night, she arranged for her protector to escort her to the Great Yu dynasty. Chapter 71. Mei Yunyan's serendipitous encounter with Jiang Wei. The gears of destiny begin to turn. Additional update. As night descended upon the meandering mountains, the trees within the forest swayed wildly in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound. Occasionally, chilling roars echoed through the air, the ferocious growls of demonic beasts reverberating deafeningly in the valley, lingering ominously. Since entering the winding mountains, Jiang Wei had remained exceedingly vigilant, constantly surveying his surroundings. He cautiously avoided the demonic beasts lurking within, employing the knowledge imparted by Jiang Yu. Reluctantly, he had ventured into the mountains, for the main roads had been heavily guarded. Jiang Wei harbored concerns that they might possess other means of surveillance, prompting his perilous foray into the meandering range. Although he had narrowly escaped once, he was unwilling to gamble on fate with the city guards. Jiang Wei moved slowly, when suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the darkness. In an instant, a massive, grotesque, demonic beast materialized before him like a specter. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and its sharp claws carved deep grooves into the ground as it advanced towards Jiang Wei. His heart raced, caught in a vice of fear. There was no escape. Despite his caution, the beast had detected him. In that critical moment, Jiang Wei's mind raced. Fleeing was futile. He was merely an ordinary mortal. while the creature was a fearsome demonic beast. His storage ring, containing various items, remained inaccessible due to his depleted spiritual energy, just as despair threatened to engulf him. A white figure streaked across the night sky like a bolt of lightning. Mei Yunyan had arrived. With a casual wave of her hand, the menacing beast before Jiang Wei dissipated into a mist of blood. Mei Yunyan had come to this location following Jiang Yu's guidance, searching for the sacred spirit fruit. Her intervention was prompted by a familiar aura emanating from Jiang Wei, reminiscent of Jiang Yu. Had he not shared that connection, she would not have intervened. Once the beast was vanquished, Jiang Wei regained his composure and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance." Mei Yunyan replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing. What brings you to this perilous place? As a mere mortal, you are in great danger here." Jiang Wei shook his head in resignation. "Esteemed senior, I am being pursued and had no choice but to take refuge here." Mei Yunyan nodded and used the great divination technique to explore the connection between him and Jiang Yu. However, upon witnessing the divination signs emanating from Jiang Wei, she was momentarily taken aback, murmuring the potential of a hidden dragon in the abyss. "I did not expect to encounter such a prodigy in this remote place. It is truly astonishing." Intrigued, she contemplated taking him as her disciple and inquired, "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Jiang Wei hesitated, his expression filled with conflict. Although he sensed that she might be a formidable figure, the gravity of becoming a disciple was not something he could accept lightly. He recalled Jiang Yu's words, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Given his current state, it was hard to believe that someone would seek to take him as a disciple. He could not help but question her motives. What if he fell into a trap by accepting her offer? "Esteemed senior, I am not considering becoming a disciple at this time," he replied. Mei Yunyan was taken aback by his refusal. "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Wei shook his head. "Esteemed senior, I am aware of my own circumstances. It is an honor to have your favor, but I truly do not wish to become a disciple at this moment." Upon hearing his continued refusal, Mei Yunyan chose not to press the matter further. "Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not insist. May I ask, do you know Jiang Yu?" Jiang Wei paused, his demeanor turning cautious as he regarded Mei Yunyan. She shook her head. "There is no need for such wariness. Jiang Yu is my disciple. The only reason I intervened to save you was due to the presence of his aura within you. Had you not carried that essence, I would not have bothered." Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Everything began to make sense. He bowed respectfully to Mei Yunyan. "Esteemed senior, Jiang Yu is my elder brother. I apologize for any offense I may have caused." Mei Yunyan suddenly realized, "No wonder. Based on your direction, you must be heading to the Xingyu dynasty in search of Jiang Yu?" Jiang Wei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Mei Yunyan continued, "There is no need for you to go. At your current pace, it would take you 1.5 years to reach the Xingyu dynasty. Instead, accompany me to Cherry Blossom Valley. Once Jiang Yu has settled his affairs, he will come to find me. You can wait for him there." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wei agreed with a nod. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Given his precarious situation, venturing forth alone would likely bring further danger. However, following Mei Yunyan would at least ensure his safety. As for the possibility of her deceiving him, that seemed unnecessary. He possessed nothing of value for her to covet. The likelihood of her words being truthful was high. "This is a healing elixir. Take it to restore your injuries and rejuvenate your meridians," Mei Yunyan said, producing a pill and handing it to Jiang Wei. Had Jiang Yu been present, he would have exclaimed, "Isn't this the elixir that saved me in my past life?" Moreover, the circumstances of Mei Yunyan rescuing Jiang Wei mirrored his own previous experiences. In his past life, after fleeing from the Yin family, Jiang Yu had also been pursued and sought refuge in the meandering mountains, only to encounter a demonic beast, rescued by Mei Yunyan. Most importantly, it was this very elixir that set Jiang Yu on the path of cultivation. In this lifetime, Jiang Wei seemed to inherit the fortunes that once belonged to Jiang Yu. Although their predicaments differed, the outcomes remained remarkably similar. Upon learning of the elixir's purpose, Jiang Wei gazed at Mei Yunyan in astonishment. "Esteemed senior, are you certain you wish to give me such a precious elixir?" Mei Yunyan waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, it is merely a trivial matter. Since you are the kin of my disciple, aiding your recovery is a matter of convenience. This elixir may be rare for others, but for me, it is as common as a mere candy. Gratefully accepting the elixir, Jiang Yu expressed his thanks repeatedly. He had no reason to refuse. Restoring his cultivation was his immediate priority. After consuming the elixir, he felt a rapid recovery of his internal injuries within a mere quarter of an hour. His meridians began to awaken gradually. He believed that it would not be long before he fully recovered and could resume his cultivation journey. Most importantly, he sensed that his meridians had become even more solidified. Previously, he could only cultivate through Jiang Yu's assistance with a third of the cleansing jade. The elixir he had just taken was evidently far more valuable. Jiang Yu had a faint premonition that once his cultivation was restored, his progress would accelerate significantly. Chapter 72, Variables, the Battle Within the River of Time. Within the small world of the Yuan Huang Academy, main academy, a middle-aged man stood suspended in the void. Clad in a flowing robe of purple and gold, the fabric appeared to intertwine with molten lava and a resplendent starry sky, each stitch imbued with the power of the laws of heaven and earth. With his movements, the hem of his robe seemed to ripple with the flow of galaxies and the flicker of flames. Before this middle-aged man, two lines of large characters materialized. The path to immortality is elusive. The hope for longevity is bleak. The calamity of heaven and earth is inescapable. The moment he opened his eyes, an exhilarating gleam shone within them. Ha ha! The variables have arrived. After thousands of years, we have finally awaited this moment. Upon sensing the changes in the cosmos, he summoned Shun Qingtian forthwith. When Shun Qingtian arrived before the middle-aged man, he respectfully addressed him as director. At that moment, Lingshu's eyes radiated with an enigmatic light. Qingtian, the variables have come. The variables have come. Shun Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Variables? Lingshu retorted. Do you not recall the golden door I encountered last time? Shun Qingtian nodded. I remember. Lingshu continued. Since my encounter with that golden door, I calculated a divination and discerned the future circumstances of the Yuan Huang Continent. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingtian silently turned his gaze towards the two lines of characters in the sky. He had always known of the existence of this divination, yet the specific reasons had never been disclosed by the director. Instead, the director had been continuously divining every day. Now that the director had voluntarily revealed this information, it suggested that there might be a turning point in this matter. Tentatively, Shun Qingtian inquired, Is there a change in the divination? Lingshu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Just now, the variables have manifested. This individual has appeared in the Dayu dynasty, and the divination indicates that this person is fated to be connected with you. This is precisely why I summoned you. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingtian was left in stunned silence. Fated to be connected with me? Lingshu confirmed precisely. Time is of the essence. You must hasten to find him and bring him to our academy for proper cultivation. Although the path ahead remains fraught with difficulty, there now exists a glimmer of hope. Though Shun Qingtian was still bewildered, he set off towards the Dayu dynasty as directed by Lingshu. However, after Shun Qingtian departed, Lingshu remained momentarily dazed as the divination before him underwent another change. This is not merely a variable. How is this possible? Seeing this, Lingshu continued his calculations, only to find that this time his divination yielded no results. The celestial secrets he had exposed were forcibly obscured. Lingshu murmured in disbelief, the one who eludes. He is not the variable. The one who eludes is the true variable. At that moment, Lingshu felt disoriented, having believed he had identified the variable. Unbeknownst to him, another figure lurked behind this variable, one who is the true master of unraveling the situation. Lingshu's mind became a tumultuous whirlpool throughout his long life. He had never encountered such a divination. The notion that there existed something beyond his capacity to divine was utterly confounding. Simultaneously, at the Xingyu branch, while cultivating, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable premonition. For reasons unknown, he sensed that he was on the brink of a life-and-death crisis. This premonition startled him. prompting him to hastily employ the divination technique. However, he found himself without any clues. After much contemplation, he began to speculate whether he had offended someone recently. Yet, despite ruminating for an extended period, he could not arrive at a satisfactory answer. Even if he had enemies, they would surely not dare to stir trouble at the Yuan Huang Academy. Confounded, Jiang Yu's unease only intensified. At that moment, he could not muster the courage to continue his cultivation. In the vast and boundless realm of time and space, the river of time flowed ceaselessly, resembling a colossal dragon shimmering with mysterious radiance, bearing the fates of all things in the universe. A formidable figure emerged from the unfathomable depths of the river of time, his presence akin to that of an ancient demonic god, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of terror. With swift movements, he formed seals with his hands, and a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him like a volcano, rapidly converging before him. In an instant, a dazzling light manifested, imbued with the weight of ages and the might of time, as if compressing the power of countless epochs into a singularity. Subsequently, this resplendent light transformed into an earth-shattering attack, akin to a blazing meteor, hurtling forcefully toward a fissure in the river of time. As this attack traversed its path, space was rent asunder, creating black rifts, and the flow of time became chaotic, as if the entire universe trembled under the force of the strike. Just as this attack was about to breach the temporal rupture, a sword cultivator, adorned with a pink pouch at his waist, appeared like a specter. He stood tall, clad in white robes that billowed in the tempest, resembling a white lotus blossoming amidst chaos. His gaze was resolute and sharp, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, while the sword in his hand radiated a chilling brilliance, its blade inscribed with ethereal runes, a testament to the bond he had forged with his sword over the years. With a commanding shout, the sword cultivator swung his long sword, unleashing a sword chi that seemed capable of cleaving through the very fabric of the cosmos. This sword chi encapsulated the purest and most unyielding essence of sword intent, embodying a resolve to sever illusions and break free from confinement. As the sword chi collided with the formidable attack, an explosion of light erupted, reminiscent of a stellar detonation. The overwhelming force radiated outward, causing the surrounding void to tremble precariously, while the waves of the river of time surged tumultuously in response to the aftershocks. The sword cultivator coldly remarked, "You have overstepped your bounds, daring to strike within the river of time." The mysterious figure, witnessing his attack thwarted, snarled defiantly, "Xiaoyao immortal. You cannot protect him. Jiang Yu must die." The sword cultivator replied with calm conviction, "As long as I am here, no one shall harm him. You have paid a considerable price for your intrusion into the river of time. If you remain undeterred, come and test your luck again." As the words of the sword cultivator hung in the air, a corpulent figure materialized within the river of time. "You lot are truly persistent. Do you really think you can traverse the timeline to eliminate my master? Dream on. I'll smash you to bits." As the chubby figure spoke, a graceful silhouette clad in a red dress emerged from the void. Chapter 73. Shun Qingtian takes a disciple without uttering a word. She produced a colossal sail, a divine artifact that could shake the heavens and the earth. When unfurled, it seemed capable of obscuring the entire firmament. The sail was crafted from an extraordinary material, resembling gossamer yet immensely resilient, adorned with lifelike portraits of heroic spirits. Each spirit appeared to be in slumber, poised for the moment of awakening. Their expressions ranged from fierce to solemn, emanating an aura steeped in ancient lore, as if they bore countless legends and tales within them. With a graceful sweep of her jade arm, the sail caught the wind, resonating with a deep, sonorous hum. The sound echoed like the roar of primordial beasts through the annals of time. As she waved, the sail exerted an indescribably potent pull, effortlessly drawing the recently encountered demon god into its embrace, leaving no room for resistance. "How can all of you be here just to protect him? I cannot accept this." The sword cultivator gazed at the red-clad woman, whose eyes seemed hollow, akin to a mere puppet, and sighed quietly. The rotund companion patted the sword cultivator's shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. Our sister-in-law will recover." The sword cultivator murmured, "I fear I will not be able to explain to my brother." The rotund figure replied, "Let not such thoughts burden you. Our immediate concern should be to devise a means to address this temporal rift. If it continues to expand unchecked, the leader may not be able to develop in peace." Hearing this, the sword cultivator felt a headache brewing. This is troublesome. The celestial order has vanished, rendering the flow of time irreparable. Or we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. The rotund man shrugged. "Then we shall have to assign guards in shifts. They will undoubtedly return." The sword cultivator nodded in agreement. "It seems we have no other choice. I will summon Ajin later. His presence should help stabilize the situation here." Within the halls of Xingyu Academy, Jiang Yu, who had been on edge, suddenly sensed the dissipating threat. He paused momentarily, bewildered. What is this? Why has that foreboding feeling vanished? Such crises do not simply appear and disappear. The recent events had been peculiarly strange, entirely unprecedented for him. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yu could not unravel the mystery, yet the lingering anxiety was undeniable. He increasingly felt that the world had become quite abnormal. Since his rebirth, the script of his previous life had undergone numerous alterations, deviating from its expected course. Jiang Yu murmured, "The future may hold even more uncertainties. Though I have been reborn, the wings of the butterfly have already begun to flutter." At that moment, he was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, for he could not fathom the extent of the world's transformation, nor the magnitude of the butterfly's wings flapping. With the emergence of that foreboding sensation, his desire to grow stronger intensified. When he next entered a state of cultivation, he had already broken through to the 5th layer of Dan condensation. In the Dayu dynasty, amidst the winding mountains, dawn was just breaking. At this moment, Jiang Wei had regained his cultivation. Upon sensing the familiar spiritual energy, he could not suppress his joy. He bowed deeply to Mei Yunyan. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Mei Yunyan replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. First, let us search for the sacred spirit fruit. Once we find it, I shall escort you back to Luoying Valley." However, just as they were about to embark, Mei Yunyan sensed the familiar aura of Shun Qingtian. Turning to glance, she was somewhat surprised. "What brings you here?" Shun Qingtian, upon seeing Mei Yunyan, was equally puzzled. Yet upon noticing Jiang Wei beside her, he employed his divination techniques. Upon perceiving the symbol of the potential dragon in the abyss associated with Jiang Wei, he realized that this was indeed the person he sought. Shun Qingtian gestured toward Jiang Wei. "I come for him." Mei Yunyan's expression shifted to one of understanding. "You are aware?" Shun Qingtian nodded. "The dean informed me that a prodigy would be found here. I merely came to investigate, and unexpectedly found him by your side. Have you already taken him as your disciple?" Mei Yunyan shook her head. "I wish to, but he is unwilling." "Unwilling?" Shun Qingtian was taken aback. It was indeed remarkable that such a young man would refuse an offer from Mei Yunyan. Mei Yunyan explained, "His caution is rather pronounced, but it matters little. His elder brother is my disciple, so it makes little difference whether I formally take him or not." "Elder brother? Jiang Yu?" Mei Yunyan nodded. Shun Qingtian was astonished. What was it about the Jiang family that produced 2 prodigies? He had a vivid recollection of Jiang Yu, whom he had once aspired to take as a disciple, only to be declined in favor of Mei Yunyan's tutelage. Now, Jiang Wei was also refusing Mei Yunyan. Was he perhaps destined to become his disciple instead? The serendipity of it all was simply astounding. Contemplating this, Shun Qingtian inquired, "Do you feel a connection with me, and would you consider taking me as your master?" Jiang Wei nodded. "I, the junior, willingly accept." Mei Yunyan, overhearing this, was taken aback. Just moments ago, Jiang Wei had regarded her with suspicion. How could it be that upon Shun Qingtian's arrival, he was so readily agreeable? Mei Yunyan acknowledged that Shun Qingtian was indeed stronger than she, yet this seemed excessively surreal. Had her words meant nothing compared to his single utterance? Shun Qingtian had prepared various arguments to persuade Jiang Wei to accept him as a master, only to be met with immediate acquiescence. Observing this, he turned to Mei Yunyan with a look of confusion, as if to say, Is this the vigilance you spoke of? Feeling Shun Qingtian's peculiar gaze, Mei Yunyan huffed softly and turned to depart. As she walked away in indignation, Jiang Wei bowed deeply in her direction, exclaiming, I once again express my gratitude for your kindness, esteemed elder. Should I ever find myself in need, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Jiang Wei's prompt agreement stemmed from the fact that the defenses he had erected in his heart had long been dismantled by Mei Yunyan. Additionally, given the context of their conversation, he understood that both figures were acquainted with Jiang Yu, thus lowering his guard. Had he not encountered Mei Yunyan earlier, he might not have been so quick to accept Shun Qingtian as his master. Shun Qingtian's ease in accepting Jiang Wei as a disciple was largely attributable to Mei Yunyan's influence. Sometimes, destiny operates in the most wondrous of ways. What others yearn for yet cannot attain, those fated to connect may effortlessly receive with but a casual word. Chapter 74, Jiang Yu's Test, Additional Update. Shun Qingtian gazed at Jiang Wei's injuries and presented a pill before him. I am known as Shun Qingtian. Henceforth, you may address me as master. This is a rebirth pill, sourced from the sacred land of Tianhua, a divine-grade elixir. Upon consumption, it will mend your severed limbs and heal the scars upon your visage. Consider it a welcoming gift from your master. After receiving the pill, Jiang Wei expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. However, I do not intend to rely on the pill for recovery. I wish to heal on my own. Shun Qingtian was momentarily taken aback. Such a response was utterly unexpected. One would assume that a person with disabilities would yearn to regain their former state. Yet, Jiang Wei exhibited no such inclination. Did he truly not care? You wish to recover through your own efforts? Indeed, Jiang Wei affirmed. I aspire to restore myself. I have already regained my cultivation, and I believe it will not be long before I am whole again. Shun Qingtian shook his head. You underestimate the ramifications of your injuries. To restore your body, one must reach the sub-saint realm. Otherwise, it is impossible to reshape the flesh. Though your talent is commendable, ascending to the sub-saint realm swiftly will require time. During this period, can you endure the peculiar gazes of others? They may even look down upon you for your physical shortcomings. Jiang Wei chuckled lightly. While others might require the sub-saint realm, he did not, for he possessed the technique of rebirth. It would not be long before he returned to normalcy. It matters not. This is my decision. I ask only for your trust, master. My brother often teaches me that to become a true, formidable being, one must possess a resilient heart. If mere gossip can shatter me, how shall I ascend to the pinnacle? Shun Qingtian was astonished by this declaration. You intend to cultivate your heart? Understand that this is a crucial phase for sub-saints on their path to the sacred realm. Only by forging a heart of strength can one ascend. Yet this young man plans to begin cultivating his heart from the awakening realm. If he truly achieves this, his future accomplishments are beyond imagination. Truly, he is a variable as the Academy's headmaster has described. Jiang Wei nodded earnestly. Indeed, since I have become this way, I wish to see how it unfolds naturally. Very well, come with me to the Yuan Huang Academy. I shall assist you in enrolling, and you shall train there henceforth. Jiang Wei pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to find my brother first. I fear he may worry. All right, I shall take you there. With that, Shun Qingtian led Jiang Wei into the void, and moments later, they arrived at the Xingyu branch. After inquiring with Xian Yuan II about Jiang Yu's residence, they appeared directly within Jiang Yu's quarters. Brother, Jiang Wei's voice startled Jiang Yu, who was deep in meditation. He paused, momentarily thinking he imagined it. Upon turning to see Shun Qingtian and Jiang Wei, confusion washed over him. Upon noticing Jiang Wei's severed arm, his expression darkened. Who did this to you? Feeling somewhat guilty under Jiang Yu's gaze, Jiang Wei scratched his head. I did this to myself. Jiang Yu looked at him incredulously. What? Jiang Wei explained. Brother, this happened when I was escaping from the imperial city. I had to sever my arm. The scars on my face were self-inflicted as well. I needed it to appear realistic during my flight. Otherwise, it would be easy to expose my ruse. Is that not what you taught me? Jiang Yu could only let out a wry smile, momentarily at a loss for words. This younger sibling of his, did he not have any other means to create a convincing facade? Never mind. Come here. Let me treat your injuries. Jiang Wei promptly declined. No need, I want to recover on my own. He quickly reiterated his thoughts. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Fine, do as you wish. But should anyone dare to bully you, let me know, and I will take care of them. Jiang Wei chuckled. Rest assured, brother. I have now become a disciple of Master. No one will dare to bully me. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Wei in disbelief, then turned to Shun Qingtian. Well, it appears fortune smiles upon him. I did not expect Jiang Wei to encounter such great opportunity so swiftly. For Jiang Wei to have secured such a powerful ally was indeed fortunate. After all, with connections like this, should conflicts arise in the future, the mere presence of this esteemed individual would represent the Yuan Huang Academy, effortlessly resolving 90% of issues without lifting a finger. Senior, I entrust little Wei to your care. This boy has a penchant for wandering into brothels. Please keep an eye on him and ensure he does not stray. Jiang Wei quickly covered Jiang Yu's mouth, exclaiming, Brother, what are you saying? He hurriedly clarified, Master, that is unfounded. I do not frequent brothels. I merely look. Shun Qingtian, unfazed, replied, It is of no consequence. Youth is to be understood. If you wish to cultivate your heart, you must experience the myriad aspects of life. Visiting brothels is but one such experience. Jiang Yu's comments were not meant to be petty or malicious. He merely sought to gauge Shun Qingtian's approach to teaching. Had he detected any displeasure or contradiction from Shun Qingtian, he would have sought to sever their master-disciple relationship. For he did not wish for Jiang Wei to become a rigid and dogmatic individual. Though Jiang Yu remained silent on the matter, he despised the so-called righteous sects, which were bound by countless rules and restrictions. The very thought of disciples from the Buddhist sects made him feel nauseated. Jiang Wei's temperament was simply not suited for such a path. However, upon hearing Shun Qingtian's response, he dismissed his earlier concerns. This master appeared to be far from conventional. Let go. Do not cling to me, Jiang Yu said with a hint of disdain as he brushed Jiang Wei's arm away. Brother, please do not speak recklessly. Jiang Wei pleaded. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. It is of no concern. The senior is not bothered. What are you afraid of? With you following the senior, I am at ease. Focus on your training under his guidance. Seeing that Jiang Yu had no intention to continue his teasing, Jiang Wei felt a sense of relief. He muttered, I was just afraid you would expose my past. After all, Jiang Yu was the person who understood him best. The thought of his past misdeeds made Jiang Wei feel embarrassed. Jiang Yu scolded him. What you speak of is not a dark history. It is merely your journey. Whatever you have experienced is something you must confront. Moreover, those are merely bygone matters, ephemeral as smoke. There is no need to dwell on them. Jiang Wei paused, finding Jiang Yu's words to be quite reasonable. However, he soon realized that Jiang Yu was merely engaging in sophistry. Since you speak so lightly of it, do not blame me. Remember when you wet the bed and splashed dirty water on me, convincing Mother that I was the one who did it? I got punished because of you. Is that not a dark history? Or is it part of your journey? You only bully me because I could not speak back then. Otherwise, I would have explained myself to Mother. Jiang Yu's face turned pale upon hearing this. This brat. Why must he bring that up? He had long forgotten that incident. Yet here Jiang Wei was recalling it with such clarity. All right, you little rascal. I remember quite vividly. Let me help you recall how your mother dealt with you back then. After saying this, Jiang Yu, without any hesitation, delivered 2 punches to Jiang Wei. Meanwhile, Shun Qingtian, observing the interaction between the two brothers, couldn't help but smile faintly. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Chapter 75. Lin Yao Yao, please repeat that. I didn't quite hear you. After Jiang Yu playfully struck Jiang Wei a few times, Jiang Wei fell silent. Once their playful scuffle settled, Jiang Yu handed a jade tube to Jiang Wei. Hold on to this. It is the celestial level martial arts of our Jiang family. Be sure to destroy it after reading. Jiang Wei paused at the mention of the Jiang family's celestial level martial arts. Wasn't this supposed to be with father? How could it possibly be in Jiang Yu's possession? Previously, when he inquired about the family's celestial martial arts, Jiang Yu had feigned ignorance. Now, suddenly revealing it raised questions. Before Jiang Wei could voice his curiosity, Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. All right, go home and review it. Don't keep your master waiting. In truth, What Jiang Yu had given Jiang Wei was not the celestial martial arts, but half of the Yuan Huang Jing. His intention was not rooted in distrust, but rather in inspiring Jiang Wei. After all, he possessed the fate of a hidden dragon. Should Jiang Wei gain insight from the Yuan Huang Jing and develop a martial art of his own, his future path in cultivation would undoubtedly be smoother. All right, I'll take my leave then, brother. Take care. I'll be waiting for you at Yuan Huang Academy. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile in response. Jiang Wei had taken a step towards his aspirations by apprenticing under Shin Tian, alleviating Jiang Yu's concerns for his safety. The following morning, within the Grand Hall of the Yu dynasty, an official stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report that pertain to the dignity of the royal family and the stability of the court. I beseech your Majesty to lend an ear. Just yesterday, the third prince was struck by a mysterious poison and is on the brink of death. The Imperial Medical Institute has exerted all efforts in diagnosis and investigation, and we have compelling evidence pointing towards the Jiang family. As prominent officials of the court, the Jiang family should embody loyalty to the monarch and love for the nation. Yet they have harbored malicious intent, ruthlessly attacking the third prince. Such heinous acts are intolerable by the heavens and invoke the ire of both gods and men. The third prince, known for his pure nature and concern for the realm, was beloved by the people and destined to be a pillar of our dynasty. This calamity befalls him due to the Jiang family's actions, which undoubtedly desecrate the royal bloodline and openly challenge your Majesty's authority. If severe punishment is not meted out, it will tarnish the court's dignity and instill fear in the hearts of the populace. I implore your Majesty to issue an immediate decree to apprehend the Jiang family and conduct a thorough investigation, restoring justice for the third prince and reassuring the citizens. Otherwise, the malignant tumor of the Jiang family will continue to erode our dynasty's foundation, leading to endless future calamities. After this official's declaration, many others echoed his sentiments. We implore your Majesty to issue an immediate decree to apprehend the Jiang family. The emperor's expression darkened upon hearing the fervor of his officials. He had anticipated their agitation, yet he did not expect it to manifest so swiftly, leaving him no opportunity to breathe. Apprehend the Jiang family? Presently, only Jiang Wei and Jiang Yu, who was far away in the Xinyu dynasty, remained of the Jiang family. What difference would issuing such a command make? These officials were merely coercing him to sever ties with Jiang Yu. They refrained from demanding a direct order for Jiang Yu's arrest, fearing retaliation from him, seeking instead to position him as the scapegoat. However, after conversing with Jiang Yu the previous day, the emperor was resolute and replied, "This matter has yet to be fully investigated. Thus, I cannot reach a conclusion at this time." The officials protested, "Your Majesty, the evidence is irrefutable. Why can we not reach a conclusion?" The emperor responded slowly, "This matter concerns the royal family's reputation and the standing of the one who shares the throne with me. Until the investigation is complete, I cannot act lightly. To ensure fairness, I shall delegate this matter to the Crown Prince, Yu Hexen, to assist the Surveillance Institute in their inquiry. Once the evidence is conclusive, I will issue a decree to apprehend the Jiang family." The assembled officials exchanged knowing smirks at this declaration. The investigation was merely a delay, since the emperor had stated in court that action would be taken upon solid evidence. Their objectives had been achieved. They could afford to wait a bit longer, especially since they possessed a complete chain of evidence. They found it incomprehensible how the emperor could possibly turn the situation around. Your Majesty is wise. After the court session, Crown Prince Yu Xin accompanied officials from the Surveillance Institute back to the Jiang family. Yet, upon entering the courtyard, they beheld a figure in red seated regally at the main table, sipping tea. The sight left them momentarily dumbfounded. Who dared to intrude upon the Jiang family stronghold? Did this woman have a death wish? The leader of the group issued a command. "Impudent commoner, how dare you invade the Jiang family's sacred grounds? Seize her and throw her into the dungeons." They cared not for accusations of injustice. In the Yu dynasty, they were the law. Even the emperor's presence could not deter them. Accustomed to wielding power unchallenged, they failed to acknowledge that there existed forces beyond their reckoning. Lin Yaoyao lounged gracefully in her seat, observing the approaching officials with an air of indifference. She merely extended a slender finger, tapping lightly on the table twice. The sound echoed sharply in the hushed hall, resonating like a death knell. In an instant, an intangible force surged through the hall like a tempest. The officials from the Surveillance Institute were caught off guard, their bodies trembling violently as if countless steel needles pierced their insides. Blood began to seep from their orifices, pooling upon the ground in horrifying crimson puddles. In mere moments, these once mighty officials lay lifeless, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief, unable to comprehend the source of their demise. Lin Yaoyao remained unperturbed, as if she had merely swatted away a few insignificant flies. "Repeat what you just said. I didn't quite catch it." At this, the leader of the Surveillance Institute, paralyzed with fear, could scarcely believe the woman's formidable prowess. His immediate thought was to call for reinforcements, never once considering the possibility of defeat. After all, they were within the Yu dynasty. Who would dare act recklessly here? Noticing his signal for help, Lin Yaoyao remained unfazed, taking a delicate sip from her teacup. The atmosphere was tense, with neither side willing to break the silence. Lin Yaoyao's objectives extended beyond merely taking the blame for Wen Qing. She aimed to weaken the influence of Wen Qing and his cohorts. The more officials she eliminated, the more advantageous it would be for the emperor's allies to ascend. Thus, she welcomed their presence. They would serve as nourishment for her ambitions. Chapter 76. A River of Blood. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a significant contingent from the Inspection Bureau arrived, numbering over 100 individuals at a cursory glance. The leader among them was a formidable presence at the 5th level of the Essence Formation realm, a pinnacle of strength within the Great Yu dynasty. It was evident that the inspectors were resolute in their intentions. Upon entering the Jiang residence and witnessing the carnage strewn across the floor, this high-ranking official could scarcely contain his fury, exclaiming, "Impudent witch! Do you comprehend the enormity of the trouble you have stirred? Heaven has a path that you refuse to tread, while hell has no door that you willingly enter. You have already paved your own road to demise." Before he could finish, he erupted in a violent explosion. Lin Yaoyao merely uttered a single word: noisy. The other inspectors, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly regained their composure and shouted in unison, "This which dares to slay Lord Huang, charge! Avenge Lord Huang!" In response, Lin Yaoyao silently retrieved the spirit sail, casting it into the air, resulting in the immediate demise of the several hundred gathered, their souls drawn into the spirit sail. In the main hall, only the individual who had sought aid and the Crown Prince remained. The Crown Prince surveyed the scene, which resembled a hellish nightmare. Blood flowed like an uncontrollable torrent, pooling into a vast sea of crimson, staining the once pristine floor a blinding scarlet. Glancing at the woman in red at the center of the hall, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, she remained unfazed, reclining languidly in her chair, akin to a blooming flower on the path to the underworld, beckoning souls toward reincarnation. Meanwhile, Wen Qing, upon hearing of the incident at the Jiang residence, was momentarily stunned. "You say a woman in red has appeared at the Jiang family?" An ominous premonition stirred within him. Could this woman be the saintess? After all, the saintess had once donned red to claim a bride. If she truly had arrived at the Jiang family, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Quickly, send the elder of the Yin family to investigate. If it is indeed the saintess, they must cease their actions at once. We must ascertain her intentions before making further plans. Wen Qing was in a state of urgency. Despite having everything meticulously planned, the emergence of a saintess threw everything into disarray. His greatest fear was that the saintess would come to the Jiang family's aid. Should she intervene, the Yin family would be left defenseless. At this moment, Wen Qing prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. If the Yin family were abandoned, would the saintess pursue him further? If she did, could she trace it back to him? A sense of helplessness washed over him. The schemes he once took pride in felt utterly impotent in the face of the saintess. He found himself without recourse. Had he possessed the means to contend with the Holy Land, he would have continued his machinations. Alas, he did not. All he could do now was pray that the saintess would not pursue the matter further, lest he be compelled to seek counsel from those behind the scenes. Yet, Would they be willing to offend the Heavenly Hua Holy Land on his behalf? That remained a question. The elder of the Yin family, upon receiving the news, hurried to the Jiang residence. Upon recognizing a familiar face, his pupils constricted in fear. Truly, one fears what one dreads most. Upon seeing the saintess, the elder turned on his heel and departed, instructing others to engage with her while he refrained from making an appearance. He feared that exposing the Yin family's identity might provoke the saintess's wrath. After a change in leadership, the inspectors cautiously approached Lin Yaoyao. Saintess, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Please do not take offense. The individual who spoke disrespectfully to you has been dealt with. Our presence here at the Jiang residence bears no ill intent. We merely seek to investigate certain matters. Since you are here, we shall take our leave. Lin Yaoyao cast a sidelong glance at the official. Oh, investigating the Jiang family? What do you seek? The official hastily recounted the incident involving the third prince. L'un YKO finit de surprise. How unfortunate. It seems I inadvertently poisoned your third prince while attempting to poison someone else. What do you intend to do about it? The inspectors were momentarily taken aback, questioning their own hearing. Was the saintess implying that she was responsible for the poisoning? This was implausible, as it was clearly their own actions that had led to this incident. Moreover, the saintess was not supposed to be aligned with the Jiang family. The official awkwardly chuckled. Saintess, you jest. We have thoroughly investigated this matter. It was indeed the Jiang family who poisoned the third prince. How could it possibly be you? Lin Yaoyao shrugged. Well, how coincidental. I was just about to eradicate the Jiang family. Your third prince can only blame his misfortune. Had you not delayed my plans, Jiang Wei would not have escaped. You should provide me with an explanation for thwarting my grand intentions. Do you truly believe me to be easily bullied? Although Lin Yaoyao's tone remained calm, each word struck terror into the hearts of the inspectors, leaving them drenched in sweat. Their minds raced. The saintess had come to eliminate the Jiang family? Was she not supposed to be Jiang Yu's ally? Why had she turned against them? If what Lin Yaoyao claimed was true, that she had poisoned the third prince, should they report this to Emperor Yu? Are you naturally taciturn? Or do you simply look down upon me? I am inquiring. The inspectors were shaken by Lin Yaoyao's cold snort, causing one to drop to his knees in supplication. Saintess, please be magnanimous. I was merely pondering the matter. How could we dare to disrespect you? Lin Yaoyao declared, I have but one request. Bring Jiang Wei to me, along with the Jiang family servants. My spirit sail is in need of nourishment. If you cannot find them, then you shall take their place. At this juncture, Lin Yaoyao's tone shifted. As for your third prince's predicament, I am willing to discuss it. I am not unreasonable. As long as you are forthcoming, I shall provide you with an explanation. The inspectors, upon hearing this, hastily waved their hands. We would not dare. Saintess, please wait. I will consult with Emperor Yu immediately. With that, the official hastily departed the Jiang residence, scrambling away. Chapter 77. Do not guess the thoughts of the saintess. Additional update. Within the Prime Minister's residence, Wen Qing listened to the news relayed from ahead, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He could not fathom the intentions of the saintess. Her thoughts were inscrutable. Just a short while ago, she had come to abduct a bride, and now she was intent on annihilation. Yet, this aligned perfectly with the public perception of Lin Yaoyao, who was viewed as a dangerously unhinged individual. During her last act of abduction, she had only taken one life, that of Song Chun. Now, however, the situation escalated to the slaughter of hundreds. To be frank, Wen Qing held a strong aversion to dealing with those who operated outside the bounds of predictability. Most troubling of all was his ignorance regarding why the saintess would shoulder the blame for them. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. What was her purpose in emerging to take the fall? Was she simply idle? Prime Minister, should we return the servants of the Jiang family to her? Wen Qing, feeling vexed, casually remarked, give them to her. They are merely fodder anyway. A cautious official from the inspectorate ventured to inquire, should we inform His Majesty you? Wen Qing waved dismissively, go ahead and notify him. Let him deal with the troublesome saintess. The official continued, and what of the matter concerning the Jiang family's entrapment? Wen Qing smirked, since the saintess has already turned against the Jiang family. Jiang Yu is no longer a threat. The saintess will inevitably resolve him in due course. Our focus now is to extricate ourselves from this mess. The rest is for His Majesty to contend with. Though the plan had been disrupted by the unexpected emergence of saintess, the outcome was fortuitous for him. The pressure from the saintess would now fall upon His Majesty Yu. As for Jiang Yu, Wen Qing regarded him as a fool for provoking the saintess. He was as good as dead and posed no threat. At that moment, Wen Qing even contemplated whether he might curry favor with Lin Yaoyao. However, after further reflection, he decided against it. It was prudent to avoid provoking her at this juncture. Shortly thereafter, news reached His Majesty Yu. Upon learning of the saintess's arrival at the Jiang residence, he was filled with confusion. Yet, his eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing of the saintess's massacre of numerous officials from the inspectorate. The deaths of these individuals presented him with the opportunity to place some of his confidence within the inspectorate. Although on the surface it appeared that he had been sidelined, there were still many hidden agents planted by him close to Wen Qing. In the past, it had been a simple matter of one position per person. Elevating someone to power was no easy feat now. However, the saintess had graciously provided him with a splendid opportunity. If possible, you even wished for the saintess to eliminate a few more of Wen Qing's subordinates. As for the matter concerning the third prince, Jiang Yu had already agreed to assist with his treatment. All that remained was to send someone to escort the third prince to the Shengyu dynasty. From there, he would let the saintess act as she pleased, having no intention of resisting. At this moment, His Majesty Yu recalled Jiang Yu's earlier instructions to let things unfold naturally. He muttered to himself, could it be that he foresaw all of this? However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible, after all. If Jiang Yu had truly anticipated the saintess's arrival, he would undoubtedly have devised alternative strategies to confront her. Half an hour later, at the Jiang residence, His Majesty Yu personally led the officials of the inspectorate, along with the captured servants and maidens of the Jiang family. Upon seeing Lin Yaoyao, he respectfully bowed. Saintess, all the servants of the Jiang family are present. As for the whereabouts of Jiang Wei, I have yet to ascertain, but rest assured, I have dispatched individuals to investigate. I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. Lin Yaoyao nodded. Very well. Considering your sincerity, I shall not pursue this matter further. Now, let us discuss the situation regarding your third prince. Do you require an explanation? His Majesty Yu hastily shook his head. No. Saintess, this is merely the fate of Yin. You are not to blame. Waving her hand, Lin Yaoyao issued a dismissal. In that case, you may take your leave. Once His Majesty Yu and the officials had departed, Lin Yaoyao commenced a collective soul search, probing the memories of every servant present in the Jiang household. Through the recollections of two maidens, she discerned the circumstances surrounding the third prince's demise, her gaze sharpening in realization. So it was the steward of the Jiang family was an insider from the Yin family, utilizing the golden sun sacred flower and the ice blue ghost lotus's repulsive poison to assassinate the third prince, all in an attempt to frame the Jiang family. Such cunning was notable, yet in the face of absolute power, it was but a fleeting cloud. Lin Yaoyao held little interest in those who played devious games. After instructing her protector to remove and secure the servants, she contacted Jiang Yu to relay the situation succinctly. Upon learning the news, Jiang Yu expressed surprise. You mean to say that Uncle Zhang was actually an insider for the Yin family? This revelation took him aback. In his previous life, he had been unaware of Zhang's betrayal, as he had fled the Yin family and never returned to the Jiang family, thus remaining oblivious to the situation. Furthermore, the incident involving the third prince's assassination had not occurred in his past life. Indeed, but he is already dead. They silenced him before you could deal with him. I have arranged for your servants to be sheltered. You may handle them at your convenience, Lin Yaoyao stated. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Yaoyao. These servants have been with the Jiang family for many years. As long as they harbor no ill intentions, we should rescue those we can. After all, my parents hold on to the past. Once I bring them back, these individuals can serve them. Lin Yaoyao pouted. Brother Yu, why are you being so courteous with me? It makes me unhappy. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words, feeling a bit disoriented. The Lin Yaoyao of his previous life would never have behaved this way. She had always maintained a distance, cautious not to offend him, and thus interacted with him with utmost care, never showing any signs of affection. Scratching his head, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for how to respond. Although he recognized that Lin Yaoyao was being playful, he was not adept at soothing a woman. After much contemplation, he managed to stammer out 2 lines. Don't be unhappy. I shouldn't be thanking you. I want to do it again next time. Lin Yaoyao burst into laughter. You are so silly. I truly wish to see your current expression. It must be quite entertaining, like a fool. Jiang Yu, unbothered, chuckled lightly. As long as you are happy, that suffices. In his previous life, he felt he owed Lin Yaoyao far too much. In this life, as long as she found joy, he would find joy as well. Curiously, Lin Yaoyao inquired, Aren't you afraid of spoiling me? Jiang Yu sighed softly, choosing not to address her question directly, but instead murmuring within himself, This is precisely what I ought to provide you. Chapter 78. If you wish to flee, have you consulted me first? Within the Prime Minister's residence, Wen Qing awaited news from the saintess regarding the situation with Emperor Yu. However, after an entire day, he was astonished to discover that no conflict had erupted between the two parties. Emperor Yu conceded in the presence of the saintess. To his bewilderment, the saintess chose to let Emperor Yu off the hook just like that. He could not comprehend this. If the problem could be resolved so easily, why had he allowed Emperor Yu to take the lead? Did not the saintess declare that if Jiang Wei was not found, they would be treated as fodder? How could she be so duplicitous? The more he pondered, the more he sensed an underlying strangeness in this matter. Not only had he lost a significant number of trusted subordinates, but he had also allowed Emperor Yu to exploit a loophole. Following this incident, Emperor Yu would undoubtedly position some officials in power. When that time came, it would not be easy for Wen Qing to dispose of those officials quickly. A few absurd thoughts even crept into Wen Qing's mind, suggesting that Emperor Yu and the saintess had conspired together to ensnare him. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this terrifying notion. After all, what manner of being was the saintess? How could she possibly collaborate with Emperor Yu? If Emperor Yu truly had such a relationship with the saintess, why would he be so submissive now? On the other side, the Yin family had anticipated abandonment, yet the storm had passed without consequence. The survivors wore expressions of exhilaration. Elder, have we safely weathered this crisis? The elder nodded. Barring any unforeseen events, we should be fine. The saintess's appearance has disrupted Wen Qing's plans. If he ceases his pursuit, Emperor Yu will have no reason to target us. A member of the Yin family laughed heartily. In that case, we can recall the younger generation. The elder scolded sharply. Foolish. We cannot allow those who have been sent away to return. Our focus must now shift. We can no longer remain in the Great Yu dynasty. We must seek an opportunity to migrate as a family to another nation. Following these events, the elder of the Yin family resolved to no longer rely on anyone. Previously, they had aligned with Wen Qing to rapidly enhance their family standing. Now that Wen Qing had treated them as expendable, there was no longer any need to serve him. They simply needed to arrange for their departure from the Great Yu dynasty, liberating themselves from Wen Qing's control. But elder, have we not always been under Wen Qing's watch? A member of the Yin family questioned. If we leave, will he truly allow us to go? The elder assured. Do not worry. He will let us go. As long as we surrender 70% of our assets and permanently depart from the Great Yu dynasty, he will permit our exit, even if he wishes to detain us. He cannot. Yin Liang, hearing this, looked at the elder with confusion. Why? The elder explained, because he needs to control the hearts of the people. After all, our Yin family has fought for Wen Qing, even risking our entire clan. Other families are well aware of this. When Wen Qing sought to deal with us, they might not have reacted strongly, considering we had already been cast aside. However, if he were to strike us again now, it would be unreasonable. Given that the turmoil has passed, if Wen Qing were to act against us, other families would become apprehensive, fearing they might be the next Yin family. By allowing us to leave, Wen Qing ensures that other families will still be willing to serve him, having witnessed a different fate for an expendable family. Our departure would be beneficial for Wen Qing, for the Yin family, for his other subordinate clans, and even for Emperor Yu. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the members of the Yin family collectively sighed in relief. During this period, they had lived in constant trepidation, growing increasingly reverent of life. For who desires death when one can live? In the following days, the Yin family openly surrendered their assets to Wen Qing. Upon witnessing these contributions, Wen Qing merely made a symbolic attempt to retain them before acquiescing to their request to depart, for the Yin family had become of little use to him. Let them leave. Prior to their departure, they could still gather some goodwill, which was advantageous. However, before they left, Wen Qing required every member of the Yin family to swear an oath. Should they divulge any information about him, they would face dire consequences. When Emperor Yu observed the Yin family's intent to leave, he made no move to obstruct them, for the vacancies they left could easily be filled by his own people, which was indeed favorable for him. Nevertheless, considering the previous relationship between Jiang Yu and the Yin family, Emperor Yu decided to inform Jiang Yu of the news. Upon learning this, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "The Yin family intends to flee?" His mind raced with thoughts. Previously, he could not act against the Yin family because they were still within the game. Now that they planned to escape, had they consulted him? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu resolved that once the Yin family departed the Great Yu dynasty, he would annihilate them. In doing so, he could avenge his parents and vex Wen Qing. You wish to release this expendable family to stabilize the hearts of the people, but I shall thwart your intentions. Should Jiang Yu eliminate the Yin family, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among Wen Qing's subordinates. After all, the Yin family had fought valiantly for Wen Qing. Now that the storm had calmed and the Yin family was willing to surrender 70% of their wealth if they could not escape under such circumstances, who would dare serve Wen Qing in the future? Even if Wen Qing managed to stabilize his followers afterward, he could still have Emperor Yu attempt to poach from other families, providing them with an alternative. Once Emperor Yu gained power, those who wavered would undoubtedly switch allegiances to him. At that point, Wen Qing's influence would be irrevocably diminished. Emperor Yu, soon you shall have the opportunity to recruit from the ranks of your adversaries. Emperor Yu was momentarily perplexed by this statement. Jiang Qing, please elaborate. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, I will annihilate the Yin family. As for subsequent matters, you may handle them as you see fit. I trust you will not overlook such an opportunity, Emperor Yu. After a brief pause, Emperor Yu swiftly grasped the implication of Jiang Yu's words. Do you have confidence in this? Jiang Yu affirmed. Rest assured, they will not escape. Emperor Yu clenched his fists in excitement. Excellent. If you can destroy the Yin family, I am confident I can reclaim some of my possessions. Jiang Yu cautioned. After I dispose of the Yin family, do not rush to win over hearts. Wait until the storm has settled before you reach out. Jiang Yu provided this advice out of concern that Emperor Yu might hastily contact other families after the Yin family was eradicated. Should Emperor Yu act in such a manner, suspicions might arise regarding his involvement in the Yin family's downfall, leading to unintended consequences. In truth, Emperor Yu could simply refrain from any action and allow them to engage in infighting. When the time was ripe, or when they had fractured internally, he could then present himself and extend an olive branch, yielding immediate results. Emperor Yu nodded. I understand. Jiang Qing, rest assured, having been presented with such a splendid opportunity, I have no reason to let it slip by. Chapter 79. Strategic Ambush. After discussing several critical matters with Yuan Huang, Jiang Yu commenced the operation of the prediction technique to ascertain the route by which the Yin family would evacuate. Once the trajectory was determined, he promptly established contact with Li Shan and Lin Yao. After having granted them a prolonged period of freedom, it was time to utilize their capabilities. Given their formidable prowess, annihilating the Yin clan would pose no significant challenge, as both were already at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Furthermore, with the assistance of rogue cultivators within the organization, the likelihood of the Yin family escaping was virtually negligible. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Jiang Yu borrowed a sage from Lin Yao, who would remain concealed, ready to provide support. This was, after all, the inaugural mission for Li Shan and Lin Yao, and Jiang Yu harbored some apprehension. Should anything go awry, or if any members of the Yin family managed to flee, complications would arise. Thus, it was imperative to implement multiple layers of insurance. Jiang Yu murmured to himself, they must be equipped with some lethal items as trump cards. Only in this manner can we guarantee success. Although Li Shan and Lin Yao possessed a modicum of strength, their efficacy remained quite limited. Only upon reaching the semi-saint or saint realm could they truly make a significant impact. Presently, many endeavors were beyond their reach, necessitating reliance on external resources. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu bestowed upon Lin Niao a lethal formation. With this array, the Yin family should have no chance of escape. Meanwhile, upon receiving the mission, Li Shan and Lin Niao promptly convened all the senior members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The organizational structure of the alliance had begun to take shape. Currently, it boasted two vice leaders, Li Shan and Lin Niao. The position of leader remained unoccupied, reserved for Jiang Yu. Below the leader were three elders, followed by stewards, hall masters, then the devotees, hall members, and those responsible for logistical support, which included alchemists, artifact masters, and formation masters. Although the support staff was limited in number, the foundational framework had been established. The remaining individuals constituted the members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. With a solemn expression, Lin Niao addressed the assembly. Soon, we shall embark on a crucial mission, our very first undertaking. This task must be accomplished. As you're all aware, we have someone backing us. While I cannot disclose the identity of this esteemed figure at present, you must trust that our future is boundless under their guidance. We must fulfill the mission assigned by this individual. The assembly nodded in agreement, understanding the recent developments within the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Originally a modest organization of a few hundred, they had now expanded to over 10,000 members. Although many lacked significant cultivation, their unity represented a formidable force. The senior members present were at least at the condensation realm, with several even reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. While this faction may not stir significant waves within the Shengyu dynasty, their emergence in the Dayu dynasty would herald a terrifying combat capability. Rest assured, Leader Lin, we shall exert every effort to accomplish this mission. Lishan Asurad Nuddin Graveli. Lin Niao proceeded to outline the objectives of the mission. Our task is to annihilate a small family. The specific location will be shared with you shortly. Follow my directives for the execution plan. Dispatch a team to investigate the Yin family's cultivation levels and the characteristics of their techniques. This must be done swiftly. Should any members of their family possess adept skills in concealment, they must be closely monitored and identified. Furthermore, we must probe their familial relationships to pinpoint the core members of their clan, as these are our primary targets, and we cannot allow them to escape. At this juncture, Lin Yao paused and turned his gaze towards Li Shan. You shall lead a team to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the areas the Yin family might traverse during their escape. It is essential to familiarize ourselves with the terrain, the distribution of spiritual energy, and to mark any regions exhibiting unusual spiritual fluctuations that may interfere with the flight of artifacts or the casting of spells. This will facilitate our deployment of the lethal formation provided by our esteemed leader. In this battle, we must strive to minimize casualties among our members and execute our plan flawlessly to provide a satisfactory report to our leader. Li Shan nodded solemnly in response. Do not worry, I am well aware. Following a few more commands from Lin Niao, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance commenced its preparations for action. 1 week later, the Yin family made a conspicuous exit from the Dayu dynasty. Yin Liang inquired of the clan elder, Elder, are we not concerned about being ambushed by making such an overt departure? The clan elder shook his head. Not at all. The more conspicuous we are, the safer we become. Wenqing would not dare to act against us. If Wenqing does not move against us, we fear no other forces. The members of the Yin family nodded in agreement. Though some doubts lingered in their hearts, those concerns dissipated after 3 days of safe passage from the Dayu dynasty. Yin Liang exclaimed with exuberance, we have truly departed. Elder, we have secured a family residence in the Liangqing dynasty. We need only cross this mountain to ensure our safety. The clan elder nodded, acknowledging their proximity to the Liangqing dynasty, merely 5 days away. Upon reaching their new family residence, they would no longer need to fear Wenqing's threats. Though formidable, Wenqing's reach would not extend to the Liangqing dynasty. Yet, as the members of the Yin family reveled in the joy of embarking on a new chapter in their lives, they were blissfully unaware of the calamity that loomed ahead. From his concealed position, Lin Yao observed as the Yin family entered the formation's range before issuing the command. Initiate the attack. Activate the formation. We must ensure that none of them escape. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of the Yin Clan with a command from Lin Yao. The formation masters promptly activated the ice and fire-killing array bestowed by Lin Yu. They ingeniously utilized the mountainous terrain, seamlessly merging the array with the natural environment. Wisps of ethereal energy wove through the trees, rocks, and underbrush, resembling an immense and clandestine spider's web. These shimmering energy threads flickered with a soft glow, some a pale blue, reminiscent of winter's icy breath, harboring a bone-chilling cold, others a fiery red, akin to the molten core of the earth, exuding a searing heat, and yet others a mysterious purple, interlaced with intricate runes, the key to controlling the entire array. The moment the Yin clan members stepped within the boundaries of the array, the atmosphere of the forest shifted dramatically. The clan elder's face paled with alarm. There are ambushers. Quickly defend yourselves. Guards, attack with me to break this formation. Ensure the elderly and children retreat to safety. As the elder's command echoed, the Yin clan began their futile attempts to dismantle the array. However, their struggles proved to be in vain. Upon activation, the once bright sun was shrouded by ominous clouds, and thick mist enveloped them, trapping them within. A torrent of attacks surged towards the Yin clan like a tempest. The azure ice threads transformed into colossal icicles, plummeting from the heavens like a rain of death. The impact of these ice shards against the ground and the clan members produced a chilling, shattering sound. Those struck were instantly encased in ice, their bodies marred with cracks, only to be obliterated moments later. The fiery red energy coalesced into pillars of flame, wreaking havoc amidst the crowd. Garments, hair, and flesh ignited, piercing screams resonating through the air, mingling with the acrid scent of charred remains. The Yin clan's guards endeavored to retaliate, casting various defensive spells and artifacts. Some conjured energy shields to withstand the onslaught of ice and fire, while others unleashed flying swords into the fog, hoping to uncover their assailants. Yet, their efforts appeared futile against the formidable array. Whenever their attacks grazed the array's perimeter, they were repelled by an invisible force, inflicting harm upon their own ranks. The elite warriors of the Yin clan unleashed their might, attempting to shatter the array's bonds. The clan elder formed hand seals, chanting incantations. As a formidable surge of earth energy erupted from within him, forming a robust earthen wall. But under the relentless barrage of the array, the wall soon cracked, teetering on collapse. Yin Liang, bearing a grave expression, wielded his sword, its blade radiating brilliant light. He struck fiercely, striving to sever the energy threads. However, the threads seemed inexhaustible. For every few severed, they swiftly replenished. Amidst the brutal battlefield, the Yin clan's formation began to crumble. The once secure sanctuary for the women and children turned into chaos as they scattered in terror, their cries echoing through the woods. Children clung desperately to their parents' legs, their eyes brimming with fear. Women screamed in horror, witnessing their loved ones fall victim to the onslaught. They found themselves ensnared in a vortex of death. As time passed, the resistance of the Yin clan waned. The ground was strewn with blood, corpses, and severed limbs, transforming the once beautiful forest into a grisly slaughterhouse. Under Lin Yao's command, the scattered cultivators methodically tightened the array's encirclement, leaving the Yin clan no respite. Ultimately, as the clan elder was engulfed by the array's assault, the Yin clan was utterly annihilated within the forest. Blood soaked the earth, and the sun pierced through the clouds once more, casting its light upon the horrific scene. Silence reclaimed the forest, save for the flickering energy threads of the array, whispering tales of the brutal massacre. Lin Yao surveyed the battlefield, confirming no survivors remained, before calling off the array and commencing the cleanup. Leader Lin, I have learned that some members of the Yin clan had already fled the Dayu dynasty. Should we pursue them? Lin Yao pondered. Pursue. Anyone associated with the Yin clan must be met with no mercy, having received the directive for annihilation. I cannot allow any to escape. Even those who may have left early cannot be spared. After all, this is a matter of vendetta. Allowing them to grow would only pose a threat in the future. To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. I shall not allow such a hidden danger to remain. Even without Jiang Yu's instructions, I will ensure there are no survivors from the Yin clan. We must eradicate them completely. When news of the Yin clan's obliteration reached the Yu dynasty, the top-tier powers were left in shock. They could not fathom why the Yin clan had met such a fate and began to speculate whether Wen Qing had orchestrated the annihilation. After all, few possessed the capability to eradicate the Yin clan. The emperor of Diyu lacked the power to carry out such an act. In the Diyu dynasty, it seemed only Wen Qing had the means to execute this deed. This realization left the foremost families feeling uneasy, a sense of shared sorrow for the fallen clan. Though outwardly they said little, inwardly they harbored fears of becoming the next victims. Within the prime minister's estate, Wen Qing's expression darkened upon hearing of the Yin clan's demise. He could not comprehend who would dare to eliminate the Yin clan at such a critical juncture. This was an affront to his authority. He considered whether the emperor of Diyu could be behind this, but quickly dismissed the idea. If the emperor had the capability, he would have acted long ago. However, apart from the emperor, he was baffled as to who could have taken action. Jiang Yu? The saintess? Neither seemed plausible. Jiang Yu lacked the foundation to single-handedly annihilate the Yin clan, while the saintess could have easily dispatched them with a mere word, directly sending them to their deaths, rendering any schemes unnecessary. Who could it be that dared to lay this blame upon him? The more he pondered, the more he felt suffocated. Not only had he been unjustly implicated, but he also feared his own faction would falter. No matter how he explained, doubt had been sown within the hearts of others. He had not felt so powerless in a long time. The sensation of losing control over the situation was unbearable. In the dormitory of the Xingyu branch, Jiang Yu remained unfazed upon learning of the Yin clan's eradication. Their destruction was merely a matter of convenience. Since his rebirth, the annihilation of the Yin clan had been a foregone conclusion. They had lingered long enough and should be grateful for their extended existence. The only aspect that pleased him was the unexpected performance of the scattered cultivator alliance. The task had been executed with remarkable efficiency, and not a single soul had perished. Furthermore, Lin Yao had taken the initiative to hunt down the remnants of the Yin clan. With such a capable subordinate, Jiang Yu felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the tranquility outside Jiang Yu's dormitory. Jiang Yu, come out and face me. Chapter 81, I am Chen Tian. Remember that. Jiang Yu, come out and face me. Upon hearing the shout from outside the dormitory once more, Jiang Yu quietly rose and stepped outside. As he beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. A sea of figures surrounded him, at least 1,000 strong. The one who had called out was a stout man clad in a green robe. His rotund form resembled a moving hillock, yet exuded an unusual vitality. The man's face was round and rosy, akin to a ripe apple, with small eyes shimmering with a cunning glint. His thick black eyebrows arched slightly, imparting an impression that was both endearing and playful. His hair was casually tied atop his head, slightly disheveled, which added a touch of nonchalance to his demeanor. Jiang Yu inquired, "What do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tian, savoring the gazes directed his way, puffed out his chest and proclaimed, "You must be Jiang Yu. I've heard you shattered the record for the simplest difficulty in our Xingyu branch's Demon Refinement Tower. I've also learned that you entered our academy through both literary and martial examinations. I am here to test you. I wish to see if you possess the strength to uphold such a reputation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Tian. Remember that. My father, Chen Daowei, is the current prime minister of the Xingyu dynasty. Since childhood, I have followed my father in training. I awakened at 3, transcended the mundane at 6, solidified my essence at 10, entered the realm of the primordial spirit at 15, and at the age of 22, I achieved outstanding results in my entrance examinations to the Yuan Huang Academy. Now, at 23, I stand at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. My renowned ultimate skill is the ultimate 8 set. Fire's tempering, village's feast, kin's gift, dishes packaging, earth's funeral, wife's remarriage, child's name change, grass's 2 meters. Every individual, I have managed has given me nothing but praise. Jiang Yu silently listened to the man's ramblings, finally realizing Chun Tian's intent. This fellow was flaunting his bravado at his expense. The other students of Yuan Huang Academy shook their heads in resignation. Chun Tian truly seized every opportunity to boast, and his lines were becoming memorized. It was frustrating. The worst part was that there was nothing they could do about it. Indeed, this man's defenses were formidable. Ordinary individuals could hardly harm him, leaving them to endure his incessant chatter. The newcomer Jiang Yu was likely in for a rough time, encountering such a show-off right upon his arrival. I heard Jiang Yu is merely at the essence solidification stage. If a fight breaks out, he will surely suffer a great loss. Jiang Yu calmly stated. Have you finished speaking? Chun Tian, taken aback at being interrupted, glared at Jiang Yu with displeasure. You insolent brat, can't you see I'm introducing myself? Wait a moment, I haven't even shared my romantic experiences yet. What if I miss my one true love because of this? Unperturbed, Jiang Yu turned away, walking back into the dormitory without a glance. Hey, where are you going? Come back. Chun Tian exclaimed, panic rising within him. If Jiang Yu left, where could he showcase his bravado? The crowd gathered here was eager to witness him challenge Jiang Yu. If he departed, how could he display his prowess? Jiang Yu halted. I have no interest in your romantic history. If there is nothing else, please refrain from bothering me. Chun Tian paused for a moment. Very well. I quite like your rebellious spirit. Join me as my underling. I want to bully you. I'll give you a chance. If you can repel me within 3 moves, I shall leave. If you fail, you'll be my subordinate. Rest assured, with me, Chun Tian, you shall live a life of luxury. Jiang Yu frowned. So, if you win, I become your subordinate. And if I win, you leave? Is there such a good deal in this world? Chun Tian retorted, what do you propose? Jiang Yu replied, since it is a wager, it must be equitable. If you lose, you shall be my follower. I just entered the academy and need someone to carry my belongings. Your physique is quite suitable. I want to be harsh, if you can withstand one of my strikes. I concede. Jiang Yu agreed to this wager, sensing that Chun Tian was a bit overconfident. Under different circumstances, he would never accept a direct confrontation with someone of Chun Tian's caliber, especially considering the latter was at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Judging by the aura emanating from him, it would not be long before he entered the realm of cutting the divine. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and Jiang Yu's physique was relatively fragile. If Chun Tian got close, he could easily crush Jiang Yu with his weight. However, since this man had offered to stand and fight, Jiang Yu would seize the opportunity to let him experience the harsh realities of the world and understand the concepts of power and strength. Chun Tian, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, was both amused and enraged. One strike? I, Chun Tian, have encountered numerous prodigies over the years, but I dare say no one of your age could defeat me in a single blow. Very well, my little brother, since you are so confident in your capabilities, I shall allow you to feel the difference in strength. Fear not. Once you join me, I will mentor you well. One must not be overly ostentatious. Jiang Yu inquired coolly. So you're agreeing? Of course. Chun Tian replied. I'm still granting you 3 chances. Otherwise, people might think I'm bullying you with my superior cultivation. In Chun Tian's view, Jiang Yu was destined to be a free subordinate. His strength was far too low to breach Chun Tian's defenses. After all, he was renowned for his defensive capabilities within the Xinyu branch. Even students at the cutting divine realm would struggle to overcome his defenses. Jiang Yu, being merely at the essence solidification stage, stood no chance. Jiang Yu, seeing that the other party had granted him 3 opportunities, decided not to waste them. He intended to test Chun Tian's mettle. After all, this was to be his future subordinate. His father was the prime minister of the Xinyu dynasty. Aligning with him would grant Jiang Yu considerable influence in the dynasty. The onlooking students, witnessing the agreement between the two, began to rally others to witness the spectacle. After all, Jiang Yu had already caused quite a stir upon entering the academy. Now that they saw him and Chun Tian establishing a wager, they could not possibly miss this opportunity for entertainment. Let us head to the arena. It is the only place within the academy designated for dueling. Jiang Yu nodded and followed Chun Tian toward the arena. Chapter 82. Your name is Chun Tian. is it not? Very well, I shall remember you. As the two approached the arena, the vicinity was already teeming with spectators. Wow, is that Jiang Yu? He appears rather handsome, one onlooker remarked. I heard he is the champion of the individual competition in the Imperial tournament. He must possess some skill. Amidst the murmurs, someone inquired, what is the nature of their wager? An informed student began to elucidate. The terms are that the loser must become the other subordinate. If Jiang Yu can repel Qin Tian within 3 moves, he is deemed the victor. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Is the stakes this high? Does that not mean Jiang Yu is destined to lose? Such sentiments were not unfounded. Although Qin Tian often boasted, he indeed possessed formidable strength. Within the Shengyu branch, he ranked among the elite. In terms of defense alone, he stood unrivaled. To breach his defenses at the same level would require a significant toll. Jiang Yu had acted with unwarranted bravado, accepting a challenge without fully investigating Qin Tian's capabilities. However, a voice of dissent arose. Wait, I heard Jiang Yu effortlessly triumphed in the Imperial tournament, defeating his opponents with a single strike. Perhaps he truly has a chance to win. The spectators, momentarily shocked, quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, if Jiang Yu has mastered momentum, he might indeed prevail. Could Qin Tian be on the verge of downfall? Laughter erupted. I eagerly anticipate Qin Tian's expression when he faces defeat. He often flaunts his prowess and may now confront his match. At that moment, another voice countered. You all seem aware of this information, but do you think Qin Tian is ignorant? This is Shengyu dynasty. After all, his father is the current prime minister. Such vital news surely cannot elude him. Should he dare to confront Jiang Yu, it signifies he possesses a strategy. You must remember, Qin Tian is at the pinnacle of the transcendental realm. If he too has mastered momentum, Jiang Yu's chances of victory are virtually non-existent. These words caused the crowd to widen their eyes in realization. They had indeed overlooked this critical aspect. Could it be that Qin Tian is unaware of Jiang Yu's mastery of momentum? That seems implausible. He may enjoy showing off, but he is not foolish. Furthermore, who can claim Qin Tian has not grasped momentum? After all, none who enter the Yuan Huang Academy are ordinary, let alone someone as gifted as Qin Tian. It appeared that Qin Tian had come well prepared. Following this discussion, the crowd began to perceive the potential for an evenly matched contest. They neither underestimated Jiang Yu nor Qin Tian. Despite Jiang Yu's lower cultivation, the nature of their competition was not merely a direct clash. With momentum in his arsenal, Jiang Yu might indeed pose a formidable challenge. Conversely, Qin Tian's renowned defensive capabilities rendered the outcome uncertain. This scenario resembled a battle between the mightiest spear and the most resilient shield. As Jiang Yu and Qin Tian stepped onto the stage, the formerly jovial Qin Tian seemed transformed, his expression grave as he regarded Jiang Yu. I have heard you have mastered momentum. Allow me to witness the true strength of your so-called momentum. Jiang Yu's expression sharpened at this remark. Interesting. This hefty individual is aware of my mastery. It seems he has come prepared. Qin Tian chuckled. While I do enjoy showcasing myself, it does not imply I am a fool. The prospect of having you, a prodigy with a golden talent, as my subordinate excites me inexplicably. Before arriving, Qin Tian had thoroughly gathered information about Jiang Yu, including the latter's golden talent. To an observer, he might appear reckless, but he harbored cunning strategies. If Jiang Yu could indeed repel him at this level of cultivation, losing to such an individual would be a matter of honor. To acknowledge someone of such caliber as his elder brother was hardly a disgrace. The disparity in their realms was substantial. Should he falter, it would only affirm Jiang Yu's extraordinary prowess, one that could stand among the finest even in the Yuan Huang Academy. By aligning himself with such a figure, Qin Tian could elevate his own status. Conversely, if Jiang Yu were to lose, Qin Tian would gain an exceptionally talented subordinate, enhancing his own prestige. Ultimately, he stood to gain either way. Jiang Yu regarded Qin Tian with newfound admiration. He relished the presence of such an inventive mind. You are Qin Tian, yes? Very well, I shall remember you. With that, Jiang Yu asserted, let us proceed. The time has come. Since you are aware of my mastery of momentum, I trust you have a countermeasure prepared. At this, Chun Tian squinted slightly, his demeanor serious as he focused his energy. His rotund figure seemed to harbor boundless strength. Slowly, he raised his hands above his head, as if summoning a dormant power. His chubby palms began to intertwine, moving rhythmically. First, the right hand glided gracefully, leaving ephemeral trails in the air, weaving an invisible barrier. The left hand followed swiftly, executing fluid motions, akin to two colossal flowers dancing in the wind. As the pace of his movements quickened, the surrounding air seemed drawn to him, forming a golden aura of spiritual energy. Observing this, Jiang Yu's mind momentarily stalled, his lips twitching slightly. This hefty fellow is quite the character. In such a serious setting, he treats this like a frivolous performance. Yet, despite his jest, Jiang Yu approached the situation with caution. He could sense a profound weight emanating from a spiritual barrier. It felt as though it were connected to the very earth itself. No wonder he dared to test the waters. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu activated momentum. A golden handprint materialized from his right hand, rapidly expanding. With a gentle push, the massive golden imprint surged toward Chun Tian. Upon contact with Chun Tian's fully fortified barrier, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound. As the light subsided, the onlookers turned their attention to Chun Tian, whose spiritual shield now bore intricate cracks, resembling a spider's web as they spread rapidly, accompanied by the faint sounds of cracking, the fragile glass under immense pressure. Then, with a thunderous bang, Chun Tian's spiritual barrier shattered completely. Chapter 83. The Four Styles of Yuan Huang. Thunderous Ruin. Although Chun Tian's spiritual barrier was shattered, he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. On the surface, it appeared as though he had sustained no injuries. However, only he was aware of the truth. Moments ago, he had taken Jiang Yu's palm strike head-on, and his body was far from unscathed. His internal organs were damaged, and had he not channeled his energy to dissipate the force, he might have been sent flying off the stage. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chun Tian declared fiercely, "Continue." Upon witnessing Chun Tian endure his strike, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Although he had not used his full strength, he had employed 70 to 80% of his power. He did not expect the rotund figure before him to remain unscathed. This was a strike infused with momentum, a force rarely withstood by anyone below the semi-saint level. Jiang Yu couldn't help but take Chun Tian seriously now. He did not wish to falter or lose such a remarkable ally. "Be careful for the next move," Jiang Yu warned. As soon as he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and with a flourish of his hands, a resplendent lotus flower materialized before him. The lotus radiated dazzling light, each petal seemingly imbued with boundless power, causing the surrounding air to distort under its formidable momentum. With a sharp command, the lotus shot forth like an arrow towards the defending Chun Tian. This time, Jiang Yu was earnest. The lotus was no ordinary creation, but a sacred skill he had devised in his previous life. A skill imbued with momentum that Chun Tian would likely struggle to withstand. Chun Tian observed the approaching lotus, feeling the surge of energy within him as his muscles tensed. He could sense that this skill was far more potent than the previous palm strike. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. As the lotus, imbued with destructive force, closed in on Chun Tian, he stood undaunted. Taking a deep breath, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing an equally powerful momentum that erupted from him. This force surged like a tidal wave, clashing fiercely with the momentum of the lotus. At the moment of contact, the very fabric of space trembled. Light exploded outward, and the tremendous shockwave radiated in all directions. Gritting his teeth, Chun Tian concentrated all his strength into his hands and held firm against the lotus. Gradually, the flower halted, its petals trembling before dissipating into the air, unable to advance any further. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chun Tian had mastered momentum as well. Truly, Yuan Huang Academy was a place of hidden talents. The onlookers in the stands gasped collectively, exclaiming in disbelief, "Good heavens! Chun Tian has also grasped momentum. This is akin to a celestial battle." What was initially thought to be a lopsided contest had transformed into an evenly matched clash. They were both immensely powerful. If they were in Chun Tian's position, merely standing before that lotus would send shivers down their spines, let alone blocking it head-on. Now, a spectacle was unfolding, with the scales of victory tipping in Chun Tian's favor. Wow, you truly are impressive. On the fighting stage, Chun Tian was rapidly recalibrating his state of mind, his expression grave. He had initially intended to reserve momentum for Jiang Yu's final strike. However, after sensing the formidable power of the lotus, he could no longer afford to be complacent. He recognized that without utilizing momentum, he would likely be unable to endure the impending attack. Yet, by revealing his trump card, he felt uncertain about the upcoming battle. He could only silently pray that the lotus had been Jiang Yu's strongest technique. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, having adjusted his mindset, radiated excitement. This rotund figure was a treasure. The stronger Chun Tian became, the happier Jiang Yu felt. Moreover, Chun Tian complemented him perfectly. If they were to collaborate in battle, their combined strength would undoubtedly exceed the sum of their parts. Chun Tian's defensive capabilities perfectly compensated for Jiang Yu's current lack of defense. Once he mastered momentum and reached the sacred realm, he could potentially evolve a powerful defensive field. At that point, he could unleash his abilities without concern. Of course, this was not to say Jiang Yu lacked defensive measures. The third technique of the Yuan Huang scripture, Yuan Huang shield, provided a means of defense. However, using it would restrict his offensive capabilities and raise concerns over spiritual energy expenditure. Yet, with Chun Tian by his side, that sense of security was complete. The more Jiang Yu observed Chun Tian, the more satisfied he became. Sensing Jiang Yu's intense gaze upon him, Chun Tian felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. He hastily urged, "Hurry up. Stop looking at me like that. It's frightening." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu replied, "The technique I am about to use may be beyond your ability to withstand. I advise you to concede, as I cannot control the force once unleashed due to my current cultivation level." This warning was genuinely well-intentioned, for he was about to employ the fourth technique of the Yuan Huang scripture, Thunderous Ruin. How powerful was this technique? To put it simply, although it was an area of effect attack, even a peak realm expert would suffer severe consequences upon its release. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had invoked the celestial thunder with this skill, slaying numerous peak sacred realm experts. Despite its might, Jiang Yu knew he could not control the force if he forced it out with his current cultivation. Should he unleash it, even with Chun Tian's mastery of momentum, he would likely meet a dire fate. Thus, he kindly cautioned him. Undeterred, Chun Tian insisted, "It's fine, you should proceed. I will not be intimidated." Jiang Yu ceased his attempts to dissuade him. With a focused gaze, he quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, dark clouds swirled in the sky, and the thunderous roar resonated like war drums. Strands of violet lightning danced within the clouds, resembling an enraged dragon's roar. "Thunderous ruin," Jiang Yu shouted. The lightning within the clouds blazed brilliantly, as if it could scorch the eyes of anyone who beheld it. The air around them twisted under the immense power of the lightning, creating visible whirlpools of energy. At this moment, Jiang Yu's aura erupted once more, employing the technique of forceful manifestation. He persisted in using forceful manifestation to compel Chun Tian to concede. Otherwise, he could dispatch him with momentum alone. What was already a terrifying display of lightning now grew even more fearsome. Strands of lightning cascading from the clouds left deep craters in the arena, crackling with a sound that proclaimed its tremendous might. Chun Tian, facing the spectacle, felt his mind stall. He had anticipated that Jiang Yu's technique would be potent, but he never expected it to be so outrageous. Just the mere spill of lightning was comparable to Jiang Yu's previous palm strike. If that terrifying lightning were to descend, could he survive? How would the battle continue? Was there no one to intervene? Chapter 84. I surrender. Chun Tian gazed helplessly at the daunting lightning in the sky, feeling as vulnerable as a child. He was at a loss for what to do. He had anticipated the possibility of defeat and even imagined being unceremoniously knocked off the stage. However, he had never fathomed that Jiang Yu could compel him into submission with a mere technique, leaving him devoid of any courage to resist. "Fatty, if you do not surrender, I shall unleash my spell," Jiang Yu warned. Chen Tan, roused from his stupor, promptly declared, "I surrender." Upon hearing this admission, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had the plump fellow delayed any longer, Jiang Yu would have been unable to contain himself. As Jiang Yu began to retract his divine ability, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, what kind of technique is this? It actually forced Chun Tian to concede. For the spectators, while they could accept Chun Tian's defeat, his surrender left them utterly astounded. After all, this was the infamous forced king, known for his unyielding demeanor. At the beginning of his academic journey, he had sought to impress others by provoking a purple-robed student, only to be left battered and bruised for over a month. Upon his recovery, he would dismissively comment, "I think he is just average, maybe 40 painful." When questioned why he had spent so long in bed for a mere 40 pain, he would retort, "I had just enrolled and needed to recuperate." Thus, when the crowd witnessed Chun Tian's surrender, their reactions were understandably heightened. The Force King conceding was a spectacle few could have anticipated. Many speculated, could there be anyone left in the academy capable of matching Jiang Yu? His power is truly astonishing. Doubts arose among some. Surely there must be. While Jiang Yu's output is fearsome, in a real battle, he might not necessarily best Chun Tian. Chun Tian was overconfident, allowing Jiang Yu to strike freely. If the combat style were to change, I believe Chun Tian possesses numerous tactics to evade Jiang Yu's strikes. Once he dodges, he could seize the opportunity to counterattack. Given Jiang Yu's current cultivation level, it would be quite challenging for him to thwart such ambushes. Moreover, let's not forget about spiritual energy. If Jiang Yu's energy were depleted, his formidable output would be rendered ineffective. Another chimed in, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Though Jiang Yu was powerful, his current cultivation level was indeed a significant limitation. Had he possessed higher cultivation or more abundant spiritual energy, he would likely face no rivals within the academy. On the arena, Chun Tian wiped the sweat from his brow after the ominous storm clouds dissipated. Reflecting on the earlier spectacle, he felt a lingering fear. Jiang Yu was simply outrageous. Despite his own mastery of momentum, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure, adjusting his mindset and donning a cunning smile as he approached Jiang Yu. "Boss, do you have any parting gifts for me? After all, I'm now your subordinate. It would be rather remiss of you not to offer something in return, wouldn't it? I'm not asking for much, just a few dozens of techniques to play around with, haha." Jiang Yu paused for a moment, taken aback by the plump one's optimistic attitude. Just moments after his defeat, Chun Tian had swiftly bounced back. Rolling his eyes at the request, Jiang Yu quipped, "How many do you want? I have plenty. I'll get you some yellow or mysterious tear techniques later." Chun Tian feigned grievance, "Boss. If you genuinely intend to give them, I suppose I must accept. However, I feel that those yellow and mysterious tear techniques don't quite match your stature. You are the champion of the Grand Dynasty competition, have passed both the literary and martial examinations, and shattered the record for the Demon Refining Tower. You are an idol to many. Accepting a mere subordinate's gifts feels rather peculiar. I'm just worried that word might get out, and people will label you stingy." Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I don't care about such trivial matters." Chun Tian was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's unorthodox response. Could he truly be so generous as to offer yellow and mysterious tear techniques? He scratched his head, unsure of how to proceed. Sensing Chun Tian's awkwardness, Jiang Yu chuckled, "All right, I was just teasing you. I'm not that stingy. When we return to the dormitory, I'll give you something good." Chun Tian's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation. Perhaps Jiang Yu would indeed gift him some techniques. If he did, should he accept them? Upon returning to their dormitory, Chun Tian curiously surveyed Jiang Yu's lavish living quarters. The opulent interior and comprehensive facilities left him in awe. "Boss, is the treatment for students who enter the academy through the literary and martial examinations really this good?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. It was allocated to me by Dean Xianyuan." Chun Tian gazed at Jiang Yu enviously. "Your setup here is simply unparalleled. I doubt any of the purple-robed students enjoy such privileges." Jiang Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Are the amenities really that impressive?" Having never attended Yuan Huang Academy in his previous life, Jiang Yu was genuinely curious about the quality of his accommodations. Chen Tian nodded vigorously. Absolutely. This is top tier. Within the entire Xingyu branch, perhaps only 2 or 3 individuals receive such treatment. You have an advanced spirit gathering array, a combat simulation room, an alchemy chamber, a spell study room, and a weapon refining room, encompassing nearly every facility the Academy offers. Typically, we must spend credits to utilize these resources, but here, everything is free. It's astonishing. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. If you wish to use them, feel free to come by any time. Most of it goes unused by me. These facilities might be useful for the other students, but for me, aside from the advanced spirit gathering array, the rest are rather superfluous. My skills in alchemy, weapon forging, and technique study are already at the pinnacle. Relying on these teaching tools to break through would be unrealistic. At this, Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Can I? Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course. Boss, I want to hold back then. Chen Tian replied with a grin. Chapter 85. The Gift of the Law. The sacred text of the Blue Lotus. After a leisurely conversation, Jiang Yu produced a jade slip and presented it to Chen Tian. This cultivation technique is for you. It should prove useful. Chen Tian took the jade slip, momentarily stunned, before channeling his consciousness into it. The sacred text of the Blue Lotus. Upon seeing the name of the technique, Chen Tian's mind momentarily faltered. Sacred text? Could this be a sacred-level technique? As he continued to read, he found himself increasingly agitated. It truly was a sacred-level technique. Moreover, it was the same set of lotus techniques Jiang Yu had demonstrated on the martial stage. This technique comprised 3 forms, each corresponding to 3 methods: attack, defense, and healing. The attacking method was the White Lotus Descends, which he had already witnessed on the arena, so he skipped over it. The second form was the essence of the Blue Lotus. It could manifest a luminous barrier of lotus petals, enveloping the user in a sturdy defense. This barrier could not only withstand physical attacks, but also repel various magical assaults. When an enemy struck, the lotus barrier would instinctively absorb a portion of the incoming force and reflect it back. The greater the damage absorbed, the more potent the counterattack. For him, this was exceedingly advantageous. While it might merely serve as a defensive measure for others, in his hands, it became a source of offensive power. His already formidable defense, combined with the essence of the Blue Lotus, rendered him virtually invincible. However, upon seeing the third form, he was even more exhilarated. Lotus Heart enabled the practitioner to bind a target in advance. As long as the target remained within casting range, 60 of the damage inflicted upon them could be transferred to the user. Furthermore, both parties would simultaneously receive a protective aura that granted immunity to abnormal states, such as freezing, burning, slowing, and toxic gas. It could also heal injuries and accelerate recovery. When Chen Tian beheld this skill, he was utterly astounded. The capability to transfer damage from another, coupled with accelerated healing and immunity to abnormal states, was nothing short of a divine support skill. After perusing the technique, his voice trembled as he asked, "Boss, is this truly for me?" Jiang Yu nodded. Yes. Cultivate diligently and strive to master all 3 forms. Jiang Yu's generosity stemmed from his pressing need for this stout companion to absorb damage for him. In his previous life, he and Yao Yao had relied on the Lotus Heart skill to mutually bear damage and provide immunity, successfully evading numerous traps. In this life, with limited time alongside Yao Yao, he needed to find a reliable partner, and this stout fellow was the ideal choice. Capable, somewhat clever, and with a decent family background. If cultivated properly, his future achievements were destined to be remarkable. At this moment, Chen Tian could hardly find the words to express his feelings. He had merely mentioned the skill casually on the martial stage, never expecting Jiang Yu to actually bestow it upon him, let alone a sacred-level technique. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare even among the great empires. His father, Chen Daowei, had secured his position as chancellor through a sacred-level technique. Knowing that he had only known Jiang Yu for a single day, Chen Tian was deeply touched by the trust Jiang Yu had placed in him. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, "Boss, from this day forth, you are my one and only elder brother. Following this, Chen Tian swore an oath before Jiang Yu to reassure him. However, Jiang Yu quickly gestured for him to calm down. Relax, it's just a sacred level technique. It's not that serious. If this stout fellow proved trustworthy and performed well, Jiang Yu might even share the Yuan Huang Sutra with him, allowing him to cultivate the Yuan Huang seed in advance. Yet, to Chen Tian, Jiang Yu's words only deepened his gratitude. After all, this was a sacred level technique. How could it not be serious? He surmised that Jiang Yu merely wished to alleviate his psychological burden. Resolving within himself, he vowed not to disappoint Jiang Yu's trust. After some more casual conversation, Jiang Yu learned much about the Academy's internal affairs. The Yuan Huang Academy is jointly maintained by 9 departments, which include the Teaching Department, Resource Management Department, Task and Assessment Department, Logistics Department, Combat Department, External Relations Department, Academy Management Department, Exploration Department, and Law Enforcement Department. As the name suggests, the Teaching Department is responsible for imparting knowledge. This department is subdivided into various sections akin to academic disciplines. There are specialized areas for teaching techniques, as well as for refining tools, concocting potions, crafting formations, culinary arts, and beast taming. A myriad of skills can be taught here. Any skill available in the Yuan Huang Continent can be found within the Academy. Every enrolled student registers for disciplines based on their needs, and there are no restrictions on the number of subjects one can enroll in. However, while registration is unlimited, the costs are not. Each student may enroll in 3 subjects free of charge. Any additional subjects require the expenditure of credits. The criteria for graduation from Yuan Huang Academy are straightforward. One must attain proficiency in the 3 chosen subjects. Although Jiang Yu had been enrolled for some time, he had yet to register for any subjects, as he planned to visit Luoying Valley soon to seek out Mei Yunyun and resolve his apprenticeship issue. Ideally, he would bring Xiaobai along, as having Xiaobai by his side would provide him with a safety net during his travels. Once he registered for a subject, he would likely have to adhere to a structured schedule of classes, hence his reluctance to enroll hastily. Boss, if you're not in a hurry to register for subjects, I recommend you join the Exploration Department. That way, we can tackle tasks together and earn credits, Chen Tian suggested. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Tian in confusion. What is the Exploration Department? Chen Tian explained, the Exploration Department is responsible for delving into secret realms. It's a lucrative endeavor, although the mortality rate is higher. The rewards are substantial. If you join the Exploration Department, I can take on tasks I previously hesitated to accept. Additionally, a restricted area will soon be opened. Many people in the Academy have already signed up. If you join, we could take advantage of it together. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. An open restricted area? Which one? The Tianyuan restricted area. At this, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted in surprise. The Tianyuan restricted area was opening? If that were the case, he had to enter. In his previous life, he had obtained a fragment of a stele within the Tianyuan restricted area, and he had learned that the other fragment was in the possession of a high-ranking official at the Xingyu branch. If he could acquire both fragments, he would possess the key to unlock the ancient ruins. Excited by the thought of the ancient ruins, Jiang Yu eagerly inquired, when will the restricted area open? Chen Tian pondered for a moment. In about a month and a half. The registration deadline is in about a week. If you want to go, you should sign up quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu called out to Chen Tian, Let us go. Let us go. We need to register. I must enter that restricted area. Chapter 86. The uniform titled Jiang Yu and Chen Tian arrived at the Pioneer Department and stated their intentions. The staff regarded Jiang Yu with a look of confusion. Are you here to register for entry into the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone? Jiang Yu nodded. The staff member replied, As for this student, your application to enter the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone may not be feasible. To register, one must possess at least the cultivation level of the Yuanshan realm or be a green robe student. You must meet one of these criteria to apply. It would be prudent for you to focus on your cultivation. Jiang Yu was taken aback by this and turned to Chen Tian, who scratched his head and said, I was just about to mention that to you. In order to venture into the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, we first need to complete certain tasks. I have met the requirements, but you, my friend, may not be able to just yet. After all, you have only just enrolled and have yet to reach the standard of a green robe. Jiang Yu inquired, How does one ascend to the green robe level? Is it through completing tasks? Chen Tian explained, currently, it's unlikely that you could elevate your cultivation to the Yuanshan realm, so our only option is to rapidly enhance our student rank. He continued, the uniforms of our students are categorized by rank, which I presume you're already aware of. Yes, I have heard about it before, Jiang Yu acknowledged. Chen Tian spoke slowly. The uniforms within the academy hold great significance. The higher the rank, the more privileges one enjoys within the institution. There are a total of 8 ranks: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and purple gold. Each rank is associated with a corresponding title, and the primary means of advancement is through academic credits and the completion of tasks. Chen Tian succinctly outlined the academy's uniform system and the methods for promotion. At the red rank, known as Initial Flames of Red, every member entering the academy is placed at this level. The orange rank, Dawn of Orange, requires 100 academic credits for advancement. The yellow rank, Glory of Gold, necessitates 1,000 credits. The green rank, Waves of Green, demands 5,000 credits. The cyan rank, Soaring Cyan Winds, requires 10,000 credits. The blue rank, Brilliant Blue Radiance, calls for 50,000 credits, plus the completion of an additional task. The purple rank, Radiant Purple Clouds, requires 50,000 credits, the completion of 2 special tasks, and recommendations from 3 mentors. The purple gold rank, Legend of Purple Gold, has no credit limit. One must create significant value for the academy and gain the recognition of more than half of the student body to apply. Upon successfully obtaining the purple gold robe, one is inducted into the academy's Hall of Fame, enshrined in the annals of the Xingyu branch. After hearing this, Jiang Yu paused momentarily. I believe I may be eligible to apply for the green robe. He recalled that during the literary and martial examination, he had submitted a set of heavenly level techniques, and Xianyuan too had promised him 10,000 academic credits. He wondered if those credits had been processed yet. Chen Tian shook his head. Boss, that's impossible. You have just enrolled. There's no way you'd have any credits. It took me quite a while to reach the green robe level. If you were to achieve it immediately upon your arrival, what would that mean for my years of hard work? Without responding, Jiang Yu presented his academy badge to the staff. Can you check my credits? I believe I have 10,000 credits. Could you please verify that for me? The staff member took Jiang Yu's badge and conducted a search. Upon discovering the credits within, he was left speechless. Jiang Yu's badge indeed contained 10,000 credits, and, astonishingly, these credits stemmed from a high-level reward. Jiang Yu inquired, are there credits in here? The staff member regained his composure and replied, yes. But you still need to apply for the green robe level before you can register. Nearby, a stout individual stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jiang Yu had amassed 10,000 credits despite being a new student. He had heard of the literary and martial examination, but had never encountered anyone earning 10,000 credits from it. Jiang Yu patted the still-dazed, stout individual on the shoulder. Take me to apply for the green robe. Chen Tian curiously asked, Boss, how did you acquire these credits? Jiang Yu casually replied, it's a reward from the academy. I created a set of heavenly level techniques during the examination and submitted them to the academy, which resulted in this reward from the higher-ups. They're still calculating the specific value of the techniques, so I expect more credits to follow. Chen Tian gazed at Jiang Yu with admiration. Boss, that's impressive. To create a set of heavenly level techniques in such a short time. No wonder the higher-ups awarded you so many credits. If only I could devise a set of heavenly level techniques as well. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Tian with some confusion. Given your background, you shouldn't lack access to heavenly level techniques. Why the astonishment? Chen Tian smiled wryly. I lack the ability to create heavenly level techniques. The academy as higher-ups provides substantial support to students who can create their own heavenly level techniques. Academic credits are secondary. There are many benefits that follow. Jiang Yu nodded, beginning to understand. It seemed that Yuan Huang Academy placed significant emphasis on nurturing the creative capabilities of its students. The two spent about half an hour, and Jiang Yu successfully obtained his certification as a green robe student. The process was smooth. Upon seeing the credits in his badge, the staff promptly certified him and provided him with a green robe uniform. The subsequent registration issues were also easily resolved. In the following days, Jiang Yu remained at the residence of the Daiyu dynasty, teaching a Jian. He refrained from bringing a Jian into the academy to utilize its resources for cultivation, as he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Although the academy did not explicitly prohibit bringing outsiders into the dormitories, Jiang Yu preferred to steer clear of such scenarios. He had witnessed too many instances of backstabbing. Should someone harbor jealousy or discontent towards him, reporting the situation to the academy's higher-ups could lead to complications. While the higher-ups would not take severe action against him, it was best to avoid such troubles altogether, as he needed to maintain a good reputation within the academy. He could not afford to give anyone an opportunity to undermine him. The process might be arduous, but to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life. These are trials he had to endure. Chapter 87. A Jian's Enlightenment Master. After practicing the sword for so many days, when will I pass? Jiang Yu observed a Jian, who was diligently wielding his sword, and replied calmly, "Do not rush. The moment you condense your sword intent, I shall impart to you the true sword techniques." Upon hearing this, a Jian halted his movements and inquired, "Sword intent? What is sword intent?" Sword intent is a manifestation of intent, and it is one of the gateways to sanctification. To achieve sanctification, this intent is an essential mastery. With that, Jiang Yu rose and approached a Jian, taking the gigantic sword from his hands. At the moment the immense sword was wielded by Jiang Yu, his aura underwent a profound transformation. "Watch closely," he instructed. As his voice faded, his gaze sharpened, fixated on a seemingly ordinary wooden post. His expression was grave and focused, and the air around him seemed to solidify under the weight of his aura, causing the gentle breeze to cease. Jiang Yu slowly lifted the gigantic sword, its blade glimmering coldly, as if responding to its master's call. In an instant, he appeared to merge with the heavens and the earth, an overwhelming and fierce aura surging forth from his being. This aura flowed like a mighty river, ceaseless and powerful, akin to a long-dormant thundercloud primed to unleash its fury, continually converging upon the sword in his grasp. Suddenly, Jiang Yu stepped forward with a decisive stride. Accompanied by a low shout and with a sweeping motion of his sword, a radiant and dazzling sword energy erupted forth, resembling a rainbow piercing the sky. This was no ordinary sword light. It carried the weight of Jiang Yu's sword intent, seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. As the sword energy tore through the air, it produced a sharp, anguished howl, as if lamenting its own destruction. Upon striking the wooden post, which had seemed indestructible just moments before, it disintegrated into dust. A Jian, standing nearby, was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face pale from sheer shock. He stood frozen, entranced by the sword energy unleashed by Jiang Yu, his mind a blank slate. In his past understanding, while it was not uncommon for a sword to unleash energy, Jiang Yu's fierce and majestic sword intent was beyond anything he had ever imagined. This single strike shattered his preconceived notions of swordsmanship, revealing to him an unfathomable and expansive new realm. He stood there, lost in thought, his heart turbulent, unable to shake off the astounding spectacle he had just witnessed. "Master, is this what you refer to as sword intent?" Jiang Yu pondered. "It is somewhat so, yet not entirely. The sword intent I wield, derived from imitating intent, differs greatly from the genuine article. My understanding of the sword is, at best, average." A Jian was taken aback. Such a formidable sword intent. And Jiang Yu claimed it was merely average? The master was exceedingly humble. "Do you remember the sword intent just now?" Jiang Yu queried. A Jian, upon hearing this, slowly closed his eyes, rapidly imprinting the earlier scene in his mind, etching it repeatedly into his consciousness. After a moment, he bowed to Jiang Yu, stating, "Master, I have recorded the sword intent from just now." However, Jiang Yu's next words left the Jian utterly perplexed. "All right, from this moment on, you must forget what I have just taught you." A Jian scratched his head, bewildered by Jiang Yu's intentions. He had just been instructed to memorize it, and now he was told to forget? Noticing a Jian's confusion, Jiang Yu explained, What you must do is not mimic me, but surpass me. You need to rediscover your true self, find your original heart, and contemplate why you began practicing the sword in the first place. Jian furrowed his brow. Why did he practice the sword? Initially, he had done so merely to find a suitable master for the gigantic sword. He had never considered why he pursued swordsmanship at all. For a moment, Jian fell into silence, his mind muddled. The image of Jiang Yu's sword strike replaying in his thoughts, impossible to forget. Seeing Jian enter a state of enlightenment, Jiang Yu quietly set the gigantic sword down. Some truths could only be digested by Jian himself. His role was merely to guide. Jiang Yu certainly had methods to expedite Jian's mastery of sword intent, but such an approach would be detrimental in the long run, limiting Jian's potential. Only through his own understanding could Jian carve a longer path ahead. Thus, the two remained at their encampment for 3 full days. During this time, Jiang Yu closely observed Jian's transformation, aware that this was Jian's first moment of enlightenment, necessitating his presence to ensure Jian's focus remained steadfast. Should Jian's direction falter, he would be there to correct it promptly. Gradually, Jian's memory of Jiang Yu's sword strike began to fade. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the specifics of Jiang Yu's strike. The only thing he could grasp was the aura emanating from Jiang Yu. Slowly, he rose, grasping his gigantic sword, glancing down at it as he murmured, "I believe I understand why I practice the sword. To find a worthy master for the gigantic sword, the stronger I become, the stronger its master shall be. Only then can they better protect my kin." This realization crystallized within him as he declared, "This sword shall be called vigilance." The more he contemplated, the clearer his mind became. He raised his hand and unleashed a golden, fierce sword energy towards another wooden post. Upon impact, a tremendous roar erupted, and the sturdy wooden post came crashing down. Jiang Yu, witnessing this display, nodded appreciatively. Jian had finally taken his first steps. Unexpectedly, he had grasped the sword technique. It appeared the lad possessed extraordinary talent indeed. Although Jian had yet to fully master sword intent, he had rediscovered his original heart. Before long, he would surely comprehend the essence of sword intent. Elated by his progress, Jian rushed to Jiang Yu's side, exclaiming, "Master, I believe I understand why I practice the sword." Jiang Yu smiled faintly, maintained this state of mind, and continued to strive. Jian, brimming with excitement, declared, "I now feel more confident in finding a suitable master for the gigantic sword. Anyone capable of defeating me must be a great hero, one who will surely protect my kin." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's smile faltered. Just as he had praised the lad, Jian's words took an unexpected turn. "Have you never considered that you could wield the gigantic sword to protect your own kin?" Chapter 88. The Transformation of Song Chun. Additional update. Upon hearing this, Jian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "I cannot." Jiang Yu took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset and suppressing the urge to strike Jian. He kept reminding himself that the child was still young. It was best to let it go. "Have you considered that even if you find a suitable master for the giant sword, what if he defeats you but refuses to protect your clan? What then?" Jian struggled to comprehend Jiang Yu's words. Why wouldn't he want to? Jiang Yu's blood pressure was rising, yet he patiently explained. After all, this boy had never experienced the treachery of human nature and lacked any social experience. He had to endure and explain. After all, he was the master. Because, my dear boy, they are your kin, not his. He has no obligation to safeguard your people. Most importantly, do not trust outsiders easily. Even if you give him the giant sword, he might take it away and you would never find him again. Jian looked at Jiang Yu with hopeful eyes. Then, master, can you be the sword's master? I believe you would never run away. Jiang Yu hesitated, gazing at Jian, unsure whether the boy was genuinely naive or merely pretending to be so. After all this time, Jian seemed to have fixated on him. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and beckoned Jian closer. Come here. Jian, beaming with joy, approached Jiang Yu. With a blank expression, Jiang Yu said, You want me to be the sword's master? Very well. Take up your sword and defeat me. Jian shook his head. I want to fight you. You're my master. What if I accidentally hurt you? Jiang Yu replied, It's fine. If you hurt me, I want to blame you. Jian continued to shake his head. No, You are my master. I cannot strike you. Seeing a Jian's stubbornness, Jiang Yu threatened, if you 1T fight, then I will have to hit you. Upon hearing this, a Jian fell silent, clutching the giant sword tightly to his chest and slowly closing his eyes. Bracing himself for a beating, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss. He had initially intended to discipline a Jian, thinking that a good thrashing might instill some sense into the child. However, a Jian's obstinacy suggested that even a beating would likely be futile. Never mind, he thought. Noticing Jiang Yu's frustrated demeanor, a Jian appeared anxious, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, unsure of how he had displeased his master. Master, why don't you just hit me? It might relieve your anger. Don't keep it bottled up. Jiang Yu shot him a glare. Do not mention that again. I will give you a set of techniques. Practice diligently. If you fail to enter the Yuan Huang Academy, I will truly discipline you. After saying this, Jiang Yu bestowed the Yuan Huang Sutra upon a Jian, instructing him to condense the Yuan Huang seed to enhance his cultivation speed. Once a Jian noted that Jiang Yu's mood had stabilized somewhat, he eagerly nodded. All right, I will work hard and definitely gain admission to the Yuan Huang Academy. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled an item he had taken from Song Chun some time ago. He retrieved a storage ring containing the waters of the transformation pool and handed it to a Jian. This contains some pool water that can improve your physique and accelerate your cultivation. Use it freely, don't hold back. Since acquiring the transformation pool water, Jiang Yu had kept it in storage, lacking the time to cultivate himself. He understood that this substance had its limitations. Once it left the 9th rank sacred lotus, it would eventually degrade into ordinary spiritual water. Thus, it needed to be used expeditiously. He resolved to study and enhance this water when he had the opportunity, as a successful modification could yield a continuous source of spiritual stones. A Jian obediently accepted the storage ring, understood, master. Jiang Yu then outlined some cultivation matters to a Jian, informing him that he would soon leave the Shengyu Empire. After this exchange, Jiang Yu returned to the academy. Once the third prince helped him expel the virus from his body, he would set off for Luoying Valley to retrieve Xiaobai. After all, as he was about to enter the secret realm, having Xiaobai by his side would provide him with a degree of safety. In the central continent, within the Dayan Empire, Song Chun, having learned from his previous experiences, acted with greater discretion. He had now restored his cultivation to the pinnacle of the awakening realm. Only after condensing a new avatar and allowing his master, Su, to awaken, did he dare to send the avatar out to take action. In his mind, Song Chen's avatar mused, Master, this Dayan Empire is far more prosperous than the Dayu Empire. The elderly figure in his mind replied, Sure, the Dayu Empire and the Dayan Empire are not comparable at all. The Dayan Empire ranks 3rd among the empires. The opportunities here will far exceed those in the Dayu Empire. Song Chen asked, Master, you sent me to find the Empress. Will she truly meet with me? The elder explained, Do not worry. As long as you present the token, she will see you. If she inquires about the origin of the token, simply say you obtained it from the secret realm. Hearing this, Song Chen nodded. He held great faith in his master, for his greatest support was indeed this mentor, who had no reason to harm him. The elder cautioned, Remember, when the Empress sees the token, she will surely promise you some resources or an official position. Do not accept these offers. What you need is merely a spot in the Yuan Huang Academy. Song Chen affirmed, Rest assured, I will keep this in mind. Upon arriving at the palace's outer perimeter, he presented the token to the city guards. Moments later, he was summoned by the Empress. Throughout the journey, Song Chen felt a mix of tension and anticipation. After all, the Empress was renowned for her beauty, as listed on the Yuan ranking. If he could win her favor, he would gain both fame and fortune. Eagerly, he inquired in his mind, Master, I have heard that the Empress is a beauty on the Yuan ranking. Do you know her preferences? The elder immediately admonished, Chener, you must remain rational. Suppress those unrealistic thoughts. She is the Empress. You are but a mere awakening realm insect. What makes you think she would look upon you favorably? Without commensurate strength, you should humbly accept your place as an insect. One must not be overly greedy. Otherwise, your desires will inevitably lead to your downfall. If you provoke the Empress, even I cannot protect you. Although Song Chen felt somewhat unconvinced by these words, he nodded in agreement. After all, his master had saved him numerous times. Even if he felt discomfort, he could only heed the advice. He resolved to shelve his ambitions until he grew stronger, at which point he would seek a beauty from the Yuan Ji ranking to be his partner. In his heart, only a beauty from the Yuan Ji ranking was worthy of him. As for Jiang Yu, he had already moved on from the Yu Empire. The Yin family behind her held no further value for him, and there was no need to dwell on her any longer. Chapter 89. Empress Luo Qinxue. As Song Chun stepped into the resplendent hall, he immediately beheld the empress seated majestically upon her throne, clad in an exquisitely ornate imperial robe. The fabric was intricately embroidered with mysterious and complex patterns in gold thread, each stitch seemingly narrating tales of her glory and nobility. The hem of her robe cascaded down like a waterfall beneath the throne, casting a dazzling array of light and shadow, enveloping the entire hall in her formidable presence. The empress's visage was breathtaking, yet radiated an aura of sternness, akin to an icy mountain flower, unapproachable and sacred. Initially, Song Chun harbored some imprudent thoughts regarding the empress, but upon witnessing her overwhelming aura, he was instantly subdued. Before encountering her, he had mused about the similarities between people, questioning how vast the differences could truly be. However, standing before the empress, he found himself devoid of even the courage to meet her gaze. It was no wonder his master had cautioned him against such unrealistic thoughts, for the chasm between him and the empress was indeed monumental. "Commoner pays his respects to your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with serenity," he intoned. However, Luo Qinxue did not acknowledge him. Instead, she scrutinized a jade token in her hand, her expression contemplative. This jade token had been distributed by the previous emperor of Yin to forge alliances with powerful figures. The former emperor was, in fact, his father. Those who possessed the token were entitled to present a request to the royal family of the great Yin dynasty, and the royal court would endeavor to fulfill any reasonable demand. To Luo Qinshue's astonishment, it was unexpected for such a token to appear in the hands of a fledgling, awakening realm cultivator. "Where did you acquire this token?" she inquired. Song Chun replied solemnly, "I stumbled upon it in a hidden realm. Upon seeing the emblem of the great Yin on the back of the jade, I was compelled to return it to its rightful owner." Luo Qinxue raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that he was unaware of the token's significance. However, she understood that as a chance acquisition, it was plausible for him, a cultivator of the awakening realm, to be ignorant of its purpose. "This jade token indeed belongs to our great Yin dynasty, issued by the late emperor. Since you have obtained it, it is your fate. The bearer of this token may request one thing from our dynasty." "What do you desire?" Feigning contemplation, Song Chun finally said, "I have long aspired to attend the Yuan Huang Academy. Might your majesty assist me in gaining admission?" Luo Qinshue's expression remained relatively impassive upon hearing this request. To her, it posed no challenge. Given that he was presenting such a request with the token, it seemed evident that Song Chun was truly oblivious to its potential. "I can assist you in elevating your cultivation and provide knowledge, but beyond that, you must strive on your own. Admissions to the Yuan Huang Academy are beyond our interference." Hastily, Song Chun bowed deeply. "Thank you, your majesty." His true desire was to enhance his cultivation. Once he reached a competent level, leveraging his master's extensive knowledge to enter the Yuan Huang Academy would be a mere formality. Luo Qinxue waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now. Someone will contact you later to arrange your accommodations, impart knowledge, and provide cultivation resources." That very evening, Empress Luo Qinxue arrived at the astrological platform. Observing the elder diviner engaged in his calculations, she refrained from interrupting and stood quietly to the side, awaiting the conclusion of his divination. Approximately half an hour later, the elder sighed. "Your Majesty, I am truly at a loss. The heavens do not reveal their secrets. I can only ascertain that the fate of our great Yin is nearing its end, with the specific reasons remaining unclear, especially today for reasons unknown. The omens have grown increasingly chaotic. Initially, there was a glimmer of hope for our dynasty, but today's tumult has extinguished even that." "Did anything unusual transpire in the court today?" Luo Qinxue felt a heaviness in her heart upon hearing this. There had been no notable anomalies today, save for the young, awakening realm cultivator who had come to present the jade token. Could that be considered significant? Luo Qinxue recounted all the day's occurrences, including those in the court, to the elder. After listening, the elder furrowed his brow. If no issues arose in the court, then the only possible concern may be that young cultivator. He could very well be the one influencing the fate of our dynasty. Luo Qinxue pondered Elder Yuan. Surely that cannot be the case. After all, he is merely in the awakening realm. Elder Yuan chuckled wryly, Your Majesty. There is something I have not yet conveyed to you. The omen of the phoenix's fall has already appeared in my divinations. Initially, I refrained from alarming you, fearing it might be a miscalculation. Yet today, the omen has manifested clearly. At these words, Luo Qinxue's pupils constricted. The phoenix's fall. Did that not signify her impending demise? Yet, she could not fathom the reason for such a fate. Luo Qinxue murmured softly, What could transpire in the future that would lead to such turmoil for our great Yin? Elder Yin contemplated before responding. I surmise that it likely pertains to a great conflict among the realms, causing us to choose the wrong side. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how our great Yin might face obliteration. Luo Qinxue knitted her brows tightly. The great conflict among realms. Recently, the only position that could disrupt the order of the Yuan Huang Continent would be the leadership of the alliance. Yet, that should not be the case in the past. We have chosen incorrectly before, yet the dynasty remained largely unscathed. Why does this time yield such dire consequences? Elder Yuan mused, Your Majesty. I have no authority over political matters. However, if we wish to reclaim that sliver of hope, I advise you to tread carefully. For this concerns the entirety of the dynasty. Better to wrongfully eliminate than to let slip away. In an instant, Luo Qinxue grasped Elder Yuan's meaning and nodded silently. Elder Yuan, I implore you to keep a vigilant eye on the omens during this time. I shall manage the impending variables. I will secure that glimmer of hope for the great Yin. Elder Yuan bowed respectfully. I understand, Your Majesty. Upon leaving the astrological platform and returning to her chambers, the Empress issued a command to her shadow guards. Eliminate the one who presented the jade token today. Since Elder Yuan had indicated that this individual might influence the fate of their great Yin dynasty, she could not afford to let Songchen live. Better to err in judgment than to overlook. The dynasty's fate was no trifling matter. It concerned the well-being of countless subjects of the great Yin. Upon receiving the Empress's directive, the shadow guards swiftly assembled a formidable force and proceeded directly to Songchen's residence. When Songchen beheld the entourage of the great Yin dynasty arriving at his dwelling, he was momentarily taken aback. The Empress truly operated with remarkable efficiency. Even at such a late hour, she dispatched individuals to instruct him. Perhaps she had discerned his latent potential? The thought filled him with an inexplicable sense of pride. Chapter 90. Songchen, damn it, why have I been killed again? At this moment, Songchen was still lost in the delight of receiving the Empress's attention. He had intended to invite these individuals into his abode, but before he could utter a word, a chilling light flashed by. Suddenly, he felt a frigid sensation at his neck. Looking down, he was astonished to see his head rapidly detaching from his body. For a moment, he was bewildered, even suspecting that the other party was imparting some illusionary technique upon him. After all, he could not fathom why the Empress would wish to take his life. Master, this illusion is incredibly lifelike. It feels as if I have truly perished. Do you possess any means of breaking it? However, before Songchen could receive a response from the elder within him, he lost consciousness. When awareness returned, he found himself in a secluded valley, the very place where his true self resided. It was only then that Songchen realized, have I died? No, why? Why would the Empress want to kill me? Master, are you there? The elder within Songchen was equally perplexed, unable to grasp the Empress's motives for wanting to kill him. Logically speaking, Songchen's conduct had been impeccable that day, and he had even submitted a jade token. Could it be that the Empress was unwilling to fulfill her promise, leading her to strike him down? Yet this seemed implausible. The Empress was a person of great stature. If she truly wished to renege on her word, she could simply refuse without engaging in idle conversation with a mere ant at the awakening realm. Killing him upon his return was an unnecessary act. The elder pondered, "I am also unaware of the specifics." Upon hearing this, Song Chen's composure shattered. Damn it! Why have I been killed again? Why? He was certain he had committed no transgressions and had been exceedingly cautious. Yet he found himself slain once more. The elder within him began to question existence itself. Had Song Chun inadvertently violated a heavenly decree? How was it that wherever he went, death followed? Such absurdity seemed to plague him incessantly. If Song Chun had not possessed a doppelganger, he would have lost count of how many times he had perished. Chenya, do not panic. Adjust your mindset. When heaven bestows a great task upon an individual, it must first temper their will and test their endurance. Consider this an ordeal. As he heard this comforting advice, Song Chen's mentality began to shift. The feeling was incredibly stifling. He had been so careful, yet every time his doppelganger materialized, it was inexplicably slain. Family, who understands this feeling? With a quivering voice, Song Chen lamented, "Master, I no longer wish to venture out for training. I only want to hide in my cave and cultivate in peace. I cannot bear such a great burden. This trial is too arduous." The elder within him sighed, unsure how to console his disciple. To be honest, even he would struggle to maintain his composure if faced with such adversity. Chinner, during this period, focus on adjusting your mindset. I shall think of a way to assist you. Once you enter the Yuan Huang Academy, I am confident that you will reap the rewards of your perseverance. The last time, you nearly had to forsake your cultivation to start anew. This time, you have only lost a doppelganger. We can easily reconstruct it. Upon hearing these words, Song Chun found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. At this point, self-consolation seemed to be his only option. Fortunately, his inner strength was formidable. Upon hearing his master's words of encouragement, his fighting spirit was rekindled. All right, I shall strive diligently to cultivate and gain entry into the Yuan Huang Academy. He firmly believed that once he entered the academy, everything would improve. Surely, he would not be subjected to humiliation after enrollment. Such a scenario was unreasonable. He was a child of destiny. Once he entered the Yuan Huang Academy, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. The following day, after court, Luo Qinxue returned to the astrological platform. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on the wrinkled face of Elder Yuan. Noticing this, Luo Qinxue inquired curiously, "Elder Yuan, has there been a change in the divination?" Elder Yuan nodded excitedly. "Your Majesty, this is excellent news. The vitality that our great Yin dynasty had lost has begun to revive. While the omen of the phoenix's demise still lingers, I have once again cast your fortune today and, unexpectedly, detected a glimmer of life within the omen. This is unprecedented." Hearing this, a slight smile graced Luo Qinxue's lips. The tension that had gripped her heart began to ease. "Wonderful. Change is indeed welcome." Elder Yuan, intrigued, asked, "Your Majesty, what exactly have you done to provoke such a shift in the omen?" Luo Qinxue replied, "I had the one who offered the sacrificial jade token killed." Elder Yuan's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, so it was this individual who incited the change. However, I do not quite understand why this awakening realm youth could produce such an omen that impacts our entire dynasty. Luo Qinxue also began to comprehend. Indeed, how could such an insignificant being wield influence over the great Yin dynasty? Unless he possessed a significant secret. Reflecting on this, Luo Qinxue felt a pang of regret for having eliminated him so swiftly. If only she had captured him for interrogation. What a pity that I did not compel soul-searching. Elder Yin reassured her, "Do not fret. What is done is done. We shall let nature take its course. Your Majesty, moving forward, remain vigilant of those around you. Should any further anomalies arise, they must be taken seriously." Luo Qinxue nodded, engaging in a discussion with Elder Yuan regarding the matters of fortune before departing from the astrological platform. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Dayu dynasty, Jiang Yu was currently administering an antidote to the third prince. After an hour of treatment, the third prince gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Jiang Yu by his bedside, he paused momentarily. "Brother Jiang?" As Jiang Yu sensed that the toxic energy within the third prince had been fully purged, he ceased channeling his spiritual energy. "It is good that you have awakened. Much has transpired during your absence." Jiang Yu succinctly recounted the recent events to the third prince. Upon hearing this, the third prince's expression darkened, and he growled, "I was ambushed?" No wonder the Yin family presented such a precious treasure. Their intentions were far from noble. They deserved their demise. Observing the enraged third prince, Jiang Yu infused him with a measure of spiritual energy to soothe him. Now that you have recovered, do not let your anger overwhelm you. The past is behind us. Your focus should now be on how to aid the emperor in reclaiming power. Chapter 91. Paving the way for the royal family. Additional update. Upon hearing the words, the third prince sighed. It is indeed a challenging situation. Although our father has gained some benefits in this game, it pales in comparison to the advantages secured by Wen Qing. The foundation of our royal family within the Yu dynasty has been nearly excavated by Wen Qing. Jiang Yu chuckled. Since we lack internal support, we should seek it from external sources. The third prince paused for a moment, puzzled. What do you mean by seeking external support? Jiang Yu elaborated. We could assimilate families from other dynasties or elevate new families to stand against Wen Qing. The third prince smiled ruefully. We have contemplated this approach in the past, but the results were dismal. Other families are aware that we are mere puppets. No one is willing to ally with us. Moreover, we are but a small dynasty. What could we offer to attract those powerful families? Jiang Yu patted the third prince's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall arrange this for you. All you need to do is prepare to receive them. It won't be long before some individuals join the Yu dynasty, and you merely need to support them well. Once they are endowed with some power, they will naturally assist you in dealing with Wen Qing. Jiang Yu did not speak lightly. He had already contemplated this plan before entering the Yuan Huang Academy. He intended to establish a society within the academy, offering a modified version of the Yuan Huang canon for its members to cultivate. While this revised version would not produce the Yuan Huang seed, it would still be a formidable technique. Once they fully comprehend the Yuan Huang canon, they will be adept in its use. By cultivating the Yuan Huang canon, it would bind them to the same cause, making their incorporation into the Yu dynasty merely a matter of persuasion. Jiang Yu was confident that once these individuals encountered the Yuan Huang canon, they would be unable to resist the temptation of becoming stronger. The third prince hesitated. Jiang, brother, do you truly believe this will work? Jiang Yu nodded. Why would I deceive you? However, I am still in the preparatory stage, so I cannot divulge the specifics. Your focus, along with that of Emperor Yu, should be on courting those wavering families. After the recent annihilation of the Yin family, they have developed a sense of caution towards Wen Qing. Once other forces align with the Yu dynasty, their thoughts will surely change. Therefore, you must lay the groundwork and prepare to attract them. When the time comes, with internal and external cooperation, we will gradually swallow Wen Qing's influence. Upon hearing this, the third prince felt a flicker of doubt within his heart. He glanced at Jiang Yu, wanting to speak but hesitating. Jiang, brother, may I ask you a question? What is it? The third prince pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. Forget it, there's nothing. I will certainly convey your intentions to father. Initially, the third prince intended to inquire why Jiang Yu was so willing to assist their royal family. However, after much deliberation, he chose to forego the question, as he feared that asking it might create a subtle shift in their relationship. Regardless of how Jiang Yu responded, they would remain uneasy. It seemed unrealistic that Jiang Yu would extend such earnest help without ulterior motives. Yet, the third prince remained oblivious to what those motives might be. Noticing the third prince's hesitation, Jiang Yu could guess what he wanted to ask. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. There is no need for concern. The third prince shook his head. It's nothing. I will recuperate for a few days before returning to the Yu dynasty. Observing this, Jiang Yu refrained from saying more, bidding farewell before departing. Since he did not intend to ask, he saw no need to elaborate. Bringing the matter up himself would merely heighten the royal family's suspicions. He currently had no intention of usurping the royal family. There was no need for that, as he only required a position to participate in the elections. Even if offered the role of emperor of the Yu dynasty, he would be reluctant, unless his own father harbored ambitions of replacing the royal family. With that thought, Jiang Yu began to contemplate further. The Nether Abyss should be opening soon. Once it does, it will be time to venture inside and rescue my parents. It is quite daunting. There are so many tasks to undertake, and time seems insufficient. Since his rebirth, Jiang Yu had not enjoyed a single day of uninterrupted cultivation. The plans to be laid out were numerous, and each step required meticulous care. For if even one link faltered, it could jeopardize the subsequent outcomes. Thus, he needed to prepare several contingency plans, leaving no room for error. After organizing his thoughts, Jiang Yu resolved to first retrieve Xiao before gradually arranging matters within the academy. He murmured to himself, I should prepare some items that Xiao enjoys. They might serve to entice her. Before long, 2 days had passed. Once he had gathered the necessary items, Jiang Yu set off alone for the falling Cherry Valley. In the central state, Yuan Huang Academy. Since Jiang Wei's arrival at Yuan Huang Academy, he had encountered a myriad of exceptional talents. Although his mentor, Shun Qingtian, had arranged for his enrollment, he had chosen not to pursue any specific discipline. Instead, he focused on his own training, frequently exploring the surrounding cities. The security in the cities surrounding Yuan Huang Academy was exceedingly robust. In almost every city, few dared to cause trouble. Should anyone dare to create a disturbance, the city guards would respond with remarkable enthusiasm, arriving en masse to uphold justice without the need for a distress call. This was largely because these guards were students from Yuan Huang Academy. They undertook tasks from the academy to maintain order and earn academic credits. If trouble arose within the city, they would charge in with the fervor of those invigorated by a stimulant, eager for the chance to earn points. Upon entering a tavern, Jiang Wei felt the weight of numerous peculiar gazes upon him. At that moment, Jiang Wei still bore the appearance of a beggar, clad in the tattered garments given to him by a one-armed beggar. It was not that he lacked the means to change, but rather that he chose not to. If he sought to cultivate his spirit, he must authentically experience the world as trials. Despite the odd stares, Jiang Wei remained unfazed, ordering a meal and taking a seat. However, after a short while, he was suddenly struck by a familiar scent wafting before him. Startled, he raised his head to glance around. Upon seeing the exquisite features of a familiar face, his mind momentarily froze. Yu Miao Miao, how could she possibly be here? Yu Miao Miao looked at the beggar before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When she noticed the pink sachet at his waist, her heart trembled, unable to believe her own conjecture. Could this one-armed beggar truly be Jiang Wei? Readers, we are seeking suggestions for the name of the Academy Society. Feel free to share your ideas, as this society will have a significant influence in the future. Chapter 92. The Heart's Refinement, Your Most Disheveled Appearance. At the moment their gazes met, Jiang Wei instinctively flinched, his heart fluttering with disquiet. He did not wish to present himself before Yu Miao Miao in his current, tattered state. Yu Miao Miao tentatively inquired, Jiang Wei? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Wei's body trembled slightly, yet he refrained from responding. Despite her presence, which had occupied his thoughts incessantly, he found himself unable to acknowledge her. He could not bear the thought of Yu Miao Miao witnessing his pitiful appearance. He longed to stand beside the one he cherished in the most splendid manner, but in this state, he felt utterly unworthy of recognition. Seeing the beggar's silence, Yu Miao Miao softly probed, Is it truly you? Jiang Wei, using his spiritual energy to alter his voice, spoke in a somewhat aged tone, My dear lady, you have mistaken me for another. Yu Miao Miao frowned at the unfamiliar voice. Could it be that she had genuinely misidentified him? It should not be so. After all, how could the beggar possess her fragrance pouch? As she pondered this, Jiang Wei had already risen, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to step out of the inn, Yu Miao Miao's voice called out behind him once more. Can you tell me where you acquired the pouch at your waist? Jiang Wei glanced down at the pouch, realization dawning upon him. No wonder she had recognized him. He had previously wondered how Yu Miao Miao, lacking any cultivation, could see through his disguise. It was indeed the pouch that had betrayed him. My lady, I found this. If it belongs to you, I shall return it. With that, he removed the pouch from his waist, intending to hand it back to her. Suddenly, Yu Miao Miao reached out and swept aside Jiang Wei's long hair, revealing his face. Upon seeing the ghastly scar etched across his visage, she froze in shock. In that instant, she yearned for him to be Jiang Wei, yet simultaneously hoped he was not. Her heart was torn in two. While appearances may deceive, The truth in his eyes could not lie. He was indeed Jiang Wei. Yu Miao Miao's hand fell limply to her side, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At this moment, Jiang Wei, witnessing her distress, felt his heart unravel. It appeared she had recognized him. To his dismay, he realized that his most disheveled self had been unveiled to the one he adored. Regret washed over him. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from practicing such heart refinement. He had thought himself resilient enough to ignore the disdainful gazes of others and to decisively inflict harm upon himself in times of crisis. Yet, encountering the acknowledgement from his beloved in such a wretched state rendered him momentarily incapable of bearing it. His pursuit of Yu Miao Miao had already been fraught with difficulty. Now, it seemed he might never have another chance. As memories of her poetic words resurfaced in his mind, his gaze dimmed. The threads of love entwine, indistinguishable between gratitude and affection. My heart is in disarray, and I must depart. As I traverse mountains and seas, I seek no inquiry. Only wish for your peace as you wander alone. Originally, Yu Miao Miao had been uncertain whether her feelings for him stemmed from gratitude or love. Now, having witnessed his most disheveled state, she truly felt the weight of those words. In the void, Shun Qingtian observed this scene silently, letting out a sigh. The trials of love are not without their lessons. Refining the heart is no simple endeavor. During this time, Shun Qingtian had been quietly following Jiang Wei to ensure his safety while observing his heart refinement journey. In the beginning, Jiang Wei's progress had seemed rather smooth, but now, with the appearance of this woman, it was likely to impede him for an extended period. Should he fail to surmount this emotional hurdle, his aspirations of attaining sanctity would be severely jeopardized. My lady, the pouch has been returned to its rightful owner. Take care, Jiang Wei said as he placed the pouch in Yu Miao Miao's hand before resolutely turning away, as if having made a solemn decision. However, just as he turned, Yu Miao Miao grasped his arm. Where are you going? My lady, please maintain your dignity, Jiang Wei replied. Yu Miao Miao, upon hearing this, found herself both amused and infuriated. When you frolicked in the brothel with me, did you ever consider dignity? Jiang Wei's gaze faltered, unable to meet hers. The onlookers, having overheard the exchange, turned their attention toward them. Wow, this gossip is quite explosive. My heavens, this celestial being hails from a brothel? That beggar must have accumulated a few lifetimes' worth of fortune to have such an encounter. How disgraceful for this goddess. As some in the crowd grew emboldened upon realizing Yu Miao Miao's lack of cultivation, they approached her with lewd intentions. Hey there, my lady, which brothel do you hail from? I would love to discuss matters with you. Rest assured, I will cherish you far more than this filthy beggar. How about this? I have 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. We needn't go to the brothel. We can head straight to the inn. I can hardly wait. The crowd joined in, egging one another on. Yes, we can hardly wait. Why not earn more spirit stones and entertain several of us? Upon hearing such vile words, Yu Miao Miao's face turned cold. Leave. You are not worthy. The individual who had spoken first only grew more intrigued. Oh, a brothel woman, yet you presume to be noble? Is the sum I offered insufficient? Very well. I shall give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you serve me well, I shall even provide a bonus. Yu Miao Miao had no intention of engaging with such individuals. Instead, she grasped Jiang Wei's hand, wishing to leave the inn. Let us go. I will take you home. Yet Jiang Wei remained rooted to the spot, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the one who had spoken. While Yu Miao Miao could endure, he could not. If he swallowed this insult, he would come to despise himself. How could he allow his beloved to be defamed before him? In the arena of life and death, should you not appear, I shall annihilate your kin. Jiang Wei's fury surged as he heard their taunts directed at Yu Miao Miao, but he remained mindful of the city's rules against violence. The one who had spoken first, as though hearing a joke, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! A beggar at the peak of awakening dares to challenge the arena of life and death. If you seek death, I shall gladly escort you there. Chapter 93. Jiang Wei's enlightenment upon hearing that Jiang Wei intended to engage in a life-and-death duel. Yu Miao Miao felt a surge of panic. Jiang Wei, what are you doing? Please, don't act impulsively. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things about you. Let us resolve this peacefully please don't go to the dueling platform. Although she lacked cultivation, she had heard many tales since arriving in the capital of Yuan Huang Academy. The awakening realm was the lowest tier among cultivators, and the man opposing Jiang Wei clearly harbored ill intentions. Most alarmingly, Jiang Wei was currently in a physically compromised state, rendering him incapable of winning. If he were to perish on the platform, she could scarcely fathom the consequences. It matters not, even in death. I will not allow anyone to tarnish your name. I will ensure he pays dearly for this. Yu Miao Miao pleaded, please let us not go. I beg you, Jiang Wei. There's no need to fight over this. For me, those vile words hold little significance. Your life is what truly matters. Only by living is there hope. Yet, Jiang Wei refused to heed her warnings. He could tolerate many things, but not this. With a cold voice directed at the man before him, he declared, I await you. Onlookers, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, rushed to witness the spectacle. It was a rarity to see a life-and-death battle in the capital, a place teeming with hidden talents. Most individuals tended to avoid trouble, as there were always formidable figures lurking in the shadows. To provoke one could mean courting death. However, the sight of the unarmed Yu Miao Miao alongside the peak awakening realm beggar quelled much of their apprehension. After all, while the powerful enjoyed their games, they would not stoop so low as to masquerade as beggars. Yet, some skeptics murmured, could this man also be a hidden powerhouse? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can sense his aura. He is merely at the peak of the awakening realm and cannot conceal it. Is he not destined to die? The man opposite him is a condensation realm cultivator. Someone shrugged nearby. Isn't this quite typical? A foolhardy attempt to defend a woman's honor, only to meet an untimely end. Such cases are hardly rare. Come, let us gather and watch how this beggar meets his demise. I am more curious about the expression on that woman's face should he perish. Haha, that would be amusing. If that one-armed beggar manages to survive, I too wish to spar with him. Humiliating weaklings is my favorite pastime. Let's eliminate this beggar and have the woman attend to us instead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei turned his gaze towards the speaker, silently committing his identity to memory. Should he resolve the duel, the second target would be this individual. As they arrived at the dueling platform, Shun Qingtian in the void frowned. Jiang Wei was being reckless, while he could protect him from death. The cultivation of his heart would be in vain. If Jiang Wei were to be defeated, he would undoubtedly face inner demons. His resolve had already begun to crack due to the presence of this woman. Should he encounter inner demons now, would he still have a future? Shin Qingtian hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. With Jiang Wei's current cultivation level, he stood no chance against his opponent. While intervening would frustrate Jiang Wei, it would at least prevent the emergence of inner demons, allowing for future repair. However, could he bear the consequences of inaction? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Qingtian transmitted a message to Jiang Wei. I shall step in and eliminate him for you. You need not ascend the platform. Yet, Jiang Wei shook his head, his gaze resolute as he looked towards the dueling platform. Master, I will handle this myself. There is no need for you to intervene. If I perish on the platform, it is my fate, and I shall have no regrets. Sighing, Shun Qingtian realized he could not dissuade him. Forcing Jiang Wei away now would render him ineffective in the future. It seemed the only option was to discreetly provide Jiang Wei with some enhancements to ensure victory in this contest. As the two ascended the platform, a crowd of several hundred had gathered nearby. Within moments, someone had even begun to set betting odds, inviting wagers. Kulme, 100 odds. If the one-armed beggar wins, 1 spirit stone equals 100. If the condensation realm cultivator wins, 100 spirit stones yield 1. Hurry and place your bets. Hearing these odds, the onlookers wasted no time in betting on the condensation realm cultivator. It was akin to picking up free money. After all, the condensation realm cultivator was unlikely to falter. Of course, some gamblers, drawn solely by the odds, placed modest bets on the spot, hoping for a windfall. On the dueling platform, Jiang Wei stood in the center as the condensation realm powerhouse unleashed a formidable pressure upon him. In your next life, remember to temper your stubbornness. There are times to submit. Jiang Wei, however, maintained a calm demeanor, inhaling deeply, his breath imbued with unwavering determination. He slowly raised his hand, retrieving a wooden sword from his storage ring, his practice sword from the Jiang residence. He never anticipated that his first duel would be a life-and-death battle, and an escalated one at that. He focused on calming his mind, replaying Jiang Yu's teachings and his sword techniques in his thoughts. With his eyes shut, he appeared to others as if he were resigning himself to fate. Yet, as he gripped the wooden sword, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, as if he were breathing new life into the weapon. Opening his eyes, a peculiar light shimmered within them, and his aura began to awaken like a slumbering dragon, gradually rising. With each increment of power, the surrounding air grew agitated, a fierce wind swirling around him, causing his garments to billow. His hair danced wildly, and he seemed to merge with the heavens themselves, an invisible yet immensely powerful force converging around him. Shun Qingtian, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. Sword intent. How is this possible? He had envisioned countless scenarios, but never imagined Jiang Wei could comprehend sword intent. To grasp such a concept at the awakening realm, this had never been seen in the Yuan Huang Continent. It was utterly absurd. On the platform, Jiang Wei swung the wooden sword, executing what appeared to be a casual strike, yet concealed unfathomable mysteries. The sword Qi swiftly surged towards the condensation realm expert. Chapter 94. One sword is enough to kill you. Additional update. The once disdainful expression of the formidable condensation Dan realm expert transformed drastically at the moment Jiang Wei swung his sword. He felt an unprecedented sense of threat. Attempts to evade were futile, as though his very being was ensnared by the fierce momentum of Jiang Wei's sword. The sword's power surged forth like an ancient beast, roaring as it charged, consuming him in an instant. A chilling scream pierced the air as the condensation Dan expert's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. His protective spiritual energy shattered like fragile paper under the onslaught of Jiang Wei's strike. This single blow pierced through his defenses, executing him with brutal efficiency. Blood splattered, painting the death arena in a vivid crimson, while Jiang Wei stood resolute, resembling a war god descended from the heavens. A trace of blood glimmering ominously on his wooden sword in the sunlight. The onlookers below were rendered speechless, as if witnessing a ghost. How could this beggar possibly wield such sword momentum? Where could one find reason in this? Sword momentum. How could this be? A mere awakening realm individual mastering sword momentum. Good heavens, no wonder he exuded such confidence. It was because he had grasped this power. Who is this person? The capital is about to change dramatically. A prodigy of this caliber has emerged. If he were to enter the Yuan Huang Academy, his future would be limitless. This proclamation was quickly met with a counterargument. No, no, no. Even if he cannot enter the Yuan Huang Academy, I believe it won't be long before someone from the Sword Abyss Sacred Land comes for him. After all, this is a prodigy who comprehended sword momentum while still in the awakening realm. The Sword Abyss Sacred Land would never let him slip away. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. After all, the Sword Abyss Sacred Land is the ultimate aspiration for countless sword cultivators, holding even greater significance in their hearts than the Yuan Huang Academy. Yu Miao's face radiated joy upon witnessing Jiang Wei's decisive victory. Observing the one-armed Jiang Wei standing atop the platform, exuding an air of dominance, her previously wavering heart began to solidify. In that moment, she seemingly comprehended what she truly desired. However, before Yu Miao could revel in her happiness, her heart plummeted once more. Jiang Wei, wielding his wooden sword, pointed towards the crowd below. You come up. You were the one who said that if I miraculously survived, you would engage and spar with me. The individual who had boasted earlier, urging Yu Miao to accompany him, felt a rush of panic as Jiang Wei's sword was aimed at him. He swiftly turned to flee, unwilling to entangle himself with the beggar. He understood that this man had already showcased exceptional talent and would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. In other circumstances, he might not escape, but within the capital of the Yuan Huang Academy, where all fighting was prohibited, his opponent would undoubtedly refrain from attacking him. He merely needed to wait for the storm to settle before seeking a chance to escape. Jiang Wei observed the rapidly retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, Shen Qingtian transmitted a message. Disciple, follow your heart. Should any trouble arise, I will bear the consequences for you. Heeding this, Jiang Wei refrained from further talk, his gaze locking onto the fleeing individual. One sword is sufficient to kill you. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Wei lifted his hand and swung his sword. A surge of sword energy erupted from the wooden sword, initially a faint glimmer, but rapidly expanding and intensifying as it shot forth. The sword energy sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound akin to the wrath of death itself. The surrounding space seemed to warp under the influence of this sword energy. The fleeing man sensed the impending doom behind him, turning in terror, his eyes reflecting the rapidly approaching sword energy, filled with despair. The sword energy struck him without obstruction, and in an instant, his body was torn apart like fragile paper, blood spraying forth, transforming into a mist of crimson. The once boisterous crowd below the death arena was now silenced, as if a hand had suddenly gripped their throats. Halting all sound, every person stood wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces. They exchanged glances, reading shock and terror in each other's eyes. Some of the more timid individuals instinctively took a few steps back, as if fearing they might be caught in Jiang Wei's frenzied actions. He truly made move. Does he not know this is within the city? Fighting is strictly forbidden here. A voice broke the silence, trembling in the still air, resonating like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring ripples of chaos. Indeed, this beggar is doomed. The city guards will undoubtedly not let him off the hook. He has openly defied the authority of the capital. Another voice chimed in, tinged with both condemnation of Jiang Wei's actions and a hint of schadenfreude. It's over, it's over. A once-in-a-generation talent, yet to fully bloom, is destined to fall. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, growing louder. Yet Jiang Wei atop the death arena merely surveyed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. Is there anyone else who wishes to spar? Or anyone desiring my woman's company? Step forward, and I shall grant you a swift end. At that moment, the onlookers were rendered mute, fully aware that this beggar was merely flailing in a desperate struggle. To commit murder openly in the capital was a surefire path to death, rendering any attempt at bravado against Jiang Wei unnecessary. The gathered crowd waited in hushed anticipation for the city guards to arrive, eager to witness how Jiang Wei would meet his end. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a contingent of city guards stormed onto the scene. Upon discovering the lifeless body near the death arena, the Yuan Huang Academy students' eyes lit up. Ha ha! Academic credits. Merits are here. This one is mine. Do not snatch it from me. Wow, a once-in-a-century opportunity has fallen into my hands. This beggar is our benefactor. I can hardly believe my fortune. Just as these students prepared to apprehend Jiang Wei, they all heard the warning from the head of the city guards echoing in their minds. Everyone retreat. Disperse. The students froze in confusion. Huh? Why? The head of the city guards replied coolly, no reason, just retreat. I will handle the remaining matters. Upon learning that Shen Qingtian was present, he had momentarily been taken aback. What is this influential figure doing here? However, he didn't dwell on it, opting to follow Shen Qingtian's instructions. As for the deceased individual, a convenient justification would suffice. The head of the city guards stepped forward, pointing at the corpse and addressing the bystanders. This individual is a notorious criminal in the capital. Additionally, having openly provoked others and wielded magic in the city, he has shown utter disregard for the laws of the capital. Such actions are heinous and warrant the utmost punishment. The one who executed him is a paragon of justice and should be commended by the capital. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by this proclamation. What is this? Is it even allowed? Some perceptive individuals began to sense something amiss. This beggar likely had someone backing him. This benefactor could very well be a figure capable of influencing the decisions of the Yuan Huang Academy. With this realization, unease began to creep into their hearts as they recalled whether they had inadvertently offended this beggar. It was said that within the capital, powerful figures often disguise themselves as humble beings, Little did they expect to encounter one here. Chapter 95. My dog could do a backflip. The city guards, upon hearing this, reluctantly began to disperse the onlookers. They had no choice. They were here on a mission. Disobedience would result in a deduction of points. Once the crowd was mostly cleared, Jiang Yu also descended from the life and death platform. Approaching Yu Miao Miao, the previously imposing aura he carried instantly dissipated. Standing before her, he felt a twinge of awkwardness, especially when reminded of his ragged attire. You just declared on the life and death platform that I am your woman? Jiang Yu's expression stiffened at her words. Reflecting on his earlier dramatic proclamation, he wished to vanish into the ground. Stealing a glance at Yu Miao Miao, he noted her teasing, half-smiling demeanor, prompting him to hastily clarify. No, that was a slip of the tongue. Yu Miao Miao sighed. So it was merely a slip. What a pity. I was beginning to take you seriously. Jiang Yu paused, his eyes lighting up as if struck by a sudden inspiration, and he eagerly inquired. What do you mean? Yu Miao Miao shrugged. Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the tongue. Seeing her playful demeanor, Jiang Yu felt a pang of frustration. How can you speak only halfway? Yu Miao Miao retorted. Curious, are we? Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. Then come home with me. Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily. He was uncertain whether to accept, as he was still in the process of refining his heart. If he accompanied Yu Miao Miao like this, how would he explain it to his master? What if his master thought he was preoccupied with romance? Observing Jiang Yu's indecision, Yu Miao Miao seized a moment. I just adopted a little black dog that could do backflips. Would you like to see? Curiosity piqued. Jiang Yu found himself intrigued. If it were a magical beast performing a backflip, he could understand. However, how could Yu Miao Miao, with no cultivation, possibly have a dog with intelligence? A little black dog doing backflips? Yu Miao Miao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yes, do you want to see? Jiang Yu, who had been contemplating whether to continue his heart-refining practice, suddenly received a transmission from Shun Qingtian. You are currently in a state of heart refinement. This woman is a trial you must face. There is no need to evade. Confront your inner self. Even if the outcome is disappointing, it is your fate. Furthermore, the situation may not be as dire as you perceive. From what I can see, she appears to have an interest in you and likely does not mind your incomplete state. You have just comprehended sword intent, marking your first step forward. Allow things to unfold naturally. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. To grasp sword intent at the awakening stage is already an extraordinary feat. Encouraged by these words, Jiang Yu ceased his hesitation. His master was right. There was no need to avoid this moment. All right, I will come to your home to see the little black dog perform backflips. Yu Miao Miao beamed with a radiant smile, naturally taking Jiang Yu's hand as they made their way to her residence. Jiang Yu glanced down at their intertwined hands, momentarily lost in thought. This version of Yu Miao Miao resembled the one he had known back in the Dayu dynasty. Previously, her intellect had been diminished to that of child. Now, however, she had fully regained her faculties, yet the one constant remained her bright smile. Jiang Yu had thought he would never see such a smile again after her recovery, yet it appeared she was still very much herself. As they walked, Yu Miao Miao was keenly aware of the curious glances directed at her from those around. However, she paid them no mind. Having spent time in brothels, she was hardly concerned with societal judgment. The onlookers were equally intrigued, questioning how such a celestial being could be so intimately linked with a beggar. Am I still dreaming? Such a sight in the capital of the Yuan Huang Academy? One person mused, while another expressed envy. The beggar is quite fortunate. Who would have thought he would receive such treatment? I wonder if this fairy would show me some pity as well. However, as soon as these words were spoken, those nearby quickly scattered, fearful of being implicated. The one who had spoken was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What are you all doing?" The fleeing onlookers retorted, "I just wanted to enjoy the view. Don't drag us into your mess." That person is engaging in role play. You can't possibly believe a celestial being would genuinely fall for a beggar, can you? That beggar just dared to kill on the street. And even the city guards ignored him. What do you think that implies? He has a powerful background. Plus, he has comprehended sword intent at the awakening stage. Such a prodigy is likely a scion of a major power out here for heart refinement. If he hears you, a single strand of sword energy could easily end you. Upon hearing this explanation, the earlier speaker quickly lost his bravado, fleeing the scene in haste. The news of a beggar comprehending sword intent swiftly circulated throughout the capital. When Yu Miao Miao brought Jiang Wei back to a quaint courtyard, he felt an inexplicable flutter of nerves. Should he explain to Yu Miao Miao that he was currently in a state of heart refinement and could eventually restore himself? He did not want to diminish her perception of him due to his appearance. Standing at the courtyard's entrance, Yu Miao Miao cupped her hand around her mouth and called out loudly into the tranquil space, "Doggy, I'm back." Moments later, a dark shadow darted out from the courtyard like an arrow. As it landed, they could see it was a little black dog. Its fur gleamed like fine satin, and its round, bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. Its little tail wagged joyfully, and it emitted soft whimpers as if responding to Yu Miao Miao's call. Beaming with pride, Yu Miao Miao looked at the little black dog and commanded, "Doggy, backflip." As if comprehending her words, the little black dog crouched, then propelled itself into the air, performing a graceful flip before landing smoothly on the ground, executing the move with remarkable precision. Jiang Wei, still in a state of astonishment, widened his eyes and dropped his jaw in disbelief. He had thought Yu Miao Miao was joking. He never expected the dog to truly perform. Chapter 96. Brother, teach me how to guard against fairies. Yu Miao Miao bent down, stroking the little black dog's head, and looked up at Jiang Wei with a smile. "So how is it? Is it all right?" Jiang Wei, coming back to his senses, merely nodded blankly. Observing Jiang Wei still lost in thought, Yu Miao Miao stood up and gently pushed him towards the bathing room. "I'll step out to fetch you some clothes. You should wash up first. Once we are clean, we can embrace a new life. No matter what has transpired in the past, the future must be bright." Yu Miao Miao refrained from inquiring about what had happened to Jiang Wei or why he had come here, sensing it was a scar in his heart. Given their recent reunion, she did not wish to dampen the mood. When Jiang Wei was ready to share, she believed he would do so in his own time. She would support him in whatever he wished to pursue. Should he desire to vanquish the world, Yu Miao Miao would be the one to sharpen his sword. Such was her nature, a woman unafraid of love and hate, who would go to great lengths for those she cherished. Conversely, if she held no affection, even a blade at her throat would not compel her to compromise. Jiang Wei spoke, "There's no need to go out for clothes. I have some in my storage ring. I'll wash up now." He felt his current disheveled state was unfit for interaction with Yu Miao Miao. "You have some in your storage ring?" Yu Miao Miao paused, surprised. She had assumed Jiang Wei lacked clean clothes, never imagining he possessed any. "Then why not wear them?" Jiang Wei nodded. "You need not trouble yourself. I can manage." After roughly half an hour, Jiang Wei emerged from the bathing room and entered the living room. Yu Miao Miao's gaze fell upon him, her heart tightening at the sight of his familiar attire. The empty sleeves tugged at her emotions, and the scars on his face were especially jarring. Her eyes instantly misted over, tears welling as she quickly raised her sleeve to dab at her eyes, not wanting Jiang Wei to notice her sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumult of feelings within her and forced a smile, trying to appear nonchalant. "Come, let us have something to eat." Beneath her smile lay a heart full of compassion and concern for Jiang Wei's plight, yet she hoped her feigned lightness would ease his discomfort. Jiang Wei, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Why are your eyes so red?" Yu Miao Miao rubbed her eyes. "Just a bit of sand got in. It's nothing." After their meal, both felt significantly lighter in spirit. They strolled to the pavilion in the garden, engaging in conversation about poetry and literature. Suddenly, Yu Miao Miao tilted her head and asked, "Do you like me?" Jiang Wei was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the shift in tone. "Huh, if you like me, then you should tell me directly," she added, leaning her right cheek towards him. "Inviting Gokish." Jiang Wei was perplexed, entirely at a loss for the meaning behind her words. Should Tiwi prepare for such a sudden confession? After waiting for a moment and seeing Jiang Wei still in a daze, Yu Miao Miao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Why are you so timid?" Jiang Wei, struggling to keep pace with her train of thought, asked in confusion, "What can a bold person do?" With a gentle finger, Yu Miao Miao playfully brushed Jiang Wei's cheek, her voice softening. The short, the poor, and the ugly can all find love, but the timid cannot. So, do you understand what a bold person can do? Jiang Wei hesitated. "Then are you bold?" Yu Miao Miao let out a light laugh but remained silent. Instead, she took Jiang Wei's hand, caressing her cheek with it, her gaze hinting at a subtle allure. As Jiang Wei's palm brushed against her lips, she unexpectedly extended her tongue to lightly lick it, akin to a kitten nuzzling against his hand, and winked at him. What do you think? At that moment, Jiang Wei's mind went blank. The stark contrast of Yu Miao Miao's behavior from before was overwhelming. In his memory, she had always been the refined lady, not one to act in such a manner. He felt an urge to rush to Jiang Yu and ask, "Brother, what should I do? How do I guard against such a woman? You taught me how to cultivate and how to flee, but you never instructed me on how to defend against fairies." He found himself unable to withstand the disparity, especially since it was his beloved. One moment, he was unsure whether to maintain his composure in her presence. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation, a bark interrupted him. Glancing down, he saw the little black dog looking quite displeased, as if protesting silently. Yu Miao Miao, noticing the interruption, shot a glare at the dog, internally muttering, "You've been well fed. Yet you dare to ruin my moment. Don't expect to find a little female dog in the future." Despite his emotional naivety, Jiang Wei began to grasp Yu Miao Miao's intentions and solemnly asked, "You don't mind my appearance?" Yu Miao Miao shook her head, her gaze drifting into the distance as she murmured, "Back when I was in the brothel, you witnessed me in my most disgraceful. You never turned away from me." "Why would I turn away from you? At that time, you were full of vigor, while I was filled with insecurity. Now that we have found each other, I shall not let you beg on the streets again. Did you not once tell me that wherever you are is home? You must protect me. If you leave, who will safeguard me?" Jiang Wei was deeply moved by her words, realizing that after so long in pursuit, he finally received the response he longed for. "Miao Miao, rest assured, I shall protect you well. You are my woman." Upon hearing this, Yu Miao Miao turned to Jiang Wei, her face beaming with a bright smile. "Today, I feel somewhat weary and in need of a warm embrace to unwind. Might I borrow your arms to soothe my heart?" Without hesitation, Jiang Wei scooped her up in one arm, hastily making his way to the room. Startled by the sudden embrace, Yu Miao Miao gasped and began to trace circles on Jiang Wei's chest with her fingers, softly saying, "My lord, please be gentle. P.S. The following content is for paid subscribers. My understanding is limited, so I kindly ask the esteemed readers to imagine the rest." Chapter 97. Yuan Huang Quan. Additional update. A sudden sneeze escaped Jiang Yu, who was far away in Yunzhou. He murmured, "Who is whispering about me behind my back?" After nearly a week of travel, Jiang Yu finally arrived in Yunzhou. The distance to Luoying Valley was still about a day's journey. As Jiang Yu approached the temple, he halted abruptly, captivated by the scene before him. The temple's grand entrance exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery. A young man knelt at the threshold, his frail figure dwarfed by the temple's majesty. With his forehead pressed firmly to the ground and hands clasped high above his head, he trembled slightly, each shiver a silent testament to his despair. "Please, I beg you, save my father." Yuan Huangquan's voice, laced with sorrow, echoed in the open space, the anguish within it seemingly capable of piercing the cold stone beneath him. Deep grooves marked the ground beneath his knees, and his legs had grown numb from prolonged kneeling. Yet, his posture remained unwavering, resembling a steadfast statue, embodying a profound love for his father and a resolute determination to save him. Beside him, Jiang Yu observed the man's father, whose frail form was as pale as parchment, lips cracked, eyes bloodshot, and body ensnared by glowing talismans that emitted an eerie light, akin to venomous snakes sapping his vitality. Seeing this, Jiang Yu shook his head. There was no hope unless he intervened personally or a powerful figure from the Buddhist sect acted. Otherwise, the man's father was doomed. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued. Why had the monks targeted a mere mortal's father? He was all too familiar with the power of these talismans, having suffered from the machinations of the Buddhist sect in his past life. At that moment, the temple doors swung open, and an elderly monk stepped out slowly. Standing before Yuan Huangquan, he parted his lips slightly and spoke in a tone that seemed compassionate yet was laced with indifference. "If you wish to save your father, there is but one path: to take refuge in the Buddha. Only those with a connection to the Buddha may receive his protection." Yuan Huangquan raised his tear-streaked face, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. "Master, I am willing to do anything to save my father." The old monk nodded slightly, a subtle glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Very well, very well." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu scoffed quietly. These bald old men are indeed up to no good. He contemplated whether to take action. If he intervened, it would likely lead to an early confrontation with the monks. If he did not act, they would surely perpetrate their schemes. It was not out of kindness that Jiang Yu wished to help. Rather, he simply loathed these monks and was eager to thwart their plans. As his mind raced, Jiang Yu donned a mask, altering his appearance. He rushed forward, feigning urgency, and placed a hand on Yuan Huang's shoulder, silently casting a soul control spell. "Brother, there's trouble at home. We must return quickly." Yuan Huang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the stranger. Just as he was about to protest, he felt as if he were under someone else's control and numbly nodded. He then rose and turned to follow Jiang Yu, taking his father with him. The old monk, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned and called out, "Amit Ba, where are you going?" Yet, Yuan Huang paid him no heed. Instead, Jiang Yu turned to the monk with a forced smile. "Holy monk, there is an urgent matter at home. We shall return to pay our respects later." The monk's expression soured, but he refrained from further comment, merely advising, "Once your worldly affairs are resolved, return swiftly. If too much time passes, the one afflicted by the talisman may perish." Jiang Yu nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, holy monk." After departing the temple with Yuan Huang, Jiang Yu released the soul control spell. Yuan Huang glared at him angrily. "Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Yu replied calmly, "I am here to save you." Yuan Huang roared, "Save me? You are endangering my father." With that, he turned to lead his father back toward the temple. "If you go back now, your father will die. Do you truly believe those hypocritical monks will save him? They are the ones who placed that talisman on him. Once you take refuge in the Buddha, your father will no longer hold any value for them." Yuan Huang paused, clearly reluctant to believe Jiang Yu's words, but continued toward the temple. Jiang Yu pressed on, "Think carefully about when your father was first afflicted by the talisman." Yuan Huang hesitated, memories flooding back. It seemed that symptoms had begun after they visited the temple. Occasionally, monks would approach him, urging him to join the Buddhist sect. Until now, he had seen no issue with this, but Jiang Yu's words had sparked a realization. Why did they insist he join the sect? Why did they imply that only through the Buddha could his father's affliction be resolved? If they were indeed behind this, then the monk's earlier words could very well ring true. Yet, Yuan Huang was puzzled by their motives for wanting him to take refuge in the Buddha. Noticing that he had halted, Jiang Yu offered, "If you are willing to trust me, I can help heal your father." Yuan Huang turned, skepticism etched on his face. "What are your terms?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "There are no conditions. I merely wish to disrupt the monk's plans." He added, "Once your father recovers, it would be wise for you to distance yourselves from Yinzhou. The monks will surely target you again." Yuan Huang pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you intend to do?" Without elaborating further, Jiang Yu approached Yuan Huang's father, placing his hand behind him and activating the rebirth technique. Approximately 2 hours later, Yuan Huang's father began to regain consciousness. As he opened his eyes, Yuan Huang rushed forward, excitement written across his face. "Father, you are awake." Yuan Huang's father looked bewildered. "Huang, what happened to me?" Yuan Huang, filled with joy, replied, "It's all right. Everything is fine now." He then turned and knelt before Jiang Yu. "Thank you, benefactor." Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. It was a simple act. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Yu activated the divination technique to discern why the monks had set their sights on this individual. Upon seeing the signs surrounding him, his pupils constricted in surprise. No wonder those old monks have their eyes on you. Chapter 98. The manifestation of deities and demons in Jiang Yu's mind. A colossal tortoise shell materialized, suspended in mid-air, its surface aglow with intertwining radiance, presenting a breathtakingly peculiar hexagram. To the left of the hexagram lay a profound abyss of darkness, thick as ink, from which billowed torrents of demonic energy. This malevolent aura surged forth, resembling an army of thousands, howling and charging, coalescing into an immense figure of evil. This symbolized the formidable power of becoming a demon through a single thought. Conversely, to the right of the hexagram shone a sacred brilliance, showcasing a magnificent Buddha statue, resplendent and majestic, radiating light from its entirety. The visage of the statue exuded compassion and serenity, its eyes lowered as if in sympathy for the suffering of all beings. This Buddha represented the noble realm of enlightenment attained through a singular thought. Between these two extreme forces existed a subtle boundary, where the demonic energy and the Buddha's light collided and merged. Jiang Yu would not have been overly astonished had only one of these hexagrams appeared. However, the simultaneous manifestation of both upon a single individual was indeed intriguing. For when these two hexagrams conjoined, it resulted in the legendary manifestation of deities and demons, a phenomenon rarely chronicled in tales, one that Jiang Yu had never witnessed in his past life. Legend has it that the appearance of the manifestation of deities and demons heralds a great calamity for the entire continent, be it a natural disaster or man-made catastrophe. The lore surrounding this phenomenon is so ancient that its origins are lost to time. Jiang Yu could only grasp its absurdity. Now he comprehended why those venerable monks intended to act against this young man, for whether he turned to demonhood or enlightenment, he would be of great utility to the Buddhist sect. Should he succumb to darkness, he would transform into a clandestine pawn for the Buddhists. Those venerable monks had certainly nurtured a cadre of demonic cultivators in secret. In his past life, Jiang Yu had personally witnessed the collaboration between the Buddha and these demonic cultivators when they pursued him. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed such an alliance was possible. Conversely, if this young man attained enlightenment, he could emerge into the world in an open and honorable manner. Jiang Yu pondered whether he should recruit him, recognizing that the loose cultivators' alliance was in dire need of a stabilizing presence. This individual was precisely suitable. With proper cultivation, he could become a formidable force. Jiang Yu's hesitation stemmed from his reluctance to bear the karmic burden associated with this individual too early. For a conflict between him and the Buddhist sect was inevitable. Allowing him to join the loose cultivator organization could potentially expose them to the scrutiny of the Buddhists, jeopardizing Jiang Yu's future strategies. His desire to avoid a direct confrontation with the Buddhist sect was rooted in his lack of confidence in opposing them, especially considering the formidable strength of their sacred land. The depth of their foundation was profound. He already knew from his past life that the Buddhist sect was fostering demonic cultivators. The undisclosed truths could be even more terrifying. Coupled with their ability to manipulate public opinion, any conflict would undoubtedly result in suffering for Jiang Yu. Thus, he remained wary of those venerable monks. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, murmuring, "This is troublesome." It was not the right time to recruit him, yet abandoning the opportunity did not align with Jiang Yu's principles. Allowing him to leave would effectively bolster the Buddhist sect with a powerful enforcer who might one day become his adversary. While Jiang Yu contemplated how to address the individual before him, he was interrupted by Yuan Huang's voice. "Benefactor, I shall forever remember today's grace. If there comes a time when I can be of service, I will not disappoint your trust." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu's thoughts returned to the present. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him and provide some resources. Now is not the time to invite him to join their ranks. No need for such formalities. This encounter is a form of fate. I see great potential in you. Here are some cultivation resources I bestow upon you. With that, Jiang Yu produced a set of celestial-grade techniques, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and various foundational elixirs, along with water from the transformation pool, presenting them to Yuan Huang. Yuan Huang stared at the offerings, momentarily taken aback, and hastily waved his hands in refusal. "Benefactor, this is inappropriate. You have already aided me greatly. I cannot accept these gifts." Jiang Yu explained, "While these may seem precious to you, they hold little value in my eyes. If you wish to repay me in the future, accept them and cultivate diligently. With your current level of cultivation, you cannot assist me." He then shifted his tone. "Consider not just yourself, but also your father. Without cultivation, how can you protect him? Those venerable monks will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Huang hesitated a moment before kneeling before Jiang Yu once more. "Thank you, benefactor. Please share your name. When I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall repay your kindness today. Jiang Yu shook his head. Fate will bring us together again. Focus on your cultivation. With that, he touched Yuan Huang's forehead, helping him to open his meridians and infusing him with a strand of spiritual energy. If he followed Jiang Yu's energy path for cultivation, aided by the water from the transformation pool, with his aptitude, he would soon grasp the fundamentals. The water I have given you should be consumed in a timely manner. It loses its spiritual potency if left too long. Afterward, Jiang Yu, feeling a slight unease, produced 5 talismans and handed them to Yuan Huang. These talismans will safeguard your life. Those below the extraordinary realm cannot harm you. Although Jiang Yu did not invite him to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance, he felt it essential to ensure this individual's safety. As long as he survived, with his fate, he should be able to carve out a path for himself. Yuan Huang, sensing the changes within him, wore an expression of profound gratitude. Please, benefactor, share your name. I shall never forget this kindness in my lifetime. Jiang Yu shook his head, reiterating, as I said, fate will bring us together again. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash. Jiang Yu refrained from disclosing his name to Yuan Huang due to concerns that he might be captured by those venerable monks in the future. If they were to search his soul and discover Jiang Yu's existence, it would pose significant complications. He did not wish to gamble. Thus, the safest course was to withhold his information. Should he desire to locate Yuan Huang, he could easily do so by utilizing the divination technique to trace the celestial grade technique he had bestowed upon him. Wherever Yuan Huang went, he would know. Chapter 99. Little White. The following day, Jiang Yu arrived at the Falling Cherry Valley and waited for a while. He had hoped to wait for Mei Yunyan to assist him in dispelling the barrier, granting him entry. However, after a considerable amount of time, the barrier showed no signs of response. Jiang Yu murmured, could she still not have returned? After some contemplation, he dismissed this thought. Given Mei Yunyan's cultivation level, it should not take her long to locate the sacred spirit fruit once she had a definite direction. Within the valley, Mei Yunyan had already sensed Jiang Yu's presence. However, she had no intention of helping him breach the barrier. After all, had he not claimed to be knowledgeable about the valley? If so, he ought to be capable of opening the barrier himself. She wished to test whether Jiang Yu truly possessed any genuine skill. Outside the barrier, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to venture in and explore on his own. After all, he was thoroughly familiar with the Falling Cherry Valley. With a casual gesture, he pointed lightly at several locations of the barrier. When he saw it open, a slight smile graced his lips. The layout remained unchanged. Mei Yunyan, witnessing Jiang Yu effortlessly breach the barrier, was momentarily taken aback. She immediately proceeded to check if there were any issues with the barrier. After several thorough inspections, she found that the barrier was indeed functioning perfectly. It was worth noting that she had personally set this barrier. No one in the world, aside from herself, knew how to open it. Unless one possessed significantly higher cultivation, it was improbable for anyone to enter the Falling Cherry Valley unnoticed, much like Shun Qingtian. Upon entering the valley, Jiang Yu retrieved a spirit-feeding pill that he had personally concocted from his storage ring. This item had been taught to him by Mei Yunyan in his previous life and was also Little White's favorite treat. When Mei Yunyan saw the spirit-feeding pill in Jiang Yu's hand, her mind went blank. How could he possibly have this? However, Jiang Yu's subsequent actions left her even more perplexed. Not only did he effortlessly enter the Falling Cherry Valley, but he also skillfully evaded all traps. He even climbed a tree and casually plucked several spirit fruits. It was as if he had returned home, displaying an intimate familiarity with the valley. When Jiang Yu arrived at Little White's resting place, he gently called out, "Little White." After a brief moment, a white nine-tailed fox appeared before him, resembling an ethereal being from a snowy realm. Its elegant and agile form was enveloped in pure white fur, reminiscent of the first snow of winter, with each strand emanating a soft sheen as if shrouded in a sacred halo. Its eyes were a deep and mysterious ice blue, akin to the purest sapphire. At that moment, a hint of confusion flickered in its eyes as it regarded Jiang Yu. How could this person suddenly appear in the Falling Cherry Valley? Being capable of speech, it inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I am a disciple of the Master," Here to greet you in advance, Jiang Yu replied, producing the spirit-feeding pill and presenting it before Little White. Look, I brought you your favorite treat. Little White swiftly darted forward to sniff the spirit-feeding pill. It was indeed identical to those crafted by Mei Yunyan. Bewildered, Little White asked, "Mother has taken a disciple? Why didn't she inform me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu chuckled. "The master has yet to return. She will surely tell you when she does." Despite Little White's profound cultivation, its intellect was akin to that of a 6 to 8-year-old child. According to the lifespan of spirit beasts, it was still in its juvenile phase. Its rapid advancement stemmed from being raised by Mei Yunyan, consuming various heavenly treasures, and, coupled with its extraordinary talent, it had cultivated to such a level. Although it was powerful, Jiang Yu was confident in his ability to charm Little White. If he could not win over women, how could he fail to deceive a child? After hearing his words, Little White's defenses softened somewhat. It took the spirit-feeding pill and placed it in its mouth, then narrowed its eyes, revealing a look of enjoyment. It truly tastes like mother-esque cooking. Jiang Yu gradually approached Little White, saying, "See, I didn't deceive you. I am indeed the master's disciple." Little White nodded in agreement. This is something only the master can make. You must be her disciple. I have many more delicious things here. Would you like to try?" With that, Jiang Yu produced some sweet and sour meatballs. Little White's eyes instantly brightened. "Wow, this is Mother-esque favorite. Unfortunately, she seldom makes it. The last time I had it was ages ago. Is this for me too?" Jiang Yu nodded. Upon receiving his approval, Little White displayed a human-like smile and savored the sweet and sour meatballs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu quietly placed his hand on Little White's back, employing a special massage technique. In his previous life, Little White relished this treatment, often requesting Jiang Yu to massage it daily. Initially, Little White felt a twinge of resistance upon sensing Jiang Yu's touch. However, for reasons unknown, when Jiang Yu's hand made contact with its back, it felt remarkably comfortable, akin to a mother's touch. Thus, it relaxed and allowed the interaction. The man and the fox coexisted harmoniously, appearing as though they were not meeting for the first time. Meanwhile, Mei Yunyan, who had been observing from the shadows, furrowed her brow. What was happening with Little White? How could it be so easily deceived? It seemed she had sheltered this child too well, without experiencing trials. It would face significant challenges in the future. While Mei Yunyan wished to protect Little White indefinitely, she understood that she would eventually meet her end. Spirit beasts naturally had longer lifespans than humans. If one day she were to suddenly pass away, what would become of Little White? After a moment of contemplation, Mei Yunyan suddenly appeared before Jiang Yu and Little White. Jiang Yu, taken aback by her sudden arrival, felt a pang of guilt as he looked at her. "Master, you are here in the valley?" Mei Yunyan merely nodded, refraining from elaborating further. Upon seeing Mei Yunyan, Little White beamed with a human-like smile and, using its chubby little paw, offered a sweet and sour meatball to Mei Yunyan. "Mother, this is your favorite meatball." Mei Yunyan gently stroked Little White's forehead, softly saying, "Little White, didn't I tell you? You must not eat things given by strangers." Little White looked up at Mei Yunyan in confusion. "But isn't this brother your disciple? Is he still a stranger?" Jiang Yu, overhearing this exchange, felt his face stiffen, akin to a bad uncle caught in the act of deceiving a little girl by her parents. Chapter 100, Master, I bestow upon you a set of techniques. Additional update. Mei Yunyan sighed. "Xiao Bai, must I tell you in person whether he is my disciple? If I haven't said it, you must not believe anyone. Do you understand?" Xiao Bai looked up, blinking, responding with a semblance of comprehension. "I understand, mother." After silently etching this matter in her heart, Xiao Bai once again presented the sweet and sour meatballs to Mei Yunyan, saying, "Here, these sweet and sour meatballs are for you, mother. They are incredibly delicious." Mei Yunyan, with a tender smile, pinched Xiao Bai's cheek. "Xiao Bai, you should eat first. Later, mother will make some more for you. I have matters to discuss with your brother." With that, Mei Yunyan turned her gaze to Jiang Yu, her tone turning cold. "Come with me." Jiang Yu, feeling guilty, followed her, uncertain whether Mei Yunyan would be upset about his deception toward Xiao Bai. He was acutely aware of Xiao Bai's significance in Mei Yunyan's heart. She truly raised Xiao Bai as if she were her own daughter. In this lifetime, he had yet to be acknowledged as Mei Yunyan's disciple. At least, she had not verbally confirmed it. Upon reaching Mei Yunyun's usual training grounds, Jiang Yu spoke first, his demeanor exceptionally sincere. Master, I was wrong. I should not have entered the valley without your permission. Mei Yunyun waved her hand dismissively. Enough. I did not take this matter to heart. I already knew you were in the valley. Not opening the barrier was merely a test. Can you explain how you know me so well? I sense that you are remarkably familiar with everything in Luoying Valley. You seem to know all my methods, even what Xiaobai likes. If reincarnation were a reality, I would almost suspect you were a reincarnated soul. The mention of reincarnation made Jiang Yu's heart skip a beat. The astuteness of the master was indeed remarkable. He had guessed correctly. However, Jiang Yu certainly could not admit it. While he could not confirm it, he also would not deny it. Master, I had a peculiar dream. In that dream, you were my master and all my skills were taught to me by you. My understanding of Xiaobai also stems from that dream. We have been companions for hundreds of years, relying on each other, which is why I know her so well. Mei Yunyun's eyes narrowed slightly at this revelation. A dream? Only you would dare to say something so absurd. Although she recognized the absurdity of it, she lacked evidence to refute Jiang Yu. After all, everything he had done thus far corroborated that dream. Suddenly, Mei Yunyun shifted the topic. Do you believe there is potential for further advancement in the grand divination technique? Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. Certainly. While the grand divination technique is powerful, I believe there is room for improvement. Master, I have a technique I would like you to examine. With that, Jiang Yu unleashed the divination technique before Mei Yunyun. Upon seeing the divination technique, her pupils constricted. The operational model of this technique was even more profound than the grand divination technique. What astonished her the most was that the technique Jiang Yu had released was derived from the embryonic form of the grand divination technique. Is this technique not powered by spiritual energy? Mei Yunyun inquired. Jiang Yu nodded. The energy that powers the divination technique is called Yuan Huang power, which I developed myself. Jiang Yu held absolute trust in Mei Yunyun. Aside from not revealing his status as a reincarnated soul, he was willing to share everything else. For once his identity was exposed, he could not guarantee he would not be detected. Mei Yunyun fell silent. The realm she had pursued her entire life, which she had never been able to break through, had been surpassed by a young man. For a moment, she felt a sense of disorientation. After a sigh, she said, I have nothing more to teach you. You need not take me as your master. Jiang Yu was immediately anxious upon hearing this. Master, I am your disciple. I was in the past, I am in the present, and I will be in the future. Mei Yunyun's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Jiang Yu with a knowing smile. You saying I was in the past, I am in the present, and I will be in the future is rather strange. I do not understand. If I have nothing to teach you, why do you still wish to be my disciple? Jiang Yu took a deep breath. The grace of a master is as heavy as a mountain. Once one becomes a disciple, it is akin to honoring and loving one's biological parents, unwavering for a lifetime. Mei Yunyun replied lightly, but I have never accepted you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu decided to be stubborn. After all, in his past life, Mei Yunyun had fallen for this tactic. He smoothly dropped to his knees beside Mei Yunyun, clinging tightly to her leg. I do not care. You are my master. I have come all the way to Luoying Valley. How can you abandon me? I traveled a great distance and cannot return. If you do not accept me, I will be left to wander the streets. If you still do not believe me, I can swear to the heavenly way. With that, Jiang Yu raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavenly way. From this day forth I, Jiang Yu. However, before Jiang Yu could finish, Mei Yunyun interrupted him. There is no need for an oath. If you have mastered such a formidable divination technique, swearing to the heavenly way could entangle you in karma, which you should be aware of. Mei Yunyun sighed. If you do not mind an old woman like me, then I shall take you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu promptly stood up, smiling. Master, wait. I will prepare for the disciple ceremony. Mei Yunyun shook her head. No need. Those are merely mundane formalities. As long as your heart is sincere, why concern yourself with these trivialities? Upon hearing Mei Yunyun say this, Jiang Yu did not insist on the formalities any longer. Master, come here. I shall impart a technique to you. Mei Yunyun looked at Jiang Yu bewildered. What? Is this not the reverse of the heavenly gang? Who has ever seen a disciple bestowing techniques upon their master? Who truly is the master here? After Jiang Yu spoke, he disregarded Mei Yunyun's thoughts and directly transmitted the Yuan Huang canon and divination technique in her mind. Upon perusing the Yuan Huang canon and divination technique, Mei Yunyun's pupils widened in shock. Where did you acquire this technique? With her vast knowledge, she recognized at a glance how extraordinary the Yuan Huang canon was. This was a technique capable of altering the very landscape of the continent. How could it have manifested in her disciple? At that moment, a bold thought emerged in her mind. Could her disciple truly be a reincarnated soul? Otherwise, many of the inconsistencies surrounding him could not be explained. At this moment, Mei Yunyun's mind raced, reflecting on all matters concerning Jiang Yu. He had initially rejected Shen Qingtian's offer to take him as a disciple, yet claimed to be his master before they even met. Then she traveled to the Xingyu Empire, sensing anomalies within him. Following, there was his profound understanding of Luoying Valley and herself. And that inexplicable statement, I was in the past, I am in the present, and I will be in the future. How could an ordinary person make such a definitive claim? Only a reincarnated soul could account for all of this. If her disciple truly was a reincarnated soul, it was reasonable for him to conceal his identity, for there were many unknown entities in this world. If she herself were to be reincarnated, she too would not dare to reveal that identity. As his thought crossed her mind, Mei Yunyun suddenly recalled something. He solemnly inquired, "You just mentioned that in your dream, you and Xiaobai were mutually supportive companions. I wish to know, what was the conclusion for Xiaobai in your dream? Is it well?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Is Xiaobai well? Can Xiaobai truly be well?